Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A system notification appeared in front of the main character, informing him that the game had been completed. Below, another notification appeared, informing him that the end of the game was about to begin. A huge black hole appeared in the sky above the flying islands. It was all over, the main character said. His entire face was covered in bruises and scratches, and there was heaviness in his eyes. 10 years ago, this world became a platform for the game, and people turned into players who killed monsters and tried to survive. Cities were destroyed. Tasks were given to people by game masters, the so-called GMs. People were like ordinary puppets. Naturally, they were not the ones enjoying the game. High in the sky, people imagined the hands of a certain being who simply pulled the strings. He was called the deity. There were also deities watching the game, and some made players they liked their avatars, thus the deities personally took part in the game. And as a result, humanity died out. The protagonist was lying on the ground, and not far from him were many corpses of players and huge monsters. With blood on his lips, the protagonist looked at the sky and said that this was a damn game. He looked into the depths of the black hole in the sky that sucked everything in. In his head, he said that the finale he had achieved with such difficulty was the destruction of humanity, asking afterward if there was a worse game than this. After these words, he added that he wanted to at least teach those bastards a lesson in the end. But there was only one way to be saved from death. It was to get out of this world through that black hole in the sky. However, according to the rules of the game, the avatar of the deity could not pass through it, and the protagonist was just a damn avatar. In his head, the protagonist said that his deity was probably looking at him and mocking him or throwing pitying glances. He did not move, only continued to look at the black hole in the sky, adding that his deity was most likely criticizing him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the main character had reached the bad end, the lonely world. Seeing this, the guy removed his hand from his forehead and, after reading the notification, slowly repeated in his head, bad end. There were large black bruises under his eyes, and he himself, continuing to look at the notification in front of his face, said in his head that this is so because what else can you call it if not a bad end? After these thoughts, he slowly reached out to his sword, saying to himself that the lonely world is a very sonorous name because it suits him so well, the last surviving person. Suddenly, 2 notifications appeared in front of the main character, which, unlike the others, were very bright and light. The first one said that they expressed respect to the main character for completing all the tasks alone. The second notification said that the game was about to end and the main character was a great guy. Yes, that's how it all ended, the guy said to himself. The next second, he pierced the system screen with his sword, saying that all these words meant that his role was played. After that, he slowly said in his head that instead of staying alone in this deserted world, it would be better. At that very second, the notification he pierced disappeared. Without finishing, he closed his eyes and laid his head on the ground, preparing for death. The next second, he raised his own sword above himself, preparing to pierce himself with his own weapon. When suddenly, at the very last moment, a system screen with a notification appeared in front of him. Hearing the appearance, the protagonist opened his eyes in shock. What he read made him wonder in his head what all this meant. The notification said that the DLC shop will open after clearing all single-player modes. DLC shop? The guy asked himself in his head in surprise. At that very second, the protagonist was more shocked than before. In his head, he said that usually such shops are in console games, so why did this shop suddenly appear here? The next second, he swiped his finger across the system screen. The entries changed, and now the system screen said that players could use points to purchase items that would help them in the DLC. After reading this, the protagonist jumped up and sat down on the ground, wondering in his head what he could purchase. Swiping his finger across the screen again, he switched the entries and saw that there was only one item that could be purchased, called the second set. Below it was written that players could start the game from the very beginning, and the player who purchased the set would be offered various benefits. The cost of such a set was 1 million points. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist was very surprised and did not even know what to say. After a short pause, he asked himself in his head if the deities knew about the second set. After a few seconds, he answered in his head, no, because if the deities knew, they would not have left him like that. He continued to look at the system screen in surprise, wondering in his head why this function appeared. There was confusion and suspicion in his eyes. He stared at the second set and asked if it was the Joker that appeared after completing the game or if he had already gone crazy. Suddenly he grinned. After that, he said in his head that there was nothing to worry about. After all, it was just a game. After a short pause, he said in his head that if this was not a hallucination, then one thing was for sure. At that very second, he extended his finger and with a wide smile on his face said that he could make this batch. After that, he said in his head that he needed 1 million to purchase this item, and he had collected 1,700,000 points in 10 years. The next second, he pressed the purchase button and said to himself that he had done the right thing by not spending the accumulated points. After that, a notification appeared in front of the main character, informing him that the guy had purchased the second set and had also received benefits. Below, another notification appeared, informing him that after the start of the second round, the main character would be able to purchase various items in the shop. After reading everything to the end, the guy said, "Please." After these words, his body was illuminated by a bright glow from the system screen. The next second he finished speaking, let it be true, because if he could really start over, he could change everything, including this terrible end, he added after a few seconds. The next second, everything around was filled with a bright glow, which began to envelop the main character with multiple streams of light. The light slowly absorbed the guy, who closed his eyes in anticipation of a new life. Another notification appeared in front of him, which said that the main character should try to reach a different end in the second round. Below, the last notification appeared, which wished him a pleasant game. Thus, the first round ended, when suddenly the main character abruptly opened his eyes. He was sitting on a bench in the park. Looking around in shock, he said in his head, "Really?" He was next to an educational institution. Birds were singing everywhere. People were walking along the streets and carefully talking to each other. Looking in front of him, the guy said to himself that everything had returned. After thinking for a bit, he waved his hand in front of him to bring up the status window, but nothing happened. Realizing that everything had returned, he lay down on the bench, put his hands under his head and said contentedly in his head that he hadn't seen this peace for a long time. Suddenly, a girl came up to him. With a warm smile on her face, she asked what the guy was doing here. Seeing the girl, the protagonist was shocked. The girl's name was Jisu. She was a close friend of the protagonist at university. Seeing such a reaction, the girl fearfully put her hands to her face and asked if there was something on her face. Jisu was a year younger than the protagonist, but she knew how to take good care of others. She often approached the protagonist when he was alone and talking. Sitting on the bench, he said in confusion that his friend's face was fine. In his head, he said that they were quite friendly, adding that Jisu was very well-mannered, so she did not let him go until the last. "Yes, to the very end," the guy said in his head. Seeing her friend's state, Jisu excitedly asked if he had really been playing games all night again, adding later that at this rate his grades could suffer this semester. "Nothing," the protagonist answered coldly. "What do you mean nothing?" the girl asked menacingly. Hearing such an answer, the protagonist grinned and said in his head that the semester would not even start anyway. After a short pause, he asked his friend what date it was today. Hearing this, Jisu was very surprised, after which, fingering her hands, she answered that today was the 17th of August. The 17th of August, the protagonist said in his head as soon as he heard this. After that, he lowered his head and said to himself, so it turned out to be true. Suddenly, a push was heard. Hearing this, the protagonist abruptly raised his head. The game started from the very beginning. A huge crack appeared on the ground, from which a huge green hand of a monster suddenly burst out. That's how the main character returned to that very first day. Sehen suddenly called out to the main character Jisu, asking after that why he froze or was not fully awake yet. Realizing that he just imagined it, the guy quietly said under his breath, "It looks like that." At the same time, he was talking in his head that, let's say, he played a dangerous game day and night and just saw the end. After these thoughts, he closed his eyes and, exhaling with relief, laid his head on the back of the bench. "Did I really come back?" Sehen asked himself in his head, not believing it. When suddenly Jisu broke the silence and, folding her arms across her chest, asked discontentedly if the main character remembered that classes start next week. "Yes," Sehen answered quietly and slowly, when suddenly he looked at his friend and thanked the girl for everything. In his head, he was saying that he was grateful to Jisu not only for taking care of him. Hearing his thanks, the girl was confused and, embarrassed, turned away. She said that in any case. As a friend, she saw something while looking into the distance, after which she suggested going somewhere else. Why all of a sudden, the main character asked in surprise, after which he looked in the direction where his girlfriend was looking and understood why she suggested this. A guy was walking along the sidewalk on his phone. This guy's name was Jonghyun. He was looking at his phone and walking forward, not paying attention to anything around him. Jonghyun was always hanging around Jisu and calling the main character a lost gamer. With disdain in his eyes, he looked at the guy walking in their direction and wondered in his head if Jonghyun had really become like this on the first level, adding that he didn't even remember. After a short pause, he said that most likely Jonghyun hadn't even passed the first level. After that, he turned to his friend and said that it was not worth changing seats just because of him. "Why?" Jisu asked in surprise, turning around. With surprise in her eyes, she said that the main character himself said that he did not want to run into Jonghyun. True, San asked, folding his arms across his chest and looking at Jonghyun. In his head, he said that he did not feel anything special now. After all, in my memory, it was 10 years ago, he firmly said to himself. When suddenly Jisu, thinking and folding her arms across her chest, said that she did not like it because such a look was strange for Jonghyun. After a short pause, she looked away and suggested that they go somewhere else in case Jonghyun would start saying something. And what is that there? She suddenly asked. Hearing this, the main character was shocked. Yes, he firmly said in his head, adding that it was after these words that everything began on that very day 10 years ago. After a short while, he remembered how he and Jisu were chatting about nothing that very day. And that was when the girl said the same thing. He immediately remembered the face of his friend from 10 years ago and realized that it was exactly the same as today. The girl was asking with a smile on her face what was going on there, adding that they were probably filming a movie. Exactly, San firmly said to himself. When suddenly he heard the ground crack and the roar of monsters. Horror and fear immediately appeared in his eyes. Behind them, the asphalt began to break and green monsters crawled out of them. They were goblins, who were furiously roaring and screaming, wanting to kill everyone. A guy who was standing nearby saw the monsters and asked in surprise what was going on there. The girl who was standing not far behind asked if they were really people in suits, to which the guy replied that they were most likely children. The people on the other side, seeing this, asked in surprise if they were really filming a movie. In the next few seconds, people started running towards the goblins en masse, thinking that they were actors. Jisu, seeing this, with a smile on her face, called the protagonist to also go and watch. No, Senha answered firmly, not getting up from the bench, adding that it would be better to wait here. What? The girl asked in surprise, already getting ready to run and watch. 10 years ago, the protagonist followed Jisu to watch the monsters. Just a little bit, he said with empty eyes to his friend, adding that she should wait just a little bit. At that time, people ran towards the goblins surrounding the monsters. When suddenly, what Jisu saw shocked her. When suddenly a heart-rending scream was heard from the crowd. A man was stabbed, a man screamed in horror, spraying saliva. An even louder scream was heard from the crowd. A goblin with a crazy smile on his face stuck a sword into a man. Tears were running down the guy's face. The next second, the monster cut the guy's body. Immediately after that, the goblin's mad laughter was heard. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. Seeing this, Jisu, shaking with fear, asked the protagonist in confusion if these were real monsters. The goblin's mad laughter was heard again. People began to run away from the monsters, but this was their worst choice. The goblins with mad smiles on their faces killed everyone who started to run. These monsters mainly attacked the weak and feeble. One of the goblins swung his axe. Therefore, turning your back to them was tantamount to asking to kill. The next second, the goblin stuck his axe into the back of the running guy. They stuck spears into girls. They killed guys by shooting arrows into their heads. Killing for goblins was not hunting, but entertainment, so these monsters killed people. Goblins furiously rushed at everyone they could kill. With a smile, "This is very strange," Jisu said. Suddenly, she grabbed the protagonist's hand. With horror in her eyes, she screamed that they needed to run. Suddenly, a goblin jumped out from under the ground in front of the guys. He looked at the guys without moving, laughing vilely. The protagonist looked at the monster without a drop of fear in his eyes. Back then, he was too weak and cowardly. Sehen remembered how 10 years ago, the goblin took out a sword and swung it to kill him. Jisu, seeing this, clenched her teeth, realizing what she would do. The next second, she jumped in front of her friend, protecting him with her body. This is exactly how he was on the first level. The next second, horror and shock appeared in his eyes. Jisu covered the guy with herself, and the protagonist stood rooted to the spot. The girl's scarlet blood. Seeing the death of his close friend, the protagonist plunged into emptiness, not knowing what to do next. Splashed him from head to toe. Such heavy memories made San lower his head. He was breathing heavily and saying in his head that 10 years ago he stood behind Jisu, and then just ran away. Like a complete scumbag, he said quietly under his breath after a few seconds. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him that the second level was about to begin. Below, another notification appeared, which said that synchronization was starting. Seeing this, the protagonist raised his head and waved his hand, closing the notifications. Sehen is a solo player who has seen the end of this world. After that, he got up from the bench and angrily clenched his hand into a fist. After a short pause, he said that this time everything is different. After these words, he rushed to attack the goblin. Seeing that he was being attacked, the monster was very scared, and beads of cold sweat poured down his face. He immediately realized that he couldn't stand still and took out his sword, which he immediately tried to deliver a side slash, but the protagonist was able to deftly dodge, bending down. This time, Sen said to himself. After a deft dodge, he delivered a powerful uppercut with his hand to the goblin's jaw, causing it to drop its sword. "No way," he said to himself. The next second, he deftly grabbed the sword that had fallen from the goblin's hands and stabbed it into the owner's flesh. After that, he powerfully drew it along the monster's body, even if it was green, viscous blood. "It will not be like that," Saiyan finished. A few seconds later, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that this was the first stage, and below it, it stated that the protagonist had destroyed the goblin. The next second, 3 more notifications appeared. The first one stated that this was a reward for clearing the first stage, and below it, it stated that Saiyan could now purchase DLC items. The second notification stated that this was a reward for clearing the first stage, and below it, it stated that the protagonist would receive the remaining points of the first stage. The third notification stated that this was a reward for clearing the first stage, and below it, it stated that Saiyan would gain access to the community and would be able to use it after synchronization was complete. After a short pause, a notification appeared informing that the synchronization was complete, and now the second level begins. While the notifications appeared, he said that you can get points for completing the building. With these points, you can increase your experience or buy an item. This is a general rule for most games. After he read everything, the main character left the dead goblin on the ground, stretched, and said that these rules apply to this world, which turned into a game. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him again, stating that this was the first stage, and below it, it said that the protagonist would receive 300 points for destroying the goblin, which would be added to the points he already had from the first stage. After reading this, Saiyan said that he had 700,000 points left in the first stage. What he saw in front of him shocked him, and he himself said that this would drive him crazy. After saying these words, he extended his hand, which was shaking violently. In front of him was his status window, which said that his point count was 700,300 points. Seeing this, Saiyan said in his head that this was like buying items that cannot be bought in the role-playing game Newbie. At this time, large flying eyes began to fly from the sky to the ground. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard in the air, saying that all people were invited to the game of gods. Hearing this, the protagonist and his friend Jisu looked up in surprise. The voice continued to say that all people were now players. The girl looked up at the sky in surprise, listening attentively. All the people nearby raised their heads to the sky, wondering what this was, while an unknown voice said that the players would have to complete the main task. At this time, at the place where the goblins appeared, all the people were brutally killed. In case of failure, said the voice from the sky, punishment will follow. After a short pause, the unknown voice said that more details about this can be found in the help. The young people, resting their hands on their hips, looked at the sky and asked each other what all this meant, what kind of game. Only Saiyan understood what the voice in the sky was talking about now. Looking up at the sky from under his brows, he said in his head that this was a game of the gods, and if he suddenly increased his points or used too good a weapon. He closely watched the flying eye and added, the gods will immediately notice him. With his hands in his pocket, he saw many eyes flying above him in different directions and said in his head that he needed to be careful, adding that he should be grateful that everything started again. The flying eyes in the sky were called observers. These are the eyes of the gods and the game master. Each user's observer can be different depending on the level, but in most cases it looks like a black ball with a white iris. After a short pause, the protagonist said that if the gods suspected him of something, it could affect the difficulty of the tasks. Suddenly, an angry goblin jumped on him from the side, which Saiyan immediately noticed. He continued to say to himself that the gods would not leave this just like that, and the game could become more difficult. The next second, he deftly grabbed the goblin flying at him by the neck, saying after that from the very beginning he needed to be careful in his actions and not stick his head out once again. After these words, he began to simulate fear and active resistance to the goblin, which was twitching in his hands. During this, he asked himself in his head if it looked like he was having a hard time dealing with the goblin. Saiyan, Jisu's voice was suddenly heard. What? The protagonist turned to his friend in surprise, strangling the goblin. The girl, looking at the system screen in front of her, said that it was hard to believe, but she seemed to know what was going on, adding later that such monsters could not just appear in the real world. Besides, this was a strange notification in this voice. After a short pause, she added that all this meant that she was no longer the same as she was used to seeing her. Perhaps, Saiyan answered, hearing the theory of a close friend and throwing out the dead goblin, adding later that it was impossible to see such a notification with a message in the real world. Exhaling heavily, Jisu raised her head and said, okay. She was very calm in such a dangerous situation. How calm, with a sly smile on his face, said the protagonist, folding his arms across his chest and looking at his friend. Not me, but you, she suddenly said, turning to her best friend, asking after why Saiyan was so calm and how he dealt with that monster so easily. When suddenly a notification appeared in front of them, informing them that this was the main quest, and below it was written that they needed to get out of the university campus. The difficulty level was E, and the time to complete it was 2 days. After that, the voice of an unknown person was heard again, which reported that, from this moment on, numerous goblins would attack the players. After a short pause, he said that the players must either destroy the monsters or run away from them, and the main goal was to get out of the campus. All the people stood silently and listened attentively to the voice of the unknown person, when suddenly the unknown person said that each player receives a reward depending on their personal achievements, so he advises to actively participate in the completion of the quest. Hearing this and reading the task, the protagonist smiled and said in his head that the difficulty level is E and the time to complete it is 2 days is just easy. After these thoughts, he told Jisu that they will talk about everything later and now they need to move before these creatures come. Hearing this, the girl raised her fists and nodded. Suddenly, the crazy laughter of goblins was heard. Out of nowhere, a whole horde of goblins appeared with melee weapons at the ready. They all screamed and laughed madly, wanting to kill everyone in their path. Seeing the monsters, Sang grabbed his friend by the hand. At that very second, he pulled the girl along with him, shouting that it was time to run. Having come to her senses, the girl immediately rushed to run after her friend, and behind them were already goblins. They screamed madly, trying to catch up with the guys. The protagonist did not stop. The guys ran past ordinary people who, having heard all the warnings in their heads, were in no hurry to do anything. Goblins appeared right behind them. Jisu noticed this and was a little scared. The goblins switched to the people who did not suspect anything, piercing and killing each one. They hit people on the back of the head, smashing their skulls with clubs. Seeing all this, Jisu closed her eyes and turned away. Blood flew in all directions, but the guys did not stop running. A few minutes later, they ran to the edge of the university. The guys stopped to rest. Jisu, breathing heavily, asked what about those people? Nothing, the main character answered firmly, shifting from foot to foot. He carefully peered out from around the corner, trying to find out the situation, telling his tired friend that there were not many victims yet, explaining later that the goblins have the strength of an average adult man, especially since as soon as people begin to gather in a crowd, everything will calm down a little. When suddenly he remembered in his head a huge monster with glowing eyes and said to himself that this is only until the hobgoblin appears. He was staring at one place and said that around this time. But before he could finish speaking, a green transparent barrier appeared in front of them, on which it was written that this was a safe zone. After reading the inscription, Jisu asked in surprise, what kind of safe zone? A few seconds later, a notification appeared in front of the guys that they had entered the safe zone. Entering inside, Sehen looked around and said in his head that at the first stage, when he was shying around here. After that, he remembered how he, covered in the blood of his dear friend, ran to this place and said that he was just lucky to reach the safe zone. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jisu, who again asked what kind of safe zone this was. Immediately after this question, 2 goblins began knocking on their barrier. Pointing at the monsters, the main character replied that it was a game. While the goblins were furiously trying to cut their way in, San continued to say that there must be a safe place in the game where the monsters couldn't get in. As soon as the goblin's blade broke, he became furious. The next second, the monster began to furiously attack the safe zone barrier. After several minutes of trying, he still couldn't get in. Realizing that everything was in vain, the goblin screamed in rage. The next second, he and his comrade turned around and began to leave to look for other prey. Seeing this, Sehen pointed at the leaving goblins again and said that they couldn't get in here. Understood, Jisu replied, after which she immediately rolled down the wall and sat on the floor. Exhaling heavily, she said that they survived. Looking at his friend's steadfast reaction, the protagonist said with a slight smile on his face that they would first rest here for a while and then move on. Hugging her knees, the girl smiled and said, okay. After that, the main character said in his head that he needed to arm Jisu with everything she needed so that she could stand up to at least 1 goblin on her own. Some time passed. It was evening. The university. Inside, a guy was running in terror. It was Jonghyun. Goblins were running after him and another girl, and the guy himself was screaming in his head, asking what was really going on here. Suddenly, someone landed loudly in front of them. At that very second, the goblins running after the guys were killed. There was a medal on the savior's chest. There were bottles on her belt. It was Jisu, whose eye was burning with a scarlet flame, and the girl herself was standing in a stance with an outstretched blade. Seeing the girl, Jonghyun recognized her and screamed in shock in his head, asking what happened. The guy fell to the ground, and the girl stood next to him, watching as Jisu killed one monster after another. Fear and horror filled Jonghyun's eyes. Cold sweat poured down his face, and he asked himself in his head what happened here. 3 hours before, the edge of the university. Looking at his friend's steadfast reaction, the main character with a slight smile on his face said that they would first rest here for a while and then move on. Hugging her knees, the girl smiled and said, okay. After that, the main character said in his head that he needed to arm Jisu with everything she needed. At this time, the girl took her phone out of her pocket and began to ask how they would find them and whether rescuers would come at all. Sehen, looking away, said in his head that they were being watched now. He saw the observer hovering nearby. There was only one reason why the gods watched the players. For fun, the gods chose a player they liked and made him their avatar. The gods watched this player complete quests and enjoyed the game. These are the gods. And one more thing, the main character suddenly said in his head. After that, he imagined a huge humanoid monster with one eye and said that the GM is the game master. After a short pause, he added that there were so-called game masters who monitored the server and gave quests. Now the guys were being watched by an eye, the aura of which was red. Looking at it, Sehen said in his head that this was the personal observer of the Korean game master Akardos. He watched the guys closely, and Jisu, looking at the main character, said that she studied a little about the disasters that happen in the mountains. While she was saying this, the protagonist lay down on the floor and turned away from the observer, telling himself to let the annoying eye fly away quickly. Some time passed. The observer got tired of watching the motionless guys. The next second, he quickly flew away. Seeing that the observer had flown away, the protagonist said in his head that only 30 minutes had passed, which meant that the observer had no patience at all. Getting up from the floor, he added that this was exactly why Akardos could not become the best game master, because he was so impatient, although this was to Sehen's advantage. After a short pause, he waved his hand and called up the status window, telling himself that he needed to check the shop with DLC goods or else, when suddenly he pressed another button. At that very second, he was blinded by a very bright flash. As soon as the flash died down, Sehen, closing what he had opened with his hand, looked at his girlfriend and said that, judging by the fact that the girl did not react to the backlight, he was the only one seeing this. What he had opened surprised him greatly. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that Earth had become the new location for the role-playing game. Could this really be a web browser? The protagonist asked himself in surprise. He thoughtfully put his finger to his mouth and, figuring out the browser, said to himself that this was the game community used by the gods. Quickly looking through everything that was there, he said in his head that the recording feed, tips on game strategy, everything was simply copied from a regular gaming site. When suddenly he saw a chat. Having joined, the system greeted the new person and informed everyone that Anonymous48 had joined the chat. Having read this, Sehen said to himself that this looked like a regular chat on the internet. When suddenly a man with the nickname Greek Captain asked who the anonymous person had just entered the chat, after which he asked to introduce himself. After reading this message, the protagonist asked himself if it was necessary to reveal his identity. Suddenly, a person with the nickname Cool Game asked everyone to respect the rules of anonymity in the chat. After reading this, Sehen realized that he did not need to introduce himself and continued reading the chat. Anonymous22 suddenly asked who was on which server, adding that he himself was on the American one. Anonymous62 replied that he was on the Chinese one. Suddenly, the Greek captain asked if there was really anyone from Korea. After reading the last message, the protagonist was very surprised and asked himself in his head, Korea. In the chat, a user with the nickname One-Eyed Mia asked if the game master there was Akardos, adding that this guy gave very ordinary tasks. The Greek captain suddenly wrote that there were often good players here, adding that he had just seen a pretty girl, but she ran away with some guy to the safe zone, and then his observer swam away to another place. After reading this, the protagonist closed the chat and sat down on the floor, saying to himself that this was a great success, adding that it seemed like those guys were talking about him and Jisu. After a short pause, he said that this chat was a good thing, because you can get a lot of useful information, adding that next time you should try to write something. After that, he got up from the floor, stretched his shoulders and said in his head that he would definitely need to constantly check the chat. After a short pause, he said that he first checked the community, and now, at that very second, a huge DLC shop opened in front of him, which glowed with a bright golden light. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with admiration and such a large number of things. In front of him was everything that was possible, any jewelry and weapons. Among the many weapons, there was even a very beautiful golden sword hung with golden chains. Having quickly examined all the cells, Sehen noticed that some of the items were closed, after which he asked if this really depended on the completed level. Suddenly, he saw a locked item with the inscription that the main quest was not completed. After reading this, the guy said that it seemed to be the most important item, but everything was still locked, after which he said that he seemed to have generally understood what was going on. After a short pause, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said in his head that he still didn't understand whether it was possible to open all the items or just some of them, since there wasn't even any explanation. After thinking for a while, he said that even opening some of them would be fine. After these thoughts, he looked up at the DLC shop and, holding out his hand, said that he had done well in the first stage, so he wanted to see if there were any special features. After a short pause, he said that the locked quest should be excluded first. Then he accidentally pressed his hand on one of the cells, and the inscription that this was a multiplayer set immediately appeared. Taking a small cube in his hands, he saw that it was written there that at the first stage the main character was a single player, so at the second stage they wished Sahan a pleasant game in the company of colleagues. After reading the inscription, the guy asked in surprise what it meant. Could he really assemble a team for himself? After that, he read that the maximum number of team members was 5, and a bonus for increasing the skill level, skill transfer, and the like would also be awarded. The cost of such a set was 20,000 points. A satisfied smile appeared on the face of the main character, with which he said that he had 700,000 in his account. So this would be enough for him, because usually all the prices are sky high for everything. Although if all the items cost so much, you need to save. Then, suddenly a loud scream was heard from the side. Hearing this, Sahan was surprised. Looking in the direction from which the scream came, he saw that an ordinary guy was loudly calling everyone to come to him, adding that if they united, it would be better. Hearing this, the main character said that ordinary players had already begun to slowly unite. About 10 people approached this guy. Seeing this, he raised his sword and shouted loudly, "They can do it." Without lowering the sword, he shouted with complete confidence and fortitude that they would destroy these creatures together. Yes, everyone gathered shouted, after which they rushed to attack the goblins. The guy, raising his spear, was ready to kill the monsters. He dealt the first one a powerful blow to the face. Immediately after that, 2 more goblins pounced on the guy, tearing flesh and devouring him alive. The girl, who was with the others, seeing the goblins, began to run away in horror, begging for help. Feeling fear, the monsters laughed wildly and enjoyed it. Suddenly, a guy with a club dealt one of them a powerful blow to the head. The next second, another goblin also hit the guy with a club on the head. There were 3 guys left, who were surrounded by goblins on all sides. The leader shouted that they needed to hold out a little longer. Gritting his teeth, the guy was shaking with fear, not knowing what would happen next. The main character silently watched this, saying nothing. Suddenly, Jisu came up to him from behind, putting her hand on her hip, and asked if they were really going to sit there like that. The main character, frightened, turned to his friend and said that they were about to set off. Hearing this, the girl smiled and menacingly told Sahan to hurry up, because she was already hungry. Hearing this, the protagonist asked in shock if his girlfriend really wanted to eat in such a situation. Yes, Jisu answered firmly, telling him to move faster. The guy looked at his girlfriend in surprise and said that the girl did not even ask him anything, although it was even more convenient for him that Jisu adapted so quickly. After a short pause, he said in his head that the situation was so strange that he still would not understand even if he told everything he knew. After a short pause, he said that before they left, Jisu should take this, after which he handed the girl the blade taken from the goblin. Jisu immediately recognized the weapon and, taking it in her hand, said that if the protagonist gave the weapon to her, then the guy himself would have nothing left. Hearing this, Sahan turned away, shaking his hand negatively, said that he would get more because now his girlfriend was more defenseless than he was. Hearing this, the girl was very confused, after which she asked if he was really in front of Sahan, adding that the guy had always been a little strange. After a short pause, the girl firmly grabbed the handle of the blade and thanked her friend. The protagonist then said that the blade was a little rusty, so the condition was not the best, but it would still do for self-defense. Okay, Jisu answered contentedly. And one more thing, Sahan suddenly said, taking a green brooch out of his pocket. It was a VIP brooch that accelerates the healing of wounds and also increases points by 20%. Seeing the brooch, the girl asked if this was some kind of game item, after which she asked where Sahan found it. Having given the item to the girl, the protagonist, changing clothes, said that when he caught the goblin, there was this, after which he asked how his girlfriend knew about game items. After a short pause, Jisu replied that it would be strange to give her an ordinary brooch in such a situation, and even stranger if her friend had such a brooch about himself, and the game uses items. Hearing this, the protagonist, without answering, said in his head that he gave 10,000 points for this trifle, and together with his, 20,000. Putting on the item, the girl with a smile on her face said that the item can be made invisible. Seeing this, Sahan said in his head that the DLC shop is the best because it sells goods of a completely different level than in a regular shop, adding later that it was not cheap, but if you think about the effect, then it is even saving. Reality became a game, but death still meant the end. Judging from this side, healing wounds for 20,000 points is worth it. Moreover, it increases points by 20%, so this is a very profitable item. After that, the guys got together and left the safe zone. No wonder they say that items are important in the game. The protagonist carefully peered out from around the corner, saying that they would try to get out of here, reminding Jisu that she should focus on defense. At this time, the gods gathered in their space. A guy with long blue hair and a dot on his forehead said that humans were very funny, adding that people in his areas begged to save them, and then they went and died one after another. It was not even interesting. After that, a guy with short blonde hair and stripes from his eyes, pointing a gun with his finger, said that he had people shooting and making a fuss, but shooters are super. When suddenly he turned to Acardos and asked if he really had nothing. Acardos himself looked at the system screen in front of him and with a very calm face answered that there was one guy who showed promise right in his area. On his screen was an image of the protagonist, who brutally killed every goblin on the way. Seeing this, Acardos said that the protagonist was just a beast. A few minutes ago, Sehen saw a brooch on his friend's chest and said that he didn't seem to have forgotten anything. The equipment was here and then asked if everything was ready. There was a bottle of elixir on Jisu's belt. Yes, the girl answered firmly. The protagonist carefully peered out from around the corner, saying that they would try to get out of here, reminding Jisu that she should focus on defense. It was evening outside and the sun was setting. The university building. The guys looked out onto the square where the goblins first appeared. They saw a lot of corpses and blood, and the goblins were hanging around the dead people. Sehen looked at his friend and nodded. Jisu did the same. The next second, she jumped down onto the square. The goblins immediately noticed the girl, after which they screamed loudly and vilely. Jisu, without thinking twice, rushed to run forward. She remembered the words of the protagonist, who said that he had a plan. He drew lines on the ground with his finger and said that if there were so many groups of goblins, then there must be someone who was in charge of them all. How do you know that? Jisu asked in surprise when she heard this. After thinking for a moment, Sehen replied that this was usually the case in games because any gamer knew this. He drew small goblins on the ground, and in the center, a larger goblin with bark on its head, after which he said that this is also shown in documentaries, because all animals living in packs have a leader. Well, yes, that's true, the girl answered. Squatting, the main character with a slight smile on his face said that this leader was the boss of this quest, and if you don't kill the boss, it will be difficult to get out of here. Hearing this, Jisu asked in surprise if her friend really wanted to catch the boss alone. Turning to the girl, Sehen replied that this is exactly why he needed Jisu's help. Leaving her memories, the girl ran past the goblins who rushed towards her. A sweet aroma emanated from her, which was called the scent of temptation. This elixir attracts weak monsters in the area. The goblins smelled the smell, and a crazy smile immediately appeared on their faces in anticipation of easy prey. The protagonist told Jisu that they would spray it and thereby lure the goblins. After that, he handed his friend a bottle with liquid in it and said that later she would need to use this potion. It was an elixir of invisibility, which makes the target invisible for 5 minutes. Will I really become bait? Jisu asked the protagonist. This is my request, Sehen answered, adding that he would take care of the rest himself, after which he asked if his girlfriend could handle it. I will try, Jisu answered, asking afterward where the guy got all these potions from. At this time, she ran as best she could, and the goblins began to run after her. It worked, Jisu said happily in her head, then took out the invisibility potion and said that now she needed to use it. When suddenly she heard a loud, shrill scream. It was Jonghyun, who was running away in horror. He and the surviving girl were running away from the goblins with all their might and screaming, asking what was really going on. Jisu was running at the guy's level and, seeing the survivor, asked herself in her head, was it really Jonghyun? The guy was running and begging for help. Gritting her teeth, the girl said discontentedly in her head, just in such a situation. After that, she remembered how she asked her friend if they really had to catch the leader, wasn't their goal to get out of here. Smiling sarcastically, the protagonist replied that this was a game, so the more people survived, the greater the reward would be. After these thoughts, she abruptly stopped, sliding along the ground. A loud landing was heard in front of the two survivors. The goblins that were chasing the boys died immediately. Jisu, having killed the monsters, looked at her hands in surprise, asking herself in her head why her body had become so light. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Jonghyun, who fell to the floor and pointed his finger at the savior, screaming in shock as she had just done that. Smiling, Jisu said in her head that she had not even intended to save this guy. After that, she turned around and with a very angry look said that in such a situation, she should first thank him for saving her. Hearing this, the guy was very scared and drops of cold sweat poured down his face. When suddenly Jisu felt a squeeze from the inside and shock and fear appeared in her eyes. What's wrong? She asked herself in her head. It suddenly became difficult to breathe, she said. Bent over, she breathed heavily and said to herself that she could not calm down, adding that she felt like her blood was boiling. With shaking hands, she took out the invisibility potion and said to herself that there was no more delay. After that, she threw the potion on the floor, breaking the vessel, and said that the goblins needed to be stopped. Her aura turned red and became very powerful. Goblins started to climb towards her from everywhere, wanting to kill her. There was a malicious smile on her face, and her eyes were burning with a scarlet flame. It was necessary to block them, she said firmly in her head. At this time, the protagonist, putting his hands in his pockets, walked along the sidewalk in search of the boss, asking himself in his head, nothing would happen to Jisu. Suddenly, a huge goblin appeared in front of him, which was almost 100 times larger than usual. Raising his head and covering his eyes with his hand from the bright sun, San greeted the hidden boss and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The boss looked at the protagonist with an ominous magical energy, not answering, when suddenly he swung sharply and attacked San. Easily dodging, the protagonist crouched and said with a smile on his face that it was unexpected, adding that now it was his turn. After these words, he sent 20 points to agility in the distribution of points. At that very second, his legs filled with muscles. Immediately after that, he jumped high and the boss hit the ground with his sword, causing a powerful shock wave. Realizing that he did not kill the guy, the huge goblin began to look around in surprise, not understanding where his prey had disappeared to. A wide smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He deftly landed on the boss's neck. Without thinking twice, while the huge goblin did not understand anything, he swung. The next second, he punched the boss in the eye from where blood spurted. The boss immediately screamed furiously from terrible pain and grabbed his eye. The protagonist jumped off the monster, and the latter began to violently hit the ground with his sword and swing it from side to side. Seeing this, San picked up a stone from the ground and said in his head that there were many casualties in the first stage because of this sword, but this time it would be different. After saying these words, he added 10 points to his strength, and his arm immediately filled with muscles. The next second, he threw a stone at the huge goblin, which hit the boss's arm with great striking power. The monster let go of his huge sword, which began to spin in the air. Seeing this, the protagonist said to himself with satisfaction that he had succeeded, adding later that such a sword would be enough. After these words, he did not wait and rushed to attack. He firmly grabbed the handle of the boss's sword. While the huge goblin fell to the ground and held his gouged out eye, the protagonist jumped high and swung his huge sword. The next second, he decapitated the monster with one powerful and fast blow. Right after that, a notification appeared in front of him which said that this is the beginning, and below it said that San destroyed the hidden boss. After that, 2 more notifications appeared. The first one said that the main character receives the Hobgoblin belt as a reward. The second one said that the guy gets another 500 points as a bonus. After reading this, a sarcastic smile appeared on the main character's face, with which he said that this is a worthy reward for the hidden boss. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that the Hobgoblin belt adds 10 points to strength, and the restrictions of the main task do not affect these indicators. After reading this, San said in surprise that this is a very good thing, because it says here that the main task does not affect the indicators. After that, he opened the characteristics window and, having looked through everything, said that, it turns out, there is a limit of 100 points now, since he has rank F, adding later that this is all because this is the first task, so he will increase these indicators later when necessary. After saying this, he closed the stat window, looked away and said to himself that the gods would soon know that he had defeated the boss, so he had to leave before the observer arrived, and then asked if Jisu was in that direction. A few minutes later, he was walking down a small empty street. With his hands in his pockets, he said in his head that this was all very strange, because the goblins should have already run here. There was a dexterous confusion on his face, and he himself said that the duration of the invisible potion was only 5 minutes, and then asked if Jisu had failed to get out, or if he had ended the battle too quickly. When suddenly he heard a loud, furious cry from the goblins. The next second, many goblins began to run past him. They were all terrified and covered their heads with their hands. Seeing this, the protagonist was shocked, who immediately asked himself in his head what was going on. Were the goblins afraid? The next second, he rushed to the side from which the monsters came running and asked himself in his head if something had happened to Jisu. He hurried as fast as he could, saying that there were different unpleasant smells mixed here now, but he clearly smelled blood, adding that he should not have left his friend alone. "I can't leave Jisu here to die," he firmly said to himself, when suddenly what he saw shocked him. Jisu was standing on a narrow bridge, surrounded by many goblin corpses. "You're already here?" the girl asked without turning around. A few minutes ago, the goblin turned around in shock, when suddenly his head was cut into 2 parts by a powerful blow. Jisu cut through one goblin after another. Her left eye was black with a red dot instead of a pupil. Turning around, she saw several more goblins who were laughing madly, wanting to tear the girl apart. Jisu deftly intercepted the grip of the sword. The next second, she killed several monsters with one blow, letting out green blood. Suddenly, she quickly raised the blade above her head. After that, she quickly stuck it into the head of the last goblin. Green viscous blood of monsters splashed on her face. There were no more monsters. Hearing approaching footsteps, she turned around. Everything around was covered in goblin corpses. The protagonist, seeing this, was shocked, not knowing what to say. A sword fell from Jisu's hand. With a burning eye, she fell to her knees, asking if her friend was already here. Suddenly, with a smile on her face, she turned to the protagonist, who was wondering in his head what happened here. He looked at the sword stuck in the goblin's head and said to himself that although goblins are not the strongest monsters, Jisu alone laid down so many. After these thoughts, he asked the girl what happened and whether Jisu used an invisible potion. Hearing the question, the girl sitting on the ground pointed her finger to the side in confusion and said that when she was luring the monsters, she suddenly ran into that guy. Looking in the direction where her friend was pointing, the protagonist saw Jonghyun and another girl lying on the ground. Then Jisu said that the guy looked normal at first and then suddenly fell. I thought he was dead, she said after a short pause. Thoughtfully putting her hand to her chin, she said that perhaps Jonghyun was too scared of the goblins, adding that the guy turned out to be a complete coward. The protagonist suddenly asked if Jonghyun fainted because of Jisu. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise why it was because of her. Sahan did not answer this question, wondering in his head what was wrong with his friend, asking himself later how to check this. When suddenly he turned to the girl and asked if he could look at Jisu's status window, adding later that he would send a request to check the data, and the girl only needed to accept it. After a short pause, he said that he needed to say status window loudly. Okay, Jisu said, after which she said status window loudly. In front of him, at that very second, a system window appeared in which she immediately saw the accept button and clicked on it. Immediately after that, his girlfriend's status window also appeared in front of the protagonist. Looking at it, he said to himself that the experience points were quite high, but he did not see anything unusual here. When suddenly he saw something. A red emblem appeared in a small window in which there was a demonic skull. Seeing this, San asked himself in surprise why this appeared here. This skill was called Death Star, a rare SS rank skill, passive. The protagonist saw it once in the first stage. A world called Jin and a creature called Helma who came from this world. Sahan met Helma while on a mission and remembered her because this creature was the strongest warrior from another dimension. He was the one who had the Death Star skill. Remembering how goblins ran past him in terror, the protagonist said in his head that someone with this skill could cause terror in the enemy, so now he understood why the goblins ran away so quickly. However, he said suddenly, if the owners of such a skill could not cope with this power, they lost their minds and could even lose their personality. Leaving his memories, San continued to look at the system window of his friend's characteristics and said in his head that he did not see these signs in the girl yet, adding that he should watch his friend, because the problem is that. But before he could finish speaking, Jisu, having studied her characteristics window, suddenly asked what the Death Star meant in her features. Hearing such a question, the protagonist asked himself in his head whether it was worth telling his friend about all this, but it would also be wrong to hide it from the girl. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand, closing the system window, and said in his head that now he only needed to tell Jisu the most necessary things. After these thoughts, he said that he would explain in a few words. A few seconds later, he explained that the Death Star is an ability that makes the owner stronger at the sight of blood. I am in front of. Hearing this, Jisu took her sword out of the goblin's head and, looking at the blood, said that it was a disgusting skill. As suddenly her eyes lit up again. Seeing this, San covered the sword with his hand and told his friend to stop, because if he used the skill too often, it could be dangerous for Jisu, so he had to be careful. After that, he stood up and said with a smile on his face that such a skill from the very beginning was still a good indicator. After which he added in his head that judging by the fact that his friend didn't have a single scratch, this skill together with the brooch helped a lot. Amazing recovery power, he said after a few seconds, quiet. Jisu, I've been thinking, he suddenly said, turning to his friend. Yes, the girl asked. Putting his hands on his hips, he stood over Jisu and offered to make a contract with him. Hearing this, the girl's cheeks turned red, and she herself began to ask in surprise, a contract? What kind of contract? Asking the girl with his hands to stop, San said that there was nothing so strange about it, because he was simply offering to become one team with him. Ah, team, the girl shouted, understanding everything, and then said that she had once participated in a team hunt. The protagonist, coming closer and leaning slightly, said that this is a standard scheme in role-playing games. I agree, Jisu shouted a few seconds later. Excellent, San said, hearing this. After that, a green cube appeared in his hand, which he was going to buy. He read that the item said skill transfer, after which he said that if everything worked out, he would be able to become much stronger than in his past life. Team application, he said loudly, when suddenly Jisu, who opened the system window, received a notification, after which she asked, she needed to confirm and that's it. Yes, the protagonist answered, who sat down next to his friend and opened the system window, adding after that there was no need to worry because nothing bad would happen, you just need to click. I believe you, the girl answered calmly, confirming the application. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that Saiyan now had his first team member, and below it was asked if the guy wanted to share skills. Yes, Sehen answered loudly. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his head saying that he currently had no skills, so the protagonist would not be able to share. Hearing this, the guy leaned closer to the system screen and asked himself in his head if he really had to have any skills to share, adding later that it turned out that skills needed to be exchanged, so he would need to share with Jisu a skill that would be most useful to his friend. It would be better for both of them. After a short pause, he, without getting up, said to himself that there was one skill that would suit Jisu, but he himself had to obtain this skill, and it would take some time, so for now it was worth putting this point aside, because right now he did not need his friend's skill anyway. When suddenly he heard a whistle in the sky. Raising his head, the protagonist saw that many watchers were flying in the sky, after which he said that it was very good that the watchers did not see how Jisu dealt with the hobgoblins. After a short pause, he, getting up from the floor, suggested trying to finish the task. Okay, the girl answered, adding that they just needed to get out of here. At this time, the two rescued guys came too. Jonghyun immediately pointed his finger at the savior in shock and shouted that she was a girl. Jisu did not let him finish and, looking at the guy with disdain, said that such a reaction was much better than a nasty look. Suddenly, the protagonist approached Jonghyun. Seeing him, the guy asked if this was really the same loser in front of him. With his hands in his pockets, San said, "Let's move on," and then asked what he was doing here. Hearing the question, Jonghyun shouted in rage, "What the protagonist?" when suddenly a sword was held to his throat. This was done by Jisu, who furiously ordered him to answer the question properly. The guy immediately screamed in horror that he understood everything, after which he asked to put away the sword. Hearing this, the girl turned to her friend and with a warm smile on her face asked to ask the question again. Seeing this, San confusedly asked himself in his head, maybe this is the true character of his close friend. After a short pause, he asked how the guy ended up here alone because people began to gather in groups. Confusedly looking away, Jonghyun answered that he was here on reconnaissance. Hearing this, the main character folded his arms across his chest and asked if he and this girl were on reconnaissance together. Sitting on his knees, the guy answered that this is so because if something happens to one, the other should report it. Hearing this, Sahan looked away, grinned and said that it means there is someone who gave the guy this order because he is not sure that Jonghyun voluntarily volunteered for this matter. "What a freak," the guy suddenly shouted, as Jisu suddenly put a blade to Jonghyun's throat, after which the guy immediately laughed, saying that it was so, adding that he definitely would not have gone on such a mission of his own free will, but he was just unlucky, because he drew lots. At this time, the main character imagined a huge building and said in his head that he did not know who was behind it, but it turns out that there is a person who commands people to fight the goblins. After that, he imagined a man standing in the center of the crowd, and the people around him joyfully raised their hands, after which he said to himself that if this man can control a panicking crowd, then this means that the man has a head on his shoulders and the makings of a leader. After a short pause, he said in his head that, given that Jonghyun was killed in the first stage, it would be better to get out of here and not confront the goblins. After these thoughts, he called out to Jonghyun, which again, the guy shouted in rage. Looking at the guy intently, San ordered him to take him to the leader. Hearing this, Jonghyun asked in surprise why the protagonist needed this. "Your job is to show the way," San answered rudely. "Are you crazy?" Jonghyun shouted in rage. After that, he came closer and shouted that the protagonist had been asking for trouble for a long time, after which he asked who he was to tell him what to do. Suddenly, an enraged goblin rushed at him from the side with screams. Saiyan stopped his paw at the last moment. In an instant, he broke it, and green blood splashed in all directions. The goblin, feeling terrible pain, screamed in horror. The protagonist threw the monster in front of him and swung. There was not a drop of fear in his eyes, only bloodlust and hidden rage. Loud sounds of blows on the goblin's flesh were heard. Blood splashed in all directions and even hit the shocked Jonghyun. Having finished, the protagonist, wiping his hands from the monster's blood, said that goblins have one interesting feature. Fear washed over the guy. In a fight, Sang continued to say, "Always try to kill the one who looks the weakest first." After these words, he leaned over to the guy and, holding out his hand, asked if he wanted to stay alone or if he would still lead them. "I'll show you the way," Jonghyun answered with a trembling voice. After that, Jonghyun led the guys to the leader. There were corpses of people and goblins everywhere. The protagonist, looking at this, said to himself that in his past life at this very time, he also tried to escape from here. They went down the stairs, which were covered in blood and strewn with corpses. Sehen, looking intently at the guide, asked where they were going and whether Jonghyun was leading them correctly. "Correct," stuttering, Jonghyun said, adding that they were hiding in the gym. "In the gym?" the protagonist asked in surprise. "Yes," Jonghyun said firmly, then stopped, raised his head and said that it was here. In front of the guys was a tall building, which was the gym. There were many wounded inside. The healthy ones were helping as much as they could. Looking at how the man was checking the girl's pulse, Jisu said that it seemed like there were many injured. The protagonist continued to walk forward, answering that most of them were victims of the very first attack. Jisu, hearing this, continued to follow her friend, looking at the wounded. Sehen looked at the wounded lying on the floor out of the corner of his eye and thought that the leader was probably at a loss himself, but he had enough strength to help people and take refuge in the building. After a short pause, he added that there were very few people on this campus who could calmly and easily gain the trust of others. Sehen lowered his head and said, "I understand." Jonghyun looked at him in surprise and immediately wondered. The protagonist asked if the one who sent Jonghyun to investigate was the class president, to which Jonghyun nervously wondered how Sehen knew about it. Sehen put his hands in his pockets and asked with a smirk on his face how he could not know. Suddenly, Junhyun appeared in front of him. The class president Junhyun has all the qualities of a leader, so the gods could not help but be interested in him. Sehen turned his head to the side with displeasure and thought that Junhyun must have received the status of a rare avatar, although in his past life he was attacked by a hobgoblin and died. Looking at Junhyun, the protagonist thought that he did not know that if you do not get out of the university, you can die, which means he still has not become an avatar. Sehen looked at the observers and thought that if there were so many of them, then there must have been a request for an avatar by now. Junhai received a notification about an invitation to become an avatar, and he doubted whether it was profitable for him to become one. Junhai turned to the side abruptly, and when he saw Jonghai, he asked if it was him. He extended his hand forward, and when he asked if Jonghai was okay, he noticed Jisu and was pleasantly surprised. Junhai was glad that the girl was okay and wondered what happened. Sehen immediately interrupted him and said that all the formalities would be later, because first they needed to get out of this place. Junhai was indignant, asking who he was, to which Sehen immediately introduced himself. Junhai extended his hand forward and asked why they needed to leave. The protagonist immediately said that the leader of the monsters was dead. Sehen explained that without a leader, the hobgoblins did not know where to go, to which Junhai said that he saw about it in the notification. Sehen looked at him and said that they needed to get out of the campus while they still had time. After a short silence, he continued, saying that from the beginning, the mission was not about survival or hiding, but about escaping. The protagonist stood in a circle of his comrades and, bending his knee, said that if he opened the mission window, the completion time would appear. After that, a thought flashed through his mind that there were too many people here, so he would not cheat. Junhai opened the notification and said that he did not know about the completion time. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that this situation did not look like reality, and that someone had locked them in a game and was having fun. Junhai exclaimed in displeasure, spreading his arms out to the sides, and asked if he knew anything, to which Sehen moved his hand to the side and said that these were just his assumptions and observations. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that whoever he was not their friend. After a short pause, Sehen thought that Junhai's knowledge of the game was at the level of a beginner. He looked at the observers and thought that Junhai was not an avatar and they needed to persuade him as soon as possible and escape. Thoughts flashed through his mind that the gods would gradually become bored and it was unknown what other task they would come up with. Looking at the wounded, Sehen thought that the more favorable the situation was for the players, the less interest the gods would have, and in this game, the most important thing was their reaction. Remembering the hobgoblin, he thought that the gods had most likely already learned of its destruction, so something new was needed. Junhai folded his arms across his chest and asked Sehen if the most important thing in completing the task was to escape from the university. Sehen rudely replied that it needed to be done as soon as possible. Junhai clenched his hand into a fist and replied that they had no connection with the outside world, so they needed to take something. After a short silence, he said that they could use the internet to find out what was going on outside, but they couldn't send out a distress signal. Sehen opened his eyes wide in shock and wondered if Yoonhyung could understand the situation so quickly and couldn't do anything at the first stage and died. He remembered that back then, there was no way to fight back against the goblins or go outside the gym, and Sehen heard that Yoonhyung was killed while he was defending himself. He put his hand on his chin and said in his head that he thought that the leader was too cowardly and indecisive, but he didn't seem like that. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice from behind asking what they were talking about. The protagonist turned around thoughtfully, and the guy standing behind him said that the best thing to do now was to wait for help. Dongwon came out of the shadows and said that they couldn't expose themselves to danger outside. After a pause, he asked if Yoonhyung agreed with what Sehen was saying. Sehen furrowed his brows in anger and wondered what Dongwon was doing here. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he knew Dongwon very well because in his past life, Dongwon had let him down several times. Yoonhyung extended his hand forward and asked what if they were to sit there and no one would come to his aid. Dongwon immediately folded his arms and asked if Yoonhyung was really suggesting that they take a risk and endanger people's lives. Yoonhyung swallowed his saliva and a drop of sweat ran down his face when he suddenly said that he did not mean that. Dongwon and Sehen went to the same university together. The protagonist fixed his gaze on him and thought that he could guess what the matter was from his appearance. Dongwon turned sharply to the guy with a forced smile and greeted him, saying that he was the vice president. Sehun put his hand on his head and smiled, saying that he was very pleased to meet him. Dongwon said that Sehun had said some ridiculous things to Yoonhyung and asked if he was really suggesting that they leave. Sehun immediately asked why they were being ridiculous. Dongwon rolled his eyes and asked if Sehun was insane, since half of the people present were injured and it would be impossible to escape with them. Dongwon looked at Sehun and Jisu and said that they were very lucky, since it seemed like they had killed a few monsters and now they thought they were not afraid of anything. After a short pause, he said that there were terrible monsters outside. Dongwon continued to say that it was impossible to go out with the injured without weapons, so waiting for help was the best thing they could do for everyone. Sehun clenched his fist and thought that any ordinary person could say that, but he knew what Dongwon was like. The protagonist remembered how Dongwon would infiltrate different groups of people and split them, since he was a psychopath who gloated over the killing of people and then escaped alone. Dongwon did not care that people were dying, since it was about his personal gain. Sehun thought that Dongwon was a monster in the form of a human. Dongwon and Sehun looked into each other's eyes. The protagonist got angry and thought that this time Dongwon would not succeed. Suddenly, Jisu broke the silence. She folded her arms across her chest and, looking at Dongwon, asked with displeasure if the guy was really saying that they were just lucky to kill the monsters, and then asked if he saw them killing those goblins. Dongwon smiled slyly when he heard this and asked, "Goblins?" After a short pause, he said that those monsters that are outside, when you kill them, an inscription appears above your head. Jisu immediately remembered that this was the case when she killed that crowd of goblins. The guy emitted an ominous aura. He looked at the guys and asked if they really killed them too. Jisu said with anger in her eyes that they could go there and she would show them. Dongwon did not answer. After a few seconds, the girl took out her phone and handed it to the guy, saying that it was very stupid to sit and wait for rescuers, while being afraid of goblins, because there was no way to contact the police or the military, and no one knew when they would come to save them. As soon as Dongwon heard this, he threw up his hands and screamed, asking if other people would be able to accept and understand all this. The protagonist lowered his head and coldly said that in that case, the guy could stay here alone. Hearing this, Dongwon became scared and asked what Sehun was talking about. After a short pause, the protagonist said that he did not think that they would be able to persuade all the people who were here, so if someone wanted to stay, then it was none of his business. After saying this, Sehun stared at the guy, waiting for an answer and saying in his head that, despite his words, he would never stay here. Dongwon gritted his teeth in intense anger. The protagonist said in his head that Dongwon's goal was most likely this. He looked at all the people who were in the gym and finished, killing these people and rewarding them for their lives, adding after that the guy has a completely opposite method from him, because Sehun is trying to save as many people as possible in order to get a reward. After a few seconds, the protagonist said in his head that if Dongwon stays here with those who are afraid of escape and gets a reward for killing several people, then the risk of falling under suspicion will be less than if he survives and can get out of here. Sehun after these thoughts looked at Dongwon and asked if he will stay here alone. Yoonhyung folded his arms across his chest and calmly replied that he was going to go with Sehun. Dongwon, hearing such an answer from the leader, spread his hands and carelessly said that nothing can be done, adding that he will follow Yoonhyung. Receiving such an answer, the protagonist said in his head that this is not even funny. He kept looking at the guys discussing something on the side and saying in his head that he was now sure that Dongwon was pretending not to know anything, but he was definitely aware of the reward system of this game. There was hatred and contempt for the guy in the protagonist's eyes. He stared at him and said to himself that Dongwon had already become the avatar of the gods. Some time passed. The man looked out the window, where the goblins were raging, and asked Yoonhyung if everything would be okay, because there were still many monsters outside. The leader was sharpening a wooden spear with a knife and calmly replied that according to the guys who were conducting reconnaissance, the goblin leader was dead, so the others seemed unable to figure out what to do. Out of nowhere, a man suddenly appeared, pointed his finger at Junhai and shouted furiously that the guy was trying to drag all these people outside, adding that if he was going to do something on his own, he shouldn't expect good grades next semester. After these words, the teacher began to angrily curse the leader. The main character heard all this, standing nearby, wondering in his head if the professor was still talking about grades in such a situation. Several minutes passed. People gathered in the gym. Junhai stood in the center, saying that it was time to get ready to go out since everyone was gathered, ordering everyone to be careful. After that, everyone went outside. In this crowd was Jisu, who asked her friend if they could go out. The protagonist looked into the distance and calmly replied that if nothing special happened, they would be able to get out of here quickly. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise if Sehun was talking about goblins. No, the protagonist said firmly, adding that goblins who had lost their leader usually did not attack groups of people. After thinking for a while, Jisu asked what her friend meant. There was a large gathering of survivors in front of the gym. Observers were flying in the sky and watching the people. At the same time, the protagonist was closely watching Dongwon and said in his head that he did not like the guy, but to kill him now. After thinking, he raised his head and, without taking his contemptuous gaze off Dongwon, said that there were too many people here and even more so, he could be used later. The group began to move. Suddenly, goblins began to surround them in the park. The people, seeing the monsters, were very scared and began to panic. The leader turned to everyone and shouted that these monsters do not touch groups of people, so there is nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Sehen was surprised and said to himself that Junyoung was doing everything as he was told and doing well, so he thinks that the current leader can be trusted with these people. After a few minutes, Junyoung shouted loudly, informing everyone that there is very little time left, so they need to hold out for just a little longer. A gate began to appear in the distance. One of the guys, seeing the exit, happily raised his hand up and shouted, informing everyone that a gate is visible there. After that, everyone stopped and was very happy that they reached the exit and survived. When suddenly the protagonist was surprised by what he saw and looked down. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the difficulty level of the task was increasing from E to D, the appearance of a guardian. A loud scream was heard. At that very second, the earth and air trembled. People tried to stay on their feet and screamed in horror, asking if it was an earthquake. One of the survivors silently looked at the sky. There was horror and fear in his eyes. A huge minotaur appeared in front of him. The monster lowered its head and looked at the people standing in front of it. Its entire body was covered in huge muscles. The protagonist looked at the minotaur and asked himself in shock in his head if the gods had really gone crazy to give him a minotaur for the first quest. After a short pause, he asked himself in his head if the gods had really sent a monster here that usually appears after at least 15 completed quests. He remembered how he killed a huge hobgoblin and said that such monsters or similar hidden ones could still be defeated somehow. But not the guard. All the people looked at the huge monster in front of them and did not dare to move. Sehen continued to look at the minotaur and say to himself that in a single-player game, 100% loss events are often held, adding that if the gods sent a guardian here, it means they just want to kill everyone who is here. Ricardo's decided to take the easy way out. There was not a drop of fear in the protagonist's eyes. He did not take his eyes off the minotaur, continuing to say that, of course, the guardian will have experience points restrictions since this is the first task. The minotaur looked back at Sehen, exhaling steam from its nostrils. The protagonist opened the huge monster's stats window and saw that the guardian's stats cannot exceed level F, which means they are all equal to 100. The surviving people, although they did not move from their place, were talking to each other, asking what to do. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from Dongwon, who was shouting that everyone needed to run. At that very second, the guy was hit in the face, covering his mouth. It was Jisu, who was whispering if Dongwon had gone crazy, adding that he needed to be quieter. The protagonist saw all this and said in his head that he should not run under any circumstances, because the minotaur had the habits of a bull. And if people ran, the guardian would immediately rush after them, and this is exactly what Dongwon wanted. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from behind the guy, who screamed in horror that he needed to run. Immediately after that, people began to turn around and run away from the huge monster. The next second, the minotaur roared furiously. The girl, hearing the furious roar, froze in place. She said to herself with tears in her eyes that her legs were not moving. The protagonist understood what would happen, so he covered his ears with his hands in advance and said in his head that the roar of the monster probably caused the effect of wild horror and numbness. After thinking for a moment, he said that it was even better because it was safer than running away. At that moment, the guy broke away from the squad and started to run away quickly. He felt a crushing aura, so he turned around in surprise. Horror and wild fear appeared in his eyes. At that very second, the minotaur hit the ground with all his might, crushing the running guy. The people who saw this were shaking with fear. Sehen was the only one who was not afraid of anything and silently watched everything that was happening. At that time, another person was running across the square. It was the old professor who had recently cursed at the leader. The minotaur immediately saw the prey and swung. The next second, his fist hit the professor. Blood and meat flew in all directions. The people saw all this. Sweat appeared on their faces from horror. Jisu closed her eyes so as not to see it. Suddenly, the minotaur raised its head and, spreading its paws in different directions, roared furiously. "Damn!" the main character screamed. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that this creature does not need a weapon to tear a person to pieces, because he is just over 5 meters. The hero did not understand why the difficulty level increased. He cannot remember how to escape from this monster and whether it will be safe. The giant creature with the head of a bull and a pumped-up body stood in place. The guy closed his eyes in fear. The main character opened his mouth, thinking about what to do. He looked up, saying that someone needs to distract him, because he himself will be bait. The guy standing next to him widened his eyes in surprise, saying that he does not have to become bait. Sehen took a step forward and put out his hand, asking if there is someone else or if the guy just wants to die at the hands of the minotaur. The class president raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that even in this situation, there was no rush on Sehen's face. It seemed like he was thinking of the most effective way out of this situation. The hero was sure that he was thinking quite sensibly, but the protagonist beat him. Sehen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Jisu, holding her hand on the guy's mouth, looked at the Appa in surprise. The young man waved his hand back and forth. The girl frowned, realizing that he had some kind of plan. She removed her hand, the hero closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Jisu looked away sadly, thinking that Sehen was annoying her. The protagonist looked down in surprise. The sky behind him was bright from the sunset. His hand reached for his red robe. The guy grabbed his throat, trying to cough. He thought that he was sad that he failed to get the reward, but nothing could be done. The others said that the Minotaur was very dangerous. They needed to move away, there were many tasks, and he was chosen by the deity himself, so there was no need to rush. The headman clenched his fists, saying that nothing could be done about it. The guy closed his eyes and bowed his head, thinking that it was unknown how much time they would be able to gain, but there was no other choice. He asked the protagonist for forgiveness, asking him to do everything possible. Sehen brought his fist to his mouth, and in his other hand he held a red thing, saying that they would need to take people and run when he gave a sign. He quickly disappeared from the place, leaving a bright trail behind him. The guy jumped onto the brick ledge. He opened his eyes wide, mentally calling the monster to him. The Minotaur opened his mouth wide. The protagonist waved a red cloth in front of him. The monster rushed straight to him. The guy opened his mouth wide, telling everyone to run. The elder raised his hand and pointed his finger at the exit, telling them to run and not stop. The heroes rushed forward with a shout, overtaking each other. The guy supported his wounded comrade, moving forward. The hero put his hand to his wide open mouth, ordering them to move even faster and not to look back. The system reported that the skill command cry was acquired. The village chief turned around and raised his eyebrows, wondering how Sehen was doing. The Minotaur's giant fist was raised above the hero. The guy jumped down and smiled slyly. The monster swung its strong hand, preparing to attack the young man. The protagonist held a bright red cloth in his hand, which was fluttered by the streams of raised wind. The Minotaur struck, but the guy managed to slip away. The wall of the building collapsed with a roar, releasing streams of dust. Sehen frowned, looking at this from under his brows. The village chief raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding how he managed to dodge attacks so deftly. The guy watched as the protagonist avoided the monster's attack at the last moment, thereby leading him to a dead end. The hero called out to the village headman. The boy looked at him, thinking that now was not the time to stare at this. He opened his mouth, ordering everyone to run towards the gate. The hero thought that first he needed to get everyone out of the gate, and then think about what to do next. The system windows appeared one after another, informing that the hero had completed the main task alone. The level of task completion was gold. A reward was waiting for him. The boy bowed his head and opened his mouth wide, trying to catch his breath. He happily thought about the fact that he managed to survive. The village headman spread his arms out to the sides in front of the people standing in front of him, asking if everything was okay. He ordered to check if everyone was healthy. The hero turned his head to the side, thinking that everyone was safe, and now he needed to help Sehen get out of there. The boy rested his hands on the translucent blue wall. He hit it with his fist, thinking that this was probably a blockage that prevented him from getting to the previous level. The village chief raised his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly, asking the protagonist to hurry. At that moment, the young man was dodging the monster's blow. He turned his surprised gaze to the side. Sehen wanted to answer, but at that moment, the Minotaur's giant fist knocked the boy off his feet. The village chief's eyes widened in fear and he shouted his name. The Minotaur screamed belligerently, thrusting his fist and the young man forward. Sehen was thrown back by the shock wave. He clenched his teeth, and streams of raised dust appeared near his face and hand. The Minotaur turned and rushed forward, intending to crush the hero against the stone wall. A loud explosion raised streams of dust into the air. The heroes opened their eyes wide, not believing that such a thing was possible. They watched the giant monster through the blue dome. The village chief mentally asked the young man for forgiveness, thinking that he had not sacrificed his life for nothing. He would never forget it. The guy closed his eyes and lowered his head, asking for forgiveness from Jisu, who was standing next to him. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking ahead. The gap in the protective dome was sealed. In his past life, the hero was not distinguished by a fair character. Perhaps that is why when he heard words of gratitude from Yunhyung, he felt a little disgusted, but it was not so bad. The guy remembered her thoughts that he was even a little mean, and now he is not much different. The main character coughed into his fist. His eyes opened wide. There was movement among the rubble of the wall. The Minotaur was leaving in the opposite direction. He turned his head and moaned. The guy was weak before. There were any number of players much more capable than him, but he wanted to live, and for this he had to become heartless and mean. The hand of the guy in a white robe appeared. Sehen was kneading his shoulder. He clasped his hands together and put his hands out in front of him. He wondered what the end would be. The protagonist took a fighting stance, saying that when you are the only survivor, in the end you are left with nothing. Then he realized it and went back. Now he can choose something else. The Minotaur frowned. The boy smirked, thinking that there were no observers here, which is good because he can fight for real. It was a little painful. The status window showed the information about the protagonist. His rank is a second round player. His features are a single player. The skills were presented in more detail. Strength is 17 plus 10 points, agility is 26 points, magic power is 3 points, physical strength is 100 points, no skills. The boy smiled and put his hand in his pocket, saying that there are no observers here, which means the Minotaur can attack as much as he wants. The monster looked at him. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking if he was surprised. The system reported that the hero used points. The physical strength level rose to 94. He recalled the moment of the giant fist strike, thinking that it was strange that he did not die at such a difficulty level, but the hero was sure that all the monster's indicators stopped at the 100 mark. The Minotaur frowned. The status window showed his data, strength, agility, magic, and physical strength were equal to 100 points. The protagonist frowned, looking at him from under his brows. Next to him was the status window of his data, which had not changed. Sehen thought that an ordinary player would never defeat such a guardian monster. In his past life he avoided meeting them, and if he did, he used all means. He did not care about the victims of other people. He just wanted to survive. The Minotaur leaned his body forward, moving towards the guy standing in front of him. His eyes were wide open, and his eyebrows were knitted. Sehen's eyes were wide open, they shone brightly. He thought that, this time, he did not want to do the same. The monster leaned on a bent knee, breaking the ground beneath it. It rushed to attack, leaving a stream of raised dust behind it. The guy opened his mouth and put his hands in front of him. The monster's eyes opened wide. The protagonist grabbed the Minotaur by the horns. The system reported that he used points and his strength increased to 83. The strength indicators reached the limit. He would not be able to use points for this indicator anymore. Sehen opened his eyes wide and raised his head, saying that this is balance. The guy pulled the monster by the horns, saying that he too should feel the existence of a wall that someone like him would never be able to overcome. Dark belts appeared on the hero's body, fastened on his chest. The system window showed information about the Hobgoblin belt. It increases strength by 10 points. These indicators do not depend on the limit of the main task. There were changes in the data on the hero's indicators. Now his strength was 100 points plus 10. The other indicators remained the same. The Minotaur began to squirm, trying to get out of the grip, to which the boy remarked that he should calm down. He squeezed his hand tightly on its horn, saying that he was stronger. Sehen broke the monster's horn in one move. The Minotaur arched its back and threw its head back, screaming hysterically. The hero from the past life could never do such a thing. A bright mark remained on the spot where he stood a second ago. The boy frowned. A solo player, heartless and seeking his own benefit, eccentric and mediocre, a stupid criminal standing on the border. The hero thought that for the person he was before, this was impossible, but now he lacked nothing. The monster frowned, looking at him. Sand kicked, causing the Minotaur to throw its head back from the force of the blow. The boy frowned, thinking that he was a second-round player and he would try to become a hero. The system reported that the hero had completed the main quest alone. The rank of completing the quest was white gold. He would receive a reward soon. The young man opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, thinking about how he, being a bait to help others do, received white gold for the boss and the guardian monster. He knows that this is the highest reward, but he feels a little sorry. He stood with his back to the defeated monster lying on the ground, thinking about what the reward would be, because a weapon would be good since he currently does not have a normal weapon or a good skill. Sehen tilted his head and raised his hand, thinking that he would be happy with anything except a small item or points. He opened his eyes wide and cried out. Exiting outside, he saw a girl sitting on the ground. He asked what Jisu was doing here, because he thought she left with the others. She smiled, turning to him. Sehen scratched his neck embarrassedly, asking if she was worried about him. Jisu raised her eyebrows and called up the status window, saying that she knew he would be fine since the last time they formed a team, she could see each member's status. She pointed her finger at his name in the status window, saying that he was fine even when he got hit by the Minotaur, so she thought he was just pretending. The girl assumed that the hero just didn't want anyone to notice. Sehen looked at her, saying that was true. Jisu asked what kind of clearance rank he got. The guy said it was white gold. The girl yelped in surprise, saying that she thought so. He asked what she got, to which Jisu replied that she had gold. The hero praised her. The ranks had a hierarchy. Everything started with the best, platinum, a bright shield with wings on the sides, followed by gold, a small shield with wings in the center, then silver, a shield with an ornament, and the lowest rank, bronze, a circle with a branch at the bottom. The hero thought that gold is also a high level of completing the task, just the platinum barrier is too high. The system reported that the reward calculation is complete. His achievements: sacrifice, destruction of a guard monster, destruction of a hidden boss. Sehen raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that he is safe and sound, not understanding where the victim came from. As a reward, he receives Orichalcum, which changes shape. It was an orange gem. He also receives a skill, Enemies of the Decisive Battle, which can increase. Next to it was a bright dial. Next to the bright green cross was a message that he was getting a skill, Regeneration, which could also increase, and the hero also received 1,000 points. The guy froze in front of the open status window, saying that this was a good reward. He wondered what an Orichalcum that changed shape was. He looked at the icons of the two skills, thinking that these were additional bonuses for hunting. Most likely, this was the first time in the world that someone completed the main quest, and also destroyed the guard. Sehen raised his eyebrows, thinking that the increasing type had high potential in the second part of the game, but it was a little pity that it was not an S-rank skill. For example, the skill Jiangsulxiang Masks. Jisu smiled, asking if he checked the rewards and whether he saw the message about the second quest. The hero said that it had just arrived. The status window showed information about the main quest number 2. It was called Forward to the Roman Tower. His task is to go to the Roman world and destroy the boss monster. The hero went beyond the university and is now taking his first steps in the new world. He needs to destroy the monsters that captured the Roman Tower. Difficulty level, C, time, 14 days. The guy thought that this was the same quest as in his past life. Those players who passed the same level together received the same quest, so Jisu and Dongwon most likely have the same messages. Sehen looked at the girl, asking if the others went to the Roman Tower. She shook herself, saying that they did. The guy asked why she didn't go with them, because she could have waited for him there. Jisu opened her eyes wide and imagined the image of the guy, saying that she didn't like that there were many people there, but in general, she was irritated by Dongwon. The main character raised his eyebrows, asking why so. She replied that he stunk. The girl frowned in displeasure and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The guy wondered if she had really realized so quickly what kind of person he was. She had amazing abilities, because if she hadn't died so early in her past life, she would have clearly become a famous player, though he didn't know if she was a heroine or a villain. Jisu came closer, asking if they would go straight to the tower, to which the guy, removing the status window, suggested going slowly because they had 2 weeks to spare. Sehen raised his head up, thinking that it was impossible not to notice the girl. Why then was there no observer nearby? The hero asked if she had already become an avatar of the gods, to which she replied, no. He looked at the status window, where there was a list of submitted applications for an avatar. The guy asked why so, because if someone had submitted an application, she would probably have already been informed about all the advantages of avatars. Jisu widened her eyes and imagined herself being controlled by a giant hand, surrounded by monsters, saying that she didn't want to get involved with someone she didn't know, and that word spoiled her mood. Sehen widened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows, saying that her personality had changed a bit. He thought that she was thinking too coldly. He couldn't say that it was the influence of the Jiangsulxiang mask, since she didn't show any signs of madness. He imagined the man with a creepy smile, thinking that even that monster Hulma couldn't completely get rid of the signs of madness after the Jiangsulxiang mask. Jisu looked away, saying that it didn't make sense to her now. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how many requests she had received for the avatar. The girl twiddled her fingers, saying that there were about 12. The hero looked at her in surprise. The hero looked at the thoughtful girl, thinking about the fact that she was standing in a tone. But now she was a member of his team, and since it turned out that way, he would help her become no worse than any avatar. But first, the first skill that needs to be trained is a survival method for those who fell under the influence of the Jiangsulxiang mask. This is the technique Heilchansu Ragen. Sehen smiled. Behind him was the bright sky from the sunset. The heroes moved forward, passing by the trees near the sidewalks. The man stood surrounded by red chains. He moved forward, there was an eerie smile on his face. The protagonist remembered himself in his past life, looking at the dark energy in his palms and saying that he could not master this technique before since he did not have a Death Star. After the battle with H. Jalma, he was able to learn martial arts, but without this skill, it was impossible to master Heilchansu Ragen. Sehen stood holding a full bag on his shoulder. The boy raised his eyebrows, thinking that most of these skills can increase, so they are difficult to obtain and master. Because of this, in his past life he was not particularly eager to obtain them, but now it is different. He looked at Jisu, sitting in the lotus position. Streams of bright energy swarmed around her, drawing an image of a skull. The hero was surprised at how quickly she advanced. A few hours before, there was no one on the street. Trash was lying around. 3 goblins were moving forward, their mouths wide open. The hero opened his mouth slightly, an image of a bright dial appeared behind it. The system reported that it was time for a decisive battle. All actions are accelerated for a certain time. The duration is 5 seconds. The waiting time until the next use is 1 hour. The goblin clenched his teeth and frowned. Sehen thrust his fist forward, throwing the monster back. He raised his eyebrows, thinking that this skill increases everything, even vitality and attack power, and this skill can grow, so the indicators will also gradually increase. A voice shouted that the hero was being attacked from behind. Behind the guy, a goblin with a blade in his hands was in the air. There was a creepy smile on his face. The protagonist frowned, thrusting his fist up. He hit the monster in the lower jaw. The goblin flew back, falling on the asphalt. Sehen looked at the bright light in his palm in surprise, thinking that the regeneration skill was passive. And if you combine the Death Star and the VIP brooch, there will be something. In the status window, there was information that regeneration recovers from injuries by 50% faster. The guy thought that this was a cool skill. The girl squeezed the blade in her hands, asking if Appa was okay. Sehen pressed his hand to his chest, saying that everything was fine and asking if he could see the points. Jisu raised her eyebrows, saying that it was so. Thanks to the brooch's effect, she managed to accumulate a lot. There was information about the VIP brooch in the status window. It accelerates the healing of wounds, and the number of points gained increases by 20%. The guy began to look around, saying that since they were finished here, he needed to share his skills with her. He suggested moving away. A cafe sign was visible on the white building. The heroes sat down at the table. The guy asked her to open the status window. The system reported that skill sharing with a team member was starting. Regeneration was chosen as the skill for sharing. An icon of a bright cross appeared. The received skill was Chanselson. An icon of a skull appeared next to it. The hero raised his eyebrows, thinking that during the decisive battle a good skill, but for Jisu now the regeneration skill would be the most effective. The system reported that if the connection with a team member is not very strong, the ability of the transferred skill drops to 30%. Provided the connection is strong, the effectiveness of the skill can reach 80%. Sehen raised his eyebrows in surprise when he read in the status window that when transferring a skill, the punishments it contains are not transferred. The guy thought that only 30% of the skill can be used, but this should have been warned earlier. The following skills were presented in the status window. Chanselson, wounds inflicted on other people make up 30%, as well as the restoration of maximum attack power and health when receiving or inflicting damage. Regeneration will help heal wounds 50% faster. The hero thought that when the effectiveness decreases, the punishment, madness also disappears. The stronger the connection, the higher the effectiveness of the skill. Jisu leaned her head on her hand, saying that she was glad to have new abilities, but a little worried because of the lack of an attack skill. The hero noted that regeneration can also be called an attack skill. Sehen raised his eyebrows, saying that the ability to survive is also a great way to attack. He asked her to think about it herself, because others need to dodge an attack, but she does not need to do this, because she will be able to immediately recover her strength, so she can use this time and energy to fight. The girl imagined herself dodging a goblin's attack. A bleeding wound appeared on her face. It immediately healed. The hero said that regeneration does not just heal wounds, but also increases endurance, so it will be difficult to defeat her. No wonder it is considered a high-ranking skill. Jisu struck, throwing the goblin back. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at the status window and listening to the words that the skill now speeds up the recovery process, but with an increase in level it will become more and more effective. She exclaimed, saying that it was indeed a good skill. The girl thanked the guy. Sehen raised his eyebrows and pointed his index finger, saying that they had a lot of time in this task, so he wanted to learn a new skill before starting. Jisu asked if what he had was not enough, to which the guy replied that it was not quite so. He thought that it would not be enough to fight the avatars of the gods. The hero said that he had another skill that he could share with her. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Not having time to say about the transfer of skills, the guy asked what skill could not be shared, but just given to her. Jisu furrowed her eyebrows, asking if he was like this before, as if he was ready to give everything to her. Although before he did not care about others, he did not care about anyone. Sehen leaned on the back of the chair. An awkward pause hung between them. The guy curled up, beamed on the chair and said that this skill would just suit her, but if she didn't want it, he wouldn't give it to her. The girl said that wasn't the point. She asked what kind of skill it was. The hero answered, Hyalchin Seregan. The girl was sitting in the lotus position, surrounded by bright streams of energy. The hero thought that she was doing well. The guy looked down, thinking that he needed to take advantage of the moment while she had no time for other problems. He used the access to the community. Sehen found himself surrounded by bright squares. He raised his eyebrows, saying that there was more activity here than last time. In front of him was a message that he had joined the chat under the nickname Anonymous48. A user under the name Honest Life wrote that everything was annoying him, offering to just go and kill everyone. The hero under the name Darkness and Darkness asked who he was going to kill, because the game was in full swing. The guy gritted his teeth, asking who these idiots were. He immediately understood who the user with the nickname Honest Life was. This god, unlike his login, was far from honest. This was the god Dongwon. This user asked what his interlocutor knew at all. The hero with the nickname Clown laughed, calling him stupid. Sehen raised his eyebrows, thinking that, judging by the number of complaints, Dongwon had calmed down a little because of Hyunjin, because he had not managed to get a reward like in the first round, and the rest of this chat was empty chatter. The user with the nickname Clown wrote that his avatar was capable, but somehow stupid and robs banks with the help of his skills. The user with the nickname Honest Life said that this was very stupid and laughed. The interlocutor supported him. The hero began to type a message. He asked why the avatar was robbing banks, since money no longer had much meaning for players. The user with the nickname Clown noted that he did not know the answer to this question, but he found it funny to watch, so he left everything as is. The protagonist offered to watch it together, to which he received permission. The system reported that the user Clown invited the guy to his observer. Sehen leaned his body forward. His face was hidden by a mask with the number 48. He was surprised that there were such functions here. The system reported that the appearance of anonymous users is hidden. The guy watched the girl in the jester's cap, thinking that he was really invited to the personal observer channel. The girl threw her head back and smiled, finding the guest. She seemed to point her finger forward, saying that this was her avatar. She asked how he liked it. Bright rectangles appeared on the hero's mask. He saw a dilapidated room. The girl lowered her head. A shiver ran through her body. The hero came closer. She covered her face with her hands in fear. The policeman knelt down, saying that he could hear her swallowing. He asked if she was okay. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that it was dangerous to be here. The girl put her hand in front of her and screamed. The guy turned the corners of his mouth down. The protagonist raised his head, thinking that he had found it, the thing that would help destroy the monster from the Roman Tower, the key card. Two people walked down the street. Jisu asked if the Roman Tower was on the other side, and Sehen replied that he just wanted to go to one place before they went there, because he definitely needed something to pass the second meeting. They looked at the colorful sunset, and the protagonist thought that there were almost no observers here, because there were few players who survived to this level. Jisu looked to the side and said that this street looked just terrible. They looked around, and Sehen explained that the street became like this because of both monsters and people. Behind the protagonist, there was a broken vending machine. He thought that he was already used to it. Unlike Jisu, Sehen said that monsters do not need to touch such objects of civilization. The girl sat down and said that the laws no longer have power here, and there are no police or military nearby, and people freely show their weaknesses. The protagonist looked away and said that not everything is destroyed yet. The computer screen showed breaking news, and Jisu said that the gods or guys who control this system will never leave those in power alone, and it can be considered that things like the government are already destroyed. A monster was approaching the girl from behind. Suddenly, blood gushed out of the goblin's head. Jisu looked at the bloody weapon, and the protagonist was surprised at how naturally she acted. The girl touched the blade and said that it was dull and she should change the weapon. Sehen said that she even killed a monster with such a knife in one hit, and Jisu answered that additional damage affects humanoid creatures. The protagonist tilted his head to the side, thinking that if he has 30% additional damage, then Jisu has all 100. He said that they need to find someone and immediately go look for weapons, and that they were almost there. A tall bank building was visible. The girl asked if this was the place they needed. Jisu looked up, asking if Sehen wanted to withdraw money, and the protagonist put his hands in his pockets, answering that it was now impossible to buy something with money, unlike points. The protagonist raised his head and said that inside this building there was a person who was needed in the second stage. It was light inside the room. Sehen and Jisu went inside. There were people fighting. The woman in glasses screamed loudly, asking what would happen to the man who had volunteered to detain the enemies. She ran away, and the man in the police uniform screamed that he would be all right. He pushed himself off the floor and jumped. The policeman rushed forward. The man, whose face was hidden by black clothes, grabbed a knife and screamed that they had not been warned that someone would be here. The policeman smiled. He knocked the weapon out of the intruder's hand. Then he kicked him. The intruder stumbled and cursed loudly. The policeman punched him in the stomach. The thief's eyes widened, not understanding why his opponent was so strong. He began to fall and cough loudly. The policeman looked down and said with a smile that he had no more business with the intruder because everyone had already left. The thief fell to the floor, and the man put his hands on his waist, saying that everything ended well. Jisu peeked around the corner asking if this was the man Sehen was looking for, and the protagonist confirmed it. The girl asked if the policeman had a special item that he used to defeat all the players. Sehen glanced at the man and said that it was possible, but most likely there was another reason, and thought about the policeman being an avatar of a god. The man turned around. He approached the protagonist and said that it was too dangerous here. The policeman smiled and added that they needed to go to a safer place because there were a lot of robbers coming to the bank. They stood opposite each other. Sehen explained that he did not come here for a bank issue or to hide. The protagonist looked at the policeman seriously and said that they came for him, calling him Mina. The man's eyes widened in shock. He smiled and waved his hand, saying that his name was not Mina but Zhengchul. Jisu grabbed the policeman's hand and said that his pulse was racing, as if he was taken by surprise. The girl looked at Zhengchul's wrist and added that judging by his dilated pupils, it seemed like he was very surprised to hear the name. The policeman looked at Jisu in confusion, who said that it was strange to be surprised by a name he was hearing for the first time. The girl smiled and asked if the protagonist knew about everything beforehand, and San thought that Jisu was incredibly perceptive. The policeman raised his eyebrows and asked who they were. The protagonist pointed at him and said that they were the ones who knew his true face. Zhengchul touched his cap and cursed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that the policeman was doing a good job of pretending. There was an eye in the air and Sehen thought it was the clown's observer who looked really weird for some reason. Zhengchul slapped Jisu's hand away. Rubbing his wrist, he asked how the protagonist knew that. Sehen chuckled and said that Zhengchul didn't even try to hide his true face now. The policeman brought his hand to his face when the protagonist told him to show his true face. Mina was sitting on the ground thinking that she had tried everything to not die. Her hair was blowing in the wind. There was a policeman lying on the ground. The girl reached out for his cap thinking that the clothes and items were the perfect plan. Mina as Zhengchul put on the cap and smiled. The girl crossed her arms and a golden glow appeared around her. Sehen and Jisu looked at Mina seriously, who asked why they were looking for her. She furrowed her brows and said that she had a lot to do. The protagonist hit Mina on the forehead with his finger and said that it was very low to rob a bank. Jisu looked at Sehen and asked if it was a shapeshifting skill. Mina sighed in displeasure when the protagonist said that it was true and that this girl could shapeshift into other people or creatures. Jisu touched her face and Sehen thought that he didn't know what to say if she asked how he knew that. Jisu looked straight at her and said that Mina most likely didn't rob the bank but helped other people. Mina raised her eyebrows and shouted that it was true and that people would trust a police officer more than a schoolgirl, so she shapeshifted. Sehen crossed his arms and said with a smile that she brought the robbers here herself and now she is trying to deceive them. There were many people lying on the floor, and the protagonist said that the people hid in the bank while running from the monsters, which meant that it was impossible to rob it, and so Mina lured the robbers here. The girl frowned her thin eyebrows and shouted that this was not true, because then she would not have fought with the robbers. Sehen imagined a policeman with gold in his hands and said that Mina was going to take all the money for herself, because if the bandits showed up here a couple more times, the rest would consider the bank dangerous and not come. The protagonist smiled and asked if he was right. Mina raised her eyebrows, not knowing what to say. Sehen imagined the faces of Mina and Dongwon and thought that only these two could incite people, and that he had seen these techniques so many times in his past life that he immediately recognized it. Mina put her hands on her waist and asked if Sehen would turn her into the police, to which the protagonist replied that neither the police nor the prisons were open right now, especially since Mina would have immediately escaped from there. Jisu looked at Sehen, who said that Mina would have to stay with them for a while until they completed the second task. The girl looked at them in surprise. She smiled and said that the protagonist was acting tough even though he was still only on level 2 while she was already on level 3. Mina ran up to Sehen, asking him questions about the game, and he replied that she didn't need to know that, but instead needed to decide whether she would go with them or not. Mina turned away and said that there was no point in her following them, and the protagonist said that he would share the points if she agreed. The girl turned around and said with a grin that those ragamuffins who hadn't completed the second task yet couldn't have many points. Sehen's sweat dropped and thought that if Mina treated them like this, nothing good would come of it, and so he needed to raise his authority in her eyes. The protagonist prepared to flick her forehead. Mina began to fall. She gritted her teeth, shocked that Sehen had just hit her. The system provided information about the protagonist, who said that Mina needed to be polite. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and screamed that the protagonist did not dare tell her how to behave, and that she would not stand still after being hit. Jisu grabbed Mina's wrist. Mina lowered her head, thinking that Jisu was very strong, and screamed that she would be able to free herself. Mina frowned, and a bright light fell on her face. Jisu looked at Mina in surprise. Jisu continued to squeeze Mina's wrist, who screamed in pain. She waved her arms, screaming that her bones were going to break. Jisu raised her eyebrows and suggested that Mina was unable to concentrate and transform because of the pain. Mina closed one eye and let out a painful sigh. Jisu closed her eyes and said that it would be nice to be polite to each other because they were humans, not animals. Mina gritted her teeth and said that she understood and asked him to let go of her hand. Sehen smiled and asked if Mina would go with them. There was an orange sky above the tall buildings. A red eye was flying above the group. Mina asked if the protagonist and Jisu were avatars, and the protagonist denied it. Mina frowned and asked why they were so strong then. Sehen smiled slightly and replied that it was not necessary to be an avatar to become stronger than an ordinary player because the weapon was the most important. The protagonist showed a green artifact and said that in addition to good stats, high-quality equipment was also needed. Jisu looked at Sehen and asked if they could find a normal weapon since there was chaos all around and no stores or people left intact. The protagonist walked up to the green building and said they could. The system said they had entered a safe zone. They entered the building. Mina asked how Sehen knew there was a safe zone here, and the protagonist smiled and said that you could tell by looking at the store. The shelves were almost completely empty. There was trash on the microwaves. Jisu took a napkin and said that there were signs of robbers but not monsters because the things weren't broken, there were no dead people, and monsters wouldn't steal food. The protagonist turned away. Mina asked what kind of weapons they were going to buy here. Sehen looked at the large vending machine and said that they could open a point store. The girls approached him. Mina was surprised, and the protagonist said that it was strange that she, being an avatar, did not know about it. Mina's sweat dropped and said that she did not even suspect. Sehen turned around and thought that the deity could have told him himself because the weapon was a necessary item in the game. The protagonist imagined a black silhouette and thought that the clown was known for his sadistic tendencies and he could not send his avatar to take the easy way out. Sehen said with a smile that he himself accidentally found out about it and that Mina should not be upset because she was still in the beginning stages. Jisu opened her mouth in surprise when the protagonist said that they would have a better chance of acquiring weapons before they started the second task. Mina blushed and frowned. Various weapons were floating in the air, and Sehen said that for that reason, he advises you to choose one of these items. The protagonist raised one finger and asked what will appear in the store this time. Sehen put his hand in his pocket and said that as he expected, there were mostly standard weapons and the trick to the game was in the unusual items, and there weren't even any potions to increase the chances of survival. The protagonist thought with a tired expression that if they walked a little further, there would be a player who made weapons themselves, but at the moment, they had no other way to get weapons. Sehen put his hand in the purple portal and said that they should at least be grateful for this equipment. The protagonist turned around and added that the first thing they should do was buy the most normal thing they had. Sehen handed Jisu the equipment that protected the heart, so it should be wrapped around the body. Jisu smiled and blushed when the protagonist said that she could return the points later. Sehen smiled and asked what weapon she wanted to take. Jisu looked at the purple screen and said that there were only 4 weapons. A long mace was visible on the screen, and Jisu said that she would take it. The girl picked up a weapon and the protagonist thought that with her skill it didn't matter what weapon to use. Sehen crossed his arms and thought that for beginners it was more convenient to use something that could be swung rather than cut and slashed. Mina sighed in displeasure and said that she hoped that the protagonist would buy something for her. Sehen looked at her and said with a wide smile that it was not profitable for him to do so. Mina puffed out her cheeks in offense when the protagonist reminded her that she herself refused points when he offered them. Sehen looked at the girl and said that the cheapest weapon cost 200 points and that if he were Mina, he would collect points instead of wasting time robbing banks. Night fell. The monster screamed loudly. The player held a golden sword in his hand. The protagonist swung the weapon, his eyes wide. Sehen looked at his sword and thought that he had just pierced a goblin and a concrete wall. The protagonist tapped the purple screen, thinking that since he had already acquired the weapon, he might as well try the platinum level reward. There was a golden crystal in his palm, and Sehen thought that now was the time to use it. The system provided information about orichalcum, which can change shape. The protagonist placed the artifact on the blade of his sword and thought that it was both a liquid and a metal that had the function of returning back. Suddenly, the stone in his hand began to shine brightly. The system reported that the use of the artifact was complete. Sehen looked at his sword and thought that it was very sharp, but its durability remained unchanged, which was even more than he expected. Jisu, who was holding a mace, said that they had come to a Roman tower. A huge gray building was visible. Mina looked away and said that the world had just begun to change, and Jisu had already adapted to everything. The protagonist smiled and asked how Mina was going to survive if she was poorly adapted to what was happening. Mina turned around and asked what their mission was, and Sehen replied that they had to catch a boss monster. The girl smiled, and the protagonist asked what she had on the second level. Mina turned away and replied that they only had survival. Sehen looked at the girl silently and thought that now it was clear why the level ended so quickly. The protagonist imagined a human battle and thought that they had to kill or die at the hands of other players until their number reached a set number. Sehen imagined an army of goblins and thought that their escape was a very peaceful level, although without him, all the players would have died at the hands of a guard or hobgoblins. The protagonist frowned and stopped abruptly, saying that there was someone ahead, and ordered the girls to hide behind the rocks. 2 people were walking down the street. Sehen peeked out from behind a rock. Jisu looked at the protagonist, assuming that they were on guard, and Sehen replied that they seemed to be guarding the borders. Jisu's eyes widened in surprise, saying that there were no monsters here. The protagonist smiled and explained that the guards were protecting the building from strangers like them, since this level involved competition among players. Sehen pointed at himself and Jisu and said that Mina was not one of them. The girl turned around and asked if the protagonist was offering her to change her appearance, go to the guards and torture them for everything. Sehen smiled and said that it would be the fastest and most effective way. He thought that only he should figure out the situation himself. Jisu and the protagonist stood over Mina, asking if she would go there, and the girl agreed. Mina disappeared. She quickly jumped from stone to stone. The girl peeked out from behind the cobblestone and thought that the guards were moving slowly, so there should be no problem. The man frowned, and Mina thought that she needed to catch the moment when one of them would not see the other. The man stamped his foot. Mina swung her hand. She hit one of the guards on the neck. Jisu and Sehen watched her silently. Mina was dragging the guard behind a rock. She dropped it, saying that it was too heavy. The girl's body began to emit a golden glow. The guard looked away. He turned around and shouted at his partner that he would immediately report to his superiors if he did not return. Mina, as a guard, came out from behind the rock and said that she just needed to relieve herself for a minute. She waved her arms and asked with a laugh if she should report this now too. The other guard turned away and said that this was not the first time this had happened and that the changing of the guard would begin soon. Mina, as a man, smiled. The protagonist, hiding among the rocks, did not understand if everything was okay with Mina because she was acting very strangely. Mina scratched the back of her head and asked the guard to wait for her. Dust rose around the tower. People were climbing up the stairs. A man in a black t-shirt smiled and asked if they could catch the boss right away since they had already reached the top floor. Someone grabbed the wall. A monster resembling a dragon was lying on the floor. A man with bangs opened his mouth in shock, asking if this was the boss of the second level. The men looked at the creature in silence. The dragon suddenly opened a bright yellow eye. It stood up, and its eyes shone in the darkness. The man frowned, shouting that they couldn't handle it on their own, and so they had to hide. Suddenly, the monster pinned him to the floor. The man's body was emitting blue light. The players were running away from the dragon. A black-haired boy screamed in fear as the monster opened its mouth, approaching him. The dragon swallowed the player. The men ran quickly, their mouths open in fear. The dragon knocked them off their feet. The others continued to run. The man frowned and cursed in his mind. He saw a massive door and thought that the boss would not be able to get out of here and that they would be saved once they got outside. Suddenly, the players stopped, surrounded by the dragon's tail. A man with short hair grabbed his head, asking what to do now. Another player pulled out a sword and shouted for them to pull themselves together. The monster absorbed him, and the weapon fell to the floor. Blood sprayed in the air, and the men cursed loudly. The player looked up and prayed for help. There was a crowd of people standing near a tall building, while someone said that the boss of this level is on the top floor, and it is huge, but the problem is the conditions of the dungeon. A city was visible. The starting point was the entrance to the boss monster's room, meaning that the same people who were on the first level can enter there. An image of two silhouettes was visible, and someone said that there is only one boss monster and two teams that catch it. As a result, only one team can complete the task. Mina furrowed her brows and said that there would be a punishment for not completing the task, so they couldn't give in. Sehen looked down and thought that was the reason why the one who came later was sitting down below. There were two people standing in front of the gate. The protagonist's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Jonghyun clutched the spear in his hands and asked Sehen what he was doing here and why he hadn't died yet. The gate was closed. The protagonist followed Jonghyun, asking how he survived since he hadn't gained any experience points, and the young man replied that he was just lucky. Jisu remembered the battle and guessed that Jonghyun had become so polite because he had seen Sehen fight. The young man turned around when the protagonist asked to take him to the village chief Ponghyuk. Jonghyun looked at his partner silently. The latter flinched when Jonghyun said he would do it. Sehen smiled contentedly. They walked down the street and Jonghyun said that their base was here. The protagonist touched his forehead as he heard someone discussing him. Sehen frowned in displeasure and thought that there were a lot of people here, so there were also plenty of observers. Mina looked away and asked if all those people were there last round too. The girl turned to Sehen, asking what he did in the last level that everyone was looking at him like that, and the protagonist replied that he did nothing special. He put his hand on his forehead and added that he single-handedly dealt with the monster while they all ran away. Mina frowned, asking if Sehen was saying that he single-handedly dealt with the Minotaur guard on the first level. The girl elbowed the protagonist in the stomach, not believing that he could do that. Nina looked at Sehen in shock when she realized that it was true. While they were talking, someone quickly ran towards the protagonist and called him. The black-haired youth waved his hand, happy that Sehen was alive. The man hugged the protagonist tightly. Mina touched Jisu's shoulder and asked who he was. The man bowed his head and said that they were here now because they came later. The protagonist touched his forehead and thought that this matched what Mina had said. Sehen grabbed his weapon and said that they should deal with the boss first and those who were currently upstairs and beat up those who occupied the territory. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how this was possible. Sehen smirked and said that they would lure those from above who wanted to take all the credit for themselves. themselves. A sharp scythe was stuck into the floor. The young man was clutching the monster's wrist. He was walking down the road, holding a bloody sword in his other hand. The snake wrapped around the building. The hero knew that there was one boss monster inside the tower and 2 teams hunting it. He knew that the team that couldn't complete the mission would get punished, and the punishment for failing the mission, of course. He introduced Cardos and said deaf. San said he was asking just in case. He pointed his finger forward and said that the boy said that they knew about the boss monster. He said yes, then San asked, were they the ones who said that the monster was at the top of the tower? The boy said that's exactly it. The hero said that they would give in to them and they would catch him first. Junhai looked at the hero in surprise and asked again. He walked up to him and asked if he was serious. Sahan looked away and said that he was serious because if that monster was on the roof, let them catch it first, if of course they could catch it. Junhai turned to the girls and asked what about their task. If they don't kill the boss, they're done for. Sahan folded his arms over his chest. The girls looked at him and he said that he would say this when that monster on the roof was the real boss. He asked the guy why he thought that the boss they needed was on the roof. Junhai said that if he had watched the video, he would have thought so too. He said that the monster was too strong for a normal monster. He saw how it fought, said that he realized this when he saw the recording of the battle with the other team. Junhai stared at his phone, said that the more important thing is that he received a boss stage notification when he first entered the Roman tower, which means that the boss monster is here. He remembered how he entered the building. He said that after that, on one other floor, he looked ahead and didn't see a monster stronger than him. The hero imagined the underground and asked if he checked it. Junhai asked again. Saiyan said about the underground under the Roman tower. Junhai fell silent. Saiyan showed his finger and said that he would only say one thing. He looked at the guy gloomily and said that a boss monster has one difference from a normal monster. Saiyan imagined a boss surrounded by other monsters and said that he was gathering an army to protect him. That was the difference. The guy looked into the tent and shouted that Hunim should go out and take a look. The elder slowly turned and asked what was going on. He was standing naked to the waist with a towel over his shoulder, asked, "Are those idiots again?" The guy started gesturing and said that this time. He looked at the hero's team and said that this time there are new ones. The elder asked again. Saiyan sat down on the bench, looked at Dongwon and asked why he suddenly decided to trust him and go with them. The guy was leaning against a column and said that they would hardly be able to catch the boss monster anyway, so he thought there was something in it, leaving those monsters to another team and going to the subway themselves. He smiled and asked why the hero was looking at him like that. Saiyan was silent and thought that Dongwon, although a bastard, was cooking a pot. He would like him to cook in moderation. Yunhyung scratched the back of his head and said that even though he agreed to go together, but would they really cope? He said that most of them were former criminals. The girls looked at each other solemnly. Saiyan knew that during the first game in Korea there were many different guilds. Among them, one stood out in particular, which was organized by criminals right after the changes began in the world. It was a guild that inspired fear just by its very name. For their own gain, they killed people without a conscience and were ready to do absolutely anything. They called themselves Sin, and the leader who created this guild was. Saiyan looked up. The elder came out to them. With chains on his hands, Juwon sat down by the railing and asked what the hero wanted to tell him. He founded the guild in the past. He looked at the crowd of people among the construction debris. His comrades asked, did they really come to swing their fists? Yunai looked up and said that they came to express their opinion. Juwon looked at him in surprise and said that it was too late to give an explanation. Yunai said that they did not think about it. Yunai came closer. Juwon asked what then. The guy said that they came to say that they give them the boss monster that was on the roof. Juwon started laughing and asking how they could give in to them. He said it wasn't called giving in but running away. He said it was true, asked if they were really going to die themselves. Junhai looked at him and said they wouldn't beat them anyway if they started fighting. They were going to find another way out. He said they should go after that boss and when the timer was up a new boss monster would appear and they would start hunting it. Sehen looked at the guy and thought he was lying pretty well. He was lying so calmly with that expression on his face. Juwon jumped down to him and asked if it was true. Junhai asked what other way out they could have. Juwon covered himself in red runes and said if the guy had something else on his mind they were all finished. An ominous aura emanated from the gang leader. His fighters started covering themselves. Junhai covered himself and said it was true and he gave him his word. Sehen looked at Juwon's aura with a calm expression and noticed his unpleasant sense of malice. He looked at Juwon and thought that this was the avatar of one of the higher gods, the avatar of Hades. Juwon smiled and said that it was just beautiful and asked what the others thought about it. The thugs climbed out of the windows, shouting that they didn't care because they would die if they gave in. Another thug shouted that if they were planning something, they would finish them off and be done with it. Juwon pointed his finger forward and said that they would do so. He said that the heroes should understand that they cannot blindly trust them. Junhyung bowed and said yes, adding that he would stay here while they fought the boss. Dongwon approached the guy and said that it would be better for him to stay because he was their leader and they couldn't do without him. Junhyung looked at the guy in surprise and said that if he changed his mind, he should tell him. Sahan didn't understand what was going on. Jiwon chuckled and told him not to make fun of him by saying that there would only be one left. He raised his hand and said that everyone here should stay. He looked ahead ominously and said especially. He pointed at Jisu. The sickle on the chain flew into the air. The hero approached Jiwon. He looked at him solemnly. The avatar's eyes widened. In his mind he asked who was in front of him. Sahan blocked his friend with his body. He thought that Jiwon didn't like Jisu, and even if he didn't know about Jiang Sulseong, he probably felt something. Yoonhyung started shouting, asking what they were planning, but Jiwon rushed past him. He chuckled and said that the hero was not bad. He approached him and said that the hero was special. He said that he was. The thugs started pointing at the hero and asking how dare he talk so rudely to their senior. Jiwon waved his hand and asked him to shut up. His eyes started to glow. He said again that the hero is not that simple. Sahan looked at him angrily and said that therefore, if he does not want to fight them, it is better to compromise. Jiwon stepped back, a red aura emanating from him. His hair started to stand up. He looked at the flower from the aura near Jisu and assumed that it was a cannibal flower. The thugs smiled and said that these stupid idiots were getting away with it and suggested squashing them. Jiwon grabbed his chest, clenched his teeth. He tried to understand who Jisu was. The hero put his hand on her shoulder and said stop. The flower started to evaporate. His friend apologized and said that she got carried away. San thought that for the Changsulseon skill, this was a relatively moderate level of anger. He smiled and thought that no matter how crazy this Jiwon was, he was not worth using this skill on. He asked what the elder's answer was. Jiwon sweated, said okay, he accepts. Dongwon stepped forward. The elder said that he could stay here alone. Sahan turned around. The elder was picked up by his comrades. Yunai said that they would do so. Jiwon looked at the heroes in shock and asked himself who they were and how dare they. He looked at their backs and said that he would definitely complete the mission and kill them all. Yunai nervously adjusted his hair and said that he did not know whether they would succeed or not, but fortunately everything worked out, although he was a little worried about Dongwon. After all, he was left there alone. Sahan thought that there was no need to worry about him. He frowned ahead and said that the guy himself wanted to stay there, why worry? He suggested starting preparations. The heroes entered the safe zone. Everyone looked at them. Junai said to buy the items they wanted at their own discretion. He looked up and said he didn't know there was such a thing. There were interface screens open in front of the people. People were buying and trying on weapons. Sahan opened the interface window. The leader asked him what he thought about it. Sahan turned to him. The leader asked if the enemies would be limited to just one boss monster. Sahan immediately said no. Junhai thought so too. Sahan turned away and said that there was no need to worry about it anyway. The guy asked why. Sahan started talking. He remembered Jiwon and thought that the offer after they caught the boss monster was just pointless. After a while, Sahan was talking on the phone and told the guy to try his best there. He was asked who he was talking to. Sahan turned to Jisu and said that he needed to talk to someone. He said in his mind that she sometimes suddenly appears and scares him. The girl asked what this is. Sahan looked at the objects under his feet and said that he will use this in the battle. The girl asked what kind of rings these were. Sahan said that these are bracelets for training. With the color of the crystal you can adjust the weight of the bracelets. The levels are distributed from red to purple. Jisu leaned against the partition and asked if the hero is really going to train with this. Sahan said that there is someone who might need these bracelets. Jisu took out a mace. The hero asked if she has finished training yet. The girl waved her weapon and said that the standard defense in this mace would be enough for her, in which case the hero suggested going to the headman. Sahan took the things and went ahead. His friend asked him if he knew how to use a spear. He looked ahead and thought that he couldn't say that he learned it in his past life. He was interested in what the teacher was doing now. Jisu caught up with him and asked what weapon he knew how to use best. He said that there was none and couldn't name anything specific. He frowned at the spear and thought that there was no such special weapon and all weapons were so-so for him. He thought that for survival or winning a battle, abilities are not the most important thing, at least for him it was. He remembered the past world. He thought that the strongest and the best among people, who defeated everyone, and the only one who could stay alive, seeing the end of the human race. This is him. He thought that this time he will be able to get the title of the strongest. Sahan looked ahead. Yunhai ran towards him with a bunch of equipment, which the hero noticed. The guy smiled and said that thanks to him, he received a great reward for the first task and he had a lot of points, so he was able to buy good things. An eye was flying in the air above the guy. Sahan assumed that he had become an avatar. He looked at the eye and assumed that judging by the guy's character, it was not an evil god, but they would find out in time. Yunai looked at the others. The hero asked if they had finished preparing. He said that they had, so he came to say that it was time for them to go. Sahan pointed back and said that perhaps he and his friend would have to go separately because they had some things to do. Sahan stopped the guy and told him to take this. Yunai looked at the orange spear in surprise and asked what it was for. Sahan introduced the boss's room and said that when they entered there, they should stick this spear in the middle of the room. If they stuck it into the floor, it would most likely go deep. Said that the blade should point upwards. Sahan showed the phone and said that if they failed to kill the monster, he would give them this, said to turn it on near the spear and asked to give him a sign. Yunai asked how these items are related to each other. The hero said that they would find out about everything later. Dongwon held the phone and read the messages about the completion of the preparations. He realized that everything had already begun. He smiled and began to ask why it took them several days to prepare. During this time he had already challenged the boss 3 times, although to no avail. He thought about the hero and realized that he was right, tried to understand who he really was. In the end he decided that there was definitely something in him. Besides, his god advised to be careful with him. Dongwon began to go upstairs. He turned to the guard. He looked forward with a spear. The guy said that he had some information about the task. The guard asked to tell, but Dongwon said that he would not tell him, so he asked to take him to the elder. The guard frowned at the guy. The guy said that he would not harm them, but help them complete the task. Dongwon looked at the guard ominously and thought about how much the hero irritated him. He remembered the elder and thought that he was also strong enough. He smirked and thought, if he had to choose, he was more inclined to this side. The guard led the guy forward and said that if it was some trifles, then he should be ready for anything. Dongwon smiled and agreed. In the dungeon, swarms of rats ran along the canal. They were scared of the light of the flashlights. Yunhyung killed a large rodent with a hammer. He smiled and said that he had to give the hero his due. Without the flashlights they would have had a hard time. Sahan froze in front of a bunch of eyes in the darkness and said that monsters that live in the dark usually don't like light. A bunch of rodents ran forward. One rat was cut in 2. Hordes of rats were dying from the hero's blows. A little later, he chopped down a couple more rats. He wiped his sword, noticed that the rats were not decreasing, but only growing. Yunai noticed that the hero was killing them too easily, as if he was catching rats. Sahan chopped down another one and said that these were rats, but the guy mentally said that he didn't mean that. Sahan walked forward and turned around when Yunai asked how far they had already gone. The hero presented a diagram and said that they had gone about halfway, said that they were on the 3rd floor out of 6. Sahan took out his phone and looked at it questioningly. He opened his mouth in surprise. Nina wrote that they were already going down. Sahan smiled. After the blow, cracks appeared on the wall. Ju-won was training, thinking about the capture. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was some kind of nonsense. He knew that an ordinary person would not be able to catch him. He thought of a monster whose gaze turned everything into stone, thought that it was just a snake. He gritted his teeth. He was called. The guard pulled back the curtain and said that the guy wanted to tell him something. Dongwon bowed slyly. The thugs surrounded the guy and began to ask if he was planning something against them. Dongwon smiled and said that his team was currently fighting monsters in the basement. He said that the monster on the roof was the strongest in this building, but it was not the real boss. The real one was in the basement. That's for sure. One of the men clenched his fist angrily and said that this is why they gave up on the monster on the roof so easily. He said that the heroes just wanted to mock them. Ju-won thought it was a psychological trap. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to defeat him anyway, because he wasn't there for that. He looked ahead in surprise and said that it was true, mentally asking how dare these puppies. He decided that he wouldn't just let it go. Everyone followed the elder, while Dongwon thought that while they were fighting, he would stay with the one who won, and he could get rid of the punishment with the skill he got from the deity. He looked at the smiling guard with annoyance, who thanked him. Ju-won looked at the passage and asked Dongwon if it was here, and he confirmed it. He looked ahead in surprise and mentally asking why there was no one here. Everyone was circling. Ju-won ordered to comb everything. There was no way there was no one left here. The guard approached the elder and said that if they were thinking that they would chase them, and all the way down, the faster they completed the task, the faster they would be able to escape. Everyone looked at each other and began to suggest that the elder should catch up with the heroes and get rid of them. Ju-won looked ahead, thought that he could not exclude such a possibility and said great. He went ahead and said that they were going back down. The crowd began to murmur. After a while, they walked through the darkness and asked if it was too dark here. Orders were heard to keep their eyes open. They said that they should have taken a flashlight with them. The man froze and looked ahead. They looked at 2 silhouettes ahead and asked the elder if they were the heroes ahead. Ju-won's eyes turned red. He said that it seemed so. Sahan and Jisu looked at them. The hero said that they were later than they thought. He said that they could not go down and they would have to go back. Ju-won looked at him in surprise. The thugs began to get indignant. One of the guys suggested that the hero was already living a second life. Sahan smiled and pointed at Dongwon, said that he assumed that he would be with them, but he turned out to be too boring and predictable. The guy looked at the hero in fear and said that he performed too much and would soon come to an end. One of the guys evaporated and turned into Mina. The hero asked if she thought so too. She began to fix her hair, said that the hero was making her work again, asked if he knew what she had to endure. Dongwon looked ahead in shock and realized that it was not in vain that he thought that everything was too easy. Sehen began to point at the thugs and said that they even made a plan to deal with them in one go, began to poke and talk to them and to him. He pointed to the ceiling and said that even with what is above. The thugs looked at the hero. Mina asked what they were going to do now. The hero said they would fight. The girl said if something went wrong she would run away. Sehen took out his phone, thinking that they were running out of time. Jisu stepped forward. She told the hero to leave, asked if they only needed to be delayed so they couldn't go down, so she said there was no need for everyone to stay. The hero looked at the thugs and thought that she would be okay. He said okay. He grabbed Mina under the armpit and said that they would go up. The girl asked in confusion what he was talking about. Sehen turned around and said not to kill him. Jisu asked again. He pointed at the scared Dongwon and said not to kill this rat. Jisu chuckled and said she would try. Something was approaching the hero. He asked to cover them. Ju-won attacked them with a sickle. Sehen approached him. The elder opened his eyes wide and said that he didn't even notice the hero move. Sehen looked at him silently. He hit his arm. The bones in it cracked. Ju-won squinted and mentally wondered if this idiot was an avatar too. The hero threw him aside. Min started to feel sick. The thugs looked at their boss lying aside in fear. They said that this couldn't be happening. Jisu took out a mace. Egrai asked to cover them, and if it was too dangerous, he ordered to run. He frowned and thought that something had changed, but still decided to trust his friend, said that they left. Jisu's eyes turned red. She said okay, Appa. Ju-won held his injured arm. His subordinates asked if he was okay. Ju-won screamed. His eyes were bloodshot. He ordered them to catch the hero for him. They ran forward. Ju-won screamed, holding his arm. The guy froze and asked in surprise what that was. The guy fell to his knees. Jisu's black silhouette against the decapitated body. She said that of all those here now, the bloody mace on the chain lay to the side. Jisu said that she was not going to. She pulled the mace back and said that she was not going to let anyone out. Ju-won looked at the girl in fear, thought about her gaze and asked who she was, thought about how she looked at them like bugs. Jisu was silent. The thugs ran at her. Ju-won ordered to kill her. The girl began to spin the mace and said it was unpleasant when so much blood gets on clothes. The man swung his stick, shouting die. His body was blown to pieces. The man with the sword looked at the falling corpse in fear and asked what just flew past. Jisu hit him. Another guy pierced the girl from behind. The chain continued to spin, and half of the guy's head was blown off. The guy fell. Blood spurted. A red energy trail appeared near the girl's wound. 3 more thugs attacked her from behind. She returned the mace to the handle. She hit one man, dodged the blow. She chopped off the head of the second. The third raised his fist to strike. Jisu dodged. The mace began to fly at his face. A squelching sound was heard. Ju-won watched the battle and tried to understand who she was. He narrowed his eyes and thought that there were more than 30 of them, and she was alone. He realized that she was stronger than all of them put together and was not even a little tired. He began to summon a sickle. He walked forward, thinking that she was not so simple, but what was stopping him from dealing with her? He began to think that in speed, muscle mass, strength, he was superior to her in everything. Jisu continued to fight. A mace flew at him. He grabbed his subordinate and put him in front of the mace. The mace bounced off the man and flew over the elder's head. He thought he was an avatar of Hades himself. His eyes flashed red. A skeleton in a robe appeared above him. He used death sentence. The system opened the description of this skill. Ju-won swung the sickle. A red ball began to glow at its base. Jisu swung the mace. The elder thought she didn't know where she was going and promised her that she would die. His eye flashed. He called himself an avatar of the supreme deity Hades. Suddenly the image turned upside down. Ju-won didn't understand what happened. He looked at the world from the bottom up and thought that this couldn't happen. Jisu picked up the mace and swung it again. Ju-won's head flew to the side while he wondered if he was the same as everyone else. The building was blown by the wind. Mina and Sehen ran upstairs. The girl asked if the hero was sure that she could handle it alone. Sehen only said probably. He opened the interface window, while Mina indignantly asked, what does probably mean? He said that the enemy there was not that strong. He remembered Ju-won and said that he thought that he was not strong enough, said that he was not impressed by him, thought that now is only the beginning of the game. Ju-won most likely recently became an avatar. His body was lying in a pool of blood. The hero thought that from the skills he probably only had a death sentence, but it took too much time to use it. He decided that his head would fly off his shoulders faster than he could use the skill. Nina looked ahead and asked what he was really up to. Was he really going to the roof? Seihan smiled and said yes. They ran up the stairs. The girl said that she understood how strong the hero was, but it seemed too much to her. The hero said that this was exactly why he took her with him. She indignantly began to ask how she could help, because she only knew how to change her appearance. Seihan stopped, looked up and said that was enough. They were standing in front of a sparkling closed door. The hero suggested going inside. While they were standing in front of the door, Seihan said that her skill was enough. She did what he asked, didn't she? Mina said of course, asked if he could imagine the shame she had to endure. She added that the hero should just try not to give her a normal reward for this. Seihan smiled slyly, pretended to have a lot of money and asked the girl not to worry, said that he would buy her an item for at least 2,000 points and there would be a bonus depending on the reward for completing the second level. Mina looked at the hero with admiration and said that if he was lying, she would kill him. Seihan hurried her and told her to change her appearance. Mina asked if this was really what he was talking about. Seihan told her to turn into a ferret. Mina was surrounded by warm light and sparks. She didn't know how this was supposed to help at all, but she did it because of his request. Seihan smiled. The ferret climbed onto his neck. He said that she would find out everything soon. He said that they were coming in. The door began to open. Seihan found himself in a room with a bunch of stone statues and blood. He looked at the petrified people who had become victims of the basilisk. The ferret raised its muzzle in fear. The hero ordered it to go ahead and find out where he was. He said not to be afraid and just move quickly. He said that if she was scared, he could give her a lift. Mina climbed off the hero's shoulder and ran forward. There was a squeak. Seihan looked out from behind the wall, thinking that she had found the basilisk so quickly. He saw the body of the snake and thought that he knew that he shouldn't bother looking for this monster. Seihan looked at the huge head of the basilisk, realizing that he was the guardian of this level. The voice said that another fool had come. Basilisk raised his head and said that his name was Orga and if he retreated now, she would not kill him. Seihan looked up and asked if he would come and leave right away. Seihan remembered the Minotaur and thought that unlike him on the first level, this monster had a name. He looked at Orga and understood that now monsters did not just appear. On this level there was a monster with a name that players could not destroy. He thought that this was a real guard, but the most unpleasant thing was his skill. A look that turns to stone. Seihan knew that he opened his eyes and with his gaze turned everything to stone. At this time his eyes began to glow, and everything that this light fell on petrified, so it was difficult to defeat him. Seihan looked at the ferret and asked if she remembered what he said. He said that this moment had come. Mina began to shake her head. Seihan said that no, it was impossible and he definitely needed to do it. He grabbed the struggling animal and asked if it wanted him to give her a lift. He said that in that case he would have to help her. Orga opened her eyes. Mina was flying straight at her. Orga looked at the approaching ferret in surprise. Seihan jumped up because the moment had come. He thought that this skill had a cooldown. He threw the sword and thought that at the moment when he could not use it, he should poke out its eyes. The blade was approaching the eye. Orga shook her head. Seihan hid behind cover and began to think whether he had hit or not. Orga looked ahead and noted that the hero was aiming right at her eye. She said that it was not bad. Seihan sighed and realized that an ordinary knife would not help here. The ferret began to wriggle around Orga. The hero thought that there was only one thing left to do. The snake frowned and said that he had just hit this ferret. Seihan remembered that according to legend, one of the basilisk's enemies is the ferret, its weak spot. Orga screamed that the hero thought he knew her weak spot, so he wanted to use it to attack, but he won't succeed. The ferret took off while Orga screamed that he couldn't resist her. Mina grabbed onto the ceiling. She clung to the snake's skin. Orga began to viciously attack with her tail. Mina dodged the blows. Orga opened her eyes and used the stone-turning gaze. The ferret ran towards the snake. He shook his head viciously, asking if he was just an unusual ferret. Mina raised her head. The hero ran under the snake's head and mentally asked her friend to hurry. Orga said that everything looked very plausible. She said that she didn't know what the hero had in mind. She hit her tail next to the hero and said that the hero should have realized by now that this made no sense. The snake's eye began to sparkle. She began to chant a spell. Seihan screamed for Mina to bite the monster as quickly as possible. The ferret jumped on the eye with an evil smile. Orga staggered. Blood flowed. Seihan caught the fallen ferret. He turned back and thought that now he could not be afraid of its gaze. Orga turned and screamed that it was not an ordinary ferret. Seihan dodged the blow and asked where in the city could a ferret come from. He looked questioningly to the side. He dodged the snake's attack again. Orga looked ahead ominously, while Seihan thought that she was so huge that every attack was visible, but if she touched him even a little, he could say goodbye to his life. Seihan ran forward. The snake twisted and screamed that the hero would not escape from it. The phone rang. Seihan took it out of his pocket. He turned to Mina and asked if she remembered what he told her about the sign. The ferret squeaked. Seihan threw him off and said that they were running away. The snake began to strike. Seihan dodged. Orga frowned and said that the hero was using some tricks again. Seihan looked at her and said that without it they would not be able to kill her. Orga crawled up to him and said that the hero could use any techniques, but he would never win. She struck and said that even if they deprived her of the skill, they still had nothing to counter her with. Saiyan turned sharply and thought that he would not have time to jump away. Orga looked at him with her one eye and said that this is it. She blocked the hero's path and said the difference in levels. Saiyan looked up in bewilderment. The snake's arms began to grow. She said that her characteristics were equal to rank D, and the hero was only rank F, and no matter what he did, his efforts would be in vain. Saiyan looked up and thought that something was approaching. Orga crawled towards him, saying that the hero would never kill her. She hit him, said to block her skills as much as he wanted, but it would still be useless. Saiyan looked around, realizing that he might be too late to jump. Orga was blocking his way. The hero realized that he had to act before he was too late. He put his fingers together and said that the snake was talking too much. He raised his hand up and snapped it. Orga looked at him questioningly and asked what he was up to. A rooster appeared on one of the wreckage and started crowing. Orga screamed. She started to dodge, and the hero ran to the side. He swung his knife and asked if this was really the difference in levels she was talking about. Orga looked at the hero angrily and called him names. Saiyan started to climb up her body and strike. The snake's body started to sparkle. Orga laughed, wondering how much longer the hero could hold out, continuing to fight her. Saiyan made another dash. Orga said that she did not know how the hero knew her weak points, but he was not strong enough to pierce her scales. Saiyan dodged the attack, pushed off the ground, and ran forward. Orga opened her mouth and asked if he was really going to run away from her. His strength would eventually run out and he would die anyway. Saiyan ran towards her. He jumped back from the blow and thought that the snake had clearly begun to move slower. He wiped his sweat and asked him not to show off, decided that it was time to deal with him. Orga hung over the guy and said that the hero was well prepared, but the difference between them was still the same. She asked what the hero was going to do. Saiyan took out his phone, thought finally it was here, and said that he could not kill the snake. Orga nodded and said that the hero realized it too late. Saiyan straightened up and said that he knew it from the beginning, so he was racking his brains over how to defeat him. He was used to this, to meeting opponents he couldn't kill. He knew that there were opponents who were superior to him in everything, and he thought about what it would take to defeat them. The choice of a deity, high scores, useful skills, or a unique ability. He thought about Jisu and thought that all of these were important and useful. In the first round, he lacked all of these, but despite the lack of the title of the strongest and the praise of his genius, he was the last person left alive. Saiyan smiled, showed two fingers, and said experience and patience. With these qualities, anything is possible. Orga opened her mouth and began to ask what kind of nonsense the hero was talking. She went on the attack and said that the hero was finished. Saiyan smiled. Orga shuddered. The whole building began to collapse. Glass shards fell to the ground. The snake looked around and asked what the hero had done. He said it was a bomb. He said that someone had been diligently laying it out for a week. The system showed a description of a sticky bomb. Orga frowned and called the hero a fool. Because she could not be killed by some bomb, she said that no matter what the hero came up with, it was all pointless. Saiyan said that he knew that too. He pointed to his hand and said that he knew that he could not kill a monster with items from this world, so he did not prepare it for her, said that his efforts were not pointless, although he was so thick-skinned that he did not understand it. Orga looked at her bracelets, asking what the hero meant, and then asked what was that on her hands. Saiyan showed a red crystal and said that their family trait is to not notice anything around them when they get angry. He said that it is called a training bracelet, and with this crystal, the weight of the bracelet can be increased to 10 tons. The crystal began to change colors. The hero suggested trying the difference in weight on himself. The colors on the bracelets began to change. Orga's hands fell to the floor. She began to ask what it was. Saiyan put his foot on it. He smiled, showing the crystal, and said to hell with the difference in levels. He jumped back and said goodbye. The snake fell down. She looked down in fear and thought that even if she fell, she would not die. She thought that the bracelet would split from the impact, that's all. The bracelets were pulling the snake down. Orga thought that at that very moment she would be freed from everything. She looked up ominously and screamed that she would kill the hero. She suddenly looked down. She saw a spear below and asked what the hell it was. Was it really a golden spear? She was falling and trying to understand where it came from, because this is the second level among the weapons that could be obtained so far. She thought that there was no such thing that could pierce her scales. The spear pierced the snake's body, while she thought that she would not die from one spear and there was nothing to worry about. The snake's muzzle dropped. She was trying to understand what was going on. The spear was sticking out of her body, blood was spraying. Meanwhile, a group of people were standing in front of the monster. Everyone was holding weapons and protection in their hands. Yunai tensed up and thought that nothing could pierce the monster. He gritted his teeth and thought that they themselves could not cope. A huge eye with teeth looked at the people. His name was the Overseer. The guy looked at the leader and asked what they would do, because if they continued like this. Suddenly, debris began to fall to the ground. Everyone looked up. Yunai looked at the upper floors in surprise. His eyes widened. He was trying to understand what was going on. A huge snake carcass fell in front of them. Everyone looked at the cracks in the floors and asked if something was falling from the ceiling. Everyone looked at the carcasses of the monsters in the pit. The subordinates asked if both monsters were dead. The overseer's tentacles were sticking out from under Orga's carcass. Junhai was covered in sweat, said that it looked like it, but first they needed to find the others and assess the situation. The system reported that Task 2 was completed. The heroes received an achievement and a reward. Junhai looked at the system messages in bewilderment and said that since the task was completed, it meant the overseer was a boss mob. He said that he got the silver level. But what did he do? Started asking how it even works. He read the system message and tried to understand what happened, assumed that no one knew when the next task would appear. The guys looked ahead in fear and asked what was going on, but Junhai had no idea. Sehen noted that everyone was alive. Yunai looked at him and noticed that the hero didn't have a single scratch on him. Sehen, with the ferret on his neck, smiled and asked Mina to watch them throw him off. While Yunai was internally outraged that the hero threw such a monster and didn't even get a bruise, he asked himself who the hero really was. Yunai bowed and said that it was all thanks to the hero, noting that they wouldn't have managed it on their own. He remembered his enemies and thought, if it were those guys. He thought that the Watchers weren't that easy to catch. After all, Sehen and those guys were of a completely different caliber. He clenched his fist and thought that this couldn't go on. He needed to become even stronger so that he could survive without anyone's help. Sehen jumped into the pit, said that he did as he was told, so everything went as planned. He took the spear. Yunai asked from above what the hero was going to do next. The hero said that while there was time before the third task, he would wander around for a bit. He jumped back. Yunai asked in surprise where he was going to wander. The hero said that he would go where his legs would take him. He smiled, took out his phone, asked to call if something happened and if he was not busy, he would help. Yunyong looked after him in surprise, said that it was time to part, told him to write too if he needed anything and added that they would see each other again. Sehen closed his eyes, walked away. Mina waved her paw at them. He thought that at that moment Yunyong felt that he lacked abilities. Now he would have to survive on his own, at least until the 7th level. Sehen decided that he could handle it, considering that he became an avatar. Sehen walked forward and thought that he forgot to ask what his deity was and if they saw each other again, he should definitely ask. The store. Sehen looked ahead gloomily. Jisu was wiping her mace and said that he came later than she thought. The hero smiled. Mina appeared next to him. He asked if her old chainmail was worn out. Jisu said she pulled out one of the few sets he bought. The hero noticed she was cleaning a mace as if nothing happened and decided that she was too harsh with those guys. He asked where that guy was. Jisu shook her head and said that she locked him in there just in case. Dongwon was sitting on the floor of the storeroom. The hero asked how he was doing and how he was doing. The guy suddenly stood up and begged him to take it off. He grabbed the hero by the collar. His neck was squeezed by a bracelet. He asked what it was, but the hero smiled and said nothing special. The color of the bracelet turned green. San said it was like an interesting choker. Dongwon fell to the floor and hit his head. His nose broke and blood flowed. Sehen crouched down, changed the color of the bracelet and asked if the player could withstand 200 kilograms. Dongwon started screaming. The crystal turned red. Dongwon grabbed his neck, swore and screamed. Sehen asked if he would have put such a bracelet on if he knew that it could be easily removed. Dongwon stood up and asked why the hero did this to him. Sehen asked again. He looked at the guy angrily and said that the guy had gathered people in the gym during the first mission to kill everyone there, and this time he was probably going to betray them all. Dongwon was silent. The hero remembered the guard that Mina pretended to be, said that she was nearby and saw everything, and he did not know. Dongwon started screaming that he failed. He fell to his knees. The hero said that he failed because he interfered, and if not for him, the guy would have achieved his goal. He asked if the guy knew what karma was. What was on his neck was physical arrest. Sehen handed over a piece of paper with white writing and said that it was psychological. He bought this absolute contract from the DLC store. Said that once he put his signature here, he will not be able to break this contract under any circumstances. Dongwon began to read the terms of the contract, read out that from now on the party promises to become a selfless, reliable and honest person. And in case of breaking the contract, the choker will begin to press on the neck and after that he will lose his head and die. He said that the hero must be crazy. Sehen smiled and said within reason. He said that he can turn a blind eye to minor violations of the contract. Dongwon angrily asked, is he really going to make a flunky out of him? He looked fearfully at the ominous Jisu with a mace in her hands. He snatched the contract, said that it was not the matter, he just needed a pen, because without it he would not be able to sign it. After a while, Sehen was holding the contract in his hands and asked the guy not to forget that now he would always know where he was and what he was doing. He left the store, said goodbye and asked him to be a good boy. Sehen silently looked at him and thought that he was only so obedient in words, and his face was all twisted, but he understood that Dongwon had no choice. He slammed the door behind him and decided that he would start to act little by little. Jisu looked at the information in the window and said gold level. The hero noticed that her points had also jumped. He approached his friend. She looked at him and asked where they were going now. The hero said that he needed to visit somewhere. Jisu also needed to look into one place. They looked at the team member's window. The hero suggested that everyone go about their business, because they were now a team, so they could find out each other's position at any time. He asked if Jisu knew how to find him. The girl said that she had mastered this system perfectly, so when she finished her business, she would return immediately. The hero said that she could take her time. Mina looked at the hero. He asked her to come over so that he could give her her reward. She blushed. Saiyan stuck his hand through the system window. Mina said that if there was nothing special there, then he would be in trouble. The guy asked her not to faint. The system opened the description of the secret ring. Mina carefully took the ring and said that it was incredible, immediately told him not to take it from her later. She asked several times if this was really her spear. Mina happily danced with the gift, while the hero glanced at his friend and asked what was wrong with her, said that he would give her a gift next time and then he would most likely have something worthwhile. Jisu began to justify herself and say that this was not the case. Sehen opened the system window and said that since they had finished the calculation, let everyone go about their business, there was no need to stand around like that. The three of them went outside. Jisu asked where the hero was going. The eyes of the observers were following them. Saiyan smiled and said that he wanted to harvest. He looked at the crowd of eyes around him and thought how many observers there were. He wanted to harvest here, but decided that nothing could be done. Nina looked at him. He asked why she was following him. The girl asked, "Is it really impossible?" The hero thought that her observer was just getting on his nerves. Saiyan kneaded his cheeks and thought about one observer more, one less, asked why she was still following him around. Nina walked with a skip, said that the hero had good skills, so if she was with him, maybe she would get something too. Saiyan thought that knowing her, it was better to say everything straight away than to plot something secretly. She stopped and said that she was following him for a reason, because if he needed anything, she could always help. Saiyan said that was natural. A group of people came out in front of the hero. They asked who they were and asked him to leave the good way. Saiyan said that he understood everything and asked him to put the knife down. Saiyan turned around and told Mina to leave. She looked at him and asked if he was really going to just take it and leave and not do anything here. Saiyan grinned and said that he couldn't just leave. He said that he recognized the place. Now they needed to go inside. Nina suggested provoking them, but the guy said that they could do without it, said that he would go there with his head held high. The guards watched silently. Mina said that they were not stupid and would not just stand and watch him go in. The surroundings of the dungeon were probably being checked. How was he going to get inside? Saiyan said if there was no way. He opened the system window with a smile and finished that he needed to come up with it. Righteous Life floated in space and said that everything was so mixed up. He began to ask who he was and why he was interfering with her avatar. Clown laughed. Life asked if she knew anything about her avatar near him, but she said that she knew nothing. Sehen thought that he was seriously angry, although, in fact, Dongwon still had not really done anything. Friday looked at the map and said stop arguing. She said that there was one good dungeon here, but they only let 3 in. Life wrote that he was busy. Fresh Bar asked where it was. Friday wrote that it was an hour from the Roman Tower. Bar wrote that it was too far from him. Saiyan looked at the map and thought that this was the same dungeon where the guards were. He looked at Mina waving her hands and said something like here. The girl indignantly began to ask why the hero did not explain anything to her. Saiyan bent down and said that the dungeon was located approximately here, asked if he really had to report to her and report everything. Mina said in bewilderment that the entrance was on the other side. The hero said that he could make another entrance. He touched the ground. A current passed through it. The electricity began to spread along the entire road. The hero used search. The system reported that the search was being conducted in a radius of 50 meters. He smiled and thought that this skill, which was given for Orga, and it was at the level of white gold. He looked at the empty buildings around and said that it was not here. Mina asked what exactly. The hero only answered that they needed to go a little further. Mina got furious and asked him to say what exactly. They stopped in the middle of the road. Saiyan sat down. Mina said that she was already tired of asking. The guy said that it was at a depth of 20 meters. Mina looked at the hero in bewilderment. He said that there was a boss room below them. The girl asked if this was really the dungeon that people were guarding. She asked in bewilderment if this was all. Saiyan said yes. Then she began to ask how they would get to a depth of 20 meters, asked if he would really start destroying everything like in a Roman tower. Saiyan looked ahead tiredly while Mina shook her head and said that there was a quest area, so he could do it. But the dungeon was protected by special magic and could not be destroyed or entered by physical force. The hero asked if her deity had not told her about it. The girl said that she heard some muttering. Saiyan took out a dungeon destroyer's excavation drill and suggested trying it. Nina was shocked and asked where he dug this up. Saiyan said that it was a reward for completing the quest. The girl asked if he was really given such a reward. Saiyan started drilling, said that everything looked good. He asked the girl to watch carefully. He swung the excavation drill and said that he would move towards the boss room. Mina's mouth opened in surprise. Sand hit the asphalt. The girl asked when he would be able to get there with this. The guy assumed in about 2 hours. Mina squinted and asked if the earth drill should look like this. The hero said that for games it looks exactly like it should. Mina told him to drill for himself. After a while, San called the girl and said that it was time to change. She began to say that this was too much, but San was persistent. Nina screamed that the hero would pay him for this later. 5 hours later, Nina saw a crack in the ground. She frowned and said that something was visible. The ground began to crack. The girl fell into the dungeon. Sahan landed carefully next to her and said that they were there. A huge praying mantis looked at the heroes. The system reported that they were in the deepest part of the dungeon. Small praying mantises ran in pairs. The red praying mantis turned its head sharply. Nina looked ahead in fear and asked if this was really a boss mob. San said it looked like it. The praying mantises began to quickly move their legs. They surrounded the heroes. The girl said that she hates insects. San looked around and asked if she could handle the small praying mantises. Nina started the transformation and said sure. San said that he would deal with the boss, asked to cover her from behind. He took out a spear and ran forward. The system showed a description of the spear. The praying mantis swung its claw. San dodged and struck with a spear. The rest of the insects went berserk. San dodged and moved forward. He did not blink and thought that this was easy. The main thing is to be careful with their blows. The praying mantis blocked his path. San knew that he just needed to press on the weak spot of these insects. He cut off the heads of the monsters, ran forward. Nina turned around and said that the hero is doing well. Aren't these monsters of rank E? The red claw sank into the stone. The boss praying mantis straightened up in front of the hero. He waved his spear and said that it was time for their boss to take the stage, adding that praying mantises were easy to kill. The boss swung his pincers while the hero said that the larger the size, the slower they move. He swung his spear and said, the dumber they become. With a throw of the spear, the hero tore the boss's head apart, saying that the insects do not even understand when they are being attacked. Sam looked ahead. He cut off the boss's head. A huge carcass fell in front of him. The system reported that he cleared the dungeon. He became the first player to clear the dungeon. He received an additional 1,000 points, received an achievement. If not the first, then nothing. He brushed off all the notifications, thought it was good that the reward level increases depending on the achievements, but he did not like the names. He approached the carcass and decided to see what was there. He took out a crystal, a sharp strike skill, thought that nothing special. Nina approached him and asked if this was all. The hero said that this was given for the boss, and the reward for clearing the dungeon was there. Nina approached the pile of treasure. The hero said to take everything. 4 days later, a bunch of people went down into the dungeon. They stopped in front of the door, bragging and saying that they were probably the first. The leader of the group swung his sword and began to encourage the crowd. The guy was covered in sweat. He thought how hard they tried to get here. If they cleared it, they would get a great reward as promised by his god. They opened the door. While the leader thought that they would finally be able to get the reward, the subordinates shouted that the boss was gone. The leader's eyes widened. People shouted that there was a hole in the ceiling, but there was no one in the room. They shouted that this dungeon was empty. The leader was covered in sweat. He tried to understand what was going on. He looked at the empty space in front of him. The system reported that Anonymous 48 had logged in. A faceless man appeared in the empty space. Friday slammed the table while Clown laughed. He asked who had cleared the dungeon. Where was his avatar going? He looked menacingly at Clown and asked if it was really her. Clown began to laugh hysterically while Friday began to burn and demand to speak faster. Sand thought that he should try to throw the bait now. He raised his hand and said that he had found one normal dungeon here. Friday turned sharply at him, holding Clown by the strap of his shirt, asked where and added that he knew what would happen if it was a lie. The hero pointed to the map and said that it was not far from Keed Station. He glanced at it briefly. It seemed that you could get C-rank items there. Clown looked at the guy with interest and asked how he found out. The hero laughed and said that he had his own methods. Righteous Life appeared and asked where he was from. Another anonymous person said that one shouldn't ask about sources here. Righteous Life said that if he had the skill of prediction, he would have told, and there are few gods with such a skill. He flew up to the hero, took him by the chin and asked where he was from, suggested that it was Greece. Clown fell on the table and said that he himself said that it was against the rules. Life asked why they were attacking him, said that they were just getting in the way. Friday threw up his hands and started asking why they were raising such a ruckus and suggested going to Keed Station. Other anonymous people started saying that he was pretending to be the strongest. Saiyan sighed, looked at the map and thought that now the avatars would move in that direction. Nina looked at the message, said that her god was telling her to go to Keed Station. Saiyan looked at her and said that he wouldn't go there, remembered that in his past life there were no normal objects there. It would be just right as bait. He opened his inventory while Mina was saying that it was better not to stop, because if he continued to clear dungeons, he could soon become rich. The hero said that he needed to complete the main task. Mina asked if it was necessary. After all, time was not limited. Sahan remembered the system message, said that if a fourth task suddenly appeared, everything would only get confused, they could not miss the reward for the third task. Mina looked at him and asked if he was really going to go on the task right away. Sahan looked ahead and said that first he needed to get a very important skill. He raised his finger up. The girl assumed that if she asked, he would not say anything. Sahan at that moment asked her to look at the stars. She raised her head and looked at the starry sky, said that despite the fact that the world is collapsing, the world remains as beautiful, isn't it funny? Sahan smiled and said that he needed a constellation. Mina asked what he said, but the guy said nothing and the girl indignantly asked what kind of habit it was to stop mid-sentence. The city was silent. They stood in front of the stairs underground. Mina asked if he would dig the ground this time. It would be cool to get to the boss room, but the hero said that it was too deep here, so it was impossible to determine the location of the boss room, said that it was unpleasant, but nothing could be done about it, said that until they entered, asked to wrap it around herself. He gave her a scarf. Mina looked at it in bewilderment and asked what kind of beggarly look. Sahan was surprised and said that it would protect her from close attacks. But the girl continued to scream that it stinks and asked if she could put it on later when the monster appears. Sahan asked her to stop whining and follow him. The couple went down into the dungeon. Mina said that it was too dark here and began to ask if this was really a dungeon. Sahan asked if this was not a dungeon but a subway station, then how could there be such a strange place? Mina looked into the darkness and said that they should have brought flashlights because it was too dark. Sahan stopped and said that there was a reason why he did not bring them and suggested that they move on. They walked forward in silence. They moved along the rails. Mina looked ahead and assumed that they were walking in a circle. Did she not think so? Sahan looked at her with satisfaction and said that she guessed quickly. He threw a cloak over her and told her to shut up, said that he was approaching. Mina began to panic and ask who else was approaching here. The fabric fluttered and something ricocheted off it. Mina began to ask what happened. Did the fabric really deflect the arrow? The system opened a description of an item that could reflect an attack 5 times before completely destroying itself. The girl wrapped herself in a cloth while the guy got into a fighting stance. She said it was very cool, but the hero asked her to keep an eye on the number of reflections left. He opened the chat, where he saw a message that the avatar was killed in a dungeon, where there was not even a monster. He thought that he came to the right place. Mina spread her hands and offered to turn into something small and then they would not hit her, but Sahan said that he hit almost everything, except for one. Sahan took out a ball and told the girl to be on the alert and if anything, to give a sign. The cloth waved near the hero's face. 4 reflections remained. He thought that he could not worry for now. He took out the thread of pursuit and decided to look at his mug. He threw the needle forward and ordered to follow him. The glowing thread flew forward through the tunnel. Sahan opened his eyes wide and realized that he was there. Sahan approached the small archer in the darkness. The night shooter pulled the arrow. The system showed his description. The cloth blocked the attack. He realized that there were 3 shots left. The shooter suddenly disappeared. Sahan ran after him and told himself that he would not let him go. Hands with a bow emerged from the shadows and 2 more shots were fired. The cloth reflected 2 projectiles. The shooter retreated back and pulled another arrow. The cloth tore and Sahan jumped forward. The shooter shuddered. Sahan was falling right on him. Large teeth appeared under the hood. The shooter pulled out another arrow. Flesh. The monster continued to smile. Sahan smiled and asked what the monster was laughing at. The bat screamed in the darkness. Sahan dodged the arrow and thought that often, during the game, you can stumble upon small animals that live in the dungeon. Mina began to hand the hero a ball in the form of a mouse. She turned into a person. The ball began to glow. Sahan thought that usually in the settings it is set so that no one can touch them, neither players nor monsters. The flash illuminated the shooter. Sahan covered himself from the bright light. He thought about the mice on the train tracks. Probably the bats in this dungeon could only exist thanks to this feature, so if he had to transform into something to avoid an attack, then only into a bat. The dagger touched the monster. Sahan stabbed it with a knife and said that he did not even guess. He angrily looked at the monster and said that this is the difference in strategy. Blood splashed. Mina crouched down next to the corpse and asked if there was a separate room with rewards, like with the mantis. Sahan assumed that maybe he said that there was nothing in this dungeon except for the items he dropped. He crouched down and reached for the corpse, realizing that in a raid dungeon there were no other monsters except the boss, because in most cases, rewards are not given separately, but for killing the boss they give amazing goodies. The system showed descriptions of the Coat of Darkness, showed descriptions of the Gloves of Darkness. The hero thought that this was not the highest level, so that the indicators were immediately obvious, but his ability should not be underestimated. Sahan remembered how the boss ran in the darkness. He knew that these items were weaker than those he used, but the appearance of a mobile means of transportation was clear luck. Sahan put on new things, said that this was enough for him, and he could take the rest for himself. The system reported receiving a new skill. The guy thought that such a skill was not easy to obtain, although it was one of the most necessary skills. Mina looked at the hero, said that she also liked this coat, but nothing could be done. She began to dig through the corpse, while Sahan called the system window and decided that everything was ready. He looked at his characteristics, noted a large number of skills, looked at them. He thought that now in the world there is no player stronger than him. That's for sure. However, he thought that this is not enough to kill him. The hero frowned, thinking that there would be no problems with completing the main task. After all, his goal was to complete all the tasks. He smiled and thought it was good that he had a level 1 set. He remembered how he got it and thought that in any case, it would help him kill that guy from the third task. He remembered Raven and cursed him. Mina suggested completing the task. There was black smoke in the city. Jisu looked ahead in surprise. She stood in front of the door. Behind her lay a pile of corpses. She frowned and thought that this was worth expecting. She pulled the door handle. She went into the apartment and called Mom and Dad. Something began to approach her. Winged tadpoles with sharp teeth. One of them opened its mouth. The girl hit it with her head. She got into a fighting stance. She became wary. She killed all the monsters with more blows. She swung again and hit the last one. It flew into the far corner. Another one tried to attack the girl from behind. Clutched her shoulder. Jisu grabbed it angrily and crushed it with one hand, threw the remains aside. The shoulder began to regenerate. She noticed something in the middle of the mess. She abruptly covered her mouth. Her father was lying dead on the floor. Tears ran down her cheeks. The girl said that her father could not die like that. She fell to her knees. She looked at the phone abruptly. It was calling. Jisu immediately thought that it could be her mother. With trembling hands, she answered. Suddenly, the girl's eye turned black and began to glow red. In a strange voice, she answered that it was listening. The couple walked forward. Mina noticed something ahead. She saw a woman near the entrance. She smiled and said, "Welcome, dear customer." She was greeting guests in the Roman tower. She bared her teeth and smiled. Mina looked at her with distrust and asked if they were really starting a business here, and began to think why. They approached, and the girl asked if that was possible. The hero told them to look around and said that everything would become clear at once. Mina looked around, said that all this was strange. The hero smiled and asked if everything that had happened to them so far could be called anything other than strange. Mina pouted and asked why the woman was standing here. Wasn't she afraid of monsters? Sahan asked her to stop staring at her like that. He said that she was human. The woman laughed and said that they could currently enter the Roman tower for free and offered to let them help. Mina grabbed the hero's hand and asked him to wait. He asked what again? She asked if he was serious about entering here and said that this place was damn strange. She looked at her thoughtfully and the hero asked how else she was going to complete the task. The woman let the heroes pass, warned that the entrance and exit were in different places. She wished them a good time. Sahan looked around and thought that this place was too clean, and the employees who were ordinary people, not even players, and there were more than one or two such oddities. He knew that it was because of the idiotic tendencies of the dude who ruled here. They looked at the crowd of people in front. Mina asked if they were not players in front of them. The hero said that they were ordinary people. The merchant held out hot dogs. The hero said that they were not killed and now they cannot die. People with a heavy smile created life around. Mina looked around, said that it was still better than death, but found no further words. Sahan went forward and said that he was talking about the fact that they are unable to die, so they live like this. He said that the amusement park works not only due to the rides themselves. He opened the interface window, said that a task had appeared. He looked at the task in surprise. He pointed his finger at the screen. Mina opened the quest and said that it was too easy. The hero thought that something was wrong. Mina looked at him and asked what was wrong. She asked what was wrong with his face, said that he was sweating. Sanhyam looked at the quest tensely and said that it was just not what he expected. Mina asked what exactly, and he thought that this was not the quest that was. He looked at the description, thinking that another quest should have appeared here, definitely not a rank. The quest required saving people, and the girl had fun on the rides. Mina looked around happily and asked what he was talking about. Because riding the rides is fun, the hero thought that she received his quest from his past life to ride and get 5 stamps. Sahan looked at the task with difficulty, thinking about how his level had increased, and he had also received a completely different task, something that only game masters or the system could handle. He imagined the master and thought that if it was his intervention, he would have certainly appeared in front of him. He decided that the second option was the intervention of the system itself. His eyes turned white. He realized that he had killed both guards. However, he would never have thought that the reaction would manifest itself so soon. Mina looked at the hero seriously and asked what was wrong with him, asked if this task was really that difficult. Sahan said no. The girl answered that you couldn't tell from his face, asked if this was really such a difficult requirement. Sahan grabbed his forehead, asked to wait and let him collect his thoughts. He thought that since there were changes, There should be advantages from this. He understood that he should think about the good. He looked at the amusement park and thought that at least it proved that the future was changing little by little. The girl asked what was wrong with him, doubting that it was an easy task. They walked forward. The guy asked if she had heard of such a game as Roller Coaster Time. Mina assumed that it was the game where you have to manage an amusement park. Why was he asking? The hero asked to imagine that this place was that game. The manager could do whatever he wanted. He imagined falling roller coasters and said that since he could do everything, any outcome was possible, even the craziest actions. He imagined how the roller coaster fell and gave an example that the cars could easily derail or make the Ferris wheel roll along the ground. He imagined frightened people and said that such people did not need sales and revenue, they just wanted to see people suffer. Mina tensed up and whispered, "Was that really true?" Sahan looked ahead gloomily and said that this place could be said to be one of those rides. He thought that this was the work of Raven. Nina looked ahead and began to ask who they were, guards or game masters. The guy said that he himself did not know. Mina scratched her nose. The hero said that he had no way of knowing and suggested that it was some kind of psycho. Sahan looked at her and said that it was not players who worked on the mission territory, but ordinary people, so only a psycho would come up with such an idea. The girl said that she did not know, but decided that this was also possible. Sahan fell silent and thought that there was no point in telling her about Raven. It would look strange that he knew something about him, because among the players there are no people who know about the constellations yet. He knew that in the past world there were a lot of strong monsters and the guards were the strongest of them. But the constellations are a completely different level. He remembered that these were not just strong monsters, they were something completely different. He remembered that Karas of the Raven constellation reigned in this place. He was lower than other constellations, but he had some divinity. Sahan looked away and thought that it was too early for constellations to appear, but this guy was an exception. He lowered his divinity level so that he could exist in this world, and thus a low-ranking constellation appeared, and he used it for his own purposes. And now he was here. The hero decided that he was going to have some fun while there were no one who could harm him. Although, to be completely honest with himself, in his past life he had also entertained himself in the same way and then disappeared. He was a constellation with a low level of divinity, but how much harm he had done to humanity was not comparable to even a high-ranking constellation. Nina interrupted his thoughts. She spread her hands and asked if the hero really wanted to say that some strong guy was sitting here. She said that he just needed to be more careful, that's all. Sahan chuckled and asked him to continue thinking in the same spirit, but asked him not to let himself relax. She looked ahead, turned to her opponent, said that this was a slightly different layout than the Roman world where she had been before. Sahan said that whoever was in charge had changed everything to suit his taste. A man came up to them and asked, "What about this place?" The guy smiled sheepishly and said that it would be very exciting, asked to definitely try it. There was something funny on his neck. The hero looked at this device, noticing how tired the man's voice was from constant fear. Mina frowned, asked what exactly. When the man started talking, "You see." He pointed at the house in fear and said that it was here. Mina was indignant that it was a haunted house. The hero asked if she really didn't like that kind of thing. Mina looked at the hero sheepishly and said that she avoided it not because she was scared. The man grabbed the collar that had caught fire and started shouting that there was still time. The staff started to panic. The man asked them to wait, said that there was time left. Mina asked what was wrong with them. The man was screaming. The light on the collar was glowing red. The man was torn to shreds. Sayan frowned. The system opened the description of the quest to save people. It showed the number of survivors at the moment, 724 people and 138 players. The body fell to the ground. Mina looked ahead in shock. The other staff looked away. Sahan looked around and said that they had a limited time to call out visitors. Just like they had a time limit to complete the quest, he assumed that it would be like this. He looked at the description of the quest and said to himself that the quest was even worse. Mina trembled and asked why they were being treated like this. Sahan patted her on the back and asked her not to think about it, because it was not her fault. He said that everything was planned like this from the beginning. That was the problem. He looked at the park, remembered that in his past life only a handful of survivors managed to escape. He learned about it from a couple of players, but then there were more people. He squinted and looked around, thought that he needed the one who was here. He knew that first he needed to collect all the seals. The man looked at him with fear. The hero asked if he could tell him about this place. The man asked if the hero really wanted to go inside, said that he probably wouldn't like this place. Sahan looked at him and said that he couldn't refuse the quest, otherwise he would die. The employee bowed humbly, said that even if he refused, the same end awaited him. He said that the other players who came here, all of them didn't last long and either died or hid. He pointed to the door, said that, as they understood, a haunted house, the quest was quite simple to complete. All you need to do is go through it to the end. Sahan and Mina looked ahead tensely. The hero said that everything was simple. A door opened in front of them. The employee said that usually the simpler the scarier. Sahan said that they should be careful and everything will work out somehow. The man wished them a pleasant time. The guy stepped inside. The door slammed shut. Mina began to shake her head. Sam looked at her and asked if she was too scared. They had just entered. Nina grabbed his hand and said that it was just dark, so she grabbed him. Suddenly they would lose sight of each other. San said okay and asked her to just be careful and follow him. They approached the suspension bridge. Sehan became wary. He dodged a huge mace. He screamed, asked the girl to pull herself together and run. They ran forward, dodging traps. He said, one blow and they were dead. A monster appeared behind the girl. He asked her to be quiet, but Mina screamed, asking how it was possible to be quiet here. Sehan summoned a sword and hit the monster in the teeth, threw it aside, squinted and said that the monster had a disgusting mug. He called the girl. Mina fell to her knees. The hero asked if she was crying. He threw her on his back and told her to hold on tight. Mina continued to cry. Sehan rushed forward. He was approaching a bunch of monsters. He pierced one's head with a spear, jumped over it. The girl screamed. The pair were approaching a huge skeleton. Sehan broke its skull with a kick, ran forward while the fragments of the skull fell behind. Sehan stopped. Mina was sobbing. He said that the girl could easily deal with them and said that she should not be afraid of them, but Mina cried and screamed that she did not want to. Two more dead people ran at the hero. Mina pressed herself into his shoulder and closed her eyes. Sehan sighed in irritation and asked what the hell. He rushed forward, killed two zombies. He ran forward, noting that the attacks were built on the template of the fear of the room. He galloped on, noticing that traps appeared out of nowhere on all sides and monsters attacked. Monsters fell to their deaths after the hero's attacks. He chopped another monster with a spear. He noted that the difference was that these monsters were really trying to kill him. Nina looked at the head flying past. She began to laugh hysterically. The hero asked not to say that she had gone crazy. She hugged him even tighter. He thought that in his past life he was no better, noted that it was not easy to fight and protect someone at the same time. He asked if she was okay, said that he was going to run again. And he ran, thinking that he could consider that he was training to defend and attack at the same time, because in his past life he had never done anything like that. After a while, at the exit, an employee said how great Sehan was. The employee looked at him in shock and said that the hero was the first one who was able to leave in 15 minutes. Sehan closed his eyes and said that it was not that difficult. Mina was lying on the ground. She looked at the sky and said that it was not difficult for her either. Sehan smiled and reminded that first there were tears, then snot, in the end altogether. He looked at the employee, who said that he was glad to see that everything was fine. The hero asked to be allowed to ask something. The man said that if he could, he would answer him. He pointed to the device on their neck. The man looked at the hero in fear because he asked where he could buy them. After a while, Sehan held the collar, recalling how the guy told him that the collar could be detonated remotely or set certain conditions. Mina leaned over to it. The hero was adding orichalcum. The girl knew that if you add it, it will become stronger. Sehan looked at her and asked where she got that from, asked if she was a humanities student. But Mina said that it made no difference whether she was a humanities student or an exact science student. Sehan threw the collar on the ground and decided to take a look. The collar was lying on the ground. The guy said that Mina would see everything for herself now. He frowned and mentally began to count. The collar flew into the air on the third count. Mina looked at it in surprise and asked what was wrong with it. The hero said that he blew it up. The collar fell to the ground again. The girl said in bewilderment that the collar was intact. Sehan looked at it and said that it was impossible to break the orichalcum coating with an internal explosion. He took the fragments in his hands. The girl noted that he was right and it was completely broken inside. Sehan looked at the girl with a frown. She asked if he wanted to share this knowledge now to help. The guy said that he was going to do so. He smiled. The girl asked since when was he so sentimental. He remembered the words that someone who has turned away from others at least once will easily do it again a second time, and a third time, and so on ad infinitum, so he never passes by people. Sehan remembered that in his past life he could not do it like that person, although he was one of those he helped. He clenched his fist and said that he just wanted to, that's all. Mina suggested going back there, but the hero said no. He looked at the building. The girl reminded him that the hero was going to help those people, asked what about that man. Sehan turned to her and said that even if they did not have the necklace, it was still too dangerous here and perhaps it would be better to listen to the system. Mina thought to herself that the hero was just too lazy to go everywhere with her. Sehan opened the system window. First he wanted to collect the seals and missing information, asked if she rides a roller coaster. Mina started screaming that it was easy because she was a pro at an amusement park, but she didn't like the ghost house. She ran skipping towards the roller coaster. After a while, she hit the wall and said that she didn't want to anymore. She was breathing heavily. Sehan asked behind her what about her previous words, to which the girl said that this applies to an ordinary amusement park, and this is different, asked how it can even be called an amusement park. Sehan smiled and said that if it weren't for her, he would have died 4 times. He remembered how they first got on the roller coaster, which, where there was no smell of safety at all, he remembered that there were things with human faces flying there, but that was not enough. When the trolley reached the very top, out of nowhere, the mouth of a huge monster appeared. Then they got on the free fall, but there they forgot to put the brakes. He remembered Mina screaming. San said they were thrown straight to the ground to die. They were lying in the bushes. The hero said the haunted house seemed like a piece of cake after what they had experienced. Evening came. Mina was breathing heavily and said there was only one ride left, said they had to finish quickly and get out of there. The hero said they wouldn't be able to ride the next one. They walked forward. The girl asked why. The guy said the amusement park was over. Blue lights came on. Nina looked around in admiration, asked if the hero heard anything. San said it was probably some kind of evening event. He suggested hiding first. The couple walked forward. The girl looked at the moon and said she heard something like a parade. They saw monsters dancing with people tied to sticks. Goblins were juggling their eyes cheerfully. Fat orcs were carrying people on sticks. San covered Mina's face and said that he wouldn't want to show such a thing to a child. The monsters were mocking the people. Nina shook her head, said that she was not a child and asked to let her see. The hero said that there was that zombie there. Nina immediately went back, said that it was time for them to run away. San said that it was dangerous now because there were bodies of dead players lying around for a reason. Nina turned around abruptly and asked if this was true. The guy said that it was not for nothing that he covered her eyes, to which the girl said that the guy decided to look at something vulgar and did not want to show her. Sang sighed. He stood up and walked forward. Mina asked where he went. The hero said that they couldn't be found, so he told her to follow him as quietly as possible. Monsters were walking around the park, and workers were standing in front of the buildings and attractions. Therefore, the players almost had no place to hide. Sahan looked ahead angrily, remembered that in his past life there was a survivor who told him that there was a very large safari in the park. He approached a group of people by the fire, remembered that there should be players who were stuck between the first and third buildings. In a normal situation, this is impossible, but Kara's made it possible. Most likely, he was interested in this game of gods. Saiyan remembered that the constellations, of course, have a share of divinity. However, no matter how high their level, they were not gods, so they could not participate in the game. It is quite possible that he made a deal with the game master, or found a loophole in the system. The hero did not know. They walked forward. The guy decided that it was time to find out how he did it. There were people ahead. The girl noticed that, as the hero said, there were a lot of people here. She put her finger to her lips and asked if they could come in. She showed emoticons on her hand. The player frowned, surprised that she had 4 seals. The people opened the gate and told them to come in. The guy turned to the couple and said that he was one of the players and his name was Henseok. He said that he was just super because even their leader only had 3. Sahan looked ahead. Mina was happy and said that they were capable guys. People surrounded the heroes. Henseok said that they could stay here. He said that he would report to the leader. Sahan began to shake his head and look for something. He looked at the people by the fire, noted that as Henseok said, everyone here was players and ordinary people. Someone was bandaging wounds. The hero counted about 200 people. The players were climbing into the system windows. The hero decided that he was probably here too. Saiyan froze. He looked at the players and thought that it was impossible that he was not here, but suddenly he realized that he had found him. He decided that that guy must certainly be connected to this place. He thought about the supreme deity Hephaestus, the 12th god of Olympus and his only avatar. Sanchi, the guy with glasses, looked ahead. The hero knew that in his past life he was one of the most famous players. The equipment he created always sold for crazy prices at auctions. There was no player who did not dream of getting their hands on at least one of the items he created. It would not be an exaggeration to say that players lasted so long in the game only thanks to Sanchi's equipment. He remembered him in his past life, said that even though humanity died them. He looked at the guy and thought that this was not the Sanchi he knew, because before he shone like the sun, did not lose hope even in the most hopeless situations, and now. Sahan looked at him gloomily and said that this guy had such an expression on his face as if he had already lived his life. Nina looked ahead and said that it felt like you could catch depression, and the hero thought that it was contagious. He looked at the guy with the sword next to him and thought that this was his older brother, who died at the end of the 3rd task. Sahan went forward and asked if they could sit here. The guy turned around and asked if they were new. The hero said that they were looking for a place to rest, but they hadn't found anything suitable around yet. The guy smiled and said that they could sit down, noted that the others were avoiding them, so there was no one here, noted that it was nice to talk to people. Sehan was surprised to see that Songchi's brother was blind. Songchi didn't turn around, but asked what was nice about it, since they were 2 anyway, but didn't finish. Sehan and Mina sat down next to each other. The hero said that it was fate and asked what their names were. The blind man introduced his brother and introduced himself as Songchen. Mina looked at the hero playfully. He wondered if she was only acting so loosely with him and Jisu. Sahan and Songchen shook hands. The blind man asked the hero to do his best to complete this quest. Sahan said that he was asking the same because he wanted to become friends with them. The hero looked away sullenly and thought that he would also like to be friends, but something was wrong. He looked at the blind man and thought that he looked like a simple player and his sword was ordinary. Sahan pointed at the sword. The blind man said that he was a little bit skilled with it, although since he damaged his eyes, he just used it as a staff. The brother asked him to stop talking about it. Sungshi looked at his brother and said that if he talked about it, he would start remembering. Sungshi turned away and said that he would lie down. Sungchin smiled and said that his brother had become a bit sensitive lately. The hero said it was okay. After all, he was the one who started this conversation. He looked at the fire and said that everything had turned out like this from the very beginning, so it was no wonder that they were being careful with strangers. Sungchin sighed heavily, thanked the hero for understanding him, said that he himself had escaped from him not long ago. San asked again. The guy said that he was talking about the guard who dominated this place. He imagined a monster and said that he was talking about Chilwoo. Sehen looked ahead in shock and began to think about what the guard was doing in the territory of Kara's. He remembered that inside Seoul, the only guard was the snake that he killed, and he was talking about another guard not so far from that place. He thought about the park and decided that it was all because the task had changed in Sungshi too. The hero assumed that the enemies suddenly found out about him. He frowned down. He knew that this world was a game where the server was run by a game master, but he was by no means the highest being here. There was someone higher than the game master, who interfered with the rules, ran the game and managed it. The system, Sahan assumed that all of this was connected to it. After all, a guard was a hidden monster determined by the system itself. He bit his lip. Of course he knew that this would happen if he behaved too conspicuously, but now it was really bothering him. He decided to try it once. Blue sparks rose into the sky. Sahan lay on the grass and thought that from tomorrow on he would start collecting information and be as careful as possible. He looked at Mina and wondered if she was really that brave or if she didn't care about trifles. He turned towards the sound. He looked at the blind man and began to wonder where he came from at this time. He saw the boy approach the gate and say that he needed to go to the toilet. The guards looked at him tiredly and said that they would not go together. Sungchin raised his hand and said that he knew the area roughly and would go alone. Two eyes of observers appeared above the gate. The guard opened the door and said that if the guy did not return, they would not look for him. Sahan followed him with his eyes and began to wonder why the general observer was following him, because he said that he was just going to the toilet. Why watch him? He thought that something was wrong here. Anonymous 48 entered the community. The hero looked at Clown and asked, "Is she busy?" She smiled and said that the hero had recently begun to appear in the chat quite often. She said that they loved him because it seemed that he had good information. Friday went to the dungeon he was talking about and was satisfied. The hero looked at her and asked if she did not mind to watch the observer together. The clown turned to him and asked why she needed it. He could use his. The hero came up to him and said that there was one player who was bothering him, and the general observer had good night vision, and besides, they wouldn't let you have an observer without a personal avatar. The clown listened to him silently. He said that one player always refused to become his avatar, so he was constantly watching him. The clown assumed that the hero wasn't such a famous god. The clown opened the observer. The hero said that this player was always with hers and didn't want to become someone's avatar at all. The clown smiled and asked if he was hunting him too, said that many people had their eye on him lately. She said that she had seen him with her avatar, and if she didn't have Ming, she would have made a request too, because the more she watched him, the more interesting it was. The hero leaned over and asked if she could lend him her observer. The clown extended her hand forward and said that it didn't matter now, especially since her avatar was sleeping, but if any cool info appeared, she would share it with her first. Sahan immediately agreed. She asked him if she should visit the player he was hunting, because it looked like he was looking at his window. Sahan clicked on the screen and said that it wasn't him. There was just one player there and something was wrong with him. The system reported that the clown invited him to be her observer. The eye began to follow the blind man. Sahan looked at the screen and began to think why he went into the forest, because he thought he just needed to take a leak. Sanchan looked up at the white bird. His face was illuminated by a cold light. The bird sat against the moon. The man bowed to it. He said that he came to report. Sahan opened his eyes wide under the mask. The voice asked if something unusual happened today. The bird raised its head up. Sungchin looked down and said that they had 2 new players. The voice asked again. Sayan frowned. He thought that this voice did not sound like Kara's, so it was a guard. The bird looked at the man and said to watch them, and if the players start doing something, then immediately report, because Master Kara's needs more people. Sungchin bowed. The bird disappeared. The guy was still silent. In the first game, the hero saw many people whose thoughts differed from their behavior. That's why he knows. He remembered the words of the guard. Sungchin looked forward. Sahan realized that his behavior was not feigned. In the chat, Clown wrote, "What a twist." She smiled and asked how the anonymous person guessed. because who would have thought that he was a spy? The hero said that it was a secret. The clown told the hero to do as he knows. Saiyan looked at the screen and tried to understand why. The eye followed the blind man, while the hero remembered how he told in his past life Songshi. His brother was a very kind person, and even sacrificed himself to save him. Day came. Saiyan walked forward, communicated with people, approached a couple. After a while, he sat down on the ground and exhaled, thought that collecting information is not so easy, but if you put it together, in general, everything matches the past life. All except for Kalwin. He thought that this starfish is a rather rare type among monsters. He was a little slow, but has hard armor and enormous strength. The more metal he eats, the greater his defense and attack become. Saiyan thought that with his current skills, he would not even be able to properly injure him. Saiyan thought and realized that he was listening to Kara's and said that now this enemy is too tough for him. Nina looked at him sarcastically. The hero asked if something had happened to her. She frowned and said she didn't know what he was planning, but he was probably going to hunt the guard. The hero said he didn't even know. He turned away. The girl started saying that they had suffered enough last time and he was going there again. Saiyan said that the monster was too strong for him for now. The girl said that he was talking like he would be able to handle it later. Saiyan turned away again and said that if the conditions allowed, then why not? He looked at the brothers and thought that no matter what they did now, Sanchi would not get better. He thought that when time passed, everything would resolve itself. For now, he was leaving him. Saiyan stood up and took out his coat, said that he had one little thing to do. He would go outside the safari and return. The girl started asking where he was going again. The hero said that he needed to meet someone, so he would have a favor to ask her. Saiyan pointed at the brothers and asked to keep an eye on the two of them. The girl asked why. The hero said that he would tell everything later, and for now asked to stay with them until he returned, said to let them know if she noticed anything strange. Mina ran her finger along her cheek and said that in principle it was not difficult. She put her hands on her hips and said okay, while the hero left and thought that now it was time for him to taste what Colin was like. He imagined the scheme of the park, thought about the main castle. It stood surrounded by a forest. Inside the halls were goblins. On the floor lay a body. It spoke of human terror and awe. A pale hand held coins in its hands. The stranger said that both of them were excellent methods of raising the price. He crouched and said that he settled here partly out of interest. He began to fly, laughed and said that it was the right choice. He sat on the throne and said however. He looked at the worshipping elephant and asked what was the matter. He smiled grimly and said that the fun was in full swing. Colvin said that it was related to the third task. Raven smiled and said that the strongest player so far had 3 seals, and he liked to watch these people shaking with fear who couldn't even get 2 seals. Colvin said gloomily that it was like that until yesterday. Raven looked at him questioningly, covering his face with his hand. Elephant said that a player had appeared who was able to get 4 seals, and not just 1, but 2. He showed the statuses of the heroes. Raven looked at the screen and asked where such people came from, and noticed that one of them didn't even have the support of a deity. He frowned. He looked at how the heroes went through the rides. He said that all the rides had a high level from the very beginning, which was then further increased. He watched how the hero fought monsters and said that if this continued, then today they would be able to get the 5th seal and complete the task. The Raven covered his face and thought if he interfered with the main task, there might be problems, thought that this way could make things easier. He looked through his fingers and assumed that the hero would come here himself, thought that this could not be. He looked at the elephant and said to just leave him. Maybe it would even be better for these two to complete the task. He said that recently fewer players were riding the rides. The elephant looked at him and said that the players were no longer motivated due to the high difficulty level and new ones began to come less. The Raven smiled and asked what if he could complete the task and leave the park. He asked if the guard thought that other players would receive some incentive. The elephant frowned and thought that for a stupid creature he was cooking up a good pot. He said that this was an amazing plan, wished him a pleasant viewing. He bowed and said that he was leaving. The Raven asked if it was time for patrol. The Raven smiled and said that the guard was loyal, said that when he first saw him, he thought he was a bit dumb. He stood up and said that at that moment they had not yet grasped the whole situation. Kara said correctly, guards were rarely added, but it was funny to watch him fall at his feet with a plea. Kara's grinned and said that neither he nor Ricardo's knew the reason for his addition. Kara's stretched out on the throne and sent the guard away, while he himself was already thinking that today it would be nice to meet more bugs. Day had come. Saiyan smiled, holding his sword in his hand, and thought that Colin usually patrolled along this road, thought that if this was true, then he should have passed here a long time ago. He looked to the side. The elephant appeared and said, "Finally, the hero has come." He looked at the hero and said that he was not interested in killing madmen. Saiyan frowned and thought that who would doubt that he was serving Kara's, because they thought the same as before. Xiaolong swung his sword. The hero thought that he probably wanted to see him run away from him in terror. The guard struck. Clumps of earth rained down. Saiyan ran forward. He struck the giant's hand. There was no mark left on it. Seihan gritted his teeth and thought how hard the monster was. He jumped back and thought that he could not hurt him even with a sword covered in orichalcum. He asked himself, did he really eat metals even during patrol? He did not think that the elephant would be such a serious opponent. Seihan made a dash, thought that if the guard was not like that, he would not listen to Sungchen's reports. The elephant began to turn and said that the hero was not fighting with all his strength. He did not think that such players existed. Seihan delivered chopping blows to the giant's body. The elephant looked at him and said that he was not interesting, so he offered to talk for a while. Seihan landed. He smiled and said that Kalung was talking too much, or was he a type of guard? He said to attack. Kalung's horns began to sparkle green. He began to attack, said that he did not know where such a hero came from, but there would not be a wet spot left on his corpse. Seihan looked at him and mentally offered him to check it out. Kalung's fist rushed towards Seihan. The boy dodged the blow and went on the offensive himself. He looked at the monster and thought that it was huge, so there must be many cracks in it. Seihan narrowed his eyes. He struck a blow that caused a flash. The boy thought irritably that he could not achieve normal force with this. He looked at the sword that flashed in the sun and thought that, judging by the fact that the coated weapon did not evaporate, Kalung's body was not harder than orichalcum. He jumped off Kalung's shoulder just as the monster's paw landed on the place where the boy had been before. Seihan realized that he did not have enough strength. Kalung threw out his fist again to attack. Seihan found himself behind the monster in 2 jumps. Kalung shifted from foot to foot. Seihan concentrated on finding the monster's weak points. He abruptly kicked the monster's leg. However, it did not cause any harm to him. Xiaolong attacked the place where Seihan was a moment ago. The boy managed to dodge. He threw a dagger at Xiaolong's eye. The boy thought irritably that the monster seemed to have no weak points. Xiaolong clenched his fist again, and Seihan hurried to dodge. The monster missed because Seihan was ahead of him in speed. He dodged again and again, thinking that for the sake of fighting Xiaolong, he tried to raise all his stats to the maximum, and now they are all at level E in the state of stopping the counter, which was confirmed by the pop-up system window. Xiaolong clasped his hands to make the attack stronger when Seihan thought that his stats are higher than any other player, and despite this, he cannot even scratch the monster. Xiaolong's strike raised a pillar of earth into the air. Seihan, holding onto a tree branch after another dodge, exhaled heavily. He cursed in irritation. Seihan looked at the monster's back, thinking that he, of course, guessed that with such a level it was such a thing to go to him. And yet now it is clear why at the mere mention of his name people's veins begin to tremble. The guy, hiding in the bushes, thought that if the guard Calving is so strong, it is quite possible that Kara's abilities are even greater. He hoped to squash the monster here, so then there is nothing left to do but use the first round set. Calvin looked around and angrily asked about where the guy who was running away from him like a pathetic rat had gone. Somewhere below, the guy's question was heard about what the monster was talking about since it was too slow. Calvin twisted his trunk and cursed. He took out the attraction, shouting that he would kill the enemy. He smashed the trees with the attraction, constantly asking where the guy was and demanding to get out. However, Seihan decided to avoid the battle since he thought that he had nothing else to do here. He rushed through the trees, thinking that now with his skills and items it would not be possible to kill Qiaowang, since it would require a powerful blow from a strong attack. He thought about the upset guy. Seihan decided that in the end there was only one way left. The sun was shining brightly over the forest. Nina was asked if he and Seihan were brother and sister. The girl even got up from the grass from such an assumption and answered that of course not, since they even have different surnames. Since they can be brother and sister, to which the guy awkwardly agreed with this, it just seemed to him that they were very friendly. So he thought that they were from the same family, and Mina said that she was simply speechless, since if this were so, then on the contrary, they would behave like a cat and a dog, because they are not that friendly. Mina said that on the contrary, it felt like these guys were real brothers, because how could it be that the relationship between brothers was so good? To which the guy immediately raised his hands and said that they were definitely not brothers. He just thought Mr. Seihan was very unusual, so he asked. He added that getting 4 seals was not easy at all, to which Mina pulled up her sleeve and replied that, by the way, she also had 4 seals, and the guy praised her. Nina haughtily closed her eyes, saying that of course she was great, to which Seihan, who appeared behind her, asked what of course she meant. The girl turned around sharply at him, saying that he scared her. The guy indifferently asked why she was so scared, to which Mina got angry, since you have to warn when you approach like that, and the guy replied that he was not trying to hide. Chanu said that they were talking about Seihan. Seihan asked him about it again. Nina explained that he was just curious about how they met. Seihan calmly explained that he caught her robbing a bank, to which Mina immediately got angry since he made her look like a criminal, and Seihan pointed out that it was true, since she was a criminal, and Chanwu muttered that they were really good friends, after which Seihan said that if Chanwu didn't mind, he wanted to talk to him. Chanwu looked surprised at this offer. Seihan explained that he had something to tell him, but this wasn't quite the right place, so he suggested that they step aside. Chanwoo was following Sehun when he asked where they were going, to which Sehun replied that this would be good, after which Chanwoo asked what the guy wanted to tell him. The guy turned to him, and Chanwoo prepared to listen. Sehun looked tense when he asked if the guy was giving information about this place to Cheolwon. The guy immediately pulled out his sword, cutting the piece of paper in half. He asked Sehun irritably how he knew about this. He smirked and said that there was a way to everything, and to be honest, he wanted to ask him something, but he would have to leave it for later. Sehun tiredly ruffled his hair and Chanwoo asked what it meant. Sehun turned around and with a sly smile suggested that he try to attack him with all his strength, as he wanted to see what the boy was capable of. Chanwoo swung his sword again, cutting the falling leaf in half. Sehun managed to dodge at the last moment. Chanwoo attacked from below. Sehun barely moved his head away from the tip of the sword, thinking that his opponent was not bad. The boy continued to attack. Sehun jumped back, thinking that he could not even see anything, when an unexpected thought occurred to him. He guessed that the enemy was using the spiritual eye. Chanwoo pointed his sword at him and said that Sehun talked so insolently and now all he does is dodge. He took a fighting stance and said that if the opponent did not want to talk, then he had no choice but to kill him. Sehun watched his stance carefully. Chanwoo bent his legs and leaned his body forward. He looked concentrated. The guy pulled out his sword. Sehun prepared to attack. At the last moment, he caught the sword rushing towards him with his hand, talking about the level of sword technique. Chanwoo thought irritably that it was impossible for the opponent to catch his sword with 2 fingers. Sehun looked at his opponent and thought that his agility was about 60 or 70, and his strength was about 50, and these are quite high indicators, considering that he is not an avatar. He held the sword with 1 finger and thought that in other words, it is all about strength and agility. Chanwoo felt something. He swung the sword. Chanwoo struck one after another, but Sehun constantly dodged. Chanwoo decided to throw. He prepared to attack. Sehun smirked. He reached his fingers towards the opponent's sword. Despite Chanwoo's strikes, Sehun deftly avoided them. Sweat was pouring down Chanwoo's forehead. Finally, the sword made a final slash. Chanwoo didn't understand what was happening. Sehun explained that he had good items, then showed the dark gloves, which had a D-level durability, an E-level defense, an E-level magic resistance, and a special skill of a B-level first hit, after which Sehun admitted that he was surprised by the opponent's abilities. Chanwoo said that his skills were nothing compared to his. Sehun wondered why a guy with such powers was spying for Cheolwon. Chanwoo didn't know what to say. Sehun assumed that it was because of Xiu. The guy concluded that Cheolwon promised to spare Xiu in exchange for help. Chanwoo bowed and confirmed this assumption, because when he first encountered Cheolwon, he fought against him alone. He remembered that fight and couldn't even call it a battle, since he was nothing more than a toy to the monster. It became clear then that going to it alone was an unwise decision on his part, since he lost his sight in that battle, and Xiu had since fallen into apathy. After that, he had no choice but to agree to Cheolwon's offer, since at that moment he felt its power on himself and was in a hopeless situation. Chanwoo covered his face with his hand, saying that he wanted to save Xiu at all costs, even if it meant going to hell. Sehun dryly asked how long the guy had been supplying the monster with information. Chanwoo pulled his hat down over his eyes and replied that it had been happening since they arrived in Safari until now, and that it was mostly information about what was happening among people, after which he asked what the guy was going to do now. Sehun heard the question of whether he would tell the others about everything, to which the guy replied that he would not do anything now. This greatly surprised Chanwoo, and Sehun explained that it had not bothered him so far, and on the contrary, he thought that he could take advantage of the situation because they knew how he would act. He turned away and said that Cheolwon was collecting information but not doing anything, and this meant that he just liked the players to feel fear. So he probably told Chanwoo to keep an eye on the others so that they could not escape, and then asked when the next challenge would be, and Chanwoo replied that in a week. Suddenly, the guy guessed that Sehun was going to fight Cheolwon, and he of course knew that Sehun was a strong player, but he was on a completely different level, and they had no plan or ideas on how to hurt him, so he would simply kill him with impotence, to which the guy replied that he knew this because he saw him recently. Chanwoo was taken aback by the guy meeting him, to which he received the answer that the monster was no different from all the monsters he had encountered so far, since its body was very strong. Sehun turned around and said that however, just because he couldn't kill it right away, it didn't mean that he couldn't defeat it at all. Chanwoo asked what that meant, and Sehun replied that he just needed to continue following the monster's instructions, but let him tell him the information too. The guy threw in a farewell that he would tell the details later. He also added that of course he should tell Xiu everything, but Chanwoo asked if that was necessary. Sehun put his hands in his pockets and said that Xiu was one of the main figures in this matter. Xiu emotionally exclaimed about why Chanwoo didn't tell him right away that this had happened to him. The guy sheepishly apologized, since he didn't want his friend to worry about him even more. However, Xiu started yelling about what would happen if something happened to him, because he really thought the guy would be happy. Chanwoo lowered his head and apologized. Mina realized that this was why Sehun told her to keep an eye on those two, and Sehun replied that he had a premonition, to which she did not know if it could be considered a good intuition. He did not understand what to do now, but Sehun believed that they should kill him, and Mina immediately became interested in who exactly and whether this monster Chilwoon was, after which Sehun confirmed her guess. Mina thought so she decided to go on the mission, to which Sehun apologized and said that it was better for her not to go anywhere for now since Chilwoon was most likely looking for him. The girl turned around and thought upset about what her partner was doing outside. Shiwoo asked with interest if it was true that Sehun was going to kill Chilwoon. Since the guy heard everything, Sehun explained that the situation was not the best right now, and he would not be surprised if Chilwoon came here and started killing or kidnapping people, since according to his brother, they had about a week left. Shiwoo repeated his question again about whether the guy would really fight Chilwoon. Sehun replied that he probably knew that there was no other way to get out of here, to which the guy agreed with this, since this was too much even for someone who was able to get 4 seals, and Sehun confirmed this, since for him alone this was too much. He sat down next to the guy and said that he would need his help. He looked up at Shiwoo and asked him if he wanted to try to make a weapon that would kill Chilwoon. The guy hesitated. He clenched his fists tightly. Shiwoo decided that he would try. Soon, the protagonist brought Shiwoo and Min to the clearing with prepared things. These things turned out to be a special basic production set for making equipment, which the system notified about. The guy looked at these things in shock. Nina looked at the protagonist and asked where he got all this from. He answered her by saying that it was a reward for the previous task, but in his mind Sehun said that in fact he just bought everything in the DLC shop for points. Sehun looked at Shu and asked if these things were enough to make something. He answered him by saying that this is quite enough. The guy's eyes even lit up with anticipation. He wanted to quickly craft something. Nina looked at the protagonist and whispered to Shu if it seemed strange to him that such items appeared in such a place. Looking at the system panel, the guy told her that all this was good because he was even glad that he could at least create something. The girl approached Sehun and asked if he planned it from the very beginning, because last time he was good-natured with her, now with Shu, although they are younger than him. The protagonist looked at the girl and reminded her that there was only a 3-year difference between them. Mina was very surprised to hear him. Shu scratched his head and said that he was already in his 3rd year of high school. Hearing him, the girl said that he looked much younger because she thought he was in elementary school. Sehun abruptly interrupted her, telling her to stop talking and try to install a dome here. When she asked in confusion what kind of dome he wanted to install, the protagonist told her to install a protective dome so that others could not penetrate. Mina was a little wary, asking Sehun how he knew that she could do this, after which she abruptly ran back. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that her main ability was to irritate people, but he knew that now was the 3rd task, and she should have already received the skill to install a dome. Soon everything around the girl began to glow. Soon Shu and his forge were sealed in a space separation barrier. Mina said contentedly that no one would even know what was happening inside this space. The protagonist smiled awkwardly. He did not expect that the girl could separate space. The support of a high-class deity was still on another level, so in the first round no one could find Mina when she escaped. Calling up the inventory of the system, the protagonist said that it was not for nothing that everyone said that if someone wants to become an avatar, you need to choose a high-class god. Shu was surprised when the protagonist handed him various types of metal and said that he could use them for remelting. Looking at the various types of weapons in his hand, the guy asked what exactly he needed to make from this. After he put them on the anvil and offered to make a sword or a spear, but Sehun refused. He handed the guy a scroll, saying to look at the contents. Shu began to examine the drawing, saying that he saw this for the first time. Sehun looked at his hand before explaining everything. He couldn't help but imagine a weapon and said that it was a weapon capable of killing Kalwang. At that time, Kalwang stood in the square in front of a lot of broken equipment. He looked at it all mentally, saying that he thought that with such abilities, they would go and collect seals, but judging by the lack of data, they are not in the safari. Suddenly, the bear began to approach at great speed and call out to his master. When he stood behind the elephant, he informed him of the summoning of Lord Kara's. Warming his arms, the elephant said that they need to go right now. The subordinate was slightly taken aback when he heard him, reminding him that it would take some time to prepare the other monsters. Kalwang slightly bowed his head and said that it did not matter. Then he grabbed the bear with his trunk. He began to strangle him, saying that he alone was enough. At that time, Mina and her partner discussed the possible arrival of monsters. One of the people running near the people reminded that other monsters could appear and they need to be prepared. The girl at this time became bored. She remembered how these people did not believe them at first, but when she showed the seals they immediately began to act. Suddenly she exclaimed, feeling the ground tremble. Mina immediately took the form of an eagle, deciding to personally check everything. A moment later, she flew into the sky. Flying at great speed, she was perplexed, trying to understand if it was Kalwang. Below, she saw a huge monster crushing trees. Flying over the people, Mina thought she could not understand how they were supposed to catch this monster. Landing near Chanon, the girl reported the approach of the enemy. He immediately screamed, deciding to warn the others. Looking behind her, the girl clenched her teeth. The monster was faster than she expected. This made her think about escaping. Remembering how San saved her all the time, the girl began to get very angry, trying to figure out what to do. She became attached to the guy and could not make a decision now. When she was thinking out loud about luring Xiaowon, Chanwu appeared behind her and said that there was no need for this. Turning around, Mina was surprised and asked him if he really wanted to fight the monster. He just closed his eyes and said that he could not just run away, and although his strength was not enough to fight the monster, he could distract it. Having become serious, the guy began to think about a possible fight. After that, he abruptly ran towards Xiaowon. Mina looked after him anxiously. Chanu, rushing towards the monster, heard people screaming, trying to evacuate ordinary people. He closed his eyes. All this time he was watching the people, reporting everything to the monster, and now he had to answer for his actions. Soon he was kneeling in front of Kalwang. Bowing his head, he told the monster that he was waiting for him. Kalwang laughed slightly, calling the guy diligent. Without moving, Chanu said that they needed to hurry, so he would take him a shortcut to catch the fugitives. But when the monster replied that he did not need it, the guy slightly shuddered. Kalwang looked at the guy and said that he did not even want to listen to him because he was trying to buy time. Sharply turning around, the monster told Chan that he had never been so diligent. He would not have come running here. Gritting his teeth, the guy tensed. He could not just let go of Kalwang. A moment later, he stood in front of the monster, surprising him. Chanu pointed his blade at Kalwang, who only chuckled, saying that they hadn't fought for a long time. After that, the elephant became serious and said that he hoped that the guy's abilities had improved. Chanu, however, said nothing and continued to stand motionless. A moment later, he suddenly ran to the side, after which he jumped into the air and attacked the elephant from the side. Trying to slap the guy with his hand, the monster said that his speed was of no use and it would be better for him to try to get a better weapon. Kalwang swung his hand, telling Chan that he had done a good job getting him various information. Very nervous, Chanu mentally apologized to Shu. A moment later, the elephant delivered a powerful blow. Suddenly, cracks began to spread along the elephant's hand. A second later, his hand shattered like glass. The protagonist, who was standing to the side, asked what the use of his power was. Stepping on one of the plates, the protagonist said that he should have fed it better metals, after which he chuckled. Looking at San, Xiaolong said that he could finally see the real him, but in his mind he was confused, trying to understand how his arm was torn apart. The protagonist slightly mockingly told the elephant that he was glad to see him again, because this time he brought a friend with him, the one who would smash his head, Pile Bunker. At this time, Mina, having transformed into an eagle, flew over the forest. Looking around, she scolded San for giving him a stupid task. Soon she found a frightened Shu. Having landed, she asked the guy if he was okay. Nina was slightly angry when the guy told her to stay here because this is the safest place. Then she asked him how he was going to kill the monster. A sudden noise from an explosion scared them both. It was the noise from a powerful blow from Xiaolong, which the protagonist dodged. He landed on his hand and jumped back again. The elephant immediately became angry, cursing at the protagonist's actions. A moment later, he attacked him again. Looking at his hand, he realized that he only needed one blow to kill the guy. Feeling the guy's presence behind him, the monster went into shock. Saiyan grinned, telling the monster that he had become dumb since their last meeting. This angered the monster, forcing him to turn around to strike. The protagonist, looking at the enemy's hand, realized that he had become even slower. Dodging his attack, Sehen realized that it was all because Xiaowang, having lost his hand, had become less stable. Seeing how the guy dodged, the elephant became even more angry. He looked around trying to find the hidden protagonist and shouted, saying that he himself had come to fight him and now he was running away so cowardly. Looking at his weapon, San said that everything was fine with it, but it was necessary to wait for a reload. Concentrating mana in the weapon, the protagonist realized that he needed another minute. Pointing the gun at the elephant, Sahan told it that it could move with all its might while it had time. The elephant became angry and screamed, saying that it was a guard and it was impossible for it to be killed on the third mission. After that, it struck again. But seeing how Sahan dodged, the elephant involuntarily thought. It struck again, trying to understand how such a bug could resist it. When the minute passed, Saiyan put the gun to the monster's head. It immediately froze and did not move. After that, it began to scream, offering a deal that he would no longer kill people. Saiyan only smiled widely and said that he did not agree. A moment later, Xiaolong's head shattered into pieces. The wounded Chanwu, starting to get up, froze because the sensation of the monster's presence disappeared. The system immediately informed the protagonist about receiving the Guardian Hunter achievement and receiving a reward. The system also notified him that he could now deal 30% additional damage to the guard. Looking at the system windows, the protagonist thought, of course he was pretending to be careless, because the guard was still strong and he barely coped. Chanu approached the protagonist and asked him if Jialwang was really dead. Sahan looked at the fragments of the monster's head and said that he had blown his head apart, and even a starfish dies from this. Looking at the pile of metal, Chanu said that even such a monster can die. While Chanu was asking about the protagonist's weapon, many observers appeared above their heads. The protagonist lowered his weapon when he saw them. Some people began to approach, not believing in Jialwang's death, and tried to make sure. Chanu suddenly bowed thanks to the protagonist. While people were passing by, the guy said that he could only thank him because he had nothing else to say. Arriving at the scene of the battle, Mina said that there was one more boss left. The people immediately turned around in fear and started asking if it was true. Mina got excited, trying to convince everyone that she hadn't said anything. But Sahan abruptly closed her mouth. Looking at the crowd of people, the protagonist said that he would tell them everything later because he needed to tell them something. At this time, Karas, as if he felt something, smiled. At this time, someone was watching the video of the protagonist's battle. The Greek general, surprised, asked who it was. At this time, Anonymous 97 greeted his friend, asking if he was on another channel. While the gods were watching the video of the guard's murder, the Greek general tried to understand how this was possible. Freaky Friday answered him, saying that they had no idea how he did it, because he wasn't even an avatar. The clown grinned when she was asked about the guy's identity, because her avatar was nearby. She answered them, saying that even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. Anonymous, One-Eyed Snake, and Greek general were perplexed, saying in the chat that this should not happen. Clown smiled at this time, saying that the boy was unusual. When Sahan was asked if he got anything from the murder, he answered that of course he did. He showed them the stone and said that it was a grimoire. It was a skill, the ability to eat metal and turn it into a part of the body. It was even possible to turn your body into gold and use the starfish skill. Nina screamed when she saw the skill rank. She asked if he could eat orichalcum and become orichalcum. The protagonist confirmed her guess. The girl involuntarily sighed. She could never get this in her life, because this only drops if you kill a guard. Sahan interrupted her, saying that it was not necessary. He was just lucky. Mina turned around abruptly and took offense, saying that bragging about such things is not necessary. When the protagonist called her and threw the grimoire, she screamed, scolding the protagonist for such careless handling of objects, but he calmly told her to take the grimoire for herself. Looking at the grimoire and then at the protagonist, the girl asked why he gave it to her. Sehi smiled, saying that she thought it was more necessary. Pointing to his hand, Sahan said that she could change her appearance and make a weapon out of her hand and turn it into metal. Slightly nervous, Mina asked if he was sure, because this thing was very valuable. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was not very valuable, and now she could consider it a reward for helping, because she would be able to reveal the potential of the skill more than he could. Holding the grimoire, Mina screamed, telling Sahan not to refuse her offer later, because she was taking it because he himself was giving it. Having received the protagonist's consent, Mina sharply clenched her palms. In an instant, mana appeared on her palms, and the system notified about receiving the skill Starfish. Looking at her, the protagonist slightly regretted, because if she were not an avatar, the skill could be shared. Afterwards, he chuckled, telling himself that the girl has great potential. The events take us to an almost empty city, in which people were evacuated. Chanu fought monsters, not letting them pass to people. Ordinary people fled due to great fear. Touching the collar, the protagonist asked who was next. The man in front of him became nervous, asking if it was safe. A moment later, the collar released mana. The guy began to thank San after the collar disappeared. Mina turned to the protagonist and said that he had a stern face, after which he said that he forgot something important. Pointing to her hand, Mina asked what would happen to their tasks after the escape. Sahan glanced at the girl and reminded her that she wasn't the only one who got them. Afterwards, Mina sat down to him, saying that if they let everyone go, then there would be no one to put the seal, and how would they complete the tasks in that case? Sahan thoughtfully pointed at the guy and puzzled him by asking if he had a seal. Slightly nervous, the guy said that he had a seal, and upon hearing him, the protagonist asked him to put it on them. When the guy put the seal on, Mina asked if anything would happen if he put the seal on like that. Suddenly, a wave of mana was released from her hand, and the guy who put it on felt his condition worsening. Almost crying, the girl screamed, saying that they could not suffer trying to get these seals. But the girl became despondent when the protagonist, sitting on a bench, told her to take a closer look, because there was not even a reward for the seal. Slightly frowning, the protagonist thought that he just needed to get the seal, because everything was resolved with the tasks of other players too. A moment later, the protagonist began to consider the main task, in which he had to save all the people except himself. Karas was very angry at this time, trying to understand where Kalvang had gone. The mouse, very nervous, tried to pronounce the words, but stuttered even more, angering Karas. Bowing before Karas, the mouse said that Kalvang seemed to be dead. Kara's, hitting himself in the face, said that with Kalvung's size, he probably managed to kill many, probably even killed half of the park. Trembling with fear, the mouse said that it was not people who were dead, but Mr. Kalvung himself. Kara's stopped smiling and asked if this was true. Continuing to tremble with fear, his subordinate said that he did not know who did it. Kara's suddenly jumped up, asking what they were doing all this time. The subordinate answered him saying that at that time they were resisting the players who suddenly attacked. The vampire released his mana, saying that the players were too bold. Afterwards, he sat on his throne and ordered the mouse to gather all the monsters and send them to the safari so that they would destroy even the stones in their path. The mouse became even more nervous, raising its head. Looking at the monster with disdain, Kara's asked what else he wanted to say. Was there really nothing more he could do after the death of Chialwon? The monster remembered the monster's report and said that some had already gone there, but there was no one in the safari. Kara's suddenly became angry upon hearing it. He spread his wings, screaming hysterically. At that moment, San seemed to sense something. Then he frowned, assuming that everything had begun. At that time, people continued to evacuate. Chanwoo, seeing many wounded, understood that they needed to hurry. When Sehen approached him, the guy asked if everything would end so easily, and as soon as they went outside, everything would end. Sehen turned away, saying that this was all for now and there was no threat. Raising his hand, Chanwoo asked if he meant the raven. Sehen answered him by saying that it would definitely be here soon. And indeed, someone was approaching them at great speed. Chanwoo and Sehen immediately shuddered upon feeling it. The entire building near them was enveloped in black smoke. The protagonist's eyes widened in tension. He felt the enemy approaching. A moment later, the raven actually flew near them. Then, it covered itself with its wings, and elegantly spread them out, hovering above the people. Then, it rushed down. The people saw it, very scared. Mina and Shu were also surprised by the raven's sudden arrival. Even Chanwoo and San could not help but admit that they were not scared. San gritted his teeth. The constellation made him afraid. A moment later, the raven landed in front of him. While the smoke covered him, Kara's praised the protagonist for his efforts. Kara's, who had taken the form of a raven, told San that she did not even think that he would make him act. Chanwoo and the protagonist tensed up. The enemy was not easy. That time with Orga, the protagonist was also a little afraid, but it was because of the restrictions of the second stage. He dodged with ease then, because he roughly knew what techniques he owned. Even in the battle with Kalvung, he was a little worried about the sudden transformations, but he was not afraid, even fighting that monster with only one sword. But this time, he was really nervous. It was the worry for all those people he fought for. The protagonist froze in his past life. He would have shamelessly abandoned people to save himself. A moment later, he looked at Chanwoo and told him that he would hold back the crow and let them run with the others. Shu and Mina even flinched in surprise. Afterwards, the girl screamed, telling the people that they needed to hurry. Kara's raised his hand and said that they were acting as if he would just stand there and watch this. He abruptly attacked with his feathers, causing the protagonist to curse. Sehen immediately began to move around the battlefield and block Kara's attacks. The raven was slightly surprised to see this. The protagonist tried to catch his breath after this. Then he pointed his weapon at the raven. He was slightly surprised, saying that he did not think that some person would treat him like that. Sehen grinned and said that he deserved it, because he personally came here to catch these people. Rushing at the guy, the raven said that he thought too much of himself. The protagonist stopped smiling, mentally saying that now all that was left was to delay the enemy, and for at least half an hour. Kara's suddenly flew into the air. He began to hover in the sky, spreading his wings. A moment later, he abruptly dived, forcing Sehen to use shadow running to dodge. Moving in the shadows, the protagonist told himself that he needed to be cold-blooded because the enemy was superior to him in all respects. Sehen began to turn into a human again. The system notified him of the use of the Darkness Code equipping skill. Kara's flew after the shadow, tearing the ground along the way. Then he looked at his claws, thinking that the guy had a nasty skill. At that moment, Sehen came out of the shadow. Then he threw his weapon at the raven. The system immediately notified him of the use of the Darkness Glove equipping skill. The raven was surprised to see this. He grabbed the weapon flying at him and got angry. Then he crushed it, calling the protagonist pathetic. Then he rushed towards him again, starting to dive down again. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing what the enemy had done. He landed right in front of him at great speed, forcing the ground to shatter into pieces. When a boulder appeared in front of Sehen, the raven used it as cover and attacked, but to no avail. The protagonist ducked, dodging the enemy's attack. But even so, a wound appeared on his cheek. Sehen immediately jumped back, and began to increase the distance with the raven. He said very angry that he did not want to fight at full strength, but he was too angry. Sehen was just trying to catch his breath without answering Kara's. Raising his hand, the monster said that he would teach him a lesson that he would never get anywhere else. Mana began to concentrate above his palm. The protagonist was shocked. He could not believe that the raven was going to use that very skill. When the raven's body began to transform, he told the protagonist to look at him carefully. Soon even his head turned white, after which he flew up saying that this is the power of the constellations. Looking at the guy, the raven said that it would be nothing for him to kill them before they were kicked out of here, because the rules of the level did not apply to him now. Sehen gritted his teeth, even if his abilities were limited, but this was against the rules, and in general, how could he use the transfer skill? At that moment, the raven sharply dived down, after which he rushed straight at the guy, forcing him to hide in the shadow. Karas immediately attacked the shadow, forcing the protagonist to come out of it. Looking at Sehen, the raven praised him for still being alive. After that, he flew up again, and began to create strong air currents by flapping his wings. He stared at the protagonist, calling him too unusual. Karas landed on the ground, saying that at first he pissed him off, but he still deserves praise. The raven's beak opened as he told the protagonist to take it as an honor to hear such words from Karas himself. The protagonist, slightly irritated, said that he says this as if he himself is worth something. Suddenly appearing near the guy, the raven grabbed him, saying that from the very beginning he was nothing more than bait in order to detain him. After that, he lifted the protagonist, saying that it was time for them to finish because he needs to kill those outside. The raven's eye lit up when he said that he would show mercy and not kill him with a painful death. Sehen suddenly chuckled, telling the raven not to be so careless anymore when he was about to win. The system notified him of the completion of task number 3 a moment later. After that, it notified him of the immediate receipt of the reward. A second later, the system notified him of the acquisition of the round transfer kit, which allowed him to receive all the skills or items earned in the first round. At that moment, the protagonist released his mana using the proof of transcendence. The raven became very nervous upon seeing this. Then, he suddenly closed his beak. The protagonist pierced his torso with a new weapon. This made the raven cough up blood. Looking at his weapon, the protagonist became nervous, not understanding how the raven managed to dodge. Then he began to read the description of the weapon, which could increase in size and inflict fatal damage on the enemy within 30 minutes. Karas suddenly flew into the sky, after which he took out his weapon and shouted, asking the protagonist who he was, because he was not even an avatar. He only called his weapon from the inventory and did not answer. Controlling his feathers, Karas said that he never thought that he would have to endure all this because of a person. Then he directed the feathers at Sehen, telling him to die. A moment later, the feathers rushed straight at the guy. He began to move at great speed, dodging attacks. Then he swung his staff, and threw it straight at the raven. But his staff bounced off the airflow and did not reach the target. The protagonist frowned slightly, using the skill hit the target. At the same moment, the spear pierced the airflow, which greatly surprised the raven. The spear hit him in the wing and wounded him. Karas screamed, saying that it was impossible. After that, he fell to the ground. Sehen tried to catch his breath. He used the transcendence skill and hit the target on the spear, but even so he could not hit the heart. Karas stood up abruptly and looked at the guy. Then he tensed his clawed hand. At that moment, the protagonist clenched his teeth from tension, summoning a shield, with which he hid from the feathers of the monster. He was very nervous, realizing that he needed to move. He abruptly stepped aside, which puzzled Karas. He watched in surprise as the protagonist stood up and defended himself from his feathers with a shield. Pointing both hands at the guy, the raven screamed, denying everything he saw. At that moment, Sehen felt incredible pressure, but a moment later, he still threw the spear and wounded the monster's leg, making him scream. Standing motionless, the protagonist asked how he could scream like that, being a constellation because of an attack by a regular player. Karas became very nervous. Summoning his sword, Sehen asked the constellation if it now felt how dangerous it was. The raven immediately began to attack again, saying that it was a bug. Sehen only sighed, after which he began to easily reflect the enemy's attacks. His pupil even decreased due to concentration. Karas froze in fear, not believing his eyes. He abruptly folded his wings, sending hundreds of feathers at the enemy. Because of this, some feathers still injured Sehen, thanks to which the raven calmed down, and dividing his wings, he began to attack from both sides. He abruptly clenched his fist, telling the protagonist to die. When his terrifying attack seemed to hit the enemy, he escaped using shadow running. He began to approach the constellation. A moment later, he jumped out right in front of him, after which he pointed his weapon at the raven, which greatly frightened him, forcing him to form a wall of feathers. Sehen's weapon barely touched the wall, as a powerful explosion occurred. Because of this, the protagonist's weapon broke, and the wounded Karas began to get up, mocking the guy. This made the guy very angry, forcing him to rush at the enemy. The raven screamed, saying that he would not be able to defeat him with his bare hands. Then he grabbed the guy by the head and slammed him into the ground. Smiling, Karas said that he really strained him a lot. But surprisingly, the protagonist only smiled, reminding him that he should not lose his vigilance. Karas immediately tensed up. The protagonist immediately grabbed the spear that pierced the raven's stomach. This made Karas take the form of a man. and fall dead on the guy. The events take us to another dimension. Akardos, looking at the guy's dossier, mentally cursed the Raven. He could not report to his superiors that there was a bug. Thinking, Akardos tried to understand why the Raven ran into the player. He couldn't help but remember the Raven telling himself that he shouldn't have believed him, but even if he was weak, he still belonged to the constellations. He thought everything would be fine. Watching the video, Akardos tried to understand how he used the transmission skill, because he had set everything up so that the constellations could not yet use all their power in the game. Grabbing his head, the man tried to think of a way to report everything without problems. Then he looked at the guy's dossier and decided to watch him very carefully. He looked at the bug report, realizing that this player was problematic. At that time, the system notified about the start of the first big update. The update said that now the quest would be held in the open world format, and it became possible to create a guild. Then the system notified about the start of the next quest, a great raid, the purpose of which was to destroy the raid bosses. Lying on the table, Sehen thought that now he would have to establish relations with the new society. Looking at the map, Mina asked what a guild was. Afterwards, she looked at the map and saw that there were 15 days until the boss appeared and asked why they were given so much time. Sehen glanced at the girl and answered her by saying that there were still people who had not finished the third task. At that moment, Chanu approached along with Xiu, who brought the repaired equipment. Standing up, the protagonist looked at his cloak. Although the wound was actually deep, his regeneration skills had risen from F rank to E rank. When the protagonist said that he was going to visit Dijin, Mina pointed to the map and said that there were already 4 bosses in Seoul. Why would he go there? The girl, not receiving an answer, closed her eyes, deciding to accept everything as it was, and the protagonist smiled when he saw this. At that moment, an observer suddenly appeared. Looking at the girl, the protagonist mentally said that now the clown was openly looking at them. Remembering the previous battle, the protagonist was glad that Kara's used the vision blocking technique. Then, raising his hand, he used a black curtain. When the clown began to tell Mina to go with the protagonist, she mischievously said that she would not go with him. The protagonist, looking at her, offered her a deal. Mina looked at the guy with a slight displeasure after his words. He gathered all his friends and offered them to join the guild that he would create in the future. Chanu got nervous, saying that he was not even sure of his usefulness. Xiu, slightly frowning, accepted the offer. The protagonist raised his hands, asking everyone not to strain themselves. He knew that Xiu would become the best master, and Chanu would be a strong enough player not inferior to the avatars of the gods. When everyone accepted the offer, the protagonist smiled, saying not to refuse later. The girl, slightly interested, asked when he was leaving for Dijin. He answered her by saying that right now. The events take us to the subway. The subway started announcing the next station. One man tensed up when he saw someone he knew. One of the players also tensed up. They stood up abruptly and started shouting that the train now belonged to the Eastern Moon Guild. People immediately became alarmed and panicked. Only the young girl remained calm. She played with her hair and looked at the players. At that moment, the train started moving. The protagonist, who was sitting in it, thought about it, trying to understand why the back part had become so noisy. Looking at the system window, the protagonist said that this time the reward was not very good. The skill was called Hunter's Intuition and allowed one to determine the location of an object. Looking away, the protagonist mentally said that in any case, the reward for the Raven was enough for him. Then he waved his hand and recalled the system window. At that moment, the system notified him that he had now become the new master of the Raven constellation. Then the system notified him that he could not use all his power due to a lack of divinity. Sehen stared blankly at the system window. The Raven's Eye skill created a black raven that could be sent out for reconnaissance. Black Curtain was the skill that allowed Karas to hide. When he used it, it felt like everything was swallowed by darkness. The protagonist was slightly despondent looking at the system window. He realized that for destroying a constellation, divinity was immediately given, although this divinity was of a low level. The protagonist stretched, thinking that thanks to this, he would be able to see the observer of that witch in Dijin. The witch who wanted the death of all humanity despite her love for people, and at the same time wanted to keep them alive. Closing his eyes, the protagonist mentally said that it was even funny to say that she was the most kind-hearted among them all. The train continued its journey. The man ran around the compartment in fear. His comrade was killed by a woman, the same one he had recently heard about and the one who was looking at him. A moment later, he received a blow to the back of the head, which knocked him down. He began to retreat in fear when his comrade's head was thrown in front of him. Looking at the girl, he begged him to spare him. She stood in front of him and asked if he wanted her to believe his words. But then she just smirked, calling the man funny. The events take us to the next station, where many people began to run out of the train, surprising the protagonist. Jisu, going down the steps, called Sehen, forcing him to ask when she arrived. She approached him and said that he was too inattentive, because they arrived on the same train. After that, the girl asked why they came here, because if she had not looked at the team's window and its location, she would not have been able to come here. When they left, the protagonist asked if she had been watching the whole time without stopping, and she replied that she had. The girl smiled and said that she had even been to the Roman Tower. This puzzled the guy, making him ask why she hadn't come to him then. The girl closed her eyes and said that she wanted to come right away, but a third task appeared on the way. Although the task was not difficult, it was very tedious. Pointing to the map, the protagonist said that he had come here only for the boss. Seeing the girl's calm, the protagonist asked her why she hadn't asked him about his strangeness, and she answered him by saying that he had never behaved normally. Sehen got a little nervous, trying to understand whether the girl thought well of him or badly. Walking through the city, the protagonist and the girl headed to Dunsan. The events take us to Seoul, the Silem district. Mina, looking at the map, scolded Sehen because he could have said the exact location instead of a hint. He only outlined a few features, saying that she could take advantage of this. Looking at the guy's drawings, the girl could not understand how she could find foreigners in this area, a father and daughter with blonde hair. Then she looked at the situation around and assumed that no one could survive here at all. Stepping on the rubble, the girl cursed, saying that she had previously thought that she had an easy task. Suddenly, a monster appeared near her and attacked. Dodging, the girl immediately concentrated mana in her hand. But suddenly a concrete slab hit the monster, thrown by a blonde man standing on a hill. He waved his hand, telling the girl that it was dangerous there. Mina was surprised to see him and immediately recognized his identity. Approaching him, she thanked the man. He smiled smugly, asking how she liked his technique. At this time, his daughter approached him and began to scold him for his behavior. The father immediately told her that even if there was no special need, they cannot dirty the hands of a little schoolgirl. But when the girl asked her father to pay attention to her observers, Mina only smiled and asked the names of the father and daughter. The man immediately sat down and introduced himself and his daughter. Mina immediately became happy and asked if she could go with them. After remembering how he was able to throw a large piece of concrete, the girl immediately realized that he was a player. Turning her attention to Taylor, the girl could not say anything for sure. Luke laughingly agreed with the girl's request, while Taylor said that they did not need to help someone who was stronger than them. The girl called up the system window trying to understand what Sehen wanted by asking her to join them. After that, she immediately sent a message to the protagonist saying that she found those people. At this time, soldiers were wandering the streets of the city. Jisu, looking at them, said that society is gradually normalizing. At this time, one of the soldiers approached them and asked if they were players. He immediately smiled, asking them to say their names and registration numbers. The protagonist, instead of answering, asked Jisu if she could jump to that building. She began to warm up, making the soldier worry, because he could not just let them go. But the protagonist had already jumped up, as did Jisu, who followed him. They both began to jump on buildings. This greatly surprised the soldier. Having climbed onto the roof, the protagonist and Jisu stopped. The confused girl asked why they climbed up there. The protagonist told her that he wanted to track down the raid boss. After that, he closed his eyes. Crows immediately began to form from his shadow, surprising Jisu. When the birds took off, the girl asked the guy when he learned how to do this. He answered by saying that he learned it not long ago. After that, he called up the system window, intending to look at the girl's stats while the crows were looking for the boss. After that, he turned his attention to the system window. Looking at her characteristics, the protagonist was very surprised. She mastered the technique of defeating vital organs and raised regeneration to C rank. Also, Helchin Saragan already had 3 stars. Looking at the puzzled girl, the protagonist mentally said that this only meant that she had already been possessed by an evil aura, or the harbingers of this should appear. When the girl hit him, Sehen became slightly nervous. Soon they arrived at the construction site. The protagonist and Jisu, walking through this territory, assumed that a simple monster lived here. Jisu, looking at the system window, asked why the raid boss had already appeared although there was still time on the timer. Sehen answered her by saying that you can't trust the timer, because most of them are traps. Examining the feathers and the battle site, the girl assumed that there was a fight between a winged monster and a beast. The protagonist refuted this, saying that this is a trace of the same monster. Suddenly, they turned around sharply, and then they jumped up, dodging the enemy's attack. Looking at the monster, Jisu said that it really was one monster. Sehen frowned slightly. It was hard not to believe it when you saw it with your own eyes. In front of them was a black tiger with wings, one of the 4 evil creatures of Chinese mythology, Gungai. Gungi's eyes sparkled when he looked at the people. Sehen was slightly surprised. He was previously worried about how to find it, and he himself came out to meet them. Looking at the cave behind, the protagonist assumed that it was huge, since such a huge tiger could hide in it. The system immediately notified about the start of task number 4. Sehen smiled nervously, saying that they found the monster too quickly and the task appeared first only for them. Jisu began to release mana and said that a strong smell of blood was coming from somewhere. At that moment, the tiger suddenly released its aura, because of which the protagonist drew attention to the horn in the monster's chest. Sahan got nervous. He didn't even think that the tiger had already encountered him. At that moment, the monster suddenly struck, forcing him to dodge. But the tiger was badly wounded and could not immediately continue the attack. He decisively turned around and began to run away. Jisu was puzzled by the monster's departure. The protagonist was nervous. Gungi had already received a wound, which meant that his information was inaccurate. This made him rush straight into the cave. When he and the girl found themselves in the cave, they stopped. The protagonist, looking at the monster in front of him, mentally said that this was not Gungi's lair. Right in front of them lay the slain Kirin, the sacred unicorn. Jisu, looking at the unicorn, immediately told who he was. Sahan, remembering the horn in the tiger's chest, immediately realized that it was the horn of a unicorn. Looking at the corpse of Kirin, the protagonist began to fear because the horn contained all the power of the unicorn. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist became sad. He wanted to come earlier and take the unicorn horn, but still failed. Jisu immediately understood the reason for the guy's sadness and approached him, while Sahan was thinking about how he couldn't let Gungi absorb the unicorn's power. Jisu began to walk around the cave, offering to look around to get a possible reward. But the protagonist did not agree, saying that they would not be able to find anything comparable to Kirin's horn. When the girl found Mithril, the protagonist thought about it. Jisu stood up and picked up the egg with her. This greatly shocked Sahan. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the girl and began to thank her. Looking away, the girl said that she had never seen him so grateful. Kirin's egg, or more precisely, the fetus, the female Kirin had been carrying it for a long time, and soon a new unicorn would hatch from there. If so, then another owner of the horn would appear soon. Jisu, examining the egg, said that it turned out to be a monster egg. The system informed them of this and told them to try to awaken the sacred animal. The system also gave out top-level diapers in an incubator along with a top-level nutritional drink in a bottle. Looking at the system windows, the girl was surprised and asked if it would be possible to resurrect Kirin. The system reported that they needed to pour the player's blood into the incubator and also wait 48 hours for it to hatch completely. Sahan immediately looked at his partner. Since the stats depended on blood, he felt sorry for his own. The girl, seeing how the guy was looking at her, smiled while he was thinking about everything. Then he noticed that the blood needed to be introduced into the catalyst within about 2 days, and Mina would be suitable for this. Having thought about it, the protagonist still decided to use Mina's blood. Then he paid attention to the message sent to her, and immediately rejoiced. Some time passed. Nina said that she recognized the egg of a sacred animal and asked in surprise if Sahan really told her to find them just because of that. A little confused, Sahan said that not only that, but he couldn't tell her about it yet, to which the girl was indignant. Mina opened her mouth and said that she was curious, when suddenly the guy replied that she would find out everything herself soon. Looking towards the guys, Sahan said discontentedly that Mina should stick close to them. The girl put one hand behind her back and said that it wouldn't be difficult for her. Sahan thought that he should just give her a good reward. The protagonist thought that he could handle it alone when he started the second round with all the knowledge he had gained. With his hands in his coat pockets, he looked at the boys and thought that when he met the heavily modified Minotaur and Karas, he realized one thing: it was necessary to take into account the intervention of the system. Sahan directed his gaze forward and the thought flashed through his mind that he needed her. He looked at the girl and thought that she was a player with the strongest skills that even deities feared. Lynn Taylor, he thought, calling the name of the cute girl. Looking at the bright egg, Taylor opened her mouth in surprise and turned to Sahan, asking if it should hatch now. Kneeling down, the protagonist smiled and asked if he really looked that old to her. The girl embarrassedly stuttered and said that it was not the case. Nina, who was standing behind the boy, mocked him and said that the difference between him and Taylor was 10 years. After a few seconds, she continued, saying that if it came to that, she might as well call him uncle, since there was a 4-year age difference between them. Mina sheepishly said that Jisu was ugly, even when she was just standing there. Jisu immediately appeared from behind Mina from the clearing fog, asking what she had just said. Nina, startled, replied that it was just a joke. After a while of silence, she asked if Sahan would be going to Dijin again, to which the guy coldly refused. Sahan looked away and said that if he went back now, he wouldn't catch the raid boss anyway. Nina exclaimed that it was not time for him to appear yet, and Jisu replied that they had already seen him. Venu screamed loudly in surprise. Frowning, she asked how the day was. Angered by this, they asked to explain what they were doing. The guys stopped next to a low building. All three were sitting on the ground in a circle and Mina, frowning, said that she thought that the raid boss was about the size of a guard. Sahan replied that if you judge by combat strength, then the guard would be stronger. The protagonist explained that the raid boss had higher defense stats and more health, so it was not so easy to kill him. After thinking for a while, he continued, saying that the boss had much fewer restrictions on his actions, so if he was left alone, he would create so many problems that no guard would be able to compare with him. Nina, interested, asked if they really needed to kill him as soon as possible, to which Saiyan replied that the other players were not ready yet, and a thought flashed through his mind that the raid boss itself had changed. Memories flooded the guy and he wondered if Gungi had been injured by Kirin's horn in his past life or if Dijin had changed while he was traveling there. The protagonist thought that he had never been to that city in the past, but its attack was so sudden as if it had been waiting for the guy. Remembering that city, the protagonist thought that there were many traces in it, as if they were trying to lure them into a trap. He thought about how the more he thought about it, the more inaccuracies he found. Saiyan put his hand on his chin and wondered if this was the system's intervention, trying to restrain him, but perhaps there was another reason. Time passed. Akardos sat and thoughtfully looked ahead. Looking at the system window, he thought about how unusual Saiyan was, because he didn't think that the guy would be able to dodge Gungi so easily. Seeing the egg in the protagonist's hands, he wondered if he had gotten something from the dungeon. Akardos wondered if Saiyan was holding the Kirin fruit. Akardos waved his hand and thought that the egg would not hatch anyway, because the protagonist would not be able to force it. Watching Gungi, Akardos did not understand why he was so weak. The tiger only had a horn embedded in his side, and he was already groaning in pain, the god thought. He made Gungi absorb the Kirin horn. Putting his finger on the screen, he laughed slightly and said that in order for Saiyan not to notice anything, he needed to slightly increase the skill of wound healing and tiger adaptation. Akardos looked at Gunga's burning eye and thought that if he tried, an incredible monster would come out of him. 2 weeks later, above the tall building stood a Sun player turned to his comrade and said that Saiyan would come to his senses when it was too late. Saiyan and Jisu were standing not far from the crowd of people. The protagonist looked at the crowd and exclaimed, recognizing someone in the crowd. Looking ahead, he saw Dongwon with a cloak covering his head. Frightened, Dongwon covered his face with his hand and screamed, asking how Saiyan got here. It was a sunny day above the tall building. Jisu walked behind Saiyan and asked what the military and police had lost here. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that they wanted to show that last time, due to a sudden attack, they did not fight at full strength. The military screamed, and Jisu asked if their weapons worked on the monster. Saiyan smiled and said that it still had a small effect, although for a raid boss it was not even a thorn. Looking around, the girl said that this matter could have been simply entrusted to the players. Saiyan looked at her over his shoulder and replied that the players would have more power in this case, and they certainly did not want to lose the power they had hard-earned in the open world. Jisu said suspiciously that she didn't like all this, and the protagonist suggested going to other players. Approaching the building, Saiyan looked around and said that there were many more players here than in his past life. Words were heard from the crowd that they needed a person who could heal wounds. Everyone was inviting people to join their team as best they could. One of the players approached Saiyan and extended his hand, offering him to join the team, to which the protagonist rolled his eyes and replied that this was not in his plans. The guys went forward, and the player shouted that Saiyan just wanted to show off in front of the girl. The comrade replied that the protagonist just wanted to show off, because it was immediately obvious that he was trying to be in the same room with Jisu. The girl took up a weapon and, wrapped in magical lightning, said that such people are everywhere and wouldn't it be easier for them to deal with ill-wishers. A cold drop of sweat ran down Saiyan's face and he said that they had no one to deal with and asked the girl to go faster. The protagonist thought about when the raid boss would appear, people like him themselves. His thoughts were interrupted and his attention was drawn to a person in the crowd of participants. Saiyan asked if it was Dongwon. Dongwon bared his teeth, covered his face with his hand and screamed, asking what they were doing here. Saiyan put his hands in his pockets and asked what happened to Yunhyung since Dongwon was here. The guy's frightened face had beads of sweat on it and he replied that Yunhyung went to Jeonju because he said he was worried about his family. The protagonist asked why Dongwon appeared among the participants, to which he raised his hands up and said that he was asked to come there. After examining Dongwon completely, Saiyan saw the equipment on him and thought that he tried hard in the third task, which means he also received a new skill. He thought that Dongwon was probably still far from the transfer skill. The transfer skill cannot be learned in the usual way, because avatars can do this only with the help of their deity, because they exhibit such a destructive effect. But the problem is that deities do not give it for free. Looking at the system screen, Saiyan said that the order to go to Dijin was most likely from Yunhyung or from the Righteous Life. In the chat, Clown said that she would send her avatar to Dijin and the guy who killed Karas gave her avatar something interesting that everyone would soon find out. Thoughtfully, Saiyan looked at the screen and thought that she was clearly talking about the Kirin egg. He was sure that Clown had such a character that she would never tell, so there was no need to worry. Saiyan knew that the deity that controlled Luca also knew how to keep secrets. The protagonist waved his hand and called out to Dongwon, asking if he had learned the inducement skill and asked him to use it now. Dongwon put his hands in front of him and said that he had not learned the skill. Holding the crystal in his hand, Saiyan asked Dongwon if he knew what would happen if he lied. The guy screamed in fear that he had learned the skill. Staring at Dongwon with a vicious gaze, Saiyan screamed, and Dongwon immediately. Before he could finish speaking, a raven appeared in the air not far from them. The bird noticed something and Saiyan felt it. Looking at the raven, the protagonist thought about it, seeing that the asphalt was moving. Saiyan put his hand on Dongwon's shoulder and approached his face, shouting for him to use the skill now. Stuttering, Dongwon asked why the guy suddenly needed a skill. Looking around, the protagonist said that otherwise, everyone near them would die. Thanks to the raven, Saiyan watched the asphalt cut in half and wondered if the boss was lying in wait to attack the players. With a drop of sweat on his face, he looked at the remaining time and thought that if the tiger was going to fight, there was no need to go around. He thought the answer was actually simple. Saiyan saw Gungi with wild eyes and realized that he wanted to eat before the battle. Waving his hand towards the shelter, Saiyan ordered the people to run there because the raid boss was approaching. The people only laughed at him and called him an idiot because there were 10 minutes left until awakening. The protagonist looked at the crowd from under his brows and menacingly shouted that if they stood like that, they would die. Talking, the people remained in their places, and Saiyan thought that words would not help. He turned menacingly to Dongwon and asked him to hurry up, to which the guy fearfully put his hands forward and replied that he was not so easy to use on command. An angry Saiyan asked if there was any activation condition. Dongwon put his finger to his head and said that it was necessary to understand the subject's way of thinking to some extent, because if you start manipulating people without warning, it will not be an incentive, but hypnosis. Saiyan thought that this was true and turning to Jisu, asked her to draw her weapon. Turning to her, he said that he would give a sign. The protagonist pointed to the fire hydrant ahead and asked the girl to slam the ground in front of him with all her might and said that he would also attack. He turned to Dongwon and told him to use the urge skill when the raid boss appeared and the people panicked as he needed to lead them away. Dongwon spread his arms out and replied sheepishly that people usually didn't panic that easily. Taking the pile bunker, Saiyan smiled and told Dongwon not to worry as there would be a commotion soon. Confused, Dongwon asked where the protagonist got such a weapon, to which he replied that he had one way. Looking at the crow, Saiyan thought that there were 5 seconds left until the boss appeared. He started a countdown in his head while the people panicked and asked why the ground was shaking. One of the players excitedly said that it was not time for the raid boss yet, and the others shouted, asking what was going on. After counting to 1, Saiyan opened his eyes wide. Gungi's paw appeared from the ground next to him. He thought it was time while loading his weapon. After shooting the paw, Saiyan shouted, signaling Jisu. With a huge swing of the weapon, the girl jumped towards the boss. With a scream, she abruptly hit him with such force that the boss fell to the ground. Looking up, Saiyan asked why the winged monster was coming out of the dungeon. The players looked at the monster in fear and shouted, asking what was going on. The soldier shouted loudly, ordering everyone to open fire. Shots were immediately heard at the monster. The tank pointed its barrel at Gungi. Pointing his finger forward, the soldier shouted for the army to not stop firing. Loud shots were heard from all sides. With a smile on his face, the soldier thought that after such an attack, the monster should be a sieve. Beads of sweat ran down his face and the smile disappeared. He looked at Gungi's burning eyes through the raised dust. The tiger screamed in pain with a bloody mouth. After the dust cleared, Gungi appeared in a different form. There were bloody feathers around the perimeter of his body, his color had changed to gray, and huge fangs stuck out of his mouth. Saiyan looked at him through his gaze and wondered why he had changed so much. Was he really going to evolve into an adult? He continued to think. The protagonist knew that an adult Gungi was the same as a guard, because his range of action would increase and it would be difficult to cope with him. The exhausted guy thought that the tiger got all his strength from his horns, so the game master had something to do with it. Saiyan was dissatisfied, remembering Ricardo's, because these were his tricks. At this time, Gungi raised his paw high, swinging. Strike. The monster's powerful paw flew into the ground at great speed, splitting it and creating a deep crater. The players started to run away in panic. The soldiers continued to shoot. The commander was scared to death, but he stood in front and ordered his soldiers to fire with everything they had. The huge boss growled in displeasure, feeling the bullets tickling his body. The tiger suddenly turned to the side from which the bullets were flying. The commander immediately threw away his weapon and covered his head with his hands in horror. The protagonist shouted to Dongwon that he needed to do it right now and as quickly as possible. The guy turned around in confusion and shouted, asking if he really needed to do it now. Yes, Saiyan shouted firmly. The next second, Dongwon turned to the army and, spreading his arms, used the encourage skill, after which he said that everyone needed to retreat as quickly as possible, adding that the players would deal with the monster themselves, and they needed to quickly take cover. The soldiers, listening to the persuasion, could not decide to leave the battlefield. Dongwon raised his hands, pointed at the soldiers behind him, and asked if the military could not see for themselves that modern weapons were not working on the monster. At this time, the protagonist stood next to the players and said in his head that it seemed like the players had just received the 4th task. The military still did not want to leave the battlefield, and Dongwon was very confused and said that his skill was starting to wear off. Suddenly, the guy player raised his sword up and furiously shouted that they needed to kill Gunga, adding that the monster was so huge that there was room to hit. The next second, he ran out onto the battlefield, raised his head, and saw a huge paw of the boss flying at him from above. The protagonist immediately noticed this and was scared. He immediately reacted and, in an instant, ran up to the guy, kicked him, and the paw hit past, splitting the ground. The tiger slowly raised his paw, and the saved guy was sitting on the ground and shouting to the protagonist, thanking him for saving him, adding that he seemed to have simply not noticed the attack. After that, San told everyone that they needed to fight properly, because this monster had more than just a big body. He waved his hand, dissolved the pile bunker and said that this weapon would be too slow to fight the boss, and then asked himself if a regular spear would be enough. A huge Gungi towered over the players, his eyes burning with a bright flame. The players shouted that it was difficult to get close to the monster because of his prickly fur, adding that attacking from afar would also not work because the skin of the huge monster was too thick, even magic arrows would not pierce it. A few seconds later, one of the players shouted, asking what they needed to do, kill Gungi or run. The main character looked at the huge monster without a drop of fear in his eyes and said in his head that right now was the opportunity to confront Gungi without losses. But he did not know when the beast would turn into an adult monster, so there was not much time. At this time, Gungi bent down to the ground and roared loudly. The next second, he suddenly raised his head to the sky and proudly spread his wings, screaming in a characteristic way. Suddenly, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky, hitting the ground with a powerful impulse. The players looked at the flying boss and shouted in shock, asking if the tiger could really fly, and how to catch the huge monster now. One of the players looked at the sky with the others and said that they should leave here. Gungi flew in the sky above the city, doing nothing. The guy looked at the monster and added that if the huge boss fell to the ground, not to mention them, half of the city would die. The players began to discuss among themselves what to do, because it was useless to run away, since this city would still be blown to hell, but were they really going to stand there and wait for death? At this time, the protagonist held a huge spear in his hand, which was connected with other spears by a chain, and with his other hand he was looking at something in the system window and saying in his head that he cannot allow this, adding that before the raid boss descends, he must be killed. After a few seconds, he closed the system window and, raising his head, took aim to throw a huge spear at the monster. In his head, he said that compared to Kara's, the huge tiger was just a stationary target. After these thoughts, he threw the spear at the monster, which pulled a long chain behind it. The spear instantly flew to Gunga and pierced the monster's wing, causing it to scream loudly in pain. Sehen picked up the second spear, aimed and said that it was too early. In the next few minutes, he threw 3 more spears, piercing the monster's spears through. After the spears ran out, Sehen took hold of the chains. The players saw this and asked what kind of skills the main character had, was it even possible? Sehen suddenly turned to the player and shouted loudly, ordering him to pull the chains towards himself, adding that he needed to press the monster to the ground. Jisu immediately came to his aid. The girl grabbed the chain and began to pull towards herself with all her might. Gungi began to slowly pull towards the ground. The players looked at Jisu and with smiles on their faces said that if even the girl was helping, then they should try too. After these words, the guys grabbed the chain tightly. The next second, they began to pull it towards themselves with all their might. The huge monster, feeling severe pain, began to give in. Suddenly, the beast's strength abruptly ran out and he flew down. A powerful explosion was heard from the boss's landing. The girl player screamed in rage that now was the time to kill the huge monster. Gungi lay on the ground without strength. A player appeared in front of its face and used a magic attack. At that very moment, the entire body of the monster was enveloped in powerful magical energy. Sehen saw this and immediately began to take out the pile bunker, saying in his head that it seemed like the tiger was already turning into an adult, adding that if he left it like this, Gungi would completely transform. He took out his weapon and jumped high, preparing to kill the boss, who had already risen to his paws. The next second, Sehen dealt a powerful blow to the head of the huge monster, creating a bright flash. The tiger was holding onto its paws with the last of its strength, not realizing what had just happened. Suddenly, it sharply raised its head up, spread its wings and roared furiously. The protagonist saw this and angrily screamed in his head that the huge monster was too tenacious. He silently continued to look at the monster and say that he had a feeling that the damage had reached the very skull of the monster. After these thoughts, Jisu ran next to Sehen, saying that she would try. She created a blade in her hand, took the blade in her direction and said that she would be more suitable for this. The protagonist turned his head to his friend and asked himself in shock, was it really Jisu now? At that very second, the girl stuck the blade into her chest, and blood immediately spurted out from there, after which the healing effect appeared. Looking at this, Sehen realized that his friend was doing this in order to cause the maximum effect of the Death Star, because the deeper the vetch enters the heart, the more the gain indicator grows, and as if that were not enough, Jisu also uses the regeneration skill to immediately recover. As soon as the girl was healed, she jumped high towards the huge monster. Jisu deftly landed on Gunga's head. Without wasting time, she swung her fist with burning eyes. In the next few seconds, Jisu began to furiously hit the beast on the head. The protagonist understood everything, turned to the players and shouted that now they needed to run away from the boss as far as possible. The players heard the order and immediately began to run away with all their might. After checking that everyone had run away, Sehen turned to the huge monster. The wild beast was growling furiously in pain. The protagonist looked at the boss in confusion. Suddenly, Gungi hit his head hard on the ground, thereby pinning Jisu to the ground. The next second, the girl delivered a powerful blow with a bat, throwing Gungi away from herself. The monster flew into the sky from the strong blow. Jisu was not going to let go of the monster and immediately appeared in front of the beast, swinging a weapon from behind her back. A huge tiger with smoking eyes saw a girl in front of him. At that very second, Jisu hit the monster on the head with all her might. Suddenly, Gungi opened his mouth and was about to swallow the girl. The protagonist saw this and screamed in horror. A few seconds had passed since the huge beast swallowed the protagonist's girlfriend. The monster suddenly doubled over in pain. Sehen folded his arms across his chest and said to himself that Gungi was definitely in pain. A few seconds later, he lowered his arms and began to look at the huge monster in surprise, saying in his head that people were right when they said that you can't put anything in your mouth. The tiger suddenly whined from the terrible pain that he began to feel from the inside. The predator's eyes were trembling. Suddenly, they became cloudy and the life in them disappeared. Gungi staggered and began to fall rapidly. Ordinary people watched from the side and asked if the monster was really exhausted. A second later, the huge beast fell loudly to the ground. People began to slowly gather and ask each other if the boss was really dead. One of the girls came closer to the dead tiger and said that the beast looked very scary. Suddenly, the monster's head exploded and blood spurted in all directions. Jisu climbed out of it. She exhaled in relief and shook her hand from the blood that covered her from head to toe. After shaking herself off, she waved to her friend and shouted that she was here. After that, she went towards her friend and said that even a raid boss would die if his brains were torn apart. The protagonist heard this and said in his head that a girl should not smile like that when a girl says so. Some time passed. Sehen went into the chat of South Korea, the city of Daejeon. Tea with Lemon wrote that the girl made a huge gunge. The Greek captain wrote that he wanted to make Jisu his avatar from the very beginning, but she turned him down. God with the nickname Righteous Life sat in front of the system window and wrote, asking if everyone else thought the raid boss was strange, adding that the monster had too high an experience indicator. Anonymous 27 with a chicken mask on his head wrote that it was a guard level, but if Gungi had been finished off a little later, then the huge monster would have smashed everything in the area. The god with the nickname Tea with Lemon folded his arms across his chest and wrote, asking if maybe the game master had intervened, because if not, then Gungi would not have been able to become so strong. The player with the nickname Bright Star sat opposite everyone and wrote, asking why the game master did this. Maybe it was all because of that guy in black who dealt with Karas. The Greek captain, spreading his arms, wrote that it could well be, because the guy has been showing himself well lately and he also killed Karas. Suddenly, a player with the nickname Anonymous 48 appeared at the table of the gods. He extended his hand and wrote a question. How about expressing his suggestions? Tea with Lemon turned to Anonymous 48 and asked in surprise, suggestions, to which the player replied, yes, suggestions. After a short pause, he wrote, asking who the guy in black took them for, and what if he didn't like something and took on other avatars. The Greek captain considered this theory appropriate and, stretching out his finger, wrote that there was something to it. Suddenly, Tea with Lemon spread his hands to the side and wrote discontentedly that this should be stopped immediately, adding that it was necessary to stop throwing words around, and it would be better to immediately say who had what suggestions. Righteous Life wrote the next second that Akardos couldn't cope, so their server was the least popular. Immediately after this, the deity with the nickname Anonymous 35 slammed his fists on the table and angrily wrote that Akardos couldn't work. It was true, so this couldn't be allowed to go unpunished. After this, all the deities in the chat began to swear. A satisfied smile appeared on the face of Anonymous 48, who was the main character. After that, Game Master Akardos couldn't log into the Korean server for a long time. The main character was sitting on the ground, looking at something in the stats window, and Jisu was sitting on a rock next to him. A notification appeared in front of Sehen, saying that he had received the Gunga skin. Below it was written that the Gunga skin is a very rare type of adult fur, very hard and durable, and can be used to make excellent items. The main character read everything to the end and was very surprised to learn that this was the fur of an adult, after which he assumed that most likely the predator had changed into an adult before Jisu finished it off. The girl suddenly turned to her friend and said that it had gotten into her inventory. Another system window appeared in front of Sehen, which showed the dark jade item, and below it was reported that it was a condensed crystal of the powers of Kirin and the fallen Gunga, which contains an unusual power. The protagonist read it all the way to the end and asked in surprise if his friend had just absorbed it. Yes, the girl answered firmly. The next second, she handed the dark jade to the protagonist. Sehen examined the treasure and said in his head that if he made a weapon out of it, it would become a top-class weapon, although there were no proper materials at the moment, so it was impossible to make it yet. After a short pause, he said that he would have to thank Icardos. Jisu continued to hold the black ball in front of her friend and ask if he wanted her to give it to him, since she had only finished off the boss at the very end. The protagonist chuckled and said that he didn't need it, since it belonged to Jisu, adding that later the girl would find another good element and be able to use it. After saying this, he turned away, opened the system screen and said that the more you help players, the more hungry mouths there are, and the gold level is enough for him. Hearing this, Jisu put away the dark jade and said loudly that she was also a gold level. Suddenly, Dongwon's voice was heard from the side, who said that he was a silver level. Jisu heard this and asked in surprise how the guy was able to earn a silver level because all he did was run away. Dongwon came up to the guys and with a wide smile on his face said that he helped people escape danger because it was thanks to him that the players were able to fight, and if he had participated in the battle itself, he would have received the gold level. Jisu, with the stats window open, glanced at Dongwon out of the corner of her eye and said that she probably intervened in vain, because if it were not for her, the guy would have received the gold level. The protagonist, listening to the guys, looking at something in his characteristics window, said that it was not about that, because if he wanted to kill the monster, he would have to tinker. A few seconds later, he stood up and said that since they had sorted out the rewards, Sehen approached Dongwon and with a sly smile on his face said that probably the guy's task was also completed, after which he asked what he was going to do now. Dongwon was very confused and answered that he had things to do. Well then, nothing can be done, Sehen answered. He continued to look at the frightened guy and say in his head that it would be better to leave Dongwon so that he would slowly grow up, being near Yunho. After these thoughts, he told the guy not to think about trying to do something, if, of course, he wanted to live a long life. Dongwon heard this and became even more scared, after which he said that he knew about it. After these words, he put on his hood and began to leave. The protagonist also turned to his friend and with a slight smile on his face said that it was time for them to go to Seoul too. Already, the girl asked in surprise. Sehen, hearing the question, asked Jisu in surprise if she really had any other business here. The girl put her hand to her neck, shook her head and said that she didn't have any right now, although if her mother could contact her. The protagonist saw his friend's worries and asked if she had any guesses about where her mother might be now. No, Jisu answered, after which she said that she had talked to her once, but her mother hadn't said anything. Sehen heard what his friend had said and said in his head in surprise that no one in this world knows when they will die, and if she found out that her daughter was alive, but didn't even try to meet and didn't even tell him where she was, then there must be reasons for that. But the stronger Jisu became, the more often he had this question. He looked at his friend and asked himself what would have changed if Jisu had not died in her past life. In the past, the girl did not even have time to develop her abilities and died, and now Jisu is simply shining. In this life, the girl became a guide for the main character. In the past, she died, but now she is alive. Sehen imagined that he was walking along a bright path illuminated by Jisu and said that this proved that fate can be changed. He left his mind and looked at his best friend. They looked into the distance together, and suddenly a bright ball appeared behind him. A second later, it turned into the observer, from which a bright glow emanated. Night had fallen. In one of the city alleys, 4 men were leading children whose necks were wrapped in ropes behind them. The children were crying loudly and asking to go to their parents. The man held the rope and shouted at the children to shut up, adding that if someone makes noise, he will die. A friend of the man came up to him and asked if the catch was really that big. The man looked at the children, smiled broadly and said that they had found a place where ordinary people were hiding, adding later that there was an elementary school in that direction, and that was where they were hiding. After a short pause, a third bandit asked where they were taking the children. The first one answered that he didn't know because he had simply been ordered from above to bring them and that was it. As soon as the third bandit heard this, he stopped and said that they were demons, maybe they needed the blood or souls of children. His friend turned around and said that just thinking about it made him scared. Suddenly, the first man chuckled and asked if they were really that scary. The next second, a loud, rough voice was heard, saying that the guys were chatting like that, as if there was nothing to do. The bandits heard a familiar voice and were very scared. They turned around and saw a black silhouette smoking a cigarette. As soon as the guy came out of the shadows, the bandits recognized the leader of Channon. The guy was flexing his fingers and saying that there was a rat among the boys, so he came for it. One of the bandits approached the leader and shouted loudly, asking who could have sneaked in here. Channon was putting gloves on his hands at that time and answered that he didn't know. What? The boys shouted in shock. Hearing the question, the leader calmly repeated that he didn't know. Another bandit was standing next to Channon, who asked in fear, "Really then?" The leader looked at the four bandits with a malicious smile and, interrupting one of them, said that he didn't know, so they had to kill them all. As soon as the men heard this, they were overcome with horror. All four immediately rushed to run away, abandoning the children. The leader didn't stand still and rushed in pursuit. In less than a second, he caught up with the first, grabbed him by the head and with a wide smile on his face shouted for everyone else to come to him too. Some time passed. Channon was wiping the blood from his face. He was sitting on a rock, and behind him lay dead bandits. Day had come. Seoul, Silim District. Mina and Taylor were standing on the road. Taylor was hugging a bag with unknown contents and with a smile on her face said that if it weren't for Mina, they wouldn't have earned so many points. Mina, pleased with herself, smiled widely and said that she was very cool and had a gold level. At the same time, she remembered the stone that the main character gave her and said to herself that all this was not without the merit of that stone. Taylor suddenly lowered her head in sadness and said that she was so scared that something would happen to Mina or Dad. Mina waved her hand and said loudly that everything was fine, and Uncle Luke was not weak either, but he was in general. When suddenly a guy appeared behind her, swinging a huge sledgehammer. Taylor screamed in horror from behind. Mina managed to dodge the powerful swing of the sledgehammer at the very last moment. The guy hit the ground with his weapon, and Mina's hand changed its appearance. She chopped the handle of a huge sledgehammer in one fell swoop. After that, her other hand changed, and she swung at her opponent. At the same second, Mina hit the guy in the face. The attacker flew far back from such a blow. The guy's friend screamed in horror that these seemed to be unusual girls, because she managed to knock out a strong guy with one blow. A few seconds later, about a dozen guys gathered around the two girls. The guy who received a powerful blow to the face rose from the ground and menacingly asked with black eyes who the girl imagined herself to be. Mina saw that the attacker's eyes had changed, after which she asked if this was really a monster in the form of a man. After these thoughts, her hand began to change. The guys also saw and realized that they were facing a real avatar. The girl's hands turned into praying mantis claws, which are called the special scythe of mantis with a mithril coating. The next minute, a fierce battle began. Mina cut through each opponent's weapon, then killed them immediately. Blood sprayed in all directions. Suddenly, one of the bandits shouted loudly for the others to take care of the girl from behind. Mina heard this and turned around in shock. She saw three guys rushing at Taylor with weapons at the ready. Mina immediately rushed to help, but she knew that she was too far away. Suddenly, Taylor deftly dodged all the blows. As soon as Mina saw this, she immediately understood everything. In the blink of an eye, she chopped off the hands of all three. In horror, all the surviving attackers ran away. As soon as the girls were alone, Mina went to pick up her bag. She picked up everything that had fallen out and ran up to Taylor and worriedly asked if everything was okay. Taylor was holding the bag in her hands and calmly replied that everything was okay. After a short pause, Mina lowered her head in surprise and asked how she dodged, adding that she thought she would be caught. Taylor thoughtfully put her finger to her chin and replied that she didn't even know, she just repeated her friend's techniques. My techniques? Mina asked in surprise. She folded her arms across her chest, looked at the severed hands on the ground and said in her head that none of this mattered, because the main thing was that her tailor had not been caught, adding later that there was something suspicious here. There was black blood around the severed hands, which the girl noticed. After a short pause, she said to herself that the protagonist said that he would arrive today, so she would have to ask him. Some time passed and Seon arrived. After Mina told everything, the protagonist asked in surprise if strange guys had attacked the girls. Mina tapped her hand and said that she had cut off his hand and black blood had poured out. Sehan listened to the girl and asked himself in his head, were those guys really after Mina and Taylor? He looked away thoughtfully and said to himself that the black blood meant that they were definitely the devil's servants or the black gang, but they didn't have enough strength yet, which meant they should be lower than grass and quieter than water. When suddenly his pupils narrowed sharply and he said in his head, really? A few seconds later, he said in his head, it's because Juwon is not there. After these words, he remembered the image of the person mentioned and said that if everything goes the same as in the past life, the Black Gang should not appear in Seoul because of Juwon. But if he is not there, then their influence may have increased, and it turns out that Seon helped the appearance of these demons in Seoul. Taylor suddenly turned to the protagonist, pulling him out of his thoughts and asking if the guy knows who these people are. Sehen was a little confused, but still said yes. Mina was very happy when she heard such an answer. And who are they? A familiar voice was heard from behind. The protagonist turned around and saw that Luke was sitting nearby, worried. He saw how worried the guy was and said in his head that Luke was understandable because they wanted to kill his daughter. After that, he put his hands in his pockets, turned to the man and answered that it was quite possible that they were those who were associated with the devil. As soon as Luke heard this, he was very surprised and asked again, with his eyes wide open, the devil. The girls were also very surprised to hear this. Sehen lowered his head, looked away and said that the problem was that he did not know where those people were going. In his head, he immediately said that in his past life, other people dealt with them. When suddenly, Jisu's voice was heard, who said that she had one guess. Sehen looked to the side and saw his friend, after which he asked again, a suggestion. Yes, the girl answered firmly, asking if Sehen remembered that she told him about the 3rd edition, adding that she said that it was not that difficult, there were just a lot of opponents. Right, said the protagonist. After that, he said in his head that this is why he had to deal with Kara's alone. Jisu continued talking. She remembered a guy with black blood and said that she met one, but she just thought it was the guy's skill. As soon as Sehen heard this, he immediately realized that these were the ones who had made a contract with the devil. He looked away from his friend, looked ahead and said to himself that groups related to the devil had appeared in this world, adding that Jisu had defeated them last time, but apparently there were still groups left. After that, he thought for a while and told the girl that they should go there first. Some time passed. The protagonist was in Seoul, Gangseonggu, Hwagokdong. He walked along the road and said in his head that Jisu said that it was somewhere around here. Sehen walked a little, turned around and raised his head. He saw that if he went a little further, the stores had already opened. He walked towards the stores, saying in his head that he thought it was still dangerous to do this, but ordinary people had nowhere to go. After that, he saw a man and turned to him. The man turned around and, seeing Sehen, said with a smile on his face that his goods were not ready yet. The protagonist stood next to him and calmly said that he just wanted to ask something. Wanted to ask? The man asked in surprise. Sehen extended his hand and asked if there were any cases of child abductions here. As soon as the man heard such a question, he immediately turned away and shouted that he knew nothing, adding that there was no need to ask such strange questions. This reaction made the protagonist surprised. He folded his arms across his chest and said in his head that he was sure that it was here, but he had few leads, after which he asked himself if he should try again. After these thoughts, he turned to the man again. This time, the man shook his head and shouted that he could not say anything. Then Sehen held out his phone, which had a photo of Jisu, and asked if the man had met this girl. The man was so confused that beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. In his head, the protagonist was surprised to ask what his girlfriend had done here. After a short pause, Sehen said that this girl was his acquaintance. I got it, the man suddenly shouted, adding that he would tell everything, just let the guy put the phone away. After that, he opened the door to the store, went inside and called the main character, saying that there were too many extra eyes around. Under his breath, the man said that this was a very tough girl. The small diner was still dark and empty. The owner put some food on the table, and the guys sat down at the table. The man folded his arms over his chest and said that if we talk about those guys, they had been hanging around here lately. After these words, he remembered Jisu, who killed everyone, and said that the guild of those bandits was not here from the very beginning, but that the girl in the photo killed them all, so now you can't find such people in their area with fire. The protagonist, listening to this story, looked away and said in his head that now he understood what Jisu had done here, adding that he did not know how the girl had found them. But it seemed that she had destroyed all the existing organizations here, and the Black Gang had taken advantage of this and captured this area. After a short pause, the man lowered his head and quietly said that these guys had started stealing children and had forced everyone to remain silent under threat of death. Sehen took a bite of the food he had brought and said that now he understood everything. He imagined a mask with a powerful magical aura in his head and said to himself that since the Black Gang was stealing children, it meant that their target was the Mask of Sorrow. In this world, it was not only gods who played games. There were other beings called demons. The former chose no more than 2 avatars for themselves. Because they needed to be controlled, they focused on them and provided great support, but at the same time they interfered and gave instructions. With demons, things were different. One such could sign a contract with a lot of people and share his power. In addition to this, he could also bestow his power on their servants. They could even own entire guilds. Demons, unlike gods, did not look at the capabilities, abilities, and character of a person. They looked at only one thing, the thirst for power and weakness to temptations in the heart of a person. All that mattered to them was whether a person would blindly follow them. The rest did not matter. For them, this game was entertainment, but reality, such a reality that led to the destruction of humanity. The protagonist looked at the man and said in his head that if these creatures collect children, then do they really want to get the Mask of Sorrow? Sehen asked himself wearily after a few seconds. The Mask of Sorrow is the thickened skin of a demon. Its owner is a fairly strong demon of the 27th level, Nibiru's. The protagonist imagined a powerful demon in his head and said that Kara's was not fit to hold a candle to him because he absorbs human sorrow and life force, with the help of which he becomes stronger and life force is converted into points and transferred to Nibiru's. Thus, the power of the mask becomes more and more. After a short pause, Sehen said to himself that this demon can show power equal to the constellations. After these thoughts, the protagonist stood up, went to the exit, turned to the owner of the diner and thanked him for telling him everything. The protagonist left the establishment, adjusted his cloak and said in his head, looking at the sky, that now one detail was clear, adding that the group in black are the servants of the demon, and, it turns out, they are connected with Nibiru's, so now Sehen knows what to do next. After a short pause, he firmly said to himself that he needs to deal with the group in black. The protagonist's raven flew over the tall white buildings that the seller was talking about. The raven looked at the people, and the main character of the people said that almost all the buildings around here were white, and most of the people had dark hair and wore dark clothes. His raven quickly flew over the people, trying to find something, while Sehen himself understood that it would not be easy to search. He stood at the entrance to a beautiful building and said in his head that he needed to find the leader of these people and finish him off. All this time, there were a few corpses of the demon's servants lying behind Sehen. Suddenly, a loud, rough cry was heard, asking the main character who he was. Sehen turned in surprise to the side where the voice came from. He was surrounded by more than a dozen armed people. One of them shouted loudly, asking where the main character came from. What did he do? Was he from the Eastern Moon? As soon as the protagonist heard this and asked what the Eastern Moon was, he said in his head that it seemed like a guild had formed that was engaged in robbery, and in theory they should hide and be quieter than grass. The next second, he took out two small blades and with a sly smile on his face said that the servants of the devil did not need to know who he was because everyone here would die anyway. After these words, one of the men swung his sword and rushed to attack with shouts. Sehen did not stand on ceremony, stretched out his hand and used the raven's eye technique. At that very second, a small area appeared in front of him, from which crows began to crawl out. The birds rushed at the demon servants, and they began to cover their faces with their hands, screaming and asking where these crows came from. The protagonist did not waste time and deftly chopped off the head of one of the robbers. He mercilessly killed one person after another at great speed. One guy swung a huge sword, intending to kill the main character, but Sehen used the shadow fight technique and evaporated. Cold sweat appeared on the guy's face from what he saw. No one could catch the main character. He quickly ran everywhere, killing the demon's servants and asking himself in his head where the kidnapped children were. More and more black silhouettes began to appear from above. Sehen saw this and said to himself that if these monsters hid the children somewhere, then most likely in the basement, so first he needed to get rid of this rabble, and then he could think about it. He deftly jumped onto the high balcony and said in his head that these people were serving Nibiru's, which meant that each of them was no better than a dirty scumbag. Some time passed. Having dealt with all the servants of the devil, Sehen burst into the cage where the children were. "Who are you?" A menacing child's voice was heard. Looking down, the main character saw 5 children sitting on the floor. The boy with glowing eyes hugged his sister and excitedly asked if they were really going to that place now. The protagonist, hearing this, rubbed his hand and asked in surprise, "That place?" after which he wondered if the boy really mistook him for one of those who were holding them here. The boy did not let go of his sister, who was crying bitterly, angrily said that the servants of the demons had told them that they would make players out of them. As soon as Sehen heard this, he was very surprised, asking himself in his head if this was really how they lured the children here. After which he told the boy that it was impossible to become a player at will, and even more impossible for an ordinary person to make someone a player. The boy heard this and furiously screamed, looking at the protagonist, that this could not be because the same guys like them came here and became players. Sehen calmly looked at the boy and said that these guys, most likely, were already like that from the very beginning, because it is impossible to become a player by human strength. Bitterness and disappointment appeared in the boy's eyes. He shouted that the protagonist was just a liar because they promised to make players out of them, and if not, then let them out of here because he wanted to go outside. The protagonist stepped away from the open entrance and said that he was going to do so. The children were very surprised to hear this. A few minutes later, Sehen took the children outside and said at the end that the children should quickly go home because he had already dealt with the people who had kidnapped the children. true?" the boy asked happily. "Yes," the protagonist answered firmly, after which he told the children at the end that they should no longer trust the words of strangers. After that, the children left, and Sayan continued to wave his hand at them, saying in his head that the world had changed so much that even children wanted to become players. After which he added that in any case, the children were saved, and now it was necessary to carefully look around the inside of the building. He turned his gaze to the tall building and asked himself if he had searched the 7th floor, adding that it seemed that the leader was there. After a short pause, he said that they should take a good look at the place. At that moment, loud screams and pleas for release were heard in the dark cell. Channon was sitting in front of the large cage. He was smoking a cigarette and saying in his head that it was very noisy here, and that asked why he needed them. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, which indicated that they had problems. A dark silhouette ran into the dungeon. Channon saw the guy and said with displeasure that he had told him not to loom in front of his eyes. Then the guy said that he needed to tell him something. The guy was breathing heavily and reported that the branch in the Hwagok area was completely destroyed. As soon as Channon heard this, he became very angry and angrily asked who these people were. "Not people, but a man," the guy answered fearfully. After that, he showed the image of Sehen and reported that the recording showed that it was a man in black clothes. But some crows covered the cameras, which is why the quality was like this. Chanwoon looked at the tablet and wondered in his head if the guy in black clothes was a servant of another demon, after which he said that many were hunting them, but where did the crows come from suddenly? After a short pause, he looked up at the speaker and asked where his older brother was now. "He was on the 5th floor, the guy answered after catching his breath. Some time passed. Chanwoon came to his brother on the 5th floor. A guy in a black suit and a red shirt was sitting on the couch. His name was Youngwoo. He was the boss of the group in black. He folded his hands in front of his face and said that some man had destroyed the guys from Hwagok. Chanwoon stood in front of his brother and said that he had heard about it. Youngwoo slowly got up from the couch and with a crazy smile on his face said that his brother would have to deal with it. He grabbed his shoulders and Chanwoon replied that he would do whatever Youngwoo wanted. After that, he turned around and started to leave. Youngwoo was telling his brother that they couldn't let that person treat them so frivolously, so he was trusting Chanwoon with it because that guy looked strong, so they had to be careful. "You don't have to worry," the guy firmly replied as he left. He left his brother's office, exhaled in relief and said that there were at least 50 people in the Hwagok district. After that, he remembered the image of the main character from the CCTV cameras and said to himself that the guy in black was not an easy one. Chanwoon had a sarcastic smile on his face, with which he said that according to Nabiros, of those who made the contract, there was no one stronger than him so far. Sehen slowly walked through the night city, while Chanwoon said that he would catch up with him. "You will soon be finished," he said menacingly in his head. Some time passed. The protagonist held documents in his hand and said in his head about some headquarters in Incheon, adding that the exact location was indicated in the documents, so he would only have to suffer. He raised his head and saw dozens of observers flying around him, after which he finished that too many extra eyes were watching him. The closest to him was the observer, who, unlike the others, was white. Sehen looked at the eye and said in his head that it would be better if they watched their avatars like this, for example, Mina. After a short pause, he waved his hand in displeasure and said that he should try not to be discovered, because what's the point of attacking if the enemy sees the observers? The next second, the observers began to disappear. The protagonist saw this, smiled contentedly and said to himself that the attention of the gods simply irritated him. When suddenly he saw the last observer in the sky, golden in color with exactly the same bright glow. Sehen looked at the eye and asked himself why the observer did not disappear. A second later, it dawned on him. He stared at the eye and wondered in his head if it was the witch's observer. After that, he stood up from the floor and said that it couldn't be, because if everything was like in her previous life, she probably already had an avatar. At that moment, the observer began to disappear. He stood on the edge of a tall building and looked at an even taller building, around which his crows were circling. Sehen understood that the most important thing now was to decide how to deal with them. He thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and said that there were so many demon servants here that base couldn't be compared at all. Even he would have a hard time here. Suddenly, he felt something hit his hand. Sehen turned around and saw the same white observer. It was written on the eye, "Is there really no way at all?" The guy read the message and asked himself in surprise, how is this even possible? Is the observer really talking now? He thought for a bit and answered that first he would get the children out of the basement. He imagined a dungeon with a cage with the Mask of Sorrow in the center and said that it was clear as day that those children were being used to awaken the Mask of Sorrow. Half an hour passed. Rough voices could be heard in the dungeon, saying that they needed to be faster because today's situation was not the best. The protagonist was already inside and carefully eavesdropping. Two black figures were dragging a dead girl and saying that children were dying too quickly, adding that such children should have lasted at least 2 more days. The second figure was saying that the branch in Hwagok had been destroyed, so now they had to look for new puppies. Am I really too late? The protagonist asked himself in his head. 2 guys were standing over the dead girl and saying that they did not know if it was okay to leave the corpse like that, because usually Captain Channon dealt with it personally. Sehun heard all this and wondered in his head if Channon had also been in this gang in his past life, adding that he could not do this anymore. The next second, he came out of his hiding place. The guys saw the main character and asked in surprise if they really had a newbie. A few seconds later, one of them asked why Sehun stood there like a log and wasn't helping. Suddenly, the main character jumped up and slit both guys' throats. Their dead bodies fell to the floor. The main character approached the girl, lifted her head and said that it was all strange. With a drop of cold sweat on his face, he looked at the serene face of the dead girl and said that the mask of sorrow is an artifact that feeds on sadness, and the one who has this sadness sucked out walks in sorrow until the very moment of death and then dies. Such people even after death do not have peace on their faces. After a short pause, he did not take his eyes off the dead girl and said in his head that the mask of sorrow has less power than he thought. And judging by the records that he saw in the Hwagok region, in 2 weeks they sucked out the lives of so many children that the mask should have gained strength. When suddenly he saw something. Next to the girl's head lay a small yellow ball. Sehun said that after a certain time, gas is released from the bead and kills whatever is nearby. This is the object. He put the girl down, picked up the bead and asked himself in his head who was using this, or was it really a demon servant or a contractor who was going to save the children. After that, he looked away, squeezed the bead in his hand and said that he did not understand what he was trying to achieve, but first, they had to take the children outside. At this time, on the 5th floor in the office of the group's boss, Youngwoo was shouting in rage, asking if they really hadn't figured out who it was yet. In front of him stood a guy who reported that this was true, adding that Channon was looking hard, but there were no traces. Youngwoo, hearing what he heard, slammed his fist on the table in rage and shouted, asking where the guy in black had come from. After that, he put his hand to his face and said that he would have to ask Mr. Nibiros to wait a little longer. Yes, the reporter said firmly, adding that it would take time to gather new children. The group's boss lowered his head and thoughtfully said that the guy in black clothes controlling the crows was quite possibly a servant of another demon. The guy stood next to him and said that no servant, or more precisely, a contractor, could defeat the guild leader. Naturally, Youngwoo answered firmly, adding that if the main character was not as strong as Channon, then he was not fit to hold a candle to him. Suddenly, the speaker asked if everything would be okay, talking about Channon. "What are you talking about?" Youngwoo asked. Then the guy asked if Channon was too strong, because if the guy had something else on his mind. The boss suddenly raised his head and with burning eyes said that there was no need to talk nonsense, adding that it may seem so from the outside, Channon treats him like an older brother and will never betray him. The speaker thought for a while and said that it was good if that was really the case. Youngwoo slowly got up from the couch, headed to the window and said that this was not the main thing now. The guy remained standing in place, saying that the boss should think about it, to which Youngwoo replied that it was better to return to the player with the crows now. When suddenly he stopped talking. The speaker heard this and asked in surprise if the boss had stuttered. Youngwoo looked out the window with horror in his eyes and asked if the guy saw what he saw. A huge cloud of black crows was flying towards them. The next second, they burst into the office, breaking the window. The boss and his lackey covered their faces with their hands and screamed, asking where so many crows were coming from. The speaker waved away the crows that were attacking him and shouted to the boss that there was something attached to the bird's legs. After these words, he looked closer and saw that they were small dynamites that were ready to explode at any second. Powerful explosions began to be heard throughout the building. At this time, the demon Nibiros told Channon that the headquarters was under attack. The guy was riding a motorcycle in the rain and, hearing this, he asked in surprise if this was true. The demon angrily asked if Channon really thought he would lie. After a short pause, he added that such trash would produce some kind of shit. As soon as Channon heard this, he became very tense and asked what happened to his brother in the mask. Then Nibiros said that after the explosion of the building, the mask was under the rubble, adding that he thought that the protagonist would take the item when he was rescuing the children. But it was still there, and if he had divine power or was connected to demons, he would surely know that it could not be destroyed. Channon was very angry. With hatred in his eyes, he asked if the guy in black really wanted to free the children. The demon replied that he did not know. After a short pause, the guy said that his brother could not die so easily because he made a contract with a demon. Nibiros told the guy that even though his brother made a contract, his body was still human. After a short pause, the demon said thoughtfully, "The one who controls the ravens." Suddenly it dawned on him and he said, "Maybe so." "Why so?" asked Channon in surprise, continuing to ride forward. Then Nibiros answered that the sign of the raven had recently changed. The guy heard this and asked if the sign of the raven was really a constellation. The demon introduced the guy in black and said that it was, adding that it seemed that he had been killed and the power had been appropriated, or to be more precise, the place of the raven could not be taken, it was simply empty. Channon listened to the end, after which he asked if Nibiros knew him. How could he not know? The demon answered calmly, adding that now he was one of the most famous players, adding that he, as a demon, could not get into the community of gods, but sometimes rumors reached him. The guy's pupils suddenly narrowed and he coldly said that he understood everything. He abruptly turned the bike and ordered the demon to lead him. Where? Asked Nibiros in surprise. With hatred in his eyes, Channon answered, to this player. The demon calmly replied that the protagonist was still at the headquarters, probably checking if there were any survivors. The guy heard this and asked if there were any partners. Yes, Nibiros answered firmly, and then asked why the guy was asking. Then Channon introduced the guy in black and said that the protagonist was not one to show his appearance, because even in battle, he did not fight face to face. With eyes full of hatred and thirst for revenge, he said that they must force Sand to fight so that he could not hide anywhere, and then ordered the demon to lead him to where his partners were, because that was where the guy in black's base was. While Channon was looking at something in the stats window, Nibiros said that he did not care, but if the guy lost to the protagonist, then it was quite possible that he would lose interest in him. As soon as Channon heard this, he became very tense and asked if it was because he could not stand up to the guy in black. That's right, the demon answered easily, adding that he didn't want to advise a fight that Channon would lose anyway. However, that doesn't mean there's no way, Nibiros said with cunning in his voice. Hearing this, Channon asked with interest what way. Then the demon presented a mask under the rubble and said that it wasn't completely ready yet, but if Channon put on that mask, he would be able to defeat the raven. After a short pause, he added that he knew the boy didn't like it, but he was in no position to choose now. Channon stopped and calmly told the demon to lead him, because he planned to do the same to the raven as he had done to the other servants. Excellent, the demon said contentedly. A few minutes later, the mask of sorrow appeared in the boy's hand. The demon ordered him to hold it tightly, adding that he, the demon Nibiros, would bring victory. At that very second, an ominous magical force burst out of the mask. Channon said that all this was funny, and drops of rain flowed down his face and body. Some time passed. Luke's coffee shop. The door opened and Mina asked who came. Channon was standing at the door. It was raining heavily outside. Mina was peeking out from the glass of the coffee shop, saying that it was hard to walk around in such weather. Taylor came up to her from behind and handed her a cup of warm tea. Mina turned and thanked her, asking where Jisu was, to which Taylor replied that the girl had not arrived yet. Luke thoughtfully said that he felt uneasy using skills, to which Mina exclaimed that he should just move his arms and legs. Luke put his hand on his nose, a drop of sweat ran down his face and he said that he was not very good at it. Holding a rag in her hand, Mina closed her eyes and said that she would tell her more next time. A plate suddenly broke behind her and she screamed in fear, asking what was wrong. The girl turned to Taylor in fear and asked if she was scared by the lightning and asked if she was hurt. A drop of sweat appeared on Taylor's face and, looking towards the door, she said that something was approaching them. Nina looked at the door in surprise, and Taylor replied that it was definitely something scary. The door swung open and someone appeared on the threshold. Putting her hand in her pocket, Mina asked in surprise who it was. A man was standing on the threshold. In front of the guys stood the menacing Channon, putting his hands in his pockets. Due to her small stature, Mina raised her head up, looking at the guy and wondered if this was Sahan's acquaintance. The girl immediately looked at him with fear. Channon wanted to hit the girl on the head, but she quickly managed to bend over to avoid the blow. Frowning, the guy looked down. Angered, Mina wondered who he was. Channon suddenly hit the girl in the stomach, piercing her right through. Mina fell to the ground and clutched the place where she had struck, wondering how he had managed to land it despite her mithril. The guy clenched his fist and said that if the girl kept quiet, he would kill her quickly in return. The girl stood up and her hands quickly changed, taking the form of Manti's claws. She immediately ran forward. Jumping up, she swung at Channon. Raising his head up, the guy looked at her and punched the claws. Mina covered her body with her claws and, wrinkling her face, screamed in pain. Channon spread his arms out to the sides. Swinging, he was ready to hit Mina again. His hand was immediately grabbed by Luke. The guy said menacingly that Channon was good at swinging his fists. Channon shook his hand in anger and said that, apparently, Luke was far from the weakest opponent before the game began. Tear his hand away, Channon said that he didn't have time and, gritting his teeth, screamed for Luke to just die quietly. Waving his hand, Luke said that he couldn't do this because he had a daughter. The guys looked at each other. Both ran towards each other at full speed. The glass of the coffee shop immediately broke with a loud crack. At this time, in Inchin, Chuan, the base of the group in black. The main character held dynamite in his hand and said that the effect from it was 100 points. Only his head was splitting. After all, he summoned about 100 birds. Behind him, the once tall building turned into ruins. Sahan put his hands in his pocket and began to leave, saying in his head that then he could deal with the guys in black with this, and they probably took the mask themselves because he couldn't destroy this object anyway. Suddenly, a white observer appeared behind him and poked the guy in the back. The protagonist felt a jolt and immediately turned around, asking what it was. In front of him, he saw an observer which said that her avatar was in danger. At this time, Channon looked at the floor with contempt in his eyes and said in his head that if Luke had a little more experience, he would have become a serious problem. The coffee shop was destroyed, and Mina and Luke were lying on the floor next to whom Taylor was sitting. Channon looked at this picture and remembered how the same thing happened to him, after which he said that he was tired of it. Suddenly, Nibiros grinned and said that there was something interesting here. What again? The guy asked discontentedly. After a short pause, the demon told Channon not to kill Taylor. The guy put his hands in his pocket, looked intently at the girl with golden hair and asked why. Nibiros smiled madly in his dimension and said that Taylor had great power hidden in her, adding that the girl had high pure magic, so she would certainly come in handy. Channon kept his eyes on Taylor and said in his head, okay, then asked what to do with the others. It doesn't matter, the demon answered indifferently. The next second, the guy walked up to Taylor, who was crying bitterly. He ordered her with a menacing look to follow him if she didn't want her family to die. The girl raised her head and asked in a shaking voice if she followed Channon, the guy would save them. Yes, Channon answered firmly. The girl thought for a moment and said, okay. The next second, Taylor stood up, and the guy hit her hard on the neck with his hand. The girl immediately lost consciousness. A few minutes later, Channon walked out of the coffee shop, carrying Taylor in his hand. Suddenly, a whistle was heard. The guy heard it and abruptly raised his head. An axe was stuck into the wall next to his head. Immediately after that, a female voice was heard, which said that the girl did not think Chenunu would be able to dodge. The guy heard a voice and turned in the direction it was coming from, wondering in his head what it was. He saw Jisu not far in front of him and immediately asked if the girl was in league with them. Jisu did not answer the question and rushed to attack, swinging her arm in a jump. Channon immediately reacted to this and was going to parry the blow, saying in his head that the opponent was moving faster than him, but Jisu only pounced and that was it. His blow to the girl's flying hand did no harm. This surprised the guy very much. At the very last moment, he managed to dodge Jisu's very powerful and fast blow. Channon immediately jumped back a few meters. The girl looked at the opponent and said that he should have died already. After a short pause, she said to the opponent with contempt in her eyes that he had a strange gait. Channon straightened up and said that it seemed to him that Jisu was strange. Then the girl said that she was sure that she hit, but the guy moved so dexterously, like a snake. The experience of a boxer shows, Channon said mockingly. Jisu heard this, bowed her head and said with a sly smile on her face, a boxer then. The next second, she raised her head and stood in a boxing stance, and her magical aura became much stronger. Channon frowned and said displeasedly that Jisu was a very annoying girl. Jisu decisively swings her fist. Her hand flies past Channon's head. He slides his feet on the ground. Suddenly, many fists appear ready to strike. The man covers himself, thinking that his opponent only aims for the head and attacks without thinking. Nothing complicated, but her skill irritates him greatly. He rushes into battle, deciding to deal with her with one blow. The fist flies past the girl's face. Suddenly, the blow lands on the train car. Chanwoon looks away, thinking that even though he dodged, he didn't expect it to be that fast. He thinks back to the moment of the attack, noticing that Jisu almost managed to block the blow with her other hand. He thinks that it was a little dangerous. The man sits on the motorcycle, deciding that he needs to leave before this problem becomes more serious. He looks down in confusion. A girl appears, standing up with determination, bleeding. Chanwoon realizes from his motorcycle that this is not a dream. He looks away, wondering how agile it must be to catch up with him at 80 kilometers per hour. Jisu confidently starts running. The man is frightened, realizing that she is speeding up. The girl reaches out to him with her hand when he realizes that they will catch up with him at this rate. A magical shining mask is seen. Jisu falls to the ground. Chanwoon looks back and is told that he does not have to thank him. The Incheon Pier is depicted. The man sits while a voice says that a raven looking for him should appear here soon. A blonde man appears, and it turns out that the foreigner is with him. A girl is depicted when a high school girl with strange abilities is remembered. A fair-haired girl is seen, and the thought sounds that the demon himself is interested in her and there must certainly be a reason for the interest. Channon smokes thoughtfully. He remembers the determined Jisu and understands that if that person is surrounded by such people, he himself is not an ordinary person. If he has the same level as the girl, he cannot count on success. The man sits with his head down, and the voice declares that without a mask he is a corpse. Channon listens to the interlocutor, who claims that he simply does not want to lose what he found with such difficulty, and if the dark-haired man loses, he will break the contract with him. A young man with a black cloak appears, and Channon is told to get ready. The man frowns, asking if he is a raven. The newcomer calmly confirms this thought, and thinks that he has seen the interlocutor somewhere. He He recalls the moment of the fight, realizing that it was mixed martial arts. His hands are in his pockets, and the young man assumes that Rin is alive, so he asks why Channon kidnapped her. In response, the man indifferently says that he did so because he thought it was the best way to call him here, and he was right. Raven seriously asks if he was called because of the gang in black. Channon gets up, confirming this thought, and asks why the guest is hunting them. San, looking from under his brows, says that once his partners were attacked by demon servants, so he decided to eliminate everyone associated with him. Channon clenches his fists, claiming that he simply has a debt that he has not yet paid, and the young man notices the strengthening of his body. Sehen needs his shoulder, realizing that he has not fought without a weapon for a long time, and tells the man not to regret it later. Channon silently glares at him. They begin to fight. The first blow lands. The man swings decisively. He attacks Sehen. However, the boy suddenly raises his hands above his head. The man covers himself with his hands from the blow. His arms are crossed. He tensely understands that Sehen is too strong, and the voice reminds him of the mask. The man remembers this, wondering if he can win if he puts it on. The thought of the possibility of using force sounds. Channon trembles, and the voice asks if he knows the difference between a contract with God and a contract with a demon. The man clutches his chest, and it turns out that demons can coerce. Sehen notices something in surprise. He throws black feathers. Channon holds the mask in his hands. He squeezes it tightly, and the demon says that it was hard for him to watch a boring fight, but now he can enjoy it. The man reluctantly puts on the mask, but the statement sounds that it is all for his sake. A bright red beam is launched into the sky. Something happens to Channon after putting on the mask. Sehen frowns, thinking that this is already getting on his nerves. He looks around, and it turns out that from his past life memories, he assumed that if the opponent puts on the mask, perhaps their experience points will become equal to his. The mask put on Channon's face begins to make sounds. He clenches his jaw, and a voice claims that it is fun to control him directly. The thought sounds that this is a terrible mask. Sehen lands, and the demon expresses a desire to introduce himself to him. He folds his arms, stating that he is Nibiru's, who is the 27th ranked demon. The youth holds a sword in his hands, telling the enemy to attack quickly, because it is not good for him to stand in the rain for so long. Channon crosses his arms, and Nibiru's asks if Sehen really killed Karas. He reaches forward with his hand, declaring that with the strength that emanates from the boy now, it is impossible to hunt the constellation. His hand approaches Sehen, who is glad that the mask is not fully formed. He holds back the blow. The boy grits his teeth, noticing that the movements are too simple. It will be easy for him to deal with him. The tip of the sword is at the man's neck, and the demon praises the man. Suddenly, he waves his hand, and the thought sounds that he has become slower. Sehen confidently strikes back. Channon clenches his jaw, groaning. He grabs his side, and it turns out that this is more like a simple punching bag. The man tries to defend himself from the attacks. The boy holds the sword in his hands, understanding that the demon must feel pain from the blows in any case. He turns around. Channon lowers his head, and Nibiru's notes that Sehen has good skills and is also impudent. His hand falls, and the demon states that the boy is still just some pathetic human. The man sits unconscious, and the voice is perplexed. Sehen thinks that he overdid it. Nibiru's gets angry, asking how the man can still talk. Channon calmly reports that he came to his senses from strong blows. The demon lowers his head, deciding that everything is useless because while the man is in the mask, he can begin to control him again. Suddenly, Channon lifts his head. He begins to hit his forehead on the ground. Sehen looks at him in shock, believing that he wants to return his consciousness. He tries to resist the demon's manipulation with his own strength. The thought sounds that he is unusual. Channon does not stop trying to break the mask, although the voice assures him that this is unsuccessful. Suddenly the mask begins to crack, and it is reported that only someone who is at least the same level as him or the demon himself can destroy the demon's artifact. Sehen pierces him with his gaze, realizing that he might have made a contract with the demon. The thought sounds that he still managed to break the artifact. Drops of blood are visible, and Nibiru states that if the one who made the contract destroys the item belonging to the demon, it means that he wants to break the contract with him. Channon tries to tear the mask off his face, remembering that the creature wanted to get rid of him if it lost, so he decides to throw him first. He tears the mask off himself. The man frowns, realizing that he made the boy wait for him too long. To this, Sehen only calmly asks if his opponent is sure that he still wants to fight him, even though he no longer has a contract with the demon. He thinks about it when Channon states that he fought him not because of the demon, and believes that they still want revenge on him, and the boss of the gang in black raised his people well. The man breathes heavily, and the thought sounds that the contract is broken, and the experience points remain at the same level. Now he is only capable of one attack. Sehen leans forward, and an offer is made to fight in a decisive battle. Channon looks at him in amazement, noticing something. A fist flies at him, and it turns out that he noticed movements that he had not seen before. The young man strikes him. The man clenches his hand into a fist, deciding that he will succeed. The thought sounds that he has accelerated. Sehen is surprised, believing that the experience points from the mask are still left. Channon swings his fist. His gaze becomes lifeless. Sehen looks around tensely. His opponent falls to his knees. The young man watches what is happening in surprise. Suddenly, he calmly declares that he was just unlucky. A trace of something falling is visible. A body is shown, located among the stones. Channon does not open his eyes. The fall into the water provokes a splash. Sehen looks at the pond. He doesn't look away. Putting his hands in his pockets, he decides to take back his words. A question is asked about why the man survived. He gradually opens his eyes. Next to him is a girl who talks about the remnant of Nibiru's. Smirking, she assumes that he is interested in how he managed to survive, and it turns out that she saved him. Channon tensely notices that the girl is not human, so he asks who she is. The stranger lifts his chin, claiming that he has many questions. She indifferently says that she is one of the 7 demons that rule the devil world, Azazel. The man looks at her in amazement. It turns out that she is the demon of laziness, a building in the Gangnam district of Seoul. 2 men were sitting at the table discussing their unification. The man with blue hair asked if his interlocutor said that the bear began to rot from the head due to the showdown with the Eastern Moon. Kang Taesung, a member of the Rising Guild, furrowed his brows and replied that it was none of his business, and if he was the one who suggested it first, it suggested that there was some kind of catch. Park Sung-hyuk, a member of the Genesis Guild, folded his arms and replied that he couldn't deny it. Eun covered her mouth with her hand, yawning, and asked what they were doing here. Taesung leaned his elbow on the chair, thinking that he couldn't just kill the girl like that, and Sung-hyuk asked them to calm down. The blue-haired man calmly said that he didn't call them here today just to unite, but because he had questions about the main quest. Taesung furrowed his brows upon hearing this. The pink-haired girl opened her mouth in surprise. Seong-hyuk sat on the red chair, saying that the guild renewal took a little while and the main quest had not yet started, but there were some signs. The man presented a map of the city and explained that recently, various dungeons suddenly began to appear, which could be signs, and this time, there were a lot of dungeons, which is why the guilds are increasingly fighting. Seong-hyuk raised one finger, saying that he made a guess. Taesung frowned when the man said that the next quest would most likely be about the competition between guilds for dungeons. Eun looked at Seong-hyuk seriously. The blue-haired man smiled and said that he was not suggesting that they unite, but they should at least stop fighting. Seong-hyuk touched his hand and added that this was just a proposal for a peaceful solution to the problem. A red shield was visible. After the 4th meeting, it became possible to form guilds. The tall building was emitting green light. The guild building acquired within the city was now set up as a safe zone. Jisu was smiling while her eyes were emitting red light. The protagonist thought that he had expected it to happen a little later. Mina's hair was tied in a ponytail. Shiu was smiling. Chanwoo was holding a sword in his hand, and Sehen thought that the god's attention was already focused on these guys, so he was planning to join another guild. Mina and Jisu had surprised expressions, and the protagonist thought that he had changed his mind after meeting Chaewon. They entered the bright room that belonged to Sehen, and Mina was surprised that she could buy something like this with points. The protagonist looked up and thought that he had wanted to buy it a little later, but he should still look at it positively because in the guild building, you can feel a little freer since there is no watchful eye. Sehen touched several black screens, thinking that one of the buildings would be a storage room and the other would be for Shiwu since there were enough floors. In the room, there were many plates on a long table. Jisu looked down in shock. Sehen's sweat dropped as he looked at the girl and asked why she was so sad lately. Jisu folded her arms and answered that she was unable to protect, and the protagonist replied that it was in the past. Jisu imagined the black-haired boy clenching his hands into fists and said that she lacked many things, and it wasn't just increasing her experience points and using skills, she decided that she needed to master a specific technique. Jisu closed her eyes, placing her hand on her cheek, and San thought that she was extremely strong even now, so it was unclear how much stronger she wanted to become. The protagonist turned away and thought that he didn't pursue Chaewon because there was an explosion, but something interfered with his attack. Sehen's body emitted purple lightning. The spark grew brighter and brighter, and the protagonist thought that only demons could interfere so specifically. Sehen imagined the silhouettes of various creatures and thought that this force was able to deflect his blow, so there was a possibility that it was the 7 demons. The protagonist was irritated by this. Mina lay down on the table and asked when the next quest would begin, and would they really have to look for it themselves again. Sehen smiled and said that he would tell everything when everyone gathered. The protagonist stood at the head of the table, talking about the capture. Chanwoo, whose eyes were closed, said that recently there were suddenly a lot of dungeons, and Sehen replied that the number of dungeons does not indicate an occupation. The protagonist raised one finger and explained that this was the seal of the dungeons. Everyone looked at San in surprise. The protagonist introduced the warriors at the door and said that only those parties that included marked people would be able to enter the dungeons, and until now there were no restrictions on entry, but now there is an opportunity to set them. Chanwoo turned his head to the side and said that in that case, it would be beneficial to own as many dungeons as possible. San smiled and said that the stable supply of resources, acquiring points, and the growth of players were a kind of chance to become the leader in Seoul. Chanwoo raised his hand and said that the real competition would begin, and the protagonist said that the big guilds had already begun preparations, and several new guilds had already appeared in Seoul. Mina raised her hand and asked if those who were not in the guild could not participate in the main quests. San said with a smile that he would like those present to join his guild. Shiwoo smiled happily, saying that he agreed, and Chanwoo added that he did too, because they owed a lot to the protagonist. Mina crossed her arms, winked, and said that she did not care and was too lazy to look for another guild, and Jisu agreed with her. Luke turned around abruptly, saying that he and his daughter wouldn't be of much use, and Taylor reminded him that her father had been badly beaten up last time. Sehen looked away and replied that he wanted to ask the two of them to join his guild instead. Taylor was radiating a bright glow, and the protagonist thought that she had the best abilities out of all the players who were still alive at the moment. Luke was tensing his muscles, and Sehen thought that this man in turn was very compatible with the gods as an avatar, so he was not inferior to other players, and in his past life, he was even among the strongest for a time. Luke closed his eyes and said with a smile that in that case, he agreed, because a hero like Sehen could be trusted. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Luke raised his hand and said that he was trying to be like that too, although he had already lost a battle once, so he was not worthy of the title of hero, and Sehen thought that there was no one in the world who was so incompatible with this title as he was. Mina touched her face and said that if there was no name for the guild yet, she would like to suggest her own. Sehen raised his eyebrows and said that this matter had already been decided. Nina furrowed her eyebrows furiously and shouted that she hoped that the name was not something weird. The protagonist raised his hand and said that the guild was called Dayside. Everyone present showed surprise on their faces. Sehen smiled contentedly. The building of the Godslayer Guild was visible. Shu's eyes widened in admiration, asking the protagonist how he managed to get such a place. They were standing in the dungeon of the guild, and Shu thought that even everything smelled new here. On the second floor of the guild was a training hall. Jisu waved her hand, frowning in concentration. The protagonist jumped up. His face was covered in sweat, and he thought that the girl definitely had a lot of anger, and now she was holding back next to him. Jisu's eyes began to emit a red glow, and she rushed forward. The girl swung her leg, and Sehen thought that Jisu was able to control her anger. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he realized that he did not notice how Jisu managed to pin him to the wall. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She struck the wall where Sehen was standing. The protagonist touched Jisu's hand, which broke the wall, and said that she was doing well. The girl rubbed her wrist and said that she had never hit Sehen. She asked where he learned to fight like that if he only played games. The protagonist shook off his shirt and answered that Jisu had seen him fight before, and the girl answered that seeing and fighting in reality are two different things. Jisu waved her arms and said that she roughly understood how Sehen moved, and the protagonist thought that this was her talent. Mina, with ice cream in her mouth, abruptly opened the door, and Sehen thought that she also had superpowers. The girl covered her nose with her hand, screaming that the place smelled terrible of sweat, and the protagonist decided that later he would have to make Mina fight Jisu. The protagonist smiled and asked what happened, because Mina said that she would never come here. The girl frowned and said that there were some strange sounds coming from the incubator now. Sehen grinned and thought that the Kirin fetus had finally matured when Mina said that it was the sound of a fanfare. The protagonist stood by the metal structure and Mina said that only sounds were coming from there. They began to descend. Sehen looked at the huge flask with blue liquid and thought that the fetus was finally coming out. The system reported that the maturation of the Kirin was successful and that the protagonist received the achievement of the one who tamed the sacred animal. A warning about the first birth of a Kirin child appeared on the blue screen. A strip of white light appeared inside the blue flask. Nina raised her eyebrows in surprise and opened her mouth. The protagonist looked down. A child with blue eyes and a horn on his forehead was sitting on the floor. While Mina examined the child with a smile, Sehen thought about how effective the catalyst must be for the horse to become a human. The protagonist looked at the image of Kirin's child, not understanding how this happened. Sehen smiled and said that they needed to think of a name for the child. The child raised her arms up, and Mina said that it would be better to name her Snow White because she was so white. They went to the stairs. The girl shouted that she wanted to show the child to the others, and the protagonist said that she could do whatever she wanted. The sun was shining through the window. Sehen said with a serious expression that there was one important point in this quest. Depending on the dungeon, there would be different points. The system provided information about the main quest 5. Jisu crossed her arms, saying that it was important to clear as many dungeons as possible, but their guild had too few people, which could make it difficult for them to compete with others. The girl was sitting on a soft chair. San said that they need to attack those dungeons that give a lot of points, and Mina asked how they would know which ones give a lot of points, because even the guys from the 3 largest guilds who were originally doing this did not know, and the protagonist asked how Mina knew whether they knew this or not. Mina closed her eyes and replied that she had been spying on them a little out of boredom, and it seemed that only the Genesis Guild had analyzed the principle by which they could appear. The protagonist grinned, saying that this meant that the dungeons definitely had some principle of appearance. Sehan put a map on the table with the designation of the dungeons that had appeared in Seoul recently. Luke lowered his head and said that nothing was clear just looking at this. There were lines on the map, and the protagonist said to pay attention to the constellation, and that the lyre and the boots give few points. Nina raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked how the constellations were related to the dungeons. San touched the map and said that it was a sign that the quests would be related to the constellations. The protagonist smirked and added that their goal was the dungeons that gave high points, and they were divided into groups depending on the category of the constellations, and the dungeon that was in the place where the brightest star of the 12 zodiac signs was worth 10 points. A bright blue flash was visible. Mina's amber eyes widened in shock when San said that she was the most important in all of this. The protagonist leaned over and said with a smile that he would explain it a little later. Chanwoo turned around and San said that they would go together. Jisu looked at the protagonist when he called her. San looked at the girl and said that she couldn't just fight with players because this was a competition and not a fight to the death. Jisu opened her mouth and asked if it was okay to kill the bad guys. San scratched his head and replied with an awkward smile that she could decide for herself about the bad guys, but she should still try to be a good girl because paying too much attention to them would only cause more problems. Jisu closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she understood. San looked away and thought that Jisu was not a child and could handle this herself. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around and opened his mouth in surprise. A notification of a message from the Dream Witch, whose avatar San was in the first round, was visible. Purple gears were visible while the king laughed loudly. The red-haired man smiled and said that he was looking forward to this competition because the war was calling him. The Hammer King touched his face and said that the king had a stupid username. A player named Righteous Life, whose face was covered in bandages, asked who had taken over Seoul now. The red-haired girl lowered her head and said it was her. The king furrowed his brows and laughed and said it wouldn't be long because his avatar would destroy everyone. A player named Anonymous48 said he had information about dungeons that gave high scores. The players stood in a circle and the girl asked if this was the god from the prophecy. She touched her face and said she would let Anonymous's avatar into their guild, but he refused. Sehen raised his hand, saying there were 2 high-scoring places in the Gangnam area, and the Scandinavian beauty replied that Gangnam was hers. Law Code propped his face up with his fist and asked if there was a good place to the west because it could be a profitable dungeon. Anonymous' face was hidden behind a white mask and he said he would explain everything in order. The players listened attentively, and San thought that he should give them information about dungeons of 3 to 5 points and a few 10 points in between to gain their trust. The Code of Law smiled slightly, and the protagonist assumed that this player had figured him out because he was only interested in the time and place of the appearance of the Dungeon of the 12 Constellations. San looked at the purple screen and thought that this was the end of the information distribution. He imagined a girl with long blonde hair and thought that there was a message from the goddess whose avatar he was in the first round, a message from the Dream Witch. On the black screen, a notification about the message was visible. The system warned about the message limitation, due to which the gods can send messages to the players up to 10 times a month, and even his avatar has to send it rarely, saving messages. The protagonist sat on the bed, thinking that it was very unusual that he received a message from a god, because even in his past life, he did not receive messages. San furrowed his brows as he looked at the black screen. The messages read, "Don't want to answer, I like you," and the protagonist thought that the goddess didn't care about the limitation at all. She wrote that others said that San was someone's avatar, but she didn't think so. The goddess wrote that the protagonist was so cool that she wanted to applaud him, she offered him to be hers. The goddess said that she could make San win this game. The protagonist sweated and thought that she didn't remember anything about the first round, and that was good. Sehen reached out to the keyboard, typing that he refused, and thought that he couldn't end up like the last time, even though it wasn't the goddess's fault. The girl touched her face and replied that she respected the protagonist's opinion, and that he could ask her for help anytime because she would always be watching over him. Sehen lay down on the bed, looking at the black screen. He fell down, covering his face with his hand. The protagonist opened his mouth and sighed, thinking that his sleep was gone. Mina closed her eyes. She remembered Sehen raising one finger and saying that Mina would be the main link in this battle, and that she would first sit in ambush near the gate. The girl sat on the roof of a tall building and thought about how the protagonist only knew how to make her work. A bright purple portal was visible below. A man in armor raised his hand and shouted loudly that a dungeon would soon appear here and everyone should prepare. Mina looked at the crowd, not understanding why there were so many people there, and San sent her alone to such an important dungeon. The girl stood up and said that it was time to begin. Turning into a bee, she flew down. Mina sat on the back of a man who was giving orders to his subordinates. The people raised their hands up, advocating for the goddess. Mina frowned and thought that there were some weirdos here too, so she had to figure it out quickly and run away from here. The players rushed to the portal, shouting that they couldn't relax because it was unknown what kind of monster would appear here. The knight ran forward through the cave, shouting for everyone to take their position. A bee was flying around the cave. Mina quickly moved forward, saying that this way she could get to the end. The girl returned to her normal form and jumped on the stone. The system provided information about the explosive, and Mina said that she didn't think she would have to use it. The girl took the explosive in her hand and said that she needed to put it on the iron pipe. There was a lot of dynamite on the floor. Mina stretched her arms out to the sides and said that another device should be used to block the entrance and expand the exit, and that she didn't know where San got this bomb, but it was cool. The girl turned around and smiled, saying that if they continued going down like this, the dungeon was cleared. There were long wires running between the poles, and someone was shouting that he was lucky. The players looked at the bright purple light. The black-haired boy frowned and said that they would have problems if it was someone from a strong guild, and his comrade replied with a smirk that it didn't matter because only small fry came here. He wrinkled his nose and thought that they didn't expect to find a dungeon in such a backwater, and if this continued, his level would increase, and since they were so lucky, they should find out about another place. Jisu touched her cheek, saying that she was told that there were no people here, and the man turned around, asking how she got here, because he ordered to kill everyone who got here. The brown-haired boy closed his eyes and raised his hand, saying that he was the one who let Jisu pass because he felt sorry to kill her for nothing. The man smiled and said that luck was on his side today, and ordered his subordinates to deal with the girl first. Two men grabbed Jisu's arms. One of the players' hands began to shake, and he asked why he couldn't move. Jisu looked at the moon tattoo of the man who shouted loudly to the captain that something strange was happening. There was a black pattern on the player's skin, and Jisu remembered San saying something about the eastern moon. The players turned around in confusion when someone started counting. The captain raised an eyebrow in surprise when Jisu said that there were 33 people. His face was sweating from fear, and he didn't understand what was happening. Jisu's eyes turned red, and she said that was enough. In the guild rankings, Ascending was in first place, and Genesis and Godslayer were tied for second place. The red-haired woman sat on the couch, saying that as she expected, they were in second place, and the man sitting across from her replied that it would be better to let Ascending take first place. Sunghyuk looked down and added that they would hold their position, and next week they would create a sharp gap in points so they wouldn't be able to stop them even if they wanted to. There was a map on the table, and Sunghyuk thought that Ascending and Pinewood definitely didn't know about the constellations. The woman leaned forward and asked Sunghyuk what he thought of Godslayer, who was tied for second place with them. The man covered his face with his hand and replied that he had asked God to give him a revelation, but he didn't seem to know either, and they seemed to prefer to remain in the shadows. Between Sunghyuk's fingers, his black eyes were visible, and he thought that they were checking all the dungeons that gave high scores. The man imagined a map of the country, and thought that what they had in common was that the Godslayer Guild also knew about the connection between scores and dungeon locations, so he would have to keep an eye on them. A gray building was visible. The protagonist looked at the purple screen, thinking that, as he expected, most of the guilds were targeting the low-scoring dungeons. A golden bat was flying through the cave, and San thought that Mina had already cleared the 2 difficult dungeons, and Jisu had cleared the dungeon with a score of 5. A black-haired girl was walking through the cave, and the protagonist thought that their guild already had 25 points. Snow White stretched out her arms. The protagonist picked up the baby and thought that Luke and Chanwoo also had no problems. Taylor approached Sehen, saying that she wanted to hold Snow White, and the protagonist replied that the baby would be too heavy for her. Sehen looked at Taylor with a puzzled look when she asked him to teach her how to fight like Jisu. The girl lowered her head and said that she felt like she was of no use. The protagonist sat down, saying that Taylor shouldn't do that yet because she needed to know herself first. Taylor raised her eyebrows in confusion, saying that she didn't know herself at all. Sehen looked at Snow White and thought that it was natural because Taylor wasn't the type to train or hone her skills to begin with. The girl picked up a pillow, and the protagonist thought that Taylor only became stronger when she watched others, and so she needed to realize that trying was secondary. Soap bubbles floated in the air. One of the bubbles flew towards Taylor's face. The girl widened her blue eyes in surprise and said that her mood had suddenly brightened. Sehen looked at Snow White and guessed that it might be magic, because this child is not ordinary at all. Snow White brought her hands to her face, and the protagonist thought that she was using magic already in the 2nd year after she was born. Suddenly, Snow White opened her mouth and squinted her eyes and then sneezed loudly. A white beam of light appeared in the sky. Then it turned into smoke. The protagonist froze in shock. A hole in the wall was visible behind him. Snow White began to crawl away. Taylor asked if Sehen was scared, and he denied it. The child crawled on the floor, creating bubbles, and the protagonist thought that he never expected Snow White to shoot a beam of light from her horn. The child stretched out his hands to the bubbles, and Sehen thought that even in his past life, Kieran did not do this. The protagonist and Chanwoo walked down the street, discussing that now the Genesis Guild will try to contact them. Sehen thought that most of the players were discussing them. Chanwoo smiled, asking if Genesis would try to contact him first. The protagonist looked away and said that it was possible that they thought that they were the only ones who knew about the constellations and the dungeon point distribution. And since the God Slayer Guild only protects the dungeons that give high points, it was natural that Genesis would be interested in them, although Sehen had no intention of meeting them yet. The protagonist touched the purple screen, saying that Chanwoo was perfect for his role and that he shouldn't worry about it. The black screen showed the information about the team members, and Sehen said that even if there was someone better than Chanwoo, he was probably already an avatar. The protagonist thought that Jisu had also become a bit stronger and they could accept another person. They walked past the green trees. Sehen said that they should hurry up, because if they were to laze around this week, Mina would start to grumble. Chanwoo smiled and said that he thought the protagonist would want to clear the dungeon for 10 points, but now it's only 5 points. Sehen looked at his comrade and said that those dungeons were monitored by the Genesis Guild, and there was nothing wrong with low scores because there was not a big difference in monster points. They approached a large portal. Sehen said that it was time to put down their weapons. The protagonist adjusted the collar of his clothes and thought that he had combined Gunga's skin with the coat of darkness and gotten a rank equipment that needed to be tested. Chanwoo touched his head, and Sehen said that he would take him for a ride on the bus. There was a crowd of people outside. A woman with black hair looked up and was surprised that Pineal was in 5th place. People crowded around, looking at the guild rankings. In 1st place was the God Slayer Guild. 3 people were sitting around a wooden table. Ian rested her chin on her palm and guessed that the God Slayer Guild was clearing out their dungeons. Seong-hyuk looked down and said that it was very likely, but the problem was that they weren't showing up. There was a black crow sitting on a branch, and Seong-hyuk said that there were guesses about the dungeons they cleared, but there were no witnesses, and the protagonist thought that Genesis seemed to be watching everything they did. Taesung closed his eyes and said that things weren't going well for them either. He remembered Luke hiding behind the vents and said that there was a strange guy hanging around their area, but they couldn't verify who he was. Seong-hyuk touched his face and said that it was definitely a god killer, and that they should be careful because they could be gathering information about other guilds. Taesung said that he had one question. The man slammed his fist on the table and asked how Genesis managed to rise so quickly so easily, since the difference was 20 points. Seong-hyuk closed his eyes and replied that they were just lucky because all the places they cleared were high-scoring dungeons, and now it was better to think about how to stop the God Slayer, otherwise, at this rate, the authority of the 3 strongest guilds could fall. Taesung leaned on the table and asked what Seong-hyuk was talking about. The blue-haired man raised 2 fingers and said that there were 2 weeks left to complete the quest, and now was the best chance to catch them. Seong-hyuk touched his face and said that first they should stop clearing dungeons and find out what kind of guild they were. Ian, who was sitting on the red sofa, said that they were guarding the entrance to the dungeon, but the God Slayer Guild cleared it anyway. And Seong-hyuk replied that this was true, but they had not paid attention to low-scoring dungeons before, and judging by the scores, the God Slayers hunted a lot of them. Taesung said with a serious expression that it was better to understand it now if they wanted to achieve anything. Ian furrowed her brows and said that there might not be another chance to find out who they were. Taesung frowned and said that the Ascendant Guild would temporarily stop clearing the dungeons. Ian closed her eyes and said that Genesis would too because she wanted to see the faces of those scoundrels. Seong-hyuk looked straight ahead and said that he also promised to definitely expose the God Slayer Guild. The protagonist sat on the roof with a raven on his shoulder, thinking about how the border security had increased. The people were standing near the bright portal, and Sehen didn't understand how it was more important for them to find the God Slayer Guild than to clear the dungeon. The knights were holding weapons in their hands. The protagonist jumped down and thought that since they were trying so hard, he would only meet them once. Sehen looked up and thought that most of the warriors were in the dungeons, which was better, but he didn't know where the guild leader was. The protagonist put his hand on the door and hoped that at least one would be there. Sehen walked inside and saw a woman with red hair. She was wearing a black cloak. The woman turned around abruptly and the protagonist stopped her sword. Sehen jumped back and the woman screamed, asking who he was. The protagonist, whose face was hidden by the cloth, thought that Goen was known for her incredible abilities and lack of flexibility in her character. The woman swung her sword and said that there was no need to ask a thief who was hiding like a rat who he was. Sehen rolled his eyes and thought that Goen should have listened to him first. The woman swung her weapon. Goen swung her sword. The protagonist's mouth fell open in fear, looking at the sharp blade. They were fighting in a white brick room. Goen held out her sword and said that saying was not that simple. The protagonist raised his hand and asked to listen to him. The sword fell to the floor. Saiyan opened his mouth, surprised that Goen had such a weapon hidden. The woman held the sword Yurumi in her hand. She swung the weapon, which resembled a long chain. The sharp blade flew past Saiyan's face. He stopped the weapon with his hand. The long chain was broken. Goen frowned in shock. The protagonist snatched the weapon from her hands. The woman jumped up, intending to attack Saiyan. The protagonist looked up and thought that this time she took out a dagger. Swords were stuck into the floor. Goen was kneeling, asking to kill her. The protagonist raised his hand and said that she did not make him say it twice. He said that he was from the God Slayer Guild, and he came to talk to the guild leader Genesis. Goen raised her eyebrows in surprise and said that this changed things completely. Sunghyuk looked straight ahead, asking if Saiyan was from the God Slayer Guild. Goen placed her hand on her waist and confirmed it, and Sunghyuk asked why he should believe that. The protagonist tilted his head and said, "Constellation." Sunghyuk's eyes immediately widened. He raised his hand, saying that they would have another conversation then, and motioned for Saiyan to sit down. Goen furrowed her brows and said that she would stay here when Sunghyuk suggested that she go and rest. The man clenched his hand into a fist, telling her to go, and the woman replied that he should call her immediately if anything happened. Saiyan sat on the sofa, saying that Sunghyuk was having a hard time, and the man replied that Goen was lacking in insight. Sunghyuk looked straight ahead and asked why the protagonist was visiting him. Saiyan furrowed his brows, saying that Sunghyuk had called him out himself, and the man said that he wouldn't deny it. He smiled and asked if he could assume that Saiyan had come to ask him to loosen his control over the dungeons. The protagonist looked at the other man and said that he could continue to control them, but Saiyan asked Sunghyuk not to tell the other guilds about this meeting, otherwise they might do something stupid. Sunghyuk raised his brows, asking why he had to continue to control the dungeons. The protagonist moved his hand towards the bright screen and said that he would tell them about 2 places in Seoul, and that there were 16 dungeons in the area that should never be entered. Sunghyuk's sweat dropped and said that Saiyan was talking as if something bad would happen if they entered them, and the protagonist replied that it was possible. The leader of Genesis furrowed his brows, looking down. There was a constellation of Scorpio. Saiyan frowned and said that some scoundrels hid a bomb there. The protagonist imagined a scorpion and thought that a fragment of this constellation is known for its cruelty, and the problem is that no one knows where they are. Sunghyuk sweated and asked if Saiyan was talking about bombs. The protagonist imagined a city and said that he could not give details, but in the dungeon of the scorpion, a monster sleeps that can turn Seoul into a sea of blood. Sunghyuk asked where Saiyan got such information. The protagonist tilted his head and said that it was one of his skills. Sunghyuk looked straight at him, asking if there was any proof. Saiyan raised his hand and said that he would give the man some data that he would believe. The protagonist thought that he needed to gain Sunghyuk's trust by any means necessary, because he would definitely have to stop this matter. Saiyan stood in the middle of the destroyed buildings, thinking that what he had to go through in his past life was a real hell. A crowd of people walked through a gray room. The protagonist thought that he did not know where it all began. A huge purple crystal cracked, a monster woke up because of the guild that cleared the dungeons, after which hell unfolded, and perhaps this was a prank of the publisher to amuse the gods. Dark streams of energy rushed towards the dark-haired man. An explosion thundered in the city. A scorpion that absorbed the magical powers of the players got out. The body of the predator emitted a glow. This was the beginning of the tragedy. From a fragment of the constellation of Scorpio on Antares, 2 others came out. The buildings were destroyed. It took only a week to destroy a third of Seoul. The crests were visible. The Rising Guild had suffered enormous damage in this battle, and Manhwa and Genesis had to lick their wounds for a long time. There was a purple dot on the country map. The growth of players in Seoul had slowed down, and the growth rate of players in Korea as a whole had also noticeably dropped. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was why he absolutely had to prevent the tragedy this time, and that among the 18 dungeons, there were only 2 places where the Scorpio constellation could appear. Sunghyuk looked down and said that a scout had contacted him, and the place he had pointed to actually had mithril. The man looked up and wondered how Saiyan knew about this and what level their God Slayer guild was at. The protagonist crossed his arms, and Sunghyuk thanked him for the information. The man sweated and thought that this wasn't just any metal, but mithril, and if he was happy to give them the mine, it meant he had something more valuable. Saiyan frowned and thought that it was hard to understand Sunghyuk's expression, and that they already had 2 mithril deposits and white steel, so another vein was a trifle. They sat opposite each other. Sunghyuk said that if there really was a monster in the dungeon, then the top priority now was to destroy it, and it would be better to talk to the other guilds about it as well. The protagonist took a sip from his cup and said that they would not believe him or listen to him. Seong-hyuk touched his chin and said with a smile that it was likely, and asked if the protagonist expected them to guard the dungeon. Sehun nodded and said that if Seong-hyuk refused, then he had another plan for that case. The protagonist thought that guarding a hunting spot in online games was a common thing for him. Seong-hyuk smiled and said that Sehun spoke as if he knew many ways to counter them, and it seemed a bit presumptuous. The man added that the protagonist was quite capable, so he would believe him, and if even such a player could not stop the monster, then it would not be easy for Genesis either. Sehun placed the cup on the table and said that if they were done, he would leave. Seong-hyuk stood up, wanting to say something, when suddenly the protagonist disappeared. The man frowned in shock, thinking that if Sehun suddenly attacked, anyone would surely die. The building of the Godslayer Guild was visible. The protagonist thought with a smile that the scorpion was certainly dangerous, but it was not up to the level of a guard, and they just needed to prepare well, and then they would be able to stop it. Sehun looked at the gas mask in his hand and added that this was provided that they really prepared. Shiwoo raised his hand, asking if the protagonist liked what he had made. There were 5 gas masks on the table. Sehun turned around, smiling, saying that he could buy Shiwoo something as a thank you, and the youth replied that he just liked inventing such things. The protagonist smiled and thought that the better the workshop, the more profitable it would be, but he still had to prepare a gift. Shiwoo raised his hand, asking if Sehun liked the equipment he made last time, and the protagonist replied that it was the best he had now. Sehun smiled and thought that it was not an exaggeration, because this equipment had all the indicators of rank. Shiwoo sat on the floor, asking why the protagonist coated the equipment with mithril if steel was stronger. The youth looked at Sehun in surprise, who said that it was due to the peculiarities of the quality of mithril. The protagonist looked down and thought that Shiwoo was probably knowledgeable about metals, so he would immediately understand what he meant, and this time there would be no need to use such a volatile material as orichalcum. Shiwoo stood up, asking if Sehun was going to go alone, and the protagonist replied that he did not have enough time alone. Other guild members entered the workshop, and Sehun thought that the system might suddenly intervene. It was sunny in the city. Mina put her hands on the back of her head, asking if they needed to search for a monster in each dungeon, and the protagonist replied that it was not necessary. Sehun turned around and asked Luke to keep an eye on the other players. The protagonist handed the man an iron bracelet as a reward for clearing the dungeon. Luke put on the bracelet and thanked Sehun. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he would try to find the monster now. A black raven appeared. The bird flew up. A huge purple crystal was visible. The boulder emitted a purple glow. The raven flew away. Sehun opened his eyes and said that he found it. Mina turned around, asking where it was, and the protagonist replied that it was nearby in the 5th and 12th dungeons. Sehun looked down and said that one of the dungeons was still in the state of a gate, and he couldn't check it. He thought that the last dungeon was the one where the star of the Scorpio constellation shines the brightest. Chanwoo, who was wearing a green jacket, said that if it hadn't formed yet, it would be better to start with these 2. The protagonist touched his face and said that in their state, it would take at least 2 days, and the last dungeon would need to be dealt with separately. There were many guards at the bright portal. Nina looked down and said that she could transform and go inside, unlike the others. Sehun's eyes widened and said that they just needed to clear it. Mina sweated in fear, thinking that it looked like the protagonist was going to kill the guards. Jisu frowned, saying that she could do it, despite the fact that she promised to only touch the bad guys. Sehun raised one finger and said that they shouldn't be killed just like that. He thought that Jisu was in a dangerous state right now. The girl lowered her head and agreed, and the protagonist thought that she had been suppressing the power of the Death Star until now, but it was clear that she was not the same as she was in the beginning. Sehun reached for the stone and told Jisu to entrust this dungeon to him. Nina raised her eyebrows in admiration. They followed the protagonist, who dealt with the guards in a second. They walked along the corridor, and Jisu said that this dungeon looked normal, but Sehun replied that it was only on the surface. He raised his hand, asking Chanwoo to get gas masks, because they did not know what could happen inside the dungeon. Chanwoo put on the gas mask and came to the conclusion that a difficult monster was waiting for them. The protagonist looked straight ahead and confirmed it. In front of the gate to the 18th dungeon, Luke was hiding, watching the other players. The man looked at the black screen and thought that they had about 2 days, and if the goddess sent the message herself, then there might be something dangerous inside. The players sweated in fear, saying that this gate was strange. Luke frowned in shock and thought that the speed of the dungeon formation had increased. The players looked at the bright portal, and Luke thought that, as Sehun said, most likely the game master or publisher interfered. The man's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the black notification. A massive door was visible. The players shouted that this dungeon even looked different, which meant it was a 10-point. Teeson rubbed his chin, saying that he had never seen such a shape, similar to a bright poisonous mushroom. The man walked up to the door, offering to check everything himself, and another player said that this was breaking the agreement with other guilds. Jisung came close to the gate, saying that one dungeon would not hurt, especially since the Genesis Guild had already entered another dungeon. The players stood in front of the gate. A long corridor was visible. The goblin screamed loudly. Chanwoo frowned. He took out his sword. The goblin's body was cut into many pieces. Jisu and Mina stood next to the protagonist. The monsters bared their teeth, showing sharp fangs. The young man attacked the monsters. His eyes were closed. Chanwoo sheathed his sword. A goblin's head flew past, and Mina asked when Chanwoo had become so strong. The protagonist looked away and said that he contributed a little to this. Mina's eyes widened in indignation, saying that this was too much. Sehen put one finger to his head and said that he had something else for Mina in return and that he would tell her about it when he returned. He thought that he should arrange a battle with Jisu. Mina clenched her hands into fists happily, and the protagonist thought that the best teacher for a talented player is another talented player, and if Mina fought Jisu at least 3 times a week, she would be able to achieve noticeable results. Suddenly, Sehen widened his eyes, feeling the aura of the stars, and said that they were here. The huge crystal was shining brightly, and Chanwoo said that it was quite spacious. The protagonist raised his hand, telling everyone to step back and check their gas masks. He brought his weapon to the crystal. A bright flash flashed. Purple shards flew towards the guild members. Sehen frowned and said that the monster will be here soon. The crystal began to crack. A red eye was visible in the middle of the cracks. The scorpion stood in front of the guild. The protagonist looked at the monster and thought that this was the reason why the people of Seoul were swept away in their past life. The monster's body emitted a purple poisonous mist that a normal gas mask would not protect against. Mina's eyes widened, asking if San would definitely be able to destroy it. The protagonist frowned and replied that, except for the poisonous gas, the scorpion was lower in level than the guard. Jisu grabbed the weapon and San said that after this monster, they would need to catch another one. Chanwoo grabbed the hilt of the sword. The mist hovered around the protagonist, who said that they would now begin the hunt. Suddenly, he looked to the side. A knight statue was holding a sword in its hand, while someone was asking the guild master to look at something important. The man held a blue stone in his hand, shouting that it was a mid-level crystal, and so far they had only managed to get low-level ones, but the monsters here had dropped mid-level crystals. Jisung put his hands on his waist and said that he didn't see any special ore veins, but these crystals were a big profit. The man raised the corner of his lips, thinking that they did the right thing when they entered this dungeon, because it couldn't be sealed, but there was no agreement about farming. The player pointed to the side, shouting that the search was almost finished, and that they had found a huge hole there. There was a statue of a warrior in the corner of the room, and Jisung said that they could collect everything here without leaving anything behind. Luke looked to the side and thought that this was a problem. The guild members went ahead, and the man thought that if they went all the way down, they would be in danger. Luke imagined the goddess's hair and thought that if this were a normal situation, she would definitely order them to be saved. Luke took off his helmet and thought that he himself would do the same. A message was visible on the black screen in which the goddess asked him to leave this dangerous place. While Teeson smiled, Luke thought that the leader of the Rising Guild had become much stronger than him, and there was hardly any point in following them. The man smiled and said with a laugh that he was weak, but he could not abandon other people in danger and run away. Luke stood in front of the passage. A black eye appeared next to the man, and the goddess said that those players were stronger than Luke, and if they could not defeat the enemy, then even more so the man. Luke smiled and said that he was a soldier after all, and even if they were players, to him they were citizens whom he must protect. Luke remembered a hand touching his face, and said that he felt the greatest joy when the goddess chose him as her avatar and said that he had the heart of a hero. The man was kneeling in front of the goddess, who said that he was someone who was not inferior even to mythical heroes. The woman's eyes were covered with a blindfold, and she said that she wanted to work together. Luke smiled and asked if it would mean anything if he turned around and ran away. Astra looked at the purple screen, saying that Luke was amazing. The player looked up, saying that it was a dungeon seal stone. The huge crystal emitted a bright light, and Teeson said that he could immediately feel the high level. Luke ran into the room and shouted loudly for the guild members to run away from here, because the monster inside had a strong poison that could kill them all. Teeson looked at the black screen, asking why he was only being told about this now. The crystal was covered in cracks. A scorpion limb crawled out. Teeson opened his mouth in fear. The scorpion was freed from its prison. Its body was gray, and it said that it did not expect cracks to appear so soon. The monster's eyes were shining brightly, and it said that it was very grateful to the people. The constellation of the Scorpion Antares was visible. The reason he was interested in playing on Earth was because of the death of the Ravenkaras and the fact that a human had taken over the constellation. The human was smiling with his tongue hanging out, and the protagonist had a serious expression. There was a picture of a monster on the screen, so when he was asked for some scorpions to play, he expressed his desire to participate in person. However, the difficulty level had to be adjusted because he was the 12th constellation and had a higher than average divine power. The scorpion swung its claw. The impact caused an explosion. The bright-eyed monster said that he didn't like the score reduction, but overall it wasn't that big of a deal. The humans began to run away from the scorpion, who said that it wasn't the worst decision they had made and that he would give them a head start and release poison gas to have fun. Luke gritted his teeth when the monster said that the man didn't seem special, even though he knew about it in advance. The scorpion raised its limbs, saying that the game had already begun, but there couldn't be a player strong enough to kill the constellation. The monster began to move quickly, saying that there must be another way that the one who killed Kara's knew about. The player opened his eyes wide, screaming in fear. The scorpion slammed the ground, screaming for the people to move faster. The player froze, sweating and making painful groans. The man screamed loudly, bleeding. The scorpion took one of the players, saying that they would be torn apart just by touching them, and it was no fun at all. The monster swung its claw. Luke attacked the scorpion. The monster raised its head and said that there was an avatar here after all. Luke sweated in fear. T-Sun gritted his teeth in tension, thinking about the guild members getting hurt because of greed. The men's bodies shook, and Luke said that he would hold off the scorpion, and T-Sun could retreat. T-Sun closed one eye, holding the monster's body, and Luke said that the scorpion was now relaxed. Luke gritted his teeth and turned around, saying that there might not be a second chance to escape. T-Sun clenched his jaw and asked who Luke thought he was, and thought that he was right after all. T-Sun then ran away, shouting that he was leaving the scorpion to Luke. The man frowned, and the monster was surprised that he would sacrifice himself in such a situation. The scorpion raised its claw and said that they would die anyway when he got out. The monster, whose eyes were shining brightly, added that he did not show mercy twice. The scorpion struck Luke, and Luke tried to hold onto its limb. The man fell to his knees and thought that he was finished. Luke remembered the faces of his comrades and thought that they would surely be able to take care of Taylor. The man imagined his smiling daughter. Luke gritted his teeth and growled loudly, blood spurting from his mouth. The man was on one knee when the goddess's voice was heard, saying that she wanted Luke to be her representative. The man's eyes widened in shock. Scorpio jerked, asking if the goddess was going to make an alliance that had never been made even in the mythical times. Astra touched Luke's face. The goddess's hair fluttered softly. Luke looked up, his mouth hanging open in shock. The giant creature asked what the hero was talking about, if he was really going to make an alliance that had never been made even in the mythical times. It asked if Astra had gone crazy. The girl with the bright blindfold opened her mouth. Luke frowned and put his hands on his head, asking if he was really the representative of the goddess of justice. The main character appeared in front of the man, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he spoke about Astra having to wait a little while. The giant creature asked who he was and where he came from, but more importantly, was there really a player with such power? Sand smirked and held his hand in front of his head, saying that he was just passing by. The guy raised his head, saying that Luke was the most suitable representative for her, but she still knew that nothing would work. Astra opened his mouth, asking how he knew this. The protagonist said that he had a skill. She chose Luke as her representative to save his life, but in this situation, she had better be patient. The man raised his eyebrows and held his hand in front of him. Sahan rubbed the back of his head. Next to him was a black ball with bright energy. The guy turned his gaze to the side, thinking that he did the right thing when he gave him the bracelet. Luke was wearing a silver bracelet on his hand. The system window said that this was a location change bracelet. Depending on the user's state, it allows you to instantly move to the location of the bracelet's owner. Luke frowned, asking San if he wasn't capable enough to be the goddess's representative, to which the boy replied that it wasn't that, it was just that it would be hard for a human to endure. The hero furrowed his brows, thinking that the problem was actually that the man was too good for that, because if Astra used all of her power, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it and would just break apart, and he wouldn't be able to watch it. He imagined Luke sitting on one knee, his body slowly falling apart. The man smiled, saying that if he said so, then it was true, because thanks to him, he was still alive. Sahan raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he could rest for a while, he would take care of the rest himself. The giant creature swung at the boy, asking how they dared to talk in his presence. Sahan put out his hand, stopping him, saying that Antares came because he wanted to check how he killed Karas. The hero pushed the creature back. Bright red lights appeared on his body. He asked how he knew that. The protagonist frowned, saying that it was his style, but he would still know when he started hitting him. The creature began to move its limbs, trying to attack the guy. One of its giant paws rushed to the ground. The young man quickly jumped to the side, thinking that Karas, who was an ordinary constellation, could not fully display all his power, and he is a top-level constellation. He will probably have a bigger nerf. Sand moved between the raised fragments of stones. The guy looked to the side, thinking about Luke. The protagonist knocked away the paw of the giant creature approaching him. There were bright red lights on his body. He asked how much longer this show would last, because he should not be underestimated. The boy reached for the hilt of the sword, asking him not to worry, because he never underestimated him. He moved abruptly from his place, thinking that the hero hit him quite hard, but he is very hard, and if so, he should aim for the joint area. The creature raised its limbs to attack, telling him to stop playing games. The giant white scorpion raised its tail, preparing to use poison gas. Sehen put his hand in front of his face and frowned, telling Jisu to hit the creature in the head. The girl with the weapon was hovering in the air above the white giant scorpion. Jisu frowned and raised the mace above her head. She hit him on the head with all her might, leaving a bright mark in space. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, thinking that the monster was open and would not see anything else. His head was broken into small pieces. The young man took a fighting stance, his cloak fluttering in the streams of the raised wind. The scorpion's eyes lit up red. He asked with displeasure if the boy really aimed at his eyes. Luke raised a giant rock over his head, saying that he would help too. The man threw the rock at the scorpion, who cried out in pain. Jisu frowned and moved forward. Sehen's eyes widened. The heroes began to strike at the giant white scorpion, leaving bright flashes in space. The creature's eyes were bright yellow. He thought that the situation was becoming dangerous. Now he understands how they defeated the crow, especially the protagonist. His equipment looks ordinary. He wonders what his skills are. Sehen frowned and held out his hand with the weapon in front of him. For the scorpion, this was humiliating. He really wanted to use his invincible skill. Streams of dark energy appeared next to him. He shouted that he himself was Antares, the 12th sign of the zodiac. Puffs of bright purple smoke appeared on the battlefield. The guy covered his face with his hands, thinking that Antares probably knew that the poisonous gas did not affect them. He did not understand why the creature was spraying at them. The heroes froze in front of a deep hole that appeared in front of them. San said that they were too late. He told the others to be careful because he would probably attack from underground. The main character gritted his teeth and arched his eyebrows, saying that it irritated him terribly. A giant scorpion's tail burst out from under the stone floor, forcing the heroes to jump in different directions. The guy frowned, wondering if there was really no way to resist him. He looked at Jisu, asking if she could stall for time a little. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that Antares was detecting their location by vibrations. He asked her to tease the monster. Jisu clenched her hand into a fist and smiled, agreeing with his idea. The hero turned to Luke. The man rested his hands on his knees and leaned forward, his mouth slightly open, breathing heavily and asking what he needed to do. Sehen raised his eyebrows, asking if he could request a conversation with the goddess, because he would like to ask her for the power of the 7th zodiac sign. He imagined a bright picture of a scale. The man was surprised by his words. Luke raised his eyebrows high, surprised by his words. A dark ball with bright energy appeared next to him. Astra opened her mouth in surprise, wondering if the boy really wanted to do this. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that there were 12 signs in total, but he wanted to ask for the 7th, Libra. He again imagined a brightly shining image of a scale. The girl tilted her head. Behind her was a dark sky with brightly shining races. The protagonist frowned in surprise. There was a message from the goddess in the status window. She said that she would not ask how he knew this, because she understood that he would not tell. The girl asked if he really wanted Luke to use the power of Libra. If so, then she could not agree to this. Astra looked at the guy through the screen in front of her. He asked her to just summon, even if the man could not control them. Astra tilted her head, saying that she could just summon. The hero called out to the girl. Jisu jumped to the side, dodging the blow of the giant white scorpion's tail. She raised her eyebrows, asking what was the matter. Sehen appeared behind her and grabbed her with his hand, saying that he knew that it was inconvenient, but it was boring to endure a little longer. The protagonist pressed the girl to himself and put his hand forward. Using orichalcum coating, a giant shield appeared in front of them. He turned to look at Luke standing behind him. The man clenched his fist, asking if this was really their goal. He was thinking about summoning what was needed. Luke gritted his teeth and frowned, not understanding why he couldn't even say the name out loud. His breath caught in his throat, but he had to endure it. He opened his mouth wide, breathing heavily. Luke gritted his teeth and put his palm forward, summoning the scales of the goddess Library. The red-haired girl raised her head, asking the standing guy to look at it. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that this is the territory that the Ascending Guild is responsible for. The guy opened his mouth, wondering what was going on there. Was this really why they were told not to enter the dungeon? A bright stream of yellow energy appeared in the dark starry sky. Antares tensed up, saying that he was crazy for actually summoning Libra. Since there was no one here who had divine skills, he asked what was the point of summoning it if none of them could even hold this scale. The protagonist frowned. He pressed Jisu to his body. The girl raised her eyebrows. A blush appeared on her face. Luke extended his palm forward. The scorpion's eyes shone brightly. He could not believe what was happening. A bright explosion split the floor, throwing stone debris to the sides. Giant golden scales appeared over the battlefield. Sehen and Jisu were hiding behind a stone shield. He put his hand on her head. The guy smirked, thinking that he calmed down a little. He looked at the bright giant Libra, thinking that this is it, but it quickly disappeared since there is no user. The hero looked at Luke lying on the ground, thinking that he must have passed out from the blow because the man had put in all his effort and done his job well. The hero grabbed his weapon with his palm, thinking that now it was his turn. Antares appeared from under the stone rubble. Metal pipes were stuck in his paws. The guy was hovering over a giant white scorpion, about to strike. Saiyan's eyes shone brightly, and an image of a skeleton appeared behind him. The scorpion stood up, thinking that this was too dangerous. He could not believe that he could die during some fifth task. The protagonist gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide. Antares froze in place, thinking that this simply could not be happening. A bright explosion thundered on the battlefield, raising stone fragments of the floor into the air. Saiyan frowned, thinking that his expectations were met, because the death of the 12th zodiac sign is a big problem that can't even be compared to Kara's, so the publisher had to put his hand in. The hero looked at the cracks in the ground at the sight of the explosion. The young man frowned, thinking that he could have received a good reward. Saiyan called the status window, thinking that since the publisher intervened, the system would not leave it like that. Surely something should have appeared right before the death of the monster. The system reported that the hero beat the 12th zodiac sign half to death, therefore he receives the achievement Scorpion Hunter, and the guy also gets to choose a rank skill. The hero thought that choosing a skill of such a rank is a real generosity. Saiyan froze, looking at the cracks in the ground and thinking that if he had dealt with it, he could have at least received divinity or a skill, so it was a bit of a pity. He noticed a bright light on the ground, not understanding what kind of strong magic it was. A bright stream of light struck upward. The protagonist's eyes widened. He was surprised to see Esther. It was a bright astral metal, similar in power to mithril, but it had a stronger resistance to magic, and in terms of magic conductivity, it was the best metal, because it retained the advantages of other metals, and at the same time, it had the unique power of Esther because it was not just a rare metal. The protagonist imagined two bright gemstones. 3 oval-shaped diamonds lay next to each other. Esther's metal shone brightly, having crystal growths on its oval shape. Saiyan brought the gemstone to his face, wondering if it would be enough for the initial capital. He had one problem left. He wondered how he could drag his friends with him. Luke was lying face down on the floor. Jisu leaned on the stone fragments and closed her eyes. The hero raised his head, looking at the rift where the sky bright from the sunset was visible, thinking about taking off. Outside, there were groups of people discussing the guild's rankings, someone asking about the man with black wings who flew into the sky, heroes talking about how everyone who made a contract with the devil was exterminated. People raised their heads, shouting happily that the results were finally in. The guild rankings were presented. The Godslayer Guild was in first place, Genesis in second place, Rising Guild in third place, and Manhwa in fourth place. Next to the names were brightly colored guild icons, a silver cross with precious stones, an ornament with a bright blue stone, a red crest with a lion, and a precious pink stone. The white room had high ceilings and walls, and a large chandelier hung in the center. A voice said that it was boring. A girl in a dress lay with her arms and legs spread out to the sides, saying that she was very bored lying there and doing nothing. The guy waved his hand with the weapon, offering her to have a fight, to which the girl, without getting up, asked why she should fight him. The hero adjusted the sleeves of his jacket, asking if it would be better for her to return to the devil's world, because if she were to laze around like this, the demons would start whispering behind her back. The girl hung her head off the bed, saying that she didn't really want to, because no one would dare to say anything about her. She was just too lazy, that's all. The guy smiled, saying that he didn't understand how someone could be so lazy to take third place in the devil's world. She smiled, saying that she was lazy because she was strong and she had been so strong since childhood, never trained or did uninteresting things. This is a feature of the strongest. The hero said that there was one person, the girl with golden hair whom they saw last time, and if she wanted to become a demon, then he would have to give up his place. The girl furrowed her brows, imagining this girl. The guy folded his arms, asking why she was still with him, since he was just a low-level player who was obsessed with getting stronger and competing in various competitions that she didn't like. The girl imagined the hero in a large toy box, saying that she had already said that she found him funny, his efforts and techniques were like her antithesis, and his empty swinging of his legs in order to fill the missing talent with his diligence reminded him of a teddy bear from a toy box. She stood up and waved her hand, saying that she was tired of these observers. Since it was much more interesting to watch everyone in person, she asked how one could only look at a toy and not play with it. The girl asked why he wanted to get stronger. Was it really to take revenge on the crow? The guy closed his eyes, saying that he lost there. He would fight him again if he met him, but he had no desire to take revenge. In this situation, he was just doing what he could. The girl folded her arms across her chest, looking at him and thinking that he really had no reason. She looked away, saying that she would like to go to the store. The hero asked what she needed there. The girl put her umbrella on her shoulder and headed for the exit, suggesting that they just go out for a while. The guy asked what she was up to again. The heroes passed by a pile of flat boxes. The girl noted that it would be nice here. The guy followed her, putting his hands in his pockets and saying that this place was not quite to her taste. The girl was holding a white umbrella in her hands, saying that he talked too much. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking what she was going to do. The girl climbed a mountain of boxes, saying that she would think. The guy stood among the same pallets, thinking that they were in an industrial area. Suddenly, he frowned and looked away. A little girl quickly moved from her place. The guy raised his eyebrows, wondering where a child came from in such a place. The girl smiled and imagined a bright yellow ball, saying that someone like him, who even used an object to free children, would not be able to calmly watch this. She asked why he was standing there, because if everything was left as it was, she could die. A scream was heard. The hero put his hands in his pockets, asking if demons really save children these days. Sitting on pallets, the girl looked at him, asking where it was written that this was prohibited. The guy thought about how she never gave normal answers. The hero quickly disappeared from the place, leaving a bright trace in space. The girl ran forward, thinking that there was nothing in her future except death. But recently everything became so blurry that she could no longer predict, because someone who should not have been there in the first place interfered in this matter. She knitted her brows, beads of sweat running down her face. The people in robes were chasing her, saying that there would soon be a dead end and soon they would catch her. A group of people saw the girl turn the corner. The girl knitted her brows and turned around. She crashed into something in front of her. A guy with a mask covering half of his face was looking down at her. The girl opened her eyes wide and pressed her hand to herself, thinking that he was also a demon. But no, she realized that he was actually a contractor. She thought about how stupid it was to run into him while running away from these servants of the devil. The hero looked at her with raised eyebrows. The girl closed her eyes and covered her head with her hand, asking him for help. A crowd of people froze in front of him, asking who he was. One of them answered that he was the one who made a contract with the devil. The guy looked at them, not understanding why the devil's servants were in blue clothes, because for a long time they only wore black. The hero clenched his teeth, asking if he was also hunting for this girl, but they would not give her to him so easily. The guy's fist hit him in the face. He was thrown back by the force of the blow. The guy took a fighting stance and frowned, telling him to die quietly. Sunbeams were streaming into the room through the windows. The hero sat down on the table, looking forward. The girl folded her hands in front of her, looking at the defeated servants of the devil. The guy asked her to listen. She turned around, her eyes wide. He turned to her, asking why those people were chasing her. She looked down in embarrassment and twirled her fingers. The hero said that she didn't have to answer if she didn't want to, telling her to go. The girl screamed in surprise and came closer. The guy stood up, repeating his words and saying that he had dealt with all the representatives and she could handle the rest herself. The hero patted his chest with his palm, thinking that he had probably asked too much, but if they wanted to grab her again, there was nothing he could do. He looked to the side. The girl slowly followed him, her eyes wide open. The hero thought that she was strange. She probably wouldn't run after the motorcycle. The girl sitting on the pallets with an umbrella noticed them, saying that they had finally arrived. She came closer to the girl, asking her name. Manhwa raised her eyebrows, saying her name. The hero told her not to scare the girl. The girl with the umbrella raised her eyebrows and looked away, saying that if he was going to take her with him, she would have to do it herself or separately. The guy walked up to the motorcycle, saying that he wanted to leave the two of them here. The girl noted that she was not an ordinary child, to which the hero replied that he did not care. Manhwa waved her hands, asking the Appa to wait. She thought about how this person changed her fate, since she was originally supposed to die. The guy turned around and raised his eyebrows, asking what was wrong. The girl pressed her hand to her chest, asking to be taken with him. He asked why he should take her with him. Manhwa opened her mouth, saying that she can see the future. The hero frowned, repeating her words. She raised her eyebrows and imagined an image of a girl with long hair and bright eyes, saying that she is the avatar of Skuld, the goddess who controls the future. Manhwa opened her eyes wide, saying that she knows how the game will end. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The hero looked down at her, asking if that was the reason why he needed to take her with him. The girl clenched her hands into fists, saying that if he didn't, her brother would die. A shudder ran through her body. Manhwa said that she should have died, then her brother would have decided to take revenge, escaped from captivity and would have lived. But the opposite happened, and now her brother could die. She imagined her brother bending over her, his face hidden in shadow. The boy looked away. He pressed his hand to his forehead, realizing that she knew the outcome and that was why she brought him here. The hero asked if Azazelo could go back alone. She smiled, saying that there was no problem and he could go and she would walk some more. He got on the motorcycle, telling Manhwa to get on, because first they had to go back and then talk. There were white clouds in the blue sky. The guy said that he did not have another helmet. The heroes found themselves in a bright room with high ceilings. The girl said that those who kidnapped her and her brother were a guild that competed with the Eastern Moon. The guy frowned, asking what the name of this guild was. Manhwa held a cup of tea in her hands, saying that it was the Mountain Spring Guild. The hero sat at the table opposite her, thinking that this guild broke away from the Fourth Brotherhood Guild, so it was no wonder that they were acting out. He slammed his fist on the table, asking if they were also stealing children. The girl replied that it was not about that. In fact, they wanted to use her abilities. With the help of the skill seeing the future, they were going to benefit from the guild events. Manhwa bowed her head and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that she did not want to help them. They took her brother hostage, so she gave them the minimum information. As Izod appeared near the table, she asked how accurately the girl could foresee the future. Her eyes shone with a bright blue light. She said that she could see what would happen in 3 seconds. Very simple scenes. The skill has almost no cooldown, so she can use it whenever she wants. Also, she can see a specific date. For example, a few days or a month from now. The further the future, the longer the cooldown of the skill. She imagined a stream of numbers arranged like a calendar. Azazel raised her eyebrows, asking if her own skills were added to this since she looked normal physically. She thought about how they had a strong synergy since Skuld treasured her. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if that was all. Manhwa frowned, saying that she knew how this game would end. The hero repeated her words questioningly. Azazel raised her eyebrows, wondering if that was possible, since even the gods weren't allowed to know that. She looked down, thinking that it was a human. Maybe that's why she was able to bypass the system. Manhwa raised her eyebrows, saying that she could see the end, and she knew what the end of this world would be. Azazel furrowed her eyebrows, asking what it was like now, since most games like this ended badly. The girl looked down, saying that wasn't the case. The boy asked if that meant the end would be good. Manhwa frowned, saying that it wasn't. The hero asked if that meant he would be unhappy. She confirmed his words. In fact, the ending had already changed once, but she didn't know the reason for it. She knew what the end would be before the game even started. She had been convinced that there would only be one living, a bad end, a lonely world. The girl imagined the defeated monster and the hero lying next to her. There was blood on the boy's lips, but the ending changed before the game started, and then she saw the ending that would happen this time, the real ending, the Demon King of Madness. Manhwa pressed her hand to her forehead and closed her eyes. There was a smile on the boy's face. He was sitting on the throne, and at the steps, people were bowing before him. Among them was a boy with dark hair and one red horn. Azazel closed her eyes, lowering her head. Sehen rested his head on his hand and smiled maliciously. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, thinking about how he had planned to stay in second or third place, but how it turned out that they took first place. He opened the status window where the guild rankings were presented. The boy thought about how he didn't know if they were scared or gave in, but in the end they didn't get points, but it was better than giving the dungeon to the Eastern Moon. He asked why the girl was looking at him like that. Snow White raised her eyebrows, saying that she was thinking about what to call him. Sehen, sitting opposite, repeated her words. The girl said that she was thinking about calling him Dad. The hero gritted his teeth, saying that it was not right. He asked who her mother was then. Snow White said that there was no mother as such, but if you think about it, it was Rin. She imagined a girl with long golden hair, holding a mug of tea in her hands. The guy hit himself on the forehead, asking if she was crazy. She couldn't call him that because society would peck him. Sehen furrowed his brows and raised his head, asking her to call him by his name because it was more convenient for him. Snow White raised her eyebrows, saying that she agreed. The hero pinned his face with his hand and looked away, imagining Mina next to her and thinking that she always says that this cold creature is very cute, and always drags her around with her. However, she is quite unusual, perhaps because of Rin's blood, but she already has 5 magic attack techniques and even a regeneration skill. If she continues to evolve, she will become as great as Rin. Snow White's eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened, looking at him. Sehen scratched the back of his head, asking if she wanted to tell him something since she was waiting here. The girl slightly opened her mouth, saying that it was so, because Uncle Chanwu asked her to tell him that the dungeon he was looking for appeared. The hero frowned. He turned to the side, thinking about what Chanwu said. He had business there. After all, he constantly went to dungeons, so he gained strength. The news came quite quickly. The black crow spread its wings wide. The bird opened its beak wide, finding the entrance to the Dungeon of Dreams. The stone gate was closed. There were steps at the bottom. Sehen smiled, his eyes shining brightly. He asked her to go there. Snow White raised her eyebrows, asking if she really needed to go too. The hero stood up, saying that it was because he would need her power. The girl opened her eyes wide, repeating his words in a surprised tone. The hero said that it was the power of a sacred beast that would help open the door. He imagined a stone-round gate. The Dream Dungeon. The protagonist imagined the entrance to this place. Unlike other dungeons, this place was separated from the world. These are called instances, and to enter the Dream Dungeon, you need an item with sacred power. But despite such great restrictions, you could get the Laplace Hourglass as a reward. This is an S-rank treasure that can show one person's future for 30 minutes. However, due to the incomprehensible limitation of half an hour, it is perceived as a donut hole. The protagonist was already ready to leave and said in his head that he really needed this item. And why, he suddenly decided to ask. Sehen glanced at Jisu out of the corner of his eye and finished, she was going with him, because the girl wouldn't be able to enter this dungeon with him anyway. Jisu answered with a slight smile on her face, adding that she just wanted to take a look at the instance dungeon once. After a short pause, she closed her eyes, smiled even wider and added that when the protagonist entered, someone would have to look after Snow White. At this time, Sehen approached the huge door, put his hand on it and said that this was also true, but the problem was in this door. After thinking for a while, the guy looked at Snow White and asked if she could open the door. The girl was very scared when she heard such a question. After a few seconds, she tilted her head and a magical bubble began to inflate from her horn. Inflated, it flew towards the door. The next second, it crashed into it and a bright glow appeared. A bright light filled the entire room. The door to the dungeon was open, and the protagonist was stroking Snow White's head and saying that the girl was great. When Sehen approached the entrance, Jisu called out to the guy and asked if they should just wait here. The protagonist turned around and replied that the girls could go back. Let's do that, Jisu replied with a smile on her face. After that, Sehen extended his hand to the entrance to the dungeon. A bright glow illuminated the guy's face again. Conditions for clearing the dream dungeon. The protagonist suddenly woke up on the floor. Depends on who entered it. Sehen rolled over onto his back and saw that everything around him was destroyed. This is mainly due to the person that the passerby wants to see the most, although he himself is in such a dungeon for the first time. The protagonist looked at his hands and said in his head that these seemed to be memories from the past. After a short pause, he sat down on the floor, rubbed his eyes and asked himself when he was on this quest. Suddenly, he heard a loud whistle and looked up. The next second, there was a powerful explosion. Sehen extended his hand at the last moment and a blue glow appeared. He created a barrier around himself that protected him. After that, he deftly jumped to the ground. The protagonist looked around excitedly and said in his head that what he regretted most was that very task. He looked ahead and saw only devastation. Suddenly, a guy with orange glasses appeared behind him. Sehen noticed the enemy and turned around sharply, gritting his teeth. At this time, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and was about to attack. At the same second, his body was pierced by many magical attacks that flew out of the black holes behind him. After that, the same guy who said that it was quite dangerous appeared not far away on the roof of a broken building. The protagonist saw the enemy, raised his head and asked what the guy was doing here at this time. A few seconds later, he said the guy's name, Suho. The guy answered with a wide smile on his face that he had come to kill the protagonist. Sehen heard this, smiled and said that he knew it, and then said in his head that this matched his memories because everything was planned perfectly. Suhai scratched his head, walked forward and said discontentedly that he should have agreed to the conditions, although in principle it was understandable, because it was better to save the players than ordinary people, but there were still too many of them. And one more thing, he suddenly said. Suhai stopped and looked closely at the protagonist, saying that Sehen was going to attack them anyway. He was planning to hide and do it stealthily. The protagonist heard all this, but did not answer, saying in his head that the dungeon seemed to be trying to make him laugh. This quest was one of those that he regretted the most. Its conditions were simple. On one platform there were 1,000 good players, and on the other one there were 100,000 ordinary people. It was necessary to choose one and save him. Each of the teams could not leave the area that the game master was watching, and the remaining players had to choose one side, and after choosing, it was necessary to kill the opposite team. This is a truly terrible task. That time, the protagonist chose 1,000 players. After all, the game needs players more than ordinary people. Therefore, he had to fight with him too. Suho stood on the edge of the destroyed building, looked at Sehen in surprise and asked if he was really not going to fight. He did not take his eyes off the protagonist and with a sly smile on his face said that if Sehen quietly returned back, he would make an exception and not kill him because he did not have the mindset to kill all enemies, like the protagonist. Sehen thought for a moment and replied that it was a great relief, adding that now he would simply retreat, but this did not mean that he would refuse the task. Suho punched his chest and said that it didn't matter because no matter what Sehen's team did, they would still win. The protagonist raised his hands and said with a smile on his face that he would retreat today, adding in his head that his opponent was overconfident, but there was an explanation for this, because Suho's guild was the strongest at that time. Suho saw that the protagonist was about to leave, smiled and said that this was not like Sehen. The protagonist continued to slowly back away and said that he had too many things on his mind right now. The next second, he jumped high into the sky and ran away. He quickly covered large distances, leaving a magical trail behind him. While Sehen was running, he looked at his hand and said in his head that his body was no longer what it was when he was young, because in this memory, he was already 30. In his head, he remembered standing in front of Suho's dead body, after which he said that this moment would not be like his past life because in theory he was supposed to kill the guy here. The protagonist did not stop running and asked in his head how his guild would react and what he thought of him and the fact that he retreated so easily. Suddenly, he saw a large crowd of people in the distance. Even further away, Taylor was standing on the roof of a broken building. The protagonist immediately stopped. After a short pause, he said in his head that in his past life, he made a choice that he regretted. He was standing on the roof of a tall building. Sehen was looking down intently and saying that in this quest. Taylor also noticed the protagonist and raised her head, looking intently at the guy. "I killed Taylor," Sehen finished after a few seconds. Some time passed. Sehen was slowly walking along the road and magical traces were behind him. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice in front of him asking how everything went. The protagonist raised his head in surprise. In front of him, he saw a guy with glasses and recognized him as Jisu. The guy hit himself in the chest with his fist and said that it was himself, after which he asked if Sehen succeeded. The protagonist shook his head and replied, no, because there were too many things in the way, so he left there first. At the same time, he was saying in his head that the guy looked like a stranger. As soon as Jisu heard the sad news, he lowered his head in disappointment. Suddenly, a lot of people ran up behind the guy, shouting loudly and asking if Sehen really thought that the other players weren't going to attack him. They shouted loudly and asked him to tell them more about everything because there wasn't much time left. The protagonist covered his face with his hand in confusion and said that he himself didn't know everything, adding that he needed to think about something, after which he asked to prepare equipment for him. Some time passed. The second floor of the house. The protagonist was sitting on the bed in the room and saying in his head that nightmares were really terrible, after which he asked where such a terrible dungeon came from. A few seconds later, he opened the stats window and said to himself that he knew that the growth rate was much slower compared to him in the present. In his characteristics window, there was a feature written that Sehen was a solo player. Continuing to look at the system window, he said that now he had much more skills. Suddenly, he saw something that made him surprised. He opened an additional task, which said that he needed to clear the dream dungeons. Below was a warning that if Sehen died inside the memories, he would die in reality, and the time limit was until the end of the task time inside the memory. The protagonist read everything to the end and asked himself in his head, it turns out that he needs to do that task again, or, like in his past life, it is enough to just kill the enemy, asking after, maybe it will be easier for him to do it the second time. He lowered his head and put his hand to his forehead, saying that something is definitely wrong here, after which he asked if there was another way. When suddenly he heard a very familiar voice asking what he was thinking about so hard. The protagonist opened his eyes and said in his head that if he thinks about it, at that time she reincarnated. A powerful magical energy appeared next to him, after which a girl appeared, whom Sehen asked what the witch wanted. The girl folded her arms across her chest and said in a sad voice that the protagonist was unfriendly today too, but she still supported him, and if he saved people this time, then the choice would be right. The protagonist heard this and said in his head that he knew for sure that this was a lie, and if this world continued to go according to this plan, it would eventually be destroyed. Sehen looked ahead and, not paying attention to the witch, said in his head, and that he had returned to that moment that could no longer be changed. After a short pause, when the girl approached him, he said to himself that he could not scold her because she sincerely cared about humanity. The next second, he tried to turn to the witch, but suddenly stopped himself abruptly. A few seconds later, he turned to the girl, calling her Yidra, adding that he had one question for her. As soon as the witch heard this, she was very surprised and asked what the protagonist had just said. Sehen looked up at the girl and calmly replied that he had a question for her. No, before that, the witch asked him to say. The guy looked at the witch in surprise and said that he had called her by name. Say it again, the girl asked immediately. The protagonist did not think long and said the witch's name. The girl put her hand to her cheek and a blush appeared on them. The dream witch Yidra is an external god that appears in the Cthulhu mythos, and is also the only deity that has shown interest in humans. In other words, it is a deity from another world who wanted to participate in a game from another universe. However, there was no such being who could tell her anything. Whatever she did, she had the power to forgive her everything. Perhaps that is why even the system itself left her alone. The protagonist stared at the confused witch, who looked away and said that Sehen was really acting strange today. In his head, he said that he didn't know why she wanted to make him her avatar, but she supported him in every way, wanting humanity to survive. She was his god, who left after the destruction of the world. Suddenly, the girl pulled him out of his thoughts and asked what he wanted to ask. The guy stared at the goddess and answered that it was about the dream dungeon. As soon as the witch heard this, she was very surprised and said that she did not expect such a question. The protagonist easily answered that he just suddenly remembered it. After thinking for a while, the girl spread her arms to the side and asked if this situation was really his dream. Sehen did not answer this. The girl put her hand to her chest and with a sly smile on her face asked if it was probably because there was a dream dungeon here and that was why the protagonist called her by name. Sehen closed his eyes, exhaled heavily and replied that it was not for that reason, because people do not change their attitude so quickly. The witch flew up to the guy from the side and said that any creature with individuality behaves like this, and this applies to both people and gods who look like people, because if you can feel, then this is inevitable. After a short pause, she turned her head to the protagonist and with warmth in her eyes said that Sehen is not one of those who depend on their memories to talk about them, and he has not visited the dream dungeon yet, so she thinks that this situation has nothing to do with the dream dungeon. Then the protagonist turned to the witch and asked if she was not at all embarrassed that she was not real. The girl lay down on the bed and replied that it was a pleasure. Suddenly she put her hand to her chin and thoughtfully said that Sehen never called her by name, adding that it was very nice, although she felt some awkwardness, but she would not ask the guy about it. The protagonist continued to look at the girl and ask her to tell him about the dream dungeon because something was bothering him. The witch sat down on the bed and asked in surprise, "What do you mean, it was bothering him?" Sehen thought for a while and said that the dungeon was too perfect. He did not take his tired eyes off the girl and continued to say that he did not remember the faces of all the players he met. But this person definitely existed in this world, so he wanted to know whether he was accidentally created by the dungeon or whether he actually participated in that event. The witch touched the blanket with her fingers and answered that, after all, Sehen was her avatar, adding that human memories are imperfect because it is impossible to create this world with just memories. And what happens? The protagonist asked. Then the witch began to explain that based on these memories, a search for that period of time is underway, and then a copy of the protagonist's world is made, adding later that this is quite possible for the system. The protagonist remembered Suho, while the witch continued to say that the past or future takes shape. Sehen remembered Shu, who was actively working in the forge. Yidra said that the people who exist here begin to behave and think the same way as those characters, but they are not real, because they are just copies that the dungeon created. Suddenly, the girl put her hand to her chest and said that even she. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he put his hand to his chin and said that now he begins to understand how to complete this task. After that, he lowered his hand and head, after which he said in his head that in order to clear the dream dungeon, he needs to go through this stupid task again. And he could do it in the same way as in his past life, but if he wants to get a normal reward, the answer he already knows cannot be used. He imagined the entrance door to the dungeon and said to himself that the result that the dream dungeon wanted to see was not a repeat of the past, but it needed to be completed perfectly, just like he couldn't finish it back then. After that, he remembered looking at Taylor and asking himself in his head that if he had saved that child, if only he had done that. To make it happen, he finished the question after a few seconds. Some time passed. The forge, Shu's voice was heard in it, asking in surprise if the protagonist really wanted to find Mina. He was burning the hot metal and excitedly asking if Sehen really hoped that the girl would help him in the battle. But would Mina herself agree to this? Didn't the girl do everything in her own way? The protagonist stood not far from the guy and answered that this could be, after which he said that to be more precise, he needed an item that Mina could make. An item? Shu asked in surprise. Sehen presented a small vessel and replied that it was an elixir, after which he asked if Shu could make one, to which the guy replied that he had difficulty with alchemy. After a short pause, Shu lowered a hot piece of metal into the water and said that most likely none of the players knew her location, because Mina was so elusive. Sehen replied that this was true. After that, Shu picked up a weapon box and said that he had one thing to finish, so he went. The protagonist looked at the guy and said in his head that if even Shu, who is the best equipment maker with all the top players, does not know where Mina is, then there is nothing to talk about the others. The next second, he opened the system window and sadly said in his head that he cannot even enter the chat, which means there is nothing to be done. After that, he loudly asked Yidra where Mina is now. The witch appeared behind the guy, put her hands on her head and said that he has become just like a child. She hugged Sehen from behind and said sarcastically that all he usually did was ignore her. Then the protagonist smiled and said that it was all just a vision, which meant he could afford to be a little more impudent. The next second, he looked up at the witch and said that the girl could have just sent a note instead of appearing like that, adding that he had heard that appearing in character also costs points. The goddess with shining eyes replied that it was better for her, adding that, as Sehen said, it was just a vision, so there was no point in saving points. The protagonist looked ahead and asked where Mina was. The witch let go of the guy and replied that the girl was in Chinan. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he firmly said that he was heading there right now. At this time, Mina was looking at the beautiful sky through the destroyed ceiling. Some time passed. The protagonist, together with the witch's observer, reached the destroyed building. Sehen silently looked at the building and said in his head that this was a high school. Everything inside was destroyed and covered in blood. The protagonist stood in the hallway, looking around and seeing many bloody corpses that had already turned into bones. Suddenly, he was very curious. He noticed the uniforms of the dead students and said in his head that this was the same uniform that Mina was wearing, adding that it seemed like the girl was not wearing it for convenience. At that very second, he felt someone quickly approaching. The protagonist immediately drew his sword and repelled the attack. The sword fell to the floor, and the attacker landed nearby and said that she did not think that Sehen would fall for it. The protagonist lowered his sword and said that he also did not think that Mina would suddenly attack. The girl held one hand behind her back and with a smile on her face said that the current world had already plunged into chaos, so it was better to attack first than to get a knife in the back from someone. Sehen turned to Mina and said with a smile on his face that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. As soon as the girl heard this, she put her hand to her forehead, trying to remember. Suddenly, she sharply pointed her finger at the guy and screamed that she saw those rags about 2 years ago. After that, she spread her arms to the side and asked if the protagonist had really come for her. Sehen put away his sword and said that one could say that. The girl asked how the guy would know that she was here. Then the protagonist raised his hand and the witch's observer appeared above it. As soon as Mina saw the observer, she said in surprise that she didn't know that there were still avatars who talked to the gods. The protagonist heard this and said in surprise that he thought that Mina was a favorite of the gods. The girl threw her hand to the side, smiled and said that she had had such times too, although everything had ended a year ago. Sehen raised his head and said in his head that the last time he saw the girl, she didn't seem to have an observer, adding later that in the end this game is nothing more than the entertainment of gods, who then abandon their avatars. Mina suddenly turned around sharply, beckoned the guy with her hand and said that if he came here, then he probably has something to tell, but this is not the best place for a conversation. A few minutes later, they came to the room 3-2. They went inside, where there was complete devastation. The protagonist approached the table and saw photographs of the dead on it. Mina took one photo in her hand and with a smile on her face said that she could not get a photo of all her classmates. Sehen looked at the girl and said that it seemed like Mina was friends with the class. Not really, Mina answered easily, adding that she had few friends. She carried the photo back to its place, saying along the way that the world began to change, so she had to change, because she was a quiet and silent child. It's hard to imagine, the main character said in surprise. Mina suddenly sat down on the table and said that when she was going through the first task, she realized that she couldn't continue like this because she had to survive at any cost, so now she can pretend pretty well. After a short pause, she remembered the very first day, when the game began, and said that she and 2 friends decided to skip school and go to Seoul when suddenly the world just turned upside down. Sehen looked at the girl and said with a sly smile on his face that Mina herself was not from Seoul. That's right, the girl answered, after which she continued to say that she went there for a walk, and she herself was from this small town, so an acquaintance who was just going to the capital helped her. After a short pause, she said that then she and her friends split up, and then she looked for them for a long time in Seoul. Mina remembered the police and how she wore a school uniform, and said that at first she had no money, so she had to rob banks, but it was all useless and the school uniform was the only thing that united them, so she could not wear other clothes. The main character continued to look at the girl and ask if she eventually found her friends. Yes, I did, Mina answered heavily. She looked at the photo and said that it was too late because her friends held out for a long time, and when she found them. Long held out, asked the protagonist while the girl was silent. Then Mina introduced her 2 friends in front of the huge demon and said that it seemed that they had made a contract with the demons, but they were used. And then killed, Mina finished after a few seconds. She hugged her knee and said sadly that it seemed to her that everything was in vain, so she honors the memory of the dead as best she can, adding that her parents died on the very first day, so she had nowhere to go. The protagonist listened to the girl's story and thoughtfully asked himself in his head if the demons were from the Dark Brotherhood. Suddenly, he was pierced by shock and said in his head that he had killed everyone from the Dark Brotherhood. After that, he turned to the girl and confusedly asked if Mina's friends belonged to the Dark Brotherhood. Nina turned to Sehen and said that if the same one that Nibiru's controlled, then her friends were somewhere else. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he let out a sigh of relief, put his hand to his face and said in his head that it was better to be wary of those who had made a contract with demons and slowly eliminate them all, adding that he needed to tell Jisu about this. Suddenly, Mina broke the silence, looked at Sehen and asked if he was bored since he was interrogating her like this, then asked what he came to her about. The protagonist lowered his hand and replied that he was going to ask the girl for help with the task, but after listening to such a story, he thought that the girl would not be able to, then added that he just wanted to ask her to make an elixir. Mina suddenly scratched the back of her head in confusion and asked if the guy was talking about that choice, then said that she initially wanted to choose 10,000 people, but then mistakenly chose 1,000 players. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he smiled awkwardly and asked himself in his head if it was really a mistake, adding that Mina was very lucky. A few seconds later, the girl stretched and said that she was really bored, then asked how many bottles of elixir Sehen needed, to which the guy replied that one was enough for him, but he had something else. Hearing this, Mina said that she did not know how to make something more difficult than elixir. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and said that this would be easier. A few seconds later, he took something out of his pocket and showed it to Mina, asking the girl to make the same thing so that high-ranking players could use it. Some time passed. Suho Guild Building. The guy looked at the situation when the protagonist retreated, and said in his head that it was very strange that Sehen ran away and now disappeared completely. Is he really planning something? Suddenly, a rough voice was heard from the side, asking what Suho was thinking about. The guy turned around and saw a big guy in armor in front of him, tapping his finger on the table and saying that they were having a meeting now so they could think about the rest later. Suho apologized in confusion. There were 5 people sitting at the table. The guy with red hair said, folding his arms, that there was about a week left until the quest. The guy's name was Sang H1, he was the leader of the Agatrem Guild. He looked at everyone present and said that it was time to finish. Suddenly, the guy put his head on his hand and with a wide smile on his face said that the leader could deal with them himself because he just needed to use a skill and then everything would work out on its own. Sang Hwan lowered his head and firmly told Junsik that he shouldn't underestimate them, adding that although they were a strong guild, he was a capable player among them, and if they started an attack in a hurry, they themselves could be killed. Junsik held out his hand, laughed, and said that the leader was very serious. But this was only the Genesis Guild that had just lost its baby teeth. Sangwon also held out his hand and said that there was the sacred lion Yuwa. Hearing this, Junsik mockingly asked what kind of sacred maiden if she abandoned 10,000 people to their fate, but suddenly he remembered and said that there was also that guy in black. The guy in black, the leader asked in surprise and frowned tensely. Junsik then introduced the face of the protagonist and said that it gave off an unpleasant impression, adding that it was the same strange guy who used various types of weapons. Sangwon immediately remembered the protagonist, looked away, and said that San was most likely the strongest player on their team. The next second, Junsik smiled madly and turned to the youngest among them. She turned out to be Taylor, who simply looked down while Junsik mockingly asked if she wanted to kill him. As soon as the leader heard this, he screamed with furious eyes for the guy to stop. Suddenly the door to them opened, and the guy screamed in horror that they were in trouble. He stood in front of the guys and reported in fear that a huge number of players were found outside the quarantine zone. Junsik began to get up from the table and say that now it was clear why it was so quiet, adding that he was leaving. No, suddenly a rough male voice was heard, which said that he himself was leaving. A huge guy in armor came out from behind the table and, leaving, said that if Junsik went, it could cause damage to their guild, so he would quickly figure it out and return. Some time passed. In front of the main character lay an elixir and a few other things that he asked for. Nina stood nearby and with a smile on her face said that she simply had nothing to do. The protagonist looked at the girl with a warm smile on his face and said in his head that Mina from the future was on a completely different level, adding that if the girl agreed to everything so easily, then he should have directly asked her for help. After a short pause, he looked at the star-studded sky and said in his head that today was the day they would be dealt a crushing blow. He remembered how he stood on the mountain and watched the battle, and said that although he immediately joined after recovering from the battle with Suho and they won, however, most of them had to be killed with a sneak attack. Leaving the memories, the protagonist opened the system screen to see how much was left, adding that he should go to Shu and immediately move out. A few seconds later, he remembered a huge guy in armor named Tihun, and said that this guy would be fighting in this battle, so now was a great chance. The next second, San finished speaking to defeat him while he was acting alone. At this time, a lot of players gathered near the destroyed building. The 3 strongest stood together, and the man with the thick beard said that he should have been taken out immediately after they failed the plan with the surprise attack. Not far in front of them stood Tihun, who was surrounded by an incredibly powerful magical aura. Behind him stood 2 guys from the guild, who were laughing loudly while Tihun said that he was giving the man 10 minutes to make a decision because this was the last warning. Hearing this, the guy with the helmet on his head shouted furiously, asking the boss if they were really going to retreat. The third of the 3 clenched his hand into a fist and asked discontentedly if he was really suggesting to fight Tihun himself. To this, the first guy replied that everyone was laughing at them, and he decided to run away. The man with the thick beard did not listen to the guys and stared at the huge enemy, saying in his head that Tihun was definitely stronger than them. After which he asked why he warned them 3 times then, was there really a reason why he could not fight? Tihun in response looked at the man and said in his head that they definitely needed to see who would win. Suddenly, the leader of the players grinned, raised his axe and shouted that they were not going to retreat, adding that today he would put an end to Tihun. The guy in armor exhaled and said that if this was his opponent's choice, then nothing could be done. After that, he waved his hand to his servants and said that he could handle it himself. The guys had already taken out their swords and asked in surprise, really, because their commander's opponent was a high-ranking player. The next second, Taehoon, his eyes burning with rage, asked if the guy was really yapping anything else. At that moment, the man with the thick beard jumped high and swung his massive weapon. He used the Aura X technique in the air. The next second, he dealt a powerful blow to the opponent's suit with the glowing blade. He mockingly asked himself in his head, was he not even trying to block the blow? Beads of sweat were running down his face from excitement. Although, he said to himself, adding that it was possible that he was too fast. A loud clang and crack was heard. The next second, the leader of the players stood on the ground with an axe in his hands, and in front of him stood Taehoon, whose suit was not even damaged. The next second, Taehoon lowered his head, looked at the opponent with eyes filled with hatred and asked if he knew Balder. Balder, the man with the thick beard, asked, gritting his teeth. In his head, he said that he vaguely remembered something like that, adding that in Scandinavian mythology, he was the second son of Odin, the god of light. After that, he raised his head and saw that Taehoon spread his arms out to the sides, and incredibly powerful magical energy began to emanate from him, which turned into a huge god Balder. The guy in armor said that this god was universally loved and nothing in the world was able to harm him. Suddenly, he clenched his hand tightly into a fist and swung, saying, and this. The next second, he struck his opponent from the side with a very strong blow. The man with a thick beard could not resist such force and flew incredibly far. He flew to a destroyed building and hit the wall. Taehoon raised his hand and finished speaking, touching him too. The two magician girls looked in horror at what happened and asked each other if their opponent had really defeated a high-level player with one blow. The next second, they turned around abruptly and ran quickly. Taehoon noticed this, turned around and asked who said that he let them go, because he had already warned them 3 times. After these words, his leg glowed brightly, and the asphalt under it cracked, and the guy in armor said that the players themselves did not want to retreat. After these words, he covered the entire distance between them in 2 jumps. The girls turned around and saw that the enemy was right behind them, which caused tears to flow from their eyes. Taehoon was holding a huge sword in his hands, with which he was going to cut the girls with one blow. The next second, a powerful explosion was heard from his blow. Taehoon was very surprised when he saw him in front of him. He saw the main character in front of him and said that everyone around was only talking about the guy in black. San easily held back the enemy's huge sword, who continued to say that he was curious to look at him. Suddenly, he abruptly said that he immediately recognized the main character. San, he said, after which he put his hand on his sword. The next second, he began to actively press on his weapon and say that he heard that San was not a fan of fighting face to face, to which the protagonist replied that everything was true. After that, he pointed to the girls behind and with a sly smile on his face said that it seemed to him that those players needed to be saved. Taehoon looked at his opponent and said in his head, divided by that in Agatram there is no one stronger than him, but he was able to block his blow. Something resisted my strength, he said to himself after a few seconds. At this time, the protagonist called out to his opponent and, continuing to hold back the sword, asked if the guy knew what the worst habit in RPG games was. Taehoon continued to put all his strength into pressing on the sword, but asked again, RPG games. Then San presented the inventory and said that there are times when he has not particularly valuable items, but he does not use them. You save up and then you feel sorry to spend it, and then it turns out that it was not worth it. Hearing this, Taehoon put all his strength into the sword and shouted that his opponent was even talking. San easily held the opponent's sword and said in his head that he was too cautious in the past, when suddenly he menacingly said that the guy in armor would never defeat him. The next second, a message appeared in front of the surprised Taehoon's face. It said that he needed to run away as quickly as possible. As soon as the guy in armor read the message, he was very surprised, not understanding anything. The next second, his eyes rolled back behind his eyelid. Blood spurted out of him in all directions. Taehoon was shocked and asked himself in his head what happened. After all, he activated the skill. In front of him, he saw the protagonist, who deftly jumped away from him. At that very second, his vision blurred, and he asked himself in his head, was it really poison? He immediately fell to one knee. The protagonist raised the blade, poison flowing down the blade, and said that the last blow and Taehoon was finished. At that very moment, the guy in armor fell face down on the asphalt, splashing his blood everywhere. San saw this result and said that it was a good start. Some time passed. The protagonist's house. A shocked scream was heard from inside, asking if this was true. The guy with blue hair hit the table and screamed, asking if San had killed Taehoon. The protagonist was sitting on a chair in front of him. He was looking at his inventory through the system window and answered that it happened like this. After receiving such an answer, the guy gritted his teeth and asked in surprise if Taehoon was someone who could be killed by accident, just because it happened. After all, this guy was number 2 in Agatram. Sehen did not look up at his interlocutor and answered that something like that. At the same time, he said to himself that if his name became known to everyone, it would be easier to interfere in affairs. After a short pause, he opened the system window of the Misteltane item that could nullify the skills of the gods, and said that if he had not used the name Misteltane in his previous life, they could have reduced the losses on their side. The blue-haired boy broke the silence and said excitedly that of course he knew that the protagonist was strong, but he did not even suspect that he was this strong. Then Sehen looked up at the other man and replied that he was stronger than he looked. At least. After a few seconds, he continued, he can face all the leaders of Agatram. As soon as the blue-haired boy heard this, he did not know what to say out of shock. After a short pause, he extended his hand to the side and asked if this was really possible, and if the protagonist could face Agatram alone. Sehen smiled widely and replied that he had no interest in empty talk, and then asked if he could make a proposal. The guy was very surprised when he heard this, after which he said, of course he would listen to what the protagonist had to say. 3 days, Sehen suddenly said firmly. He showed the number 3 on his fingers and repeated that he would like his interlocutor to give him 3 days, and during this time he would complete this task. Some time passed. The Genesis Guild building. Inside, the voice of a girl was heard, who said that this was very surprising. It was the sacred maiden Yua speaking. She pointed her finger down and said discontentedly that it was not enough to kill Tihun, so he also brought the body. In front of her was a stretcher on which Tihun's dead body lay. On the other side stood the protagonist, who said that among all the players, she was the best healer. Yua sat down on a chair, thanked him for the compliment, then put her finger to her chin and thoughtfully asked why Sehen brought her this body. The protagonist looked at his dead rival and replied that there was no special reason. He just wanted to ask if the girl could save him. Hearing this, Yua asked with displeasure how she could save a dead man. The protagonist looked at the healer and said with a smile on his face that he thought that a sacred maiden would be able to do this. At that very second, Yua began to resurrect the dead Tihun, shouting at the same time for Sehen to stop calling her a sacred maiden, because he only irritated her. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the healer and asked if the girl really couldn't save Tihun, and then asked what the problem was. Yua sat next to him, using her powers and answering that Tihun was dead, so it was obvious that the guy's recovery skill was at 0. Exactly, the protagonist asked, to which the sacred maiden replied that Sehen had undoubtedly killed with all his heart, and then asked how the guy was able to heal the wounds of a dead man, because the traces of the cuts were barely visible. The protagonist thought for a moment and replied that he had simply applied the elixir right before his death. Yua stood up and said that she understood. Then suddenly she abruptly raised her head to Sehen and asked again if she had understood correctly that the protagonist had applied the elixir to Tihun. Yes, the guy answered firmly. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise why Tihun died then. Thinking about it, the protagonist replied that he didn't even know. At that very moment, the girl put her hand to her chest and screamed furiously, asking if Sehen was trying to test her. The guy immediately looked away in confusion and replied that he wasn't. Yua didn't stop screaming, asking if the protagonist really thought that she would fall for his trick again. After that, the girl projected the battle between Tihun and the protagonist into her own, after which she said that if the elixir worked, then the guy in armor should have survived. But he died after the protagonist smeared it, after which she said that the effect of the elixir should have been the restoration of strength, but he died and this is somehow strange. Then Sehen turned to the healer and with a smile on his face said that everything is correct. Yoon-hee said displeasedly that the protagonist again pretends that he does not know anything, although he knows everything. Suddenly, she approached the guy and, putting her finger to his lips, said that she knew what Sehen was planning, after which she asked if the protagonist really wants to hang this corpse on her, which is not even a corpse. Hearing this, the protagonist replied that he has no one else to trust except Yua. The girl immediately moved away from the guy, exhaled heavily and said that the main character spoke very smoothly, but she hoped that the guy would not bring her such things again. Looking intently at the healer, Sehen replied that there would be more of them, but he was going to deal with them all at once, so he would not come to Yua anymore. Then okay, the healer answered with relief. The next second, she waved her hand, driving the guest away, and said that next time he should at least warn her before coming, so that she would at least prepare. The main character looked at the healer and replied that next time he brought a gift with him. The girl took the rope tied to the carrier and dragged the body along with her, asking him not to give her any more work. With sadness in his eyes, Sehen looked at the healer and said in his head that as soon as the task was over. The girl slowly went to her room, and the main character, seeing her off with his eyes, said that Yua would die in the next task. After a short pause, he said that this moment was just a nightmare of the dungeon, but once he completed the quest and exited the dungeon, everything would surely end. In the past, he couldn't even say goodbye to her. Sehen remembered how a frightened Yui sat in front of him and treated him, shouting that he would survive. After the battle with Suho, the healer looked after him and treated his wounds. The protagonist continued to look at the departing sacred maiden and said that he recovered later, and they were not able to meet again. A gift, he said to himself at the end. At this time, in the Agatrem Guild, the lights were on in the meeting room. Junsik looked at the leader and asked in shock if the guy in black was really that strong. Sangwon looked at the guy and calmly replied that the protagonist knew about T-Hun's weak point, and there was a high probability that he used Misteltane. After a short pause, he added that the protagonist had prepared himself thoroughly to fight a player of any rank. Junsik excitedly folded his arms and said that Sahan was a pervert. The next second, he abruptly turned his gaze to Taylor and addressed her. After thinking for a moment, he asked if she was even surprised by this. The girl with her arms folded on the table replied that it was true, since the protagonist had even killed her father. Junsik, hearing this, looked away and said that the guy in black was known for this. Taylor suddenly remembered the image of her powerful father, who is called the Great Collapse of Soul, a hero who defeated one of the 12 constellations, the Golden Calf Aldebaran, and San killed him because Luke became insane. At one time, everyone was talking about nothing but this, but then San disappeared and the talk died down. Taylor lowered her head and said that after that, the goddess made a contract with her, but she did not say another word to her, perhaps because of her father's death, although she felt like the goddess was still watching. After these words, the girl turned to Junsik and said menacingly that she would definitely kill that man. The guy in response turned to Taylor and said that the girl was capable, so she could do it at any time, however. He said with eyes full of hatred and anger that they could not wait any longer, so he would kill the guy in black. When suddenly, an ominous magical aura enveloped the entire room. Everyone immediately turned to its source. The guild leader furiously slammed his fist on the table. A scorched area remained under his hand, and Sangwon angrily said that they were too careless because they thought that none of the players could fight Agatrem. In his mind, he recalled the image of the lost comrade and said that as a result, they suffered great losses in a matter of minutes. The leader looked at everyone present with anger in his eyes and said that they could no longer relax, so they needed to convey to everyone that they could no longer walk alone. Suho silently looked ahead. In 2 days, the leader suddenly said. Jusik had a sly smile on his face as he looked at Suho. Sangwon continued to speak. As soon as everything was ready, the guy in black would pay for everything he did. There was an image of the protagonist on the system screen. Taylor looked at her father's killer with hatred in her eyes. At this time, the city was completely silent. Suddenly, a guard from the Agatrem Guild was captured. The protagonist immediately killed the guy. After that, he carefully peeked out from around the corner to see where the others were. After a few seconds, he said that everything was fine and asked if it was time to take action. The sewers were empty, there was a light source ahead, now the civilian territory was over. The observer hanging in the air asked what his player would do now. The protagonist peeked out from around the corner and said that he would fight. Looking thoughtfully at the system window, Yidra asked if her friend was so reckless as to think he could handle it alone. Nodding and smirking, Sahan replied that he had not done so before and explained that he had changed his mind because he had learned of his true power. Looking at the observer, the boy stated that he had not considered her existence before. Imagining himself being strangled, he explained that using the power of the gods was like tightening a noose around his own neck. The witch asked if it turned out that it was not so. Smiling, the boy answered in the negative and explained that tightening the noose was not so important if he was not in danger of dying. After all, this was just a fantasy world. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise when asked if she knew how to edit videos. Looking down on the city from above, Sangwon asked if his friend had checked the quantity. Suho tilted his head and replied that the exact number was unknown, but judging by the fact that they were acting in secret, there were not many of them. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, the guild leader thought that he had never seen these people before and assumed that they had either already left the city or had a skill that allowed them to cover their tracks. Adjusting his hat, the girl suggested that they simply attack them. Looking back, the guy with glasses objected because they did not know what those they had already attacked could do. Frowning, Surin explained that if the enemy was trying to avoid their sight, it meant that they were in the minority, so it would be better to strike first. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man stated that they needed to be patient and find out the exact number of enemies. The witch asked if her friend had really chickened out. Suho turned away, saying that he had a bad feeling about this. The girl spread her arms and explained that they would be trapped if they left things as they were, so she was worried about their inaction. Surin turned around and angrily declared that she would handle everything herself. The houses around her were destroyed. Looking down and walking forward, the witch thought about how her party couldn't handle even such a small problem. A wave of purple energy appeared in the air. The girl looked up in surprise. A flash appeared behind her. Surin looked back and wondered if she had imagined it. She realized there was something there when she saw a dark haze. Turning the corner, the witch saw a red spark. There was a sparkling vial on the ground. The girl assumed it was a bomb. Reaching out with her hand, Surin thought that someone had been unlucky enough to run into a magic specialist and used the spell, intending to turn the bomb into an ordinary piece of iron. The vial trembled. A bright light appeared inside it. The witch widened her eyes, trying to understand what was happening, because she had removed all the magic from the bomb. A powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the street. The girl realized that it was a trap. Hearing the explosion, the man looked up in fear and asked what it was. His friend said that something exploded in the alley. The guy put his hand to his mouth and coughed. His friend asked if he was okay. At that moment, the young man fell to the ground. Someone urged his comrades not to inhale the strange smoke. Smoke from the explosion filled the streets. Someone coughed. Covering her mouth with her hand, Surin thought that she had managed to hide from the bomb, but she still inhaled the smoke and wondered what effect this poison had. Opening his mouth, the unknown man said that he knew who would find the bomb first. Looking up, the witch said that she found it, but still survived. Waving his hand, the protagonist explained that it was not that simple with ordinary people and that the bomb was more powerful, so the smoke spread throughout the city. Gritting her teeth, the girl called him a demon. Holding a dagger in front of her, Sehen said that Morian was quite an annoying creature, so he would die. Surin, her mouth open in amazement, tried to understand how the enemy knew the name of her god. Thinking that this was no ordinary opponent, the witch decided to finish him off with one blow and summoned many magic circles around herself. Suddenly, blood gushed from her mouth. Smiling, the guy said that he had not seen such skills for a long time. Finding himself behind the girl and piercing her with a dagger, the young man realized that the bomb had done its job perfectly if the enemy did not even notice his greeting. Surin fell to the ground. Looking at her, the player thought that he was in a bad mood, because usually they deal with the supporters first. Looking up, the protagonist thought that he should quickly deal with the enemy before the others showed up. Looking back, the Agatrim Guild members noticed something was wrong. They immediately jumped up from their seats. Crouching down, Sehen thought that it was clear and that someone should be here by now. Something was approaching him while he was sitting in front of the witch's corpse. Two powerful waves of energy hit the ground behind him. A multicolored aura covered the guild members' bodies. Suho clenched his teeth in anger, stating that he had found the enemy. Junsik frowned. Looking at the enemy, the bespectacled guy thought that he had made a mistake by letting him go that time. Standing on the roof of the building, he thought that he was too stupid to think that this was one of those who fought for the people. Many ordinary people were dying because of the smoke. The streets of the destroyed city were empty. Sang H1 pointed at the wounded man. Now even the players were in danger. Surin was dead. Her hat was lying on the ground. Suho waved his hand and declared that they had to kill the enemy. His comrade agreed. Their deities, Ma and Agni, appeared behind them. Squinting, the boy realized that they were the representatives of the elements of storm and fire, and thought that this was a terrible combination. A green aura enveloped the body of the young man in glasses. A long spear appeared in his hand. He rushed forward, swinging the weapon. The player tried to hide from him, jumping from one roof to another. But then Suho made a sharp dash. Looking back, the protagonist thought that his opponent was too fast. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The guy in glasses looked forward resolutely. Sehen was running away from him. The tip of the spear touched his body. The spearman pierced the enemy through and through. His body turned into black smoke. Looking back, Suho realized that the enemy was using cunning tricks. The player's copies surrounded him from all sides. The guild member Agatrim called him annoying. Asking his comrade to dodge, Junsik summoned a powerful whirlwind of fire in his hand. Pointing his hand downwards, he wished death on his enemy. The protagonist summoned a protective barrier to prevent him from using his skills so easily. The fire whirlwind was sealed into the barrier. The guy in the cloak turned around. Opening his mouth in shock, the young man realized that the enemy was using a shield. The barrier sphere in Sehen's hand shrank several times. Clenching his fist, the player stated that even though the fire was created with a skill, it was easy to extinguish by simply blocking the supply of oxygen and magical powers. Summoning waves of fire around himself, Junsik asked why his opponent was so slow. He slammed the ground with all his might. A huge fire typhoon appeared above the building. The ground in the city trembled. An explosion was heard, and the protagonist jumped to the side. In front of him, in a cloud of dust, stood the members of the Agatrim Guild. The brunette's tense face was covered in sweat. Suho gritted his teeth. Sehen smiled slyly and said that they had nowhere else to run. He looked to the side. Looking at the alley, the player assumed that the guild leader trusted his comrades or was simply busy with something else, and realized that this was the perfect chance. When they were called exhausted, Junsik put his hand to his chest and said that they were just a little tired because their enemy was running back and forth. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist promised not to run away from them anymore. Smiling evilly, the boy in the cloak asked if their enemy was ready to take a hit and die. Sehen slammed his hand on the ground, explaining that he no longer needed to run. The boy in the cloak asked what was going on. Suho, who was standing behind him, thought that something was wrong. Remembering how the enemy raised his hands in front of him, the guild member decided that this person never interfered unless it was beneficial for him, so he fought when he was sure of victory. The player looked up. Looking ahead, the guy in glasses realized that the enemy had attacked them alone and was acting too carelessly in a fight with 2 Agatram leaders, although in normal life he would never do something like that. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly. Gritting his teeth, Suho realized that this was a trap. Grabbing his friend by the shoulders, the young man said that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. But it was too late. A bright flash appeared on the battlefield. A blue crystal appeared in the air. An identical stone burst out of the bag. Junsik looked down. A drop of sweat rolled down his comrade's tense face. The tip of the spear hit the ground. The guild members were pressed to the ground. The guy in the cloak asked if his opponent could use magic. Glowing crystals were flying in the air. Sand said that he did not use magic, but activated a magic tool that he had installed here in advance to catch the enemies. Frowning, the young man said that the enemy would not be able to catch them so easily. The player put his fingers to the ground. Powerful impulses fell on the bodies of his guildmates. Smiling, the protagonist explained that this was a swamp with a special paralytic poison, and asked the opponents not to think that his actions were mean, because they were fighting 2 against 1. Pressing his cheek to the ground, Suho understood why the enemy first killed Surin, who was a mage. Remembering how the girl used magic circles, the guy with glasses decided that with her help they would have quickly removed the spell. Sehen took out a dagger from the system window. The young man thought that this would not have happened if they had guessed about it earlier. Dust was flying over the city. Someone shouted that the enemy was there. Hiding on the roof, the player thought that he had failed to do everything quietly, because it was also very difficult to deal with each player separately. Guessing that something was wrong, some time ago, Sang Hwan clenched his fists and rushed forward. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he could deal with 3 enemies at once, and remembered that he had one last way. Hearing a sound, he looked back. The stranger hit him on the arm and was surprised that he managed to repel the attack. Si-Han opened his mouth in surprise. The girl standing in front of him asked if this was revenge for attacking him last time. Smiling, Mina said that she came to help because she was bored. Putting her hands in her pockets, the guy asked what brought her here. The girl replied that she was curious about what her friend was up to. A group of people ran down the street. The girl asked if her friend would be able to carry out his plan. The young man replied that it was just a game. A group of mercenaries hid behind them. The people jumped up from behind cover. The players pounced on the unsuspecting enemy. Mina snapped her fingers. She said that she was also participating in this task, so she would help her friend. The mercenaries fell into her stretched net. The girl, with her mouth open in disappointment, said that she still hadn't done anything. Raising her eyebrows, the player said that he thought she didn't really care. Spreading her arms, the girl confirmed the fact that she didn't care about what was happening. The killer pointed his bow at her. Mina summoned many knives around her. Throwing them at the enemies, she explained that she really didn't care about how this task would end. The protagonist asked if it was too cruel. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, the girl replied that it was the same as his daggers, and added that they needed to deal with the enemy. A loud explosion was heard outside. Looking back, the girl asked her comrade to try to make sure that the enemy could not get here, otherwise she would have to run away. Crouching down, San thought that his friend was too smart and hoped for her help. At that moment, he jumped off the roof. Smiling, Mina said that no one could stop her. The stars were shining above the ruins. Most of the buildings were destroyed. Someone thought that his desire to save both players and ordinary people led to this result. Gritting his teeth menacingly, Sang Hwan realized that he should have stopped this mass terror from the very beginning. Standing on the roof in front of him, the guy said that the quest would soon be over. Looking up, the guild leader called out to his enemy. The ground beneath him collapsed. The man rose high into the air. His body was engulfed in flames. A bright wave of energy flashed. Sang Hwan swung his hand and used a blade of light. A powerful stream of flames fell upon the building. Having risen into the sky, the young man decided that his enemy was too excited, so he did not notice anything around him. Squinting, the player realized that he did not know how this skill worked, and that it was possible to die if he used tricks and pounced on the enemy. Having landed on the roof of the building, the protagonist said that the enemy's mistake was that he relied too much on his own strength. The guild leader replied that his mistake was only an excessive mercy. The man cut the air with a fire blade and said that he should have killed the enemy immediately. Frowning, San thought that it was not advantageous for him to fight in such a place because the enemy was quite dangerous. Deciding to get as far away from here as possible, the guy jumped back. Rushing after him, Sang Hwan asked if the enemy was trying to lure him somewhere and said that he had no weak points. Grinning, the young man said that he did not have anything special prepared for him. The guild leader frowned angrily and asked what this meant. The player pushed off the ground. He rose high into the air. Biting his lower lip, the man thought that his enemy would not calm down. there was a desert ahead. Summoning a fire spear in his hand, Sang H1 asked if such a mean person really thought that he could defeat him alone. The answer was affirmative. Raising his eyebrows, the guild leader said that his enemy had gone crazy. Looking back, the protagonist said that everything was ready now. An observer appeared behind him. Raising his hand, San said that he lacked many things and that he did not have such brilliant skills as his opponent, but he was much better at some things. Contemptuously squinting, the man asked if he was talking about meanness or the ability to bluff. Embarrassedly looking away, the guy replied that it was not only that. The young man spread his arms and said that the enemy would learn the most important thing much faster from experience, and said the witch's name. Dark clouds hung over the city. The mercenary looked up and asked why the sky suddenly became darker. Lightning fell to the ground. The player frowned. The opponents stood opposite each other. A thunderstorm raged around. Raising his eyebrows, Sang H1 asked what was going on. Seeing two huge glowing hands appear in the sky, he asked what they were. The witch's long hair enveloped the planet. Looking down, Yidra asked if the player wanted to become her representative. Smiling, the protagonist nodded. A bright wave of energy descended from the sky towards him. A notification informed him that the user had become a representative of the Dream Witch and had received the spiritualism skill. A window appeared with an image of a purple man and a description of the talent. Using this skill could result in death. As the energy entered his body, Saiyan realized that he could not feel anything and that one wrong move would result in the loss of his mind. A black sun appeared in the bloody sky. There was blood on the boy's lips. His eyes were closed. Clenching his fist, he declared that he could handle the power of the last player on Earth. The guild master saw his enemy jump into the air. Rushing down, the young man extended his hand. Swinging a fiery blade, the man said that even if his opponent was a representative of the goddess, it did not mean anything. Approaching him, the player swung his sparkling hand. His fingers dug into the fiery sword. A bright flash appeared between the heroes. Sang H1's eyes widened, realizing that his blade of light had disappeared and wondered what had just happened. A knife appeared in the protagonist's hand. With a sharp movement, San stabbed the blade into his opponent's body. Blood gushed out of the guild master's mouth. The boy leaned over him. He reminded the enemy that he would be able to feel his power firsthand. Taylor appeared behind him. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. The enemy disappeared, and the girl cut the air in front of her. She looked back sharply. The young man appeared behind her. The girl rushed towards him. Frowning, the player assumed that this was Suho's technique and thought that he simply lacked experience, although his skill in using the technique was almost perfect. He dodged another lunge. A wave of fire appeared in Taylor's left hand. The protagonist, opening his mouth in surprise, remembered Junsik and realized that this was his technique. A whirlwind of fire rose above the desert. A bright spark flew out of it. Looking to the side, San understood what excellent talent was. Raising his gaze to the sky, the guy wondered if nothing was ready yet. There were many observers flying in the air above him. The red eye flashed. An image of the battle appeared on the system window. Yidra opened her mouth in amazement and said that the stage was set. Her protege was surprised that this was what she was trying to achieve. Bright waves of energy appeared around him. A smile appeared on his face. The girl frowned and summoned a magic circle in her hand. She was thirsty for revenge for her father. Reflecting her blow with a wave of energy, the young man thought that he was a representative of the goddess, a murderer who had destroyed many human lives. The girl jumped back. Smiling, the player decided that everyone would like this scenario and that it was time to get to the heart of the matter. The heroes fought fiercely using magic. Squinting, the protagonist asked if the enemy really wanted to kill him because of his father. Taylor looked down. Throwing herself at the enemy, she said that this was not the only reason. Sehen jumped back to avoid the blow. Looking up, the girl explained that because her enemy was too cruel to himself and others, soon there would be no one left. Looking at her, the guy was surprised that this was said by the one who could do nothing, but just stood and watched. The enemies approached each other. The girl said that she understood that she looked ridiculous, and that her opponent should have found another way and not given into pride. Summoning a sword in her hand, she added that this was just a harbinger and that Luke would remain alive, but he would regret it very much. Angrily knitting her eyebrows, Taylor said that her father would also want her to stop the enemy. Opening her mouth, the girl asked the goddess of justice to make her representative. Astra silently looked at the system window. In her memories, she bowed before Luke. Now in his place, there was his daughter. The goddess touched her cheek. Stretching, the clown said that she was very bored. Closing her eyes, the deity said that she had not played for almost a year and thought about whether she should turn into a male god and go seduce goddesses. Suddenly, the woman noticed something strange. The screen showed a fight between two representatives. Lowering her head, Clown realized that one of them was Astra's avatar, and the other was an avatar of an alien god. The protagonist smirked contentedly. Biting her nail, the goddess thought that if she compared the Dream Witch and the goddess of justice, it was more like an ant fighting an elephant. Taylor frowned tensely. The woman realized that her friend was fighting a strong player with whom she had such a big difference, with the help of a little girl. Sehen clenched his fist. Clown was surprised that this man used the spiritualism skill and remained sane, and thought that he himself could become a god if only he could obtain divine power. Smiling, the goddess realized that such characters cannot be seen in any game. Suddenly, the woman raised her eyebrows. Seeing how many people gathered on the cliff, she wondered if she should also enter the game. Mina stood at the head of the crowd. The girl watched the fight between the two representatives. The boy determinedly knitted his eyebrows, realizing that his opponent might be a full-fledged representative, but would take on a completely different appearance if she took Luke's place. Taylor was holding a sword in her hands. The young man decided that he did not have time to stand and admire her. Raising his hand, he realized that he would end up dead if this continued, because his enemy was getting stronger with each passing minute. Two dark portals appeared next to him, from which blades appeared. Swords immediately jumped out of the portals. The girl jumped up to dodge the attack. The player put his hand forward. Many similar portals appeared around the girl. The protagonist clenched his hand. Taylor zigzagged through the rain of blades to avoid injury. Sayen's mouth opened in surprise. A wave of dark energy burst from his hand. The girl appeared behind him. A bright sword pierced her opponent's chest. His body melted into thin air. The girl looked away. Several copies of the enemy appeared around her. The sword in her hand sparkled. A powerful explosion of light energy was heard on the battlefield. The ground cracked from such a strong blow. The notification reported the use of long-term iron ore. A giant artificial meteorite appeared above the guy's head. The young man pointed his hand forward. A huge cube fell to the ground. A crack went along it. A bright light was visible from behind the cracks. Suddenly, the meteorite shattered into many fragments. The player put both hands in front of him. Iron ore fragments immediately rose into the air. Taylor jumped on the enemy from behind. The protagonist managed to put his fist up. Many fragments crashed into the enemy. The girl's eyes lit up with a red flame. There was a flash behind the rocks. The girl landed a few meters away from the enemy. Sehen realized that he could not catch her. Taylor got into a fighting stance. Looking at her from under his brows, the guy wondered if this was the pinnacle of humanity. The girl jumped into the air to attack. The sword in her hands increased in size several times. A bright flash illuminated the battlefield. The young man rose into the air. He looked down tensely. The spectators, their mouths open in surprise, tried to understand what was happening. Raising her eyebrows, Mina assumed that this must be a dream. This fight was already far beyond the human level. Many portals with daggers appeared behind the player. Taylor put her hand to her sword. Two powerful energies collided with each other and caused an explosion. Looking back, Mina asked herself what these traces were. Observers were flying around her. Huge eyes turned their attention to the fight. Frowning, the girl thought that such a large number of observers could only be seen at the very beginning of the game. The girl cut the air with force, but her opponent dodged it again. Smiling, Mina thought that her comrade was truly an incredible person. The protagonist took out a sword from the system window. Holding it in front of him, he thought that such a show would be enough. The girl rushed towards him, swinging her sword. Sehen immediately blocked her attack. The girl narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Jumping back, she realized that direct attacks did not work on her opponent. Looking at his bare torso, Taylor realized that she would step aside and aim straight for his throat if her new blow was blocked. A sharp wave of energy pierced the boy's heart. The girl, opening her mouth in amazement, asked what was happening. The young man threw his head back. The dagger in his hand rushed forward. The blade pierced the girl through and through. She looked up to the sky, realizing that the enemy had chosen the same method. The player clutched at the wound on his chest. Taylor collapsed to the ground. The protagonist closed her eyes. The observers hanging above them were surprised that everything ended so insignificantly and the girl died. Looking up, San thought that he missed the regeneration skill in the Death Star and wondered if he had time to use the elixir. A bright notification appeared about the successful completion of the task. Lowering his head, the guy decided that the ending would be just awesome. The observers darted around in the air. The young man raised a small sphere. Suddenly, it lit up. A bright light illuminated the battlefield. A flash swept over the entire city. People were lying on the ground. The girl opened her eyes. Someone asked what was happening. Someone's hand trembled. Taylor opened her eyes. Rising to her feet, she asked what just happened. Pouring a potion on her comrade's chest, Mia explained that there was an item that could put a subject into a coma, and that it worked on monsters, so some people used it at the beginning of the game. The small sphere split. After a certain level, this item stopped working, so they simply forgot about it. The player was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. With this item, it was possible to put a person into a state of clinical death and complete the quest. Introducing a glowing bubble, the girl said that a friend came to her and asked for a bomb to enhance the effect of the bead. The protagonist smeared his blade with a potion obtained from smoke fumes. An explosion was heard in the city, ordinary residents fell into a coma from inhaling smoke, and Saiyan himself cut high-level players with a blade poisoned by the potion. Blood gushed from Tihan's chest. Sang H1 towered over the city. The guild kept people locked up for safety, so the guy managed to put everyone into a coma. Raising her eyebrows, the girl added that her friend had mixed poison into the drinking water. Leaning over him, Mina concluded that absolutely everyone who was on the enemy's side had fallen into a coma. Clenching her fist, Taylor asked if it would have been better if he had asked her for help. Raising her index finger, the girl said that in that case, only the issue with the task would have been resolved and that would have been the end of it. The blonde turned her attention to the observers flying in the air. Rising to their feet, the survivors rejoiced. Lowering her head and shedding tears, the girl realized that she was wrong because her opponent had chosen the best path. She thanked her opponent, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Smiling, Mina declared that everything turned out somehow sentimental. Looking back, she turned to the clown. The goddess smiled and laughed. People were walking in the desert. The deity thought that it was more like a comedy because no one died and the gods returned. The guys looked at each other and laughed. The game, which was already on the verge of death, suddenly came to life, although everyone was expecting a different ending. Putting her hand to her chin, Yidra decided that her avatar had achieved a new result, but it all turned out to be a dream and wondered if he really had to act so desperately. The main character was lying on the sand. The witch was glad that her avatar was really the last player on Earth since he was able to achieve such results. Imagining Saiyan clenching his fist, the woman thought that thanks to the spiritualism skill, she managed to find out that this was a solo player in the second round. Crossing her arms over her chest and imagining how the light falls on him, the goddess realized that if everything continued like this, she would not be able to make a contract with him, so the door would not be openable because Taylor herself was the key. The girl closed her eyes. Smirking, Yidra thought that she needed 2 keys, which her avatar would find out later, but for now it would be quite funny to watch him. The witch wondered if it was too heartless that the reward for such an outcome of the game would only be Laplace's watch. The boy lay motionless. Pointing her finger at the system window, the woman decided to give him a small gift because gods are such illogical creatures. Putting his hand to his head, the young man thought that it was too dark here. Opening his eyes, the player expressed a desire to see what happened after that battle. Suddenly, something to the side caught his attention. In his hands was an hourglass. A notification said that with its help you can call the future of one person. Rising to his feet, the protagonist decided that it was time for him to get out of here because his friends had probably already returned. There were many notifications about achievements and new skill rewards. Looking at them, Saiyan wondered what it all meant and realized that it was not just a hallucination from the dream dungeon. The darkness dissipated. The girl standing behind it asked if their friend was going to come out of there. Waving his hand, the boy asked how long they had been waiting for him. Looking up, Snow White answered that it had been 7 hours and 22 minutes. The boy said that it was less than one could expect. Raising his hand, he suggested that they go back and rest for a while because his friends were probably tired while waiting for him. Taking a step forward, the player realized that it was quite possible to change the world. A smile shone on his face. The girls followed him. Jisu silently lowered her gaze. In her hands was a golden hourglass. She hid it behind her back. Looking at the heroes through the rift, Yidra hoped that the avatar liked her gift. The witch narrowed her eyes slyly. The sky was clear above the building. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist thought it was too strange that his new skill didn't even have a precise name. Suddenly, Saiyan's eyes widened. Surprised that the goddess's skill had returned to him, a window with a description of the skill appeared. Remembering their battle with Taylor and the giant meteorite, the guy thought that he often used this skill along with spiritualism in his past life, but he usually couldn't open the space where there were living beings or large objects, although this is a pretty good skill because it immediately links to the inventory. Frowning, the young man wondered why the skill appeared to him because this had never happened before. Seeing the inscription former representative on the system window, the player thought that it had something to do with the goddess and decided to ask her about it personally. The system window evaporated. The protagonist thought that Yidra herself would start a conversation when she saw the use of her skill. Smiling, Mina asked if her friend had gotten a new skill. Seeing her friend looking at her strangely, the girl asked what was wrong. Saiyan asked where she was going. Hearing that his friend wanted to go for a walk, he smiled, realized that the girl was looking for friends during her walks, and asked her not to get involved with strange people. Waving her hand, Mina asked not to worry about her because she always runs away as soon as she feels danger. Looking at her friend, the girl concluded that the guy became too strange after returning from the dungeon, and assumed that it was very difficult there. Closing his eyes, the young man confirmed this and asked her to never go there. Turning away, the girl said that it was easier for her to buy something than to get it herself. The player decided that it would be better to deal with her first. From his shadow, many black crows flew out. The protagonist remembered that it was somehow related to the devil and thought that he needed to gather information. A lamp was burning in the room. Looking around the corner, Jisu realized that her friend had gone somewhere. Sighing, the girl thought that she was too bored. Crossing her arms over her chest, she wondered why Snow White and Taylor were afraid of her. The girl looked out the window. Looking at her own reflection, Jisu thought that this was unusual. Some time ago, Snow White noticed her friend about to enter the dungeon. The darkness closed behind the girl. In this place, there were memories from the past and nightmares from childhood. A little girl sat on the ground hugging her knees. She was unable to attack to the fullest extent, but was satisfied with the dungeon. An hourglass sparkled in her hand. Jisu clutched them to her chest and wondered how angry her friend would be when he found out about this. With her brows furrowed in sadness, she wondered what would happen if she used this artifact on herself and whether she would be able to return to her normal life after that. The girl opened the window. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Jisu looked ahead. In her memories, Luke grabbed her shoulder and declared that she was sent by the Amchon Guild and that she had a contract with the devil himself. Her eyes lit up, lightning coming from them. Looking down, the girl thought that this guild was quite powerful in the Gangbuk district and that its leader had made a contract with the devil. Heading towards the exit, the girl decided to visit them tomorrow. The bright sun was shining over the city. The masked man asked the man leaning against the wall about information about the Amchon Guild. Sujun crossed his arms and asked what kind of information he was talking about. Putting his hands in his pockets, Channon said that nothing grand was required and that it would be enough to tell him the location. Frowning, the informant thought that the Dark Brotherhood had been destroyed and wondered why such a person needed the location of the Amchon Guild. Taking a step forward, the man decided that this guild was slowly gaining strength and that he definitely could not handle it alone. Putting his hands on his hips, he agreed to share the information. Summoning a system window in front of him, Channon asked how many points the information was worth. Sujun answered that 1,000 would be enough for him. Smiling, the man explained the cheapness by saying that this information was not that important, and thought to himself that he could lose his head if he named too high a price. Waving his hand and running away, he asked the client to come again. Emerging from the darkness, Azazel asked why her friend asked about something he already knew. The man explained that thanks to this, rumors would spread that the guild was being sought. The girl crossed her arms and asked if the informant would tell the guild about this, and the answer was yes. Looking around, Channon explained that it would be bad if there was no leader, because it would definitely attract his attention. Opening her umbrella, the demon asked if her friend really thought she could handle him. A smile appeared on her face. Seeing her comrade's muscular body, Azazel thought that she had asked this question in vain. The man suggested that they could go to the guild tomorrow. His eye lit up under his mask. Sujun was heading to the Amchon Guild. Imagining Doi in armor, the guy hoped that his level would not disappoint him. The protagonist opened the system window and found something. Imagining Mina holding a photo frame, Sehen thought about how to terminate the contract with the devil. Everything will work out if you destroy the devil's relic like Channon did. But it is impossible to do with a simple effort because it is a very rare phenomenon. The person was covered in ink. Putting his hand to his mouth and yawning, the guy realized that the easiest way to terminate the contract is to make the devil want it himself, which is quite difficult. Seeing his friends, the young man asked where the rest were. Raising his eyebrows, Taylor assumed that they most likely went to get points and Mina went for a walk. Crossing his arms over his chest, the player asked where Jisu was. The girl replied that she also said that she wanted to take a walk. Remembering how the girl sits behind books and trains with him, the protagonist thought that his friend was not one of those who just walk around without any reason. Hearing that she was going to go to some guild, Sehen frowned in shock. Clapping her hands, Taylor asked if her friend knew about the Amchon Guild. Hearing this, the boy turned around abruptly, realizing what had happened. Rushing towards the exit, he guessed that Jisu only knew the guilds that were on her kill list. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that his friend had been too quiet lately, and assumed that she was unhappy with the fact that he hadn't been paying enough attention to her because he was busy. The player hoped that the girl would not kill Mina's friends. Two menacing eyes flashed in the air. The blue sky hung above the building. Someone asked if Chen-Wun was really looking for them. Sujun raised his hand and answered that it was true. Doan was sitting in a computer chair. Frowning, the Iron Devil wondered if the guy was planning to take over their guild, but then dismissed the thought, deciding that this man was not the type to crave power. The man threw the chair aside. Looking up, he thought that it was even for the best, because he had long wanted to fight this man, because then he would be the strongest player who had made a contract with the devil. Imagining Minsua with Skolda standing behind her, Doyang realized that if they were there, Seoul would be in his hands. Looking back, the Iron Devil decided to deal with Channon and free the guys, because otherwise they would have to be killed. Getting up from the chair, the man thought that when everything was over, the second Dark Brotherhood would appear. There was a motorcycle on the street. Someone asked why the man was following it. Raising her eyebrows pitifully, Minsua said that she was worried about her friend. Channon said that he was worried about her presence. The girl said that she did not see anything dangerous for her in the future. Looking down, she thought that her comrade's future was constantly changing, so she could not let him go alone. In her visions, there was a creature that could change the future. The girl's red eyes flashed. The heroes found themselves in front of the Ancient Guild building. Looking to the side, the boy decided that it was too quiet here and wondered if Sujun hadn't told the guild members anything. Deciding to find out, he headed towards the doors. The young man looked up in surprise. Seeing that the building's lobby was completely empty, Channon asked what was going on. There was no one at the reception. There was no one at the tables either. Startled, the boy heard a sound on the top floor. Clasping her hands, Minsua said that her brother was in the basement. The boy asked how she knew this. The girl replied that she had been there too. Raising his eyebrows, Channon decided to go there. The heroes went down the stairs. Looking to the side, the boy heard someone's voices. Someone asked if they could hide here. The second voice suggested waiting here while chaos was happening upstairs. Pointing in that direction, the child suggested going there. The boy replied that he felt the presence of people, but her brother was not among them. Frowning, Minsua said that she knew it and that it would be better for them to look there. Looking at her, Channon realized that she saw something again and thought that this was a very annoying skill. The thick door was closed. Someone asked what was the matter. The child covered his friend with his hand. Seeing them in front of him, the boy was surprised that this guild was so rotten from the inside that they even used children as workers. Frowning, the stranger whispered, inquiring what everyone else was doing and whether it was because of this man that they were ordered to go upstairs. The girl assumed that he destroyed everyone and said that she did not want to fight. Putting his hand on his knee, the child realized that they were left with only one choice. Bowing, the children asked not to kill them. Without taking his eyes off them, the young man asked if his friend knew about it too, and when she answered in the affirmative, he asked if he should take them along. Minsua answered in the negative. Channon's eyes widened and he wondered why they were here then, since they were just servants of the devil. Running out of the room, the little girl called on her friend to save her brother, since they had almost no time left. Following her out, the boy heard a strange sound, as if something was about to jump out at him. Looking ahead, he asked why the children were chasing him. Smiling, the stranger explained that they were here against their will and thought that they could get out if they followed him. Pointing to her friend, Hemi introduced her and said her own name. Looking back, the young man realized that they could not have willingly joined a guild like Amchon. Seeing her brother, Minsua ran forward down the corridor. In one of the cells, Suho was lying bloodied. Channon asked if this was really her brother. The girl grabbed the bars and answered in the affirmative. The guy broke the iron bars. Sitting down next to the prisoner, he realized that he had a fever and that he urgently needed to be taken upstairs. The hall was still quiet. The heroes found themselves at the entrance to the guild. The young man thought that it was very strange that there was no one here. Sensing something strange, Minsua's eyes widened. Realizing that something was happening, Chenwoon ordered everyone to find cover and ran forward. Frowning, he asked his friend to take her brother. The little girl grabbed Suho. Clutching her head, Hayami asked what was that. Suddenly, she looked ahead. The girl was standing on a pile of rubble, a club in one hand. In her other hand, she was holding the head of the guild leader. With her mouth open in surprise, the girl asked if Doyang was dead. Looking around, Jisu asked what was going on here. Throwing the Iron Devil's body to the ground, she recognized the man in front of her. The girl's eyes flashed red, surprised that they met again. The boy looked up and expressed his solidarity. The girl looked at the handle of the club. Looking up, the boy realized that this time she had a weapon. Jisu made a sharp dash towards him. Channon ducked, dodging the attack. His pupils narrowed. The girl threw him a menacing look. The boy was able to block her blow with his hand. The girl landed on her feet. At the same time, she punched the enemy in the stomach. Opening his mouth in pain, the boy wondered what kind of sudden attack this was. He raised his fist. Blood gushed out of Jisu's mouth from the powerful blow. Channon's eyes widened, realizing that it was not his attack that was the problem, but the fact that the enemy was not going to block the blows. A bright green energy appeared at the place of the blow. The club flashed in the air. The girl swung with force and hit the enemy. Blood dripped onto the ground. Putting his hands in front of him, the boy realized that his enemy had an amazing regeneration skill. Remembering how he managed to block the attack, he thought that the blow to the jaw should have prevented a concussion. Clenching his fist, the boy realized that his body was tempered with magic, but the enemy's strength was able to break through even that. Looking at Doyen's body lying on the ground, Chenwoon thought that it was not for nothing that he was called an Iron Devil, since his arms and legs were in place. The girl swung her club, bright lightning flashed around. A trace of a jump appeared in the air. Trying to follow the enemy's movements and covering his chest with his hands, the boy realized that he would die if he missed even one strong blow. A devastating explosion was heard on the battlefield. The guild building shook. The chains intertwined into a huge lump. Flashing with crazy eyes, Jisu struck. A cloud of dust rose into the air from a powerful explosion of energy. The boy flew out of it. Squinting, he realized that his enemy had become much stronger. Remembering how she had dealt multiple blows, Chanwoon realized that it was clearly not just about the increase in points, because the girl had mastered the technique to perfection and was not averse to using it. The guy covered his face with his hands to protect himself from another blow. A strong attack destroyed the wall of the building. Jumping to the side, the young man realized that it was not to his advantage to fight her. The children watched the battle with their mouths open. Chanwoon realized that they would not survive if he managed to escape. Besides, 2 of them were servants of the devil. Doing was lying on the ground, covered in blood. The guy shuddered, realizing that he was left with no choice and that he would have to fight. The girl looked back. Seeing a huge piece of wall in her hand, the young man realized that he would lose if he did not finish her off with one blow. Jisu threw a stone in his direction. Chanwoon swung his hand. The fragment cracked and broke into many pieces. A girl with a club in her hands appeared from behind them. A chain flew past the guy. Clenching his fist, he decided to gather all the magic of the mask. Waves of dark energy appeared around his hand. Directing his fist at the enemy, the young man expressed a desire to fight back. Her eyes lit up, lightning flashed in them. With tears in his eyes, Channon realized that the enemy was not dodging his blows, but on the contrary, attacking. The girl swung the chain, the guy swung his fist and wondered if she really had not gone crazy. Due to the powerful blow, his body flew far back. Blood gushed from his mouth. The young man realized that he would have died long ago due to the damage if not for the contractors. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Squinting, Channon wondered what happened to his enemy. Seeing her bloody body, he thought that this was the end. Raising her hand, Hayami asked if her savior was okay and if the girl was dead. The girl pressed her hands to her chest in disgust and noticed that her enemy had moved. Looking around, the boy thought that it couldn't be. His pupils narrowed and he wondered how his enemy could move if her neck was broken. Jisu rose to her feet. She put her hands to her head, which was looking back. Straightening her twisted neck, the girl said that she thought her enemy would be shocked by this. Channon swallowed nervously and thought that there was no other way. He had no hidden power, no backup plan. The girl picked up the club from the floor. Lightning flashed in her soulless eyes. Lowering his head, the boy thought that they were looking at him like a stone lying in the middle of the road. The children hid near the table with sofas. The boy wondered if this could be called a person. Jisu took a step forward. Seeing the club in front of him, Channon knew it was the end. There was a sound of impact, blood flowing from under the mask. The tip of the club barely touched his forehead. The boy asked why his opponent stopped. The girl bowed her head, stating that she had won this battle. The heroes stood opposite each other. The girl asked if her enemy wanted to play again. The boy widened his eyes, trying to understand what this meant. Remembering how he held Taylor in his hands, Channon thought that the enemy should have killed him for attacking his comrades. Lowering the club, Jisu reminded that the enemy did not kill anyone that day, although he could have, and stated that she would like to kill him, but there were children here. The servants of the devil trembled in fear. Minsuo looked up. The girl clicked on the mail window. A letter from the protagonist appeared, asking his friend not to kill the masked man. The girl explained that someone did not want her enemy to die. The guy smirked and asked if she would really let them live. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if the enemy really thought she was a hired killer who killed everyone. Channon lowered her hands and asked if that was true. Lowering her club into the system window, Jisu explained that she was simply very sensitive to evil and that her enemy did not have an evil spirit. The children looked down. The girl thought that her friend wanted the masked man to protect these girls. The heroes left the guild building. Looking back, the guy thought that the girl mentioned a crow and realized that he owed him his life. The protagonist watched them from the roof of the Amchon building. There was a gray sky above the buildings. A girl whose hands and feet were stained with blood was crossing the road. Her heels were quietly tapping. She turned her head. Her heart seemed to be beating out of her chest from fear. The girl pressed her hands to her chest. It seemed that the words she had just heard had touched something incomprehensible in Jisu's soul. She remembered San pressing her to his chest. The guy adjusted his mask and, standing in front of the girl, said that he was curious about something, asking why she followed the hero everywhere, because she could become stronger alone. Jisu asked if he was talking about Raven. The hero confirmed her words, saying that he was strong, of course, but she was also unusually strong. It was strange, but she obeyed him so much. He imagined the protagonist sitting at the cult system window. Jisu turned her head, asking if it was true. The guy smiled, saying that the message she checked during the battle was from him. That's why she didn't kill him. Jisu turned away, saying that it was a secret. The hero thought that she was suspiciously obedient. People don't abandon those they obey, but it's not time yet. He should lie low and wait until she becomes strong enough to hold him back even if he wants to escape. The girl brushed her hair away, saying that it was true. Jisu sat on one knee in front of the protagonist. She clenched her hand into a fist and sighed. The girl rolled her eyes, imagining Sehin bound with shackles and chains around his neck. The hero looked at the two girls from the roof of a tall building, thinking that they were Mina's friends, whom he saw in the Dungeon of Dreams. Sehen slowly drank water from a bottle, saying that it was definitely them. The hero of the post in a bottle, saying that Azazel is the demon who made a contract with John. The girl with the white umbrella was behind him. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was so surprising that she hadn't introduced herself yet, and he already knew who she was. The main character looked away, thinking that in her past life she didn't make contracts. Because she was quite lazy, he wondered why she did that. The guy turned around and put his hand in his pocket, saying that he had his own method of getting information. She put her hand forward, saying that there are many ways you can see the future or use a skill that allows you to see clues, because in this world there are many incomprehensible, inexplicable things, or you can come up with something. The girl imagined a wide open eye, a scroll wrapped and fastened with a belt with a bright stone, an hourglass with bright red sand pouring out. A chest was depicted in the status window. Azazel closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she was sure that he would kill the one with whom she made a contract. Sehen scratched his neck and clenched his teeth, saying that he could have done it. She asked why he didn't. The hero turned to the side, saying that he needed to save these guys. His gaze fell on the heroes to the side. The girls were whispering, standing behind the guys. Azazel took a step forward, asking if it was because of the contract. The boy tilted his head, saying that it was. After all, they had made a contract with a demon. Only a contract with a higher-ranked demon could override it. The girl with dark hair tied in a ponytail smiled and raised her eyebrows. The girl standing in front of her nervously clasped her hands together and raised her eyebrows. Azazel thoughtfully rubbed her chin. She smiled and raised her eyebrows, saying that it suited her. After all, she herself did not have to do anything. She just had a few more servants. The protagonist smiled, saying that she agreed too easily. Azazel raised her eyebrows, saying that she was interested in him because she wanted to be friends. She licked her lips, saying that most demons like to have fun. Naturally, she was not the only one interested. Observers appeared around the heroes. The girl opened her mouth, saying that one annoying person was watching him. The observer's eye was bright red, and there was a glow around it. Sehen raised his head up, thinking that she probably knew that she had her own transmission skill. He wondered why she didn't say anything. Azazel rose into the air on the wind, saying that it was time for her to return to her contractor. She said goodbye to Raven, wishing him good health. The boy lowered his head, thinking that he didn't want to see her again. The hero sighed heavily. He crouched down, looking at the sky full of observers, saying that now, no matter what happened, he would be able to prepare because he assigned one raven to her, and if they met again, it would be during the battle in the Devil's World. In the shadow cast by the boy, there was an image of a raven, its beak wide open. He imagined a group of demons standing under a gray flag with hieroglyphs. Their faces had smug smiles. This was the Devil's World. The hero imagined a tall white building with red windows and dark towers. This is the Palace of Lust. Akardos covered his head with his hand and looked away, calling the hero a fool. He pursed his lips and imagined Sehen, thinking that he was doing something incomprehensible and also making him cautious. The guy was surrounded by images of gods whose eyes were shining brightly. He could not even imagine that they would start expressing their displeasure because they had too many rights as gods. Akardos sighed heavily. This was, in any case, a luxurious palace. He spread his arms out to the sides, floating in the air and asking if he was really higher than the highest-ranking deity. Papias was sitting on a red chair, crossing his legs and saying that he had quite an interesting visitor, although he was already enjoying the game without him. Akardos froze. The guy closed his eyes and bowed, saying that it was an honor for him. Papias opened his mouth, asking what business the guy had with him, his face hidden in the shadow. Akardos looked down, saying that he came here to ask for something. The demon raised his hand, asking what exactly he wanted to ask for. His hair illuminated the sunlight entering the room. The guy looked up. Papias leaned his head on his hand, asking to tell him what kind of request it was. Akardos' eyes widened. He looked away in embarrassment, saying that he would like to borrow his power, or rather, the power of the one who made a contract with him. The guy imagined an image of a girl with her hair tied in a ponytail. She turned her head, her eyes shining brightly. The system reported that the hero had acquired the skill resistance to psychological attacks of rank A, has a growing type. An image of a man with brightly glowing eyes appeared in the system window. There was information that this knave resists most effects on the psyche, nullifies psychological attacks below rank B, softens the impact of attacks above rank A. Sehen smiled, wildly thinking that it was good to have the right to choose in a rank skill. He got a skill that was not available in the usual way. The guy tilted his head and grinned, thinking that if he tried a little, he could upgrade it to S rank, in which case he would be immune to psychological attacks. In the gym, a fan was working. A voice asked Jisu for help. The girl, holding a weapon in her hand, turned her head, asking what she needed help with. The system reported information about the S-rank skill Fierce Killer, possibly its enhancement, increasing its power when absorbing blood. The boy sat on the floor, asking her to sit next to him. She squatted down, asking if she just needed to sit. Saiyan pressed his hand to his chest and raised his eyebrows, asking her to look at him. Jisu approached him and looked down at the hero shyly, asking if she should just look like that and that's it. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that she should do more than just look at him. He asked if she could use the Death Star. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Saiyan smirked, remembering Jisu holding the hair of her defeated opponent, asking her to do the same as when she tortured the devil's people. The girl closed her eyes and sighed heavily, saying that she still couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Apparently he had mastered a new skill. She agreed. Jisu opened her mouth, taking in air. The girl's eyes widened and glowed red. He closed one eye, looking forward. There were streams of red energy around him. The system notified that the skill resistance to psychological attacks was activated. The heroes sat opposite each other. There were bright streams of energy around them. Jisu moved closer, asking if he was okay. The guy pressed his hand to their foreheads, saying that everything was fine and asking if she could strengthen the skill. The girl said that she would try to do so. Jisu's eyes widened, emitting bright red lightning. The protagonist's eyes widened, not taking his eyes off her. He put his hand in front of him. His body trembled. He thought that, as expected, the Death Star skill itself is psychological magic. An ordinary player would not even be able to move from this. Saiyan smiled, thinking that this way he can practice using the skill. He asked her not to stop. The girl, whose eyes were shining brightly red, smiled, looking at him. The sun's rays penetrated the gym. The hero said that it was enough for a probability. The guy raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking if she needed anything, since he was always asking her for something. The girl closed her eyes and raised her index finger, saying that it was okay since he gave her a weapon so they could consider themselves even. The hero bowed his head, saying that he gave her a weapon because he promised he would need her help for a while in training. She widened her eyes in surprise. The girl asked how long he would need her help. The guy answered that it would take a week. Saiyan rubbed his cheek, saying that he knew that it was a lot of work, and without letting him finish, the girl agreed to his offer. Jisu smiled, saying that she could do it every day, and besides, she didn't have much to do anyway, but in return she would also have one special request. The guy asked her to tell him about it. The girl sitting opposite him suggested doing it not in the training room, but in her or his room, just the two of them. The protagonist smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking if it was so that others wouldn't get hurt if they suddenly came here. She confirmed his words. Saiyan raised his eyebrows, imagining the image of a girl with brightly shining eyes and thinking that it was really so, because if she got into Rin or Snow White, they would get hurt. He noticed that this was some kind of special request. Jisu looked away with brightly shining eyes, saying that maybe she was special, but that would be enough for Kay. She said that from tomorrow they would do it. She would wait for him in her room or come to him herself. The room was illuminated by a lamp on the wall. On the floor there was a large white vase with a plant. The protagonist noticed that for him it was even better. Just 2 months. The status window showed information about a special quest called Server Competition, an event where 100 representatives from each server are selected and perform special quests. This time the quest will be Treasure Hunt. Additional details of the quest will be given by the game master at the quest location. The location is determined randomly. After the quest is completed, all players will return to their home server. The quest will last for 2 weeks. Saiyan frowned, looking at the status window and thinking that the publisher himself was conducting the quest, so even the explanations were quite polite. And the location was probably Glastonbury, because there was someone there who had seen the third candidate, Sir Arthur, in person. He imagined the image of a ruler in a bright golden crown, looking away. The status window showed an image of a man with bright eyes. It was a skill, resistance to psychological attacks of rank S with a growing type. The guy stood up, thinking that since he had already raised this skill to rank S, he could now share it. He noticed that everything was slowly starting. The girl hugged herself and clenched her teeth, saying that she was worried. She asked if she would definitely be able to enter the 100. Saiyan smiled and put his hands in his pockets, asking if it wasn't her then who. Mina sighed, saying that she didn't want to participate in this quest. She was wondering if Hayami and Jisun were included in the 100. The hero frowned, thinking that she really didn't seem to be eager to participate. It was no wonder, because she hadn't seen anything good during the quests yet, and she had found her friends. Probably because of that she didn't want to participate even more. Jisu stretched her shoulders, asking if she wasn't included in the 100, should she still go to the gathering place. The guy, standing in front of the group of heroes, told her no, suggesting that they decide after they see the content of the quest. Everyone agreed. The hero in the headdress closed his eyes, saying that Jisu was so calm and he was very worried. Shu smiled, saying that he would be fine because he had already prepared the equipment. The guy, holding the sword in his hands, smiled. A smile appeared on Saiyan's face, thinking that there was no need to worry about Chanu because not long ago he had transferred enough points to him. The guys looked at each other. Shu smiled and closed his eyes. The hero thought that Jisu was very strong, that even she herself did not realize it. The main character put his hands in his pockets, thinking that he had already decided on all the team members. That was himself, Mina, Chanu, Jisu, only 4. He could not leave the children alone, so Mr. Luke stayed with them. The man fell asleep with his head on the table, while 2 little girls were playing on the floor. The system announced that a special task server competition was beginning, asking all players to calm down and wait for further instructions. The protagonist noticed that they were there. A group of people were frozen in the gym. The protagonist noticed that it was starting. A bright glow appeared around Mina. Chanwoo closed his eyes. Jisu was twirling a strand of hair around her finger, looking forward. Sehen smiled, saying that he would see them all later. United Kingdom, Glastonbury. There was a path leading to a stone castle in the large green meadows. The protagonist found himself among the other summoned players, frozen in place. Sehen raised his eyebrows, assuming that this was the main field for this quest. Snow White's eyes widened, asking why she was here. The protagonist tilted his head and asked what she was doing here. The girl raised her hand, saying that she was playing with Rin when she suddenly found herself in this place. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that maybe this was some kind of pet in the games, and that's why she followed him. He needed to protect her as much as possible. A bright stream of light passed by the guy's face, hitting the monster behind him. Sehen turned around, seeing a hole in his body. Snow White raised her eyebrows, saying that the monster appeared so suddenly. The guy looked down at the creature's lying body. The girl opened her eyes wide, asking if he wanted to tell her something. The hero said that he wanted to, but he had already changed his mind. The guy and Snow White froze. They looked at the explosions ahead. The hero assumed that everyone was already here. Sehen raised his eyebrows, saying that despite the fact that few participants were chosen, they were gathering here from other servers, so it was natural that there were so many of them. They stood on a stone hill. The young man thought that this was quite an unexpected situation. In front of them, the players had arranged a battle, attacking each other. The hero closed his eyes. A black crow flew forward, flapping its wings. Nina raised her fist above her head, preparing to attack the giant gorilla. Chanwoo closed his eyes, swinging his sword in front of him. Jisu frowned. The fallen warriors lay behind her. Sehen thought that they were all doing well. Snow White opened her eyes wide, asking if he would join them. The guy put his hands in his pockets, saying that he would not do that because the treasure hunt was still conducted separately. He thought that it was time for him to appear. There were blurry clouds in the blue sky. A deep crack appeared in it. Shards of the sky began to fall to the ground. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the game master of the English server Akainen, who appeared in the rift. The guy with blue hair and a mark on his forehead smiled, looking down. He greeted the players, saying his name and saying that he was the game master of the English server. He said that they were called to this place for the sake of an event task. In simple words, this is the time of bonuses, something like a gift for server representatives. The girl, sitting above the defeated goblin, looked up in surprise. The old man held a stick behind his back. A girl stood next to him. They looked up. Akainen knitted his eyebrows, putting his hands out to the sides. He smiled, looking at them. The guy said that they probably already saw in the status window that this quest was a treasure hunt. All over Glastonbury there were hidden items of D rank and above. They could lie in ordinary chests on the ground, or they could be in trees. Some they could get by killing a monster. An important detail was that they should not attack the guard under any circumstances. In Glastonbury it was a dragon, so the guy asked them to avoid him. The hero presented a map with red dots indicating the location of the treasure. Akainen looked up. A bright system window was fixed by his hand. He extended his hand, hovering in the air and showing all the players the map. The red dragon looked ahead, his eyes shining brightly. Eric smiled and summoned fire in his palms, asking if he had the right to kill the guard if he was capable of it. This player had made a contract with the god Apollo. The protagonist stood aside, thinking that the boy was an avatar of Apollo, as far as he remembered. The player was considered a rival of Junsik, an avatar of Agatram, because he was chosen by the god of light himself. Sehen looked at the players standing in front, thinking that there were probably several Agatram people gathered here. Suho was probably not there, but most likely Junsik, Jeongsun, and Surin. Akainen descended from the sky, raising dust in the air. He said that he had heard about Eric. The player hunted the guard and even killed him. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Eric smiled broadly, saying that it couldn't be any other way. Akainen frowned and smiled, saying that there was another person among them who had killed the guard. The boy's eyes widened. The game master informed Eric that he had killed the fourth guard, but the first 3 had been killed by the same player, and he had done it almost single-handedly. He pictured Sehen, his cloak rising higher in the wind, the defeated guardian monsters lying behind the hero. The boy gritted his teeth, telling him to stop talking nonsense, because it was impossible to kill the guards alone, let alone 3. Eric nervously combed his hair, saying that he could admit that he was the fourth. He asked the master if 3 really wanted him to believe that some player had killed 3. Akainen raised his eyebrows and looked at Sehen, who was standing in the distance, saying that it was true, but since the player himself would not admit it, he would not reveal his identity either, but it was a fact that the one who killed the 3 guards was among them. The protagonist frowned, looking away. Eric frowned and widened his eyes, saying that it couldn't be. Snow White pulled the guy's sleeve, asking why he was hiding it. Sehen gritted his teeth, saying that if he told about it, the players would pester him. He thought about Akardos throwing words around left and right. The game master clapped his hands, saying that he would continue explaining the rules of the quest. Akainen raised his hand and snapped his fingers, saying that the players needed to find the items hidden in the Glastonbury area. He presented an item evaluation sheet, asking the heroes to look at the screen. A rank treasures give 20 points, B rank gives 10 points, C rank gives 5 points, and D rank gives 1 point. The man raised his head and opened his mouth, asking if there were no S-rank items. Akainen smiled, saying that there was only one item of that rank. It was the most valuable item in this quest, as it was worth 50 points. He wrote this phrase in the status window with a wave of his fingers. Eric frowned, saying that he had heard that the most valuable item was SS rank. The game master closed his eyes and sighed heavily, saying that unfortunately there were no such items, as if they gave away items of that rank, it would cause trouble, but if there was, it would be worth about 100 points. Eric opened his mouth, thinking that this meant that there would be a fight for some C rank items. Akainen looked up at the gems, saying that after the quest was over, the points would be counted. The server that had the most points would receive various privileges, such as double the points. This message appeared in the bright status window. The players' eyes widened in surprise when they heard this. The game master clapped his hands, causing the status window to disappear. He rolled his eyes, saying that these were the rules of the quest, but simply searching for treasure would be boring, so they had prepared various challenges and additional quests for them. Sehen frowned, thinking that if he recalled his past life, these were probably monsters that appeared both during the day and at night, as well as a village with surviving participants nearby, and the additional quests would be in this village. He imagined a small area occupied by buildings with bright roofs and a tall tower with a clock in the center. The hero imagined animal monsters with sharp fangs. Next to them was a goblin with a weapon and a skeleton with bright eyes. He thought about how the monsters that appeared at night were very strong, and there were 2 guards here. The animal opened its eyes wide and bared its teeth. The protagonist looked away, thinking that he would need to act according to what he knew from his past life, especially since he needed to find one place. Akainen said that there was one more important detail. All the items they found here, they would not be able to save in their inventory until they returned to their server. They could put them in bags or use some skills. There was a red ban icon in the status window. The game master smiled, asking if they knew the reason. The heroes, standing on the ground, raised their heads to the sky, thinking that this was a robbery. Akainen said that they were starting a treasure hunt. The quest period was 2 weeks. He was eager to find out who would become the owner of the S-rank item, as well as which server would take first place. The master wished everyone good luck. Eric frowned, looking ahead. Jisu raised her eyebrows, noticing Chana next to him. Sehen frowned, looking ahead. The girl asked what the hero was planning to do now. The players split into groups, heading to search for treasure. The guy waved his hand in front of his face, saying that they would act separately, because they themselves could handle it without him. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the game master said that he was not there, but the guy knew and that he was definitely here regardless of the task, an SS rank item. He imagined the image of a sword and a stone. Sehen turned, saying that it was time to go. Snow White raised her eyebrows, asking where to go, because there was a hill all around, to which the guy noted that there was a village not far from here. The girl widened her eyes in surprise and put her index finger forward, asking if he was talking about this village. The heroes looked at the dilapidated buildings and dents in the ground. The young man said that this village had already been captured by monsters, but there was another one. It was in a different place. The girl asked how he knew this. A raven landed on the guy's hand. The hero said that there were no traces of people there. Snow White asked where the other village was. The guy replied that there was no need to find it. The girl widened her eyes in surprise. Sehen knelt down and hit the ground with his hand, saying that with the search skill it would be fast. He thought about the fact that when he did reconnaissance with the raven, there were no signs of the village, which meant that it was in a place that he could easily see. As Arthur said, there was a forest with an unnaturally huge lake. Graphic lines ran along the clearing, trees, and ponds. The hero thought that it could be here. He decided that Jisu had joined Chan, and together they were unlikely to do anything. Branches with green leaves covered the blue sky. The girl asked how much longer they had to go, because they had already entered the forest a long time ago. Sehen put his hands behind his head, asking if she was afraid of getting lost. He said that they were almost there. The heroes turned their heads, hearing voices. The players could not divide the treasure they had found between themselves. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was a lot of noise to the side. A raven appeared in the hero's shadow. The bird opened its beak wide and spread its wings, flying up into the sky. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Two girls stood opposite each other on a green meadow. The guy wondered what they were doing here. Een adjusted a strand of hair. Behind her were crowds of guys enchanted by her. Yuwa was stunned, her eyes wide open. Behind her were people in dark robes. The hero did not understand how they managed to meet each other. They were both quite stubborn people. Sehen turned his head and opened his mouth. The girl noticed that it could soon come to a fight. She asked if he would intervene. The protagonist put out his hand, asking if she saw what was happening here. Snow White replied that she was able to see it with the help of magic. The guy frowned, saying that he had not gone crazy yet. They could figure it out themselves. The girls looked at each other with displeasure, gritting their teeth. A bright lightning flashed between them. The girl said that she did not understand why they were arguing, because they came from the same server. Sehen smiled, saying that it was competition. Each did not want to give the other what he saw first. The heroes headed towards the tall trees. The guy suggested moving on, otherwise they would be noticed and pestered. There was a clear blue sky above the clearing, which was partially covered by green tree branches. Snow White asked if this was the place he was looking for. They stopped at a stone slope above a large lake with an island in the center. The hero answered that it was. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she felt strong magic. She stretched her hand forward, saying that it seemed to her that some kind of magic spell was activated here, similar to the one that scares away monsters. The main character smiled and folded his arms across his chest, saying that it was true. She looked at him and lowered her hand, asking if he really knew everything. The guy frowned, thinking that this was definitely the same lake that Arthur had talked about. He had come here, running away from the monsters, and then he realized that they would not come here, but he was still afraid of the monsters that could be outside, so he could not leave here. The guy was morally exhausted. He threw himself into the lake and knocked out Death. That's how he ended up there. Arthur was standing on the same stone cliff as the main character now, looking at the calm surface of the lake. The guy took a step, finding himself in the water. Snow White lifted her dress, asking if they really needed to go into the lake. The hero put his hands in his pockets, saying that it was true. The girl raised her eyebrows pitifully, saying that she could not swim. Sehen took her with one hand and smiled, asking her to close her eyes and hold her breath, asking if she had any magic techniques to use in the water. Snow White opened her eyes wide, saying that she didn't have any yet. He knew that magic skills appeared depending on the actions. Sehen raised his eyebrows, asking if it was true. He thought that she was a Kirin, so she would not drown in the water even if she went completely under it. The guy asked her to hold her breath anyway, just in case. Snow White covered her nose and mouth with both hands. They were diving under the water. The protagonist raised his head. Air bubbles were coming from them. Sehen stretched his free hand forward, calling for a bright glow and thinking that this looked like an ordinary lake, so he couldn't do without the search skill. Holding the girl with one hand, the guy swam forward, leaving a trail under the water. They sank closer to the stone bottom. The hero gritted his teeth, realizing that it was here. They froze, seeing stones with bright symbols on the bottom. The guy reached out to them with his hand and changed their position. The inscription shone brightly. Stone gates opened in front of them, behind which there was a glow. The main character put his palm to the portal, saying that they were entering. The system reported that he had entered a safe zone. Two guards appeared in front of them. The guy in knight's armor raised his hand to his head, saying that they were informed that the heroes could enter. The guard led the heroes. The people around thought that this was definitely a player who came from the outside world. They did not understand how the hero came here. Sehen looked to the side, thinking that, as he was told, this is an exact copy of Glastonbury. It seems that he sees the player for the first time, because they are isolated from everyone. The guard smiled and pointed to the door, saying that they had arrived. The guy asked if they just needed to go inside. The hero replied that they did. They were already expected there. The dark door opened. Sunlight streamed in. The voice said that he had not thought that someone from the outside world would come here. The protagonist frowned. The girl with long blue hair smiled and greeted the player, saying that it was the first time she had a guest she had not invited. She asked if she should be careful. The girl noticed Snow White, who was hiding behind the guy, saying that he had brought an interesting thing with him. The protagonist stood in front of the girl sitting on a chair, saying that if she wanted to talk, she should introduce herself. She snapped her fingers. The lamps in the house lit up with a warm light. Leffe crossed her legs, saying that she was the mistress of Avalon and the last witch. The red dot on the map marked Sehen. Jisu raised her eyebrows as she looked at the status window, wondering why he was going somewhere else. Was he up to something again? She tilted her head, thinking that if he wanted to join forces, he would have called already, but since he didn't call, he didn't need her help. She turned to Chan, who was standing next to her, thinking that she still lacked strength. She didn't have many abilities. She couldn't create weapons, and anyone could just fight. She imagined Ming's hand sticking out. Shu was diligently making a weapon. She imagined Luke and Chan standing with their backs to each other. Jisu frowned, thinking that there was nothing special about her until this world turned into a game. She was the only one, now she was very sorry. The monster's hand trembled and rose from the ground. The girl thought that if she knew that the world would change so much, she would act differently. Now she only had physical strength left, but she still remained second after San. If he suddenly decides to leave her, she will not be able to stop him, so she tries not to do what he might not like. She needs to obey him in everything and follow him as she obeyed her parents, because she has always been a diligent child. She imagined the smiling protagonist. There were streams of dark energy behind him. Jisu remembered her little self sitting on her knees in front of her parents. Under the icon with a smiling person there was an inscription, "CH horror child, she can pretend to be good." Jisu had always been an obedient child. She was immune to mental disorders, hence the ability to perfectly control her emotions. A human face and anger became the calmest in a second. It was not even immunity, but the ability to control these oddities. Bright yellow arrows approached the dark silhouette of the man, so the desire to kill was not something special for Jisu. Thanks to this she did not fall into madness from the Death Star and could remain a good child. The girl frowned. Looking forward, there were bright red lightning bolts near her face. However, there was a desire to hold Saiyan in her arms. Jisu imagined herself following the hero. Streams of bright red energy came out of her wide open eyes. Jisu raised her eyebrows and moved her hand away. Streams of bright energy were leaving her body. She thought that this was not possible. She needed to remain good for some time, because she did not want Saiyan to hate her, which meant that for now she had to be an obedient and kind girl. She looked at the icon of a smiling man in the status window. Avalon is a utopia where fairies and magicians live. The owners of this land are Vivian, Nimue, and a real witch who lived during the myths, Lefei. 3 magical entities circled each other over a green meadow. The girl with blue hair raised her eyebrows and smiled. The boy looked down, saying that Avalon was here. Lefei raised her hand, asking if he didn't know about it, to which the boy replied that he didn't even guess. He thought that judging by the fact that she called herself the last witch, there were no others. The girl stood up and extended her hand forward, asking for the newcomer to the constellation of the Raven to introduce himself. The boy turned around. Lefei came closer to Snow White. She thought it was a unicorn, but it was a Kirin. The hero later turned his head, noticing that it was a child of a Kirin. The girl reached for her face, saying that the Celtic children said that the world had turned into a game. She was no longer surprised by anything, but was amazed that he himself came to her. Lefei turned around and smiled, asking what he wanted. It had been a long time since anyone had visited her without a fairy escort, so she would try to help him if she could. Saiyan smiled, asking if she would help if he said he wanted the legendary sword. She held out her hand, saying that there was no problem. The girl snapped her fingers, asking if he wanted it. A silver sword appeared behind her, stuck in a stone. The system window had a name, Excalibur. Its characteristics were hidden by question marks. She said that it was the most famous sword among people. The system warned that this sword could only be used by those who had the right of the owner. A stream of sunlight fell on the handle of the weapon. The guy put his hand on his belt. He looked at the sword and thought that the exact abilities could not be verified, but only the true owner of the sword could do this. Lefei smiled and pointed her palm at the weapon. The hero asked if she was really asking him to pull it out himself. Saiyan grabbed the hilt. The weapon trembled. The hero thought that it was only possible to control it if his muscle power was or S rank, so he probably couldn't use it. The witch sat down on the chair and closed her eyes, saying that all his actions were useless since he wouldn't be able to pull it out, so he should ask for something else. The protagonist smiled and rested his foot on the stone, saying that he would still take this sword. The blade of the weapon came out of the stone. The hero asked what use it would be if he couldn't use it. A small bright portal appeared under the stone. Lefei's eyes widened in surprise, holding onto the back of the chair. Saiyan smiled and raised his eyebrows, thanking her for the sword. The witch covered her face with her hands, asking him to wait. She clasped her hands, saying that she would give him many good items if he left the sword here. The hero turned his back to her, saying that he liked the sword. A small burst of bright energy appeared near his leg. He asked her not to worry, because he himself would return this sword to the owner. Lefei raised her eyebrows, asking who he was. How could he know the owner of the sword if he was not Merlin? Saiyan smiled widely, saying that he had his own channels. The girl cried out in displeasure, saying that he spoke the same way as Merlin and gave the same impression. It was infuriating. The guy offered her a deal. If he could not find the owner of the sword in 2 weeks, then he would return this sword to her. Lefei raised her hands to her face, saying that she cancelled those words about Merlin. Saiyan smiled, saying that in return he would ask her for something else. The girl sighed in relief, saying that she would reward him generously, giving her word as the lady of this village by the lake. The hero spread his arms, asking if he could stay here for 2 weeks. The witch raised her hand, saying that he could stay here as long as he wanted, but then she had a request too. She pointed to Snow White standing behind her, asking to borrow the child for a while. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Leffe raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that she had never seen an Eastern deity. She touched her head with her finger. Snow White closed her eyes, saying that she was not a Kirin, but a child of a Kirin. The girl smiled and covered her mouth with her hand, telling the hero that she would do nothing bad. He looked at her, asking to teach the girl magic. The witch agreed. Snow White ran up to Sehen. The guy leaned over to her, saying that walking with him would be more dangerous than here. And Leffe was not bad, even though she was a witch, but if something happened, he told her to call him, and he would come right away. Snow White pursed her lips, looking at him and agreeing with his words. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking her to behave well while he was gone. The young man stuck his staff into the ground. Arthur held onto a wooden stick. The man frowned his fair eyebrows. The knight with a scar on his face put his hand on his waist and said that the English server was really very bad, since someone like Arthur was in the lead. He came closer to Arthur and asked how he could walk with his head up when there was such a disgrace here. The knight took a step towards Arthur. The blonde youth was knocked down. The knight gritted his teeth and frowned. Arthur sat on the ground, collecting glass bottles in a sack. The knight approached him, saying that he did not even have pride. Arthur remained silent, looking down. The knight clenched his jaws in anger and insulted him. He grabbed Arthur by the clothes and lifted him into the air. Arthur touched the knight's arm and asked what he had done wrong to them. The knight frowned in shock. He threw Arthur aside, calling him a pathetic coward. The knight grabbed a sharp sword and shouted that since Arthur was so tough, they could fight. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and his mouth opened. Many ravens rushed towards the other players. They fought off the birds with their hands. The knight with a scar on his face frowned and shouted that he did not know who it was, but he would kill all these birds. He froze with a sword in his hand, and the ravens flew away. The knight sweated, asking who was standing in front of him. The protagonist stood in front of Arthur and said that he had one business with this man. The green field was visible. Arthur asked why Saiyan helped him. The protagonist looked at the young man with a smirk and asked why he stood and took blows from the knights, because he was stronger than these scoundrels. Arthur lowered his head and replied that he was just a weakling. The man walked across the green field, saying that nothing would change if he boasted about his strength, and that those knights were right when they said that he was a monster who left his family to die. They walked across the green grass. Arthur looked at Sehen and asked what business he had with him. The protagonist looked at the purple screen and replied that he came to heal Arthur's leg and his mind. The system notification showed an offer to become a member of Sehen's team. Arthur looked down and said that he refused. The protagonist looked at the man and asked if it was because of the illusion that he could not forget. They stood opposite each other, and Sehen added that he respected Arthur, but he should not give in to illusions. It was better to look at reality. Arthur frowned, thanking the protagonist for his help. Sehen brought his hands to his head, asking if the man liked King Arthur. The protagonist stretched his hand out to the side, saying that this was Glastonbury, where the legend of King Arthur lives. Arthur closed his eyes and said that his son liked the king and he really wanted to come here, but because they were busy, they could not come here together. Arthur opened his eyes and mentioned the guardian dragon of Wales. The man leaned on his staff, saying that he often told his son about it. There was a tower on the mountain. There was fog inside the cave. Sehen looked up, and Arthur said that his son would have liked it here. In the distance, a red dragon was sleeping. Arthur smiled and said that his son always teased him that he was not like King Arthur at all. The protagonist created a purple glow and said that Arthur could become a hero, and the man replied that these were just empty words. The stone flew into the air. Sehen stretched his arms out to the sides and asked if it would be enough if Arthur could pull it out. Arthur squeezed the staff and asked why the protagonist was doing all this. Arthur closed his eyes and leaned on the staff. Sehen looked straight ahead and said that he knew what kind of illusion the man was seeing. The protagonist introduced a bleeding girl and said that many people had died since the game started. The man held his hand up and Sehen said that there were many who had similar symptoms to Arthur. The man in the shirt sat with his head down. The man was sobbing with his mouth wide open, and the protagonist explained that many players had seen their dead relatives. Arthur frowned. He opened his mouth and said that I don't want to forget my son and he wants to see him even if it's just an illusion. Sehen frowned and said that if these illusions were Arthur's real family, they wouldn't have left him like this and they wanted Arthur to live a normal life. There was a long sword stuck in a stone and Sehen ordered Arthur to pull it out. Arthur pursed his lips and the protagonist said that he needed a change and Sehen needed Arthur. Sehen crossed his arms as Arthur reached for the hilt of the sword. The protagonist suddenly looked away, hearing a sound. The raven's eyes were emitting a purple glow, and Sehen thought that something was wrong with them. The blonde girl was yawning, covering her mouth with her hand. The man with short hair frowned and shouted at Chris to immediately return his comrades to their previous state. Chris widened her eyes in surprise and replied that she did not want to do that. The girl was sitting on a rock, saying that the demon probably warned that this was the fastest way to find the raven. The people waved their hands, and Chris said that she was not going to kill them. The man sweated, asking if the girl was crazy. The player named Eric froze, emitting red flames. The system reported that he was in a state of enchantment. The bald man clenched his teeth in anger, not understanding where Chris got such a skill from. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist jumped to the ground, asking why Chris was hiding behind his name and doing something like this. The girl opened her mouth in shock. She smiled and said that she had business with Sahan. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Chris stretched out one hand forward and said that she had received an order to kill Sahan. The protagonist raised one eyebrow in confusion and thought that he had heard that Chris was arrogant and self-confident, but he did not expect that she was this much. The girl leaned forward and said that Sahan was a bit strange, but she was not going to fight him. Chris raised one finger and said that she was too lazy to look for everyone one by one. The protagonist frowned, looking at the bald man, whose body began to emit red smoke. He opened his whitened eyes. Sahan raised his head and thought that the girl simply had a rather strong skill. The system provided information on resistance to mental weakness. Chris waved her hand and asked if the protagonist could save these people. The players took up their weapons and the girl said that if Sahan resisted, she would simply kill them all, so it would be better for him to stand still. Chris smiled and added that the protagonist should also not dare to use the skill of resistance to psychological attacks, and this would save his life. Sahan closed his eyes and thought that the girl was thinking well because she gathered those who were easily affected by her skill, which made things a little more difficult. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and thought that he could open an imaginary space behind him and attack him suddenly. Sahan and Chris turned around in surprise, hearing the two girls arguing loudly. Yuwa frowned and asked why there were so many people. Ian turned around and asked what was going on. Chris sat on a rock, asking if these girls were Sahan's comrades, and he denied it. Ian quickly walked forward, shouting that the protagonist was the same person who had interfered with them in the dungeon. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, furiously shouting at Sahan, who said that he did not do it. Ian furrowed her brows and shouted that Seong-hyuk told her that it was the protagonist and his guild. Chris touched her hair and told Ian to stop interfering with her conversation with Sahan, and Ian replied that Chris was talking too much. The blonde girl clenched her teeth furiously. Ian closed her eyes and used the Brissingamen technique. She flicked her finger, creating a golden flash of light. The man's body was tied up with chains. The effect of the Brissingamen skill is extremely simple because it has absolute power over men. A crowd of people was visible. This skill can be used on a limited number of people, and the number of uses is also limited, and this skill has a more powerful effect than Chris's enchantment. If Ian was alive in the alternate quest, perhaps the outcome of the game would have been completely different. The girl raised her hand and ordered all the men to drop Chris and come to her. The men's eyes widened, surprised that they could move again. Chris turned around abruptly, watching the men walk towards Ian. She waved her hand and shouted that she still had female players. Yuwa raised her hand and said that she realized that this was an abnormal state skill. A purple glow appeared. The girls froze as the fog surrounded them. Then, they suddenly began to fall. Chris stretched her arms forward, shouting indignantly that her entire skill had been unlocked. Bright streams of energy appeared in the air. They intertwined with each other. Chris gritted her teeth in tension, sweating and shaking. Ian fixed her hair and said with a smile that Chris was very funny. Sahan grabbed his sword. He put the weapon to Chris's throat, saying that it would be better to immediately deal with the one who made a contract with the devil. The girl turned around and shouted that they could count the match as a draw. The protagonist smiled slightly and asked why he should agree to this. Dark blood sprayed into the air. Chris lowered her head, her white hair covering her face. A dark silhouette was visible in the distance. A girl approached Chris. She touched the girl's face. The blood evaporated from Chris's face. Her eyes and mouth opened wide. Chris clutched her stomach, saying that she almost died, and her interlocutor reminded her that she had already died alone. Cirrus crossed her arms and said that Chris was good at dying, and if they had not made a contract with Mara Papias, she would have ended it long ago. Chris was kneeling, saying that she had hoped that it would all be over in one go, and Cirrus mercilessly pierced her, and the girl replied that it was a natural reaction to someone who had made a contract with the devil. Cirrus turned away and said that thanks to Chris, she realized that it was impossible to win with magic alone. Chris raised her eyebrows and asked what she should do, and Cirrus replied that they could not refuse the game master's request. Cirrus touched the purple screen and said that she had found something. Bright pixels were visible near the screen, and Cirrus said that the game master would intervene if this did not help. The mountains shook. The Godslayer guild members almost fell over, and Mina asked what the shaking was. Chanu's sweat dropped and assumed it was a guard. The red dragon grinned furiously. Mina raised her eyebrows and asked why the ground was shaking if a monster was flying in the sky. The mountains continued to shake. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. The monster with sharp teeth screamed loudly. It stomped its foot on the ground. Mina frowned and said that even San wouldn't help. Jisu looked up and suggested that they could jump in when the monster opened its mouth and kill it from the inside like Gungai. Nina turned around and said that Jisu had excellent regeneration speed, but not the others. Jisu's mouth dropped open in surprise. Chanwoo turned around and asked if there was any news from the protagonist. Jisu touched the bright screen and said that there was nothing. The girl looked down, wondering what Sehen was doing. There was a bright purple dot on the map. The protagonist looked at the images of the monsters, asking if Lefei had woken them up, and the girl replied that she was not crazy enough to do that. Snow White's mouth dropped open in surprise, saying that these creatures were divine, just like her. Sehen turned around when Lefei said that he was being too free in a place that wasn't his home, and also that he had brought some strange man here. Arthur remained silent, holding onto his staff. The protagonist smiled and introduced Arthur, saying that he was the owner of Excalibur, which the girl had guarded so carefully. Lefei frowned in shock. She looked at Arthur silently. The girl closed her eyes and said that she wouldn't believe it until she checked it herself. A purple glow appeared around the boulder, and Sehen said that that was why he wanted Arthur to draw the sword in front of Lefei. Arthur looked at the weapon. He frowned and said that the protagonist hadn't warned him that he would have to draw the sword. Sehen raised his hand and said that he respected Arthur's opinion and wanted to wait, but there was no more time. The screen showed images of monsters, and the protagonist asked how he could hesitate and feel something when he saw them. Arthur turned away and said that he had no guarantee that he would be able to pull out the sword, and Sehen replied that the more time the man delayed, the more players would die. The hilt of the sword shone brightly. Arthur sweated, looking down. He turned around and said that he agreed. Lefei frowned, crossing her arms. Snow White looked at the protagonist with concern. Arthur frowned. He grabbed the weapon. The players looked at the system notifications. A purple screen appeared in front of everyone. The dark-haired girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. She looked down and asked what it was. The system reported that the owner of the highest SS-ranked item had appeared. Arthur was holding a sword in his hand. Lefei smiled and said that Sehen had a keen eye, and the protagonist noted that they were different in this regard. The girl pushed Sehen and said that he was also impudent. She grabbed the staff. Closing her eyes, Lefei began to chant. Rays of purple light appeared around Arthur, and he asked what it was. The staff fell to the floor. The protagonist smirked and said that he should first make a contract for the eyes. Arthur looked at the sword, and Sehen said that his legs and inactive physical abilities would be restored. A red dragon was flying above the forest. Tisung looked up and said that he hadn't been able to do anything lately. Goen put her hand on her waist and said that the guild leader must have some kind of plan, and the man told her to stop. Tisung imagined Seonghyuk's face and said that even he had no choice but to pray when he faced these guys, and it was good that Tisung couldn't participate in the game. The man in the hat raised his hand and said that they had to deal with the behemoth first, and that the dragon would be harder to deal with, but they could kill the behemoth. He smiled and added that those in the top 10 from each server should go ahead, and that with the skill she could see the abilities of the behemoth, which was getting bigger as time went on. The monster opened its mouth, and Julian added that there were certain limits, but if the behemoth was left like this, it would become dangerous. He widened his eyes and turned to Eric. The boy frowned in shock when Julian said that he should be at the forefront because he had experience fighting the guard. Eric hesitantly pointed at himself, and the man raised his hand, asking if there was another Eric who had destroyed the guard. The boy gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and thought that he was in bad shape because the monster he had destroyed was not of such a large scale. A huge monster with horns looked at the forest. Eric's body caught fire as Julian ordered him to get ready. Eric frowned and shouted for everyone to attack. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in shock. The knight with a scar on his nose slung his sword over his shoulder. Arthur was running towards the hippopotamus. The man frowned in concentration. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. It swung its paw. Arthur's eyes widened. He jumped high into the air, avoiding the monster's attack. The hippopotamus wrinkled its nose and roared loudly. The monster fell to the ground. Arthur frowned and loudly called out to the protagonist. Sehen jumped up. He was falling down, holding a huge sword in his hand. The monster looked up as the protagonist approached him. Sehen imagined Shu's face and remembered the young man saying that it was a weapon that contained enough ester and mithril as well as impenetrable iron. The impact caused a powerful explosion. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind. A huge sword pierced the monster's body. Sehen looked down and ordered Arthur to attack the creature's legs so that it could no longer move. Arthur looked up and said that the protagonist was constantly asking him for difficult things. The monster stood up and Arthur said that it was quite possible for him to do so now. A fog rose around the behemoth. Arthur's sword shone brightly. The system provided information about the S-rank power fusion skill. The monster roared loudly and ran forward. Julian turned around and asked if the others would continue to just watch. He held an axe in his hand, shouting that they should attack the monster before it got any worse. Eric raised his hand, releasing fire. The pink-haired player frowned and ran forward. The witch in the black hat created many seals. Rays of bright light rushed towards the behemoth. The monster gritted his teeth, looking away. Arthur frowned tensely. He swung the shining sword. An explosion thundered, raising a sound wave. The players froze in shock. A gust of wind blew past them. Gray smoke rose. Arthur remained silent, looking straight ahead. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. The behemoth opened its mouth wide, screeching in rage. The players held their weapons in their hands, and the man with the axe shouted that they should continue to press the monster. Eric frowned and doubted that there was any hope that they could defeat the monster. The young man suddenly looked to the side, noticing some kind of aura. A dark blue glow was visible in the air. The dragon was flying towards the behemoth. The monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. Eric looked up, cursing loudly and saying that it was hard for them to handle one monster, and then another one appeared. The protagonist was floating in the air, looking down. He frowned and said that it was much harder to control than he thought. Arthur pursed his lips and San guessed that the man had died controlling it before he shared his psychological attack resistance skill with him. The system provided information about the acquired and general skills. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. A red dragon was approaching him. San smirked. He turned around and called out loudly to Arthur. The man stood below, asking if he should have blocked it, and San replied with a smile that free items had to be paid for. Arthur touched the sword and said that two monsters were the opposite for the better. The protagonist smirked and thought that it was true, because just like Morgan, if this was the red dragon from the legend, it would not be able to kill King Arthur. The dragon flapped its wings and landed. Its eyes were shining brightly. Arthur frowned and touched the blade. The dragon exhaled smoke, expressing its surprise. Arthur lowered his sword and asked if the dragon could talk, and the monster replied that it was a form of magic. Arthur gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and the dragon said that he did not expect to meet someone who would hold this weapon again, and that it was not easy to be a guard. Arthur looked up and asked how the red dragon of legend had become a monster. The dragon, whose eyes shone brightly, replied that the system had assigned him this role. Arthur stood in the middle of the field, asking if resistance was impossible, and the dragon replied that it was impossible to resist something that included the laws of the universe, and that there was no difference between him and a man. Arthur smiled and said that in that case it was strange that the dragon had become a monster, because he should have become a player. The dragon presented a human body and said that only people who looked like gods became players, so they could make them their avatars. The man opened his eyes. The dragon closed his mouth tightly and said that he wanted to tell Arthur many more things, but he could not. However, according to the oath of the gods, he could help him only once. The dragon turned away and Arthur asked him to elaborate. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The dragon flew into the air. He grabbed the hippopotamus by the horns. The dragon knocked another monster to the ground. The hippopotamus wrinkled its nose and screamed loudly. The warriors became wary, asking what kind of battle was going on. The dragon raised its head and let out a deafening screech. The protagonist flew up to the monster. Sahan looked down and assumed that he did not want to interfere personally. A bright purple beam appeared in the air. A dagger was sticking out of the monster's body. Sahan was falling rapidly. A stream of purple energy was visible. The dragon spread its wings and a sound wave passed from the protagonist's landing. The players opened their mouths in shock. Arthur fell to the ground, covering his face with his hand. An explosion was visible in the distance. The dragon flew into the sky. The system announced that the protagonist had received the God Killer achievement. A message appeared on the dark screen saying that he was getting a special reward for killing a strong guard. Sahan jumped to the ground, wondering where the red dragon had gone. The monster was flying high in the sky, and the protagonist thought that if he stayed here, he would have to fight the players. Julian, holding an axe in his hand, approached Sahan and said that he did not expect that he was such a great player. The protagonist turned around and said his name. Julian extended his hand forward, inviting Sahan to talk. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that he had better leave because of the looks of others, and Julian replied that it would be better for him. He closed his eyes and added that he hoped that they would meet again and talk. Sahan turned away, spread his wings and said goodbye. A loud bang was heard. The protagonist soared into the sky. Julian adjusted his hat, looking up. The map of the area was visible, and Sahan thought that this time he was convinced that all the servers were connected and would only get bigger. The planet Earth was emitting a blue glow. The protagonist flew forward, thinking that every outstanding player was important now to prepare for the right moment. A question was heard about whether Jisu was really alive. The attack rushed forward, and a thought was heard asking why it happened then. Sahan stubbornly ran and asked why the girl circled around him and did not even try to get closer. He jumped on several buildings and stopped. Looking back, the young man believes that the girl lost sight of him and was confused. She turned her head, and the thought was heard that nothing was clear from her appearance alone. Suddenly, Sahan's gaze became dumbfounded. He realized that Yidra was right. It turns out that anyone would probably say that. A wild girl appears, and it is said that such a thing would be possible if someone saw this sight, a beast without a mind. The boy tensely wonders if this is Jisu. He remembers the moment when he passed out due to poisoning in the first round. A girl appears next to him and San notices that someone carried him to the place where the hatch was and assumes that it was Jisu. He watches the girl rushing around. The boy suddenly jumps to the ground. A question is heard about why Jisu has changed so much. He attacks her, grabbing her head. San throws the girl to the ground. She is shaking and it turns out that she does not have the same regeneration skill as in the second round. Apparently that is why she is cautious. Jisu turns her gaze to the boy. It is said that she does not show hostility towards him. Sahan looks at her seriously, realizing that it is definitely Jisu. He looms over her. The boy runs his hand through her hair. He asks if the girl understands his words. Suddenly, Sahan turns away, telling her to follow him. It is said that usually those who have the Death Star skill feel hatred towards all people. A terrifying creature is shown. It turns out that this is an innate condition for someone to become an enemy of humanity. Jisu is shown, and it is said that she did not show such manifestations, probably due to her personal characteristics. Sahan looks thoughtfully, believing that it is the same with her. Yidra ponders, saying that the girl reminds her of someone. Jisu lies on the boy, and it turns out that the witch associates her with a pet. A suffering girl is shown, and it is said that there is a high probability that the Death Star could, on the contrary, manifest itself even more. A crying Jisu hugs San, who claims that in the second round, this skill merged with her instincts, so at least she looked human then, but now it is different. The girl's eyes are completely white, and it is suggested that her personality has completely disappeared. The boy rubs his eyes, thinking that it is unknown whether this is a feature of Jisu or the defense mechanism of the Death Star was activated, but he knows for sure that she stayed close to him to protect him. Sehen is shown walking away into the distance, and it turns out that he did not feel it in the first round. Jisu must have died at some point while following him. It is said that she was never able to tell anyone. The boy strokes Jisu's head, apologizing. The girl is surprised, and he promises to save her in the second round. A suggestion is made to go quietly. The Sin Guild headquarters is depicted. One of the people is lying down, wondering if someone has broken into the building since it is too quiet today. He sighs, wondering who would dare attack a guild that is ruled by the avatar of Hades. Suddenly, the man stands up, wondering where the people went. Someone's hands reach for his head. Suddenly, his head falls. Sehen is holding one hand with the other. Jisu is sitting with a man's leg bitten off, and it turns out that she was told not to do this. She only smiles at this. The boy looks at her seriously, noticing that her fighting skills have not completely disappeared. The leg flies off to the side, and the thought sounds that Jisu is moving more quickly since she cannot rely on her regeneration skill. Sehen turns around, telling the girl not to follow him further since it is dangerous. The girl brings her hand to her chest, trying to say something. Pointing her finger at the boy, she declares that she will protect him herself. He only sighs at this. They leave together as Jisu is allowed to do whatever she wants. A room is revealed and a voice tells Hyunsu that this is not good, it is dangerous. The woman looks tense but is told to stop. The boy complains that this is the only way to stay alive. He must grovel before someone stronger, just like his mother. His mother lowers her head, saying that she has a bad feeling about this. Hyunsu waves his hand, inviting her to go with him to the guild leader. The woman, scared, agrees. The boy sighs in annoyance, claiming that they should not constantly evade, while he himself thinks that he could have been killed a long time ago. He frowns, admitting the possibility that he will be able to go upstairs, and believes that soon he will make a contract with the devil and become the guild leader. The boy wants to prove that he is better than his sister. A fire has started in the large building. Magic circles are visible on the walls, and a joyful thought sounds that everything was resolved so easily. Jisu is standing on a corpse, and Sehen is thinking that they just needed the poisonous gas of these scorpions. Only Juwon and Hyunsu are left. They are in the office. Sprawled in a chair, the man notices that there is a riot outside. While his mother is worried, Hyunsu believes that bugs have appeared there. The leader, with his eyes closed, suggests that good guys have come who can be useful to him, and notes that there are 5 survivors left in this building. A phrase sounds about how this means that they only have 2 opponents. The man opens his eyes wide, activating the royal eye. The woman watches him dumbfounded. Taken aback, the leader gets up from his chair and asks if he scared her. Suddenly, he is told that he should not interfere personally. Hyunsu decisively declares that he will figure it out himself. Smiling, the man notices that the guy is confident in his abilities. The woman's son has a confident look because he decided to take advantage of the chance and win the leader's trust. His mother is worried, and he thinks that he can't rely on her alone. The boy takes out his sword, thinking that he is strong enough. His weapon is already ready. Using his ability, the man realizes that the enemy is approaching. Sehen kicks the door down. Hyunsu prepares to hit, gritting his teeth. He mentally wishes for his death. However, the boy dodges the blow. He attacks from behind. Sehen hits the boy right in the neck. Hyunsu's eyes become lifeless. The boy turns to the leader, who claims that now he understands why his guys were weaker. Smiling, the man says that he likes strong players and Taesung was small prey for him. In Seoul, no player interested him. Sehun looks at him silently. A magic circle forms above the leader, and it turns out that he is curious if the boy can amuse him. Suddenly, he is hit on the head. Sehun immediately appears behind him. Grinning, he notices that the man talks a lot. He wounds the leader. The chain with the weapon flies forward. A powerful blow occurs. The young man begins to run away. He leans his hand on the floor, noticing that the man's indicators are now quite high, and there is also that skill. The guild leader holds his wound, declaring that he will tear the enemy apart with one blow. Many magic circles appear around him. Attacks immediately begin to pour out of them. The man rushes forward, but pays attention to this. He looks around in bewilderment. Smiling broadly, the leader claims that Sehun uses good techniques. The young man does not stop casting spells and asks if this is all that the guild leader is capable of. The man breaks away and thinks that he did not want to use this too. A thought sounds, using a skill. The long-haired man begins to disappear. Now there is no trace left of him. Sehun looks around in bewilderment. He is tense and understands that this is a skill that allows you to hide and attack unexpectedly. Jiwon just smirks contentedly. He finds himself behind the boy. Suddenly, blood flies in all directions. The man stares ahead, dumbfounded, with a lifeless gaze. He coughs up blood. Sehun pierced him with his sword, and it becomes known that he did not see him. The boy smiles, saying that he thought that the guild leader would jump out from there. Blood splashes, and the thought sounds that while the enemy is guarding his rear, he will probably decide to jump out from the front and strike. The weapon falls to the floor, and it is said that habits will not go away even if the presence is hidden. The man continues to spit his own blood, dying. He finally sinks to the ground. Sehun pays attention to something. Hyunsu's mother is shaking all over with fear. The boy realizes that he has found what he was looking for. The hero walked forward. The woman followed him and thought that if she followed him, she would die. Sehun turned around, approaching the girl and asked, "Is there a problem?" The woman looked at the girl in shock. Jisu looked at her. The woman asked, "Is it really her?" Jisu hugged her mother, who began to ask what was wrong with her. Sehun turned around and said that they can't stay here for long, suggested that they go further because he came here specifically for them. He looked at the door and thought that he can't delay any longer, otherwise the guild members will arrive here. The hero approached his friend and asked her not to lag behind. He threw his friend's mother over his shoulder and immediately apologized. Skyscraper, the heroes jump out of the window and fly down. Meanwhile, a broken window was left in the guild. The guy gritted his teeth and trembled, wondering if they really treated him like small fry. He looked at the corpse and thought if he had made a contract with a demon or a god, everything would be different. His face was illuminated by a red light. The system showed a letter sent by Hades. The guy asked what else was that. Meanwhile, Jisu was running around the woman with another creature. The woman asked what it meant that she needed to meet Jisu and said that she was here. Sehun scratched the back of his head and said that it took too long to explain. He began to think about what to tell her. Jisu hugged her mother again. The hero hoped for Idra to appear and explain everything. Suddenly, the girl hugged his leg. He said that he was not telling her that. The woman watched what was happening in confusion, noted how much Jisu listened to people. Sehun walked away and said that if she showed the same reaction, most likely she would treat her the same way. The woman waved her hands and said that she did not want that. Sehun looked at her questioningly. He wondered why she was so afraid of her daughter. He looked at her reproachfully and asked if she had hit her. The woman shook her head in fear and said no. How could she? Sehun looked askance and thought that people like her would hurt others to overcome their own fears. He looked at the red glow in his mother's eyes and began to think why Jisu still loved her mother and endured so much for her sake. Jisu said no. She hid behind the hero's back and told her mother not to hate. Sehun looked at her tensely and said that it was not about that at all. The woman looked at her daughter in fear and asked what she had said. Jisu flinched and told her mother that she was a kind girl. The mother covered her mouth with her hand and began to ask why she. She reached out her hand to her and jumped up. Sehun became wary. There was a blow. Sehun jumped back. Jisu got up on all fours. The woman lay in front of the crack that had formed. The guy looked at her and asked if she really dodged such a blow. Hyunsu smiled and picked up the scythe on the chain. He said that it would not be so interesting if she died so quickly. Sehun frowned at him and thought that he deliberately left him alive because of his family, and this Hades knew who to get to. Hyunsu was floating in the air. The hero looked at him and asked if all this was really for the sake of killing him. The guy said that to be more precise, Hades wanted to test his abilities, and he was just an obstacle in his way. Sehun got angry and said that his attacks could harm his sister and mother, asked if he was crazy. Hyunsu laughed. His eyes turned red. He said that he was aiming at them. He wanted to get rid of his annoying sister and annoying mother with one blow, but he got in his way. Sehen looked down, thought that Hades gave him a lot of points because Ju-won died. He ordered Jisu to protect her mother. His girlfriend jumped up. The hero looked at the enemy and said how he got on his nerves, thought that he didn't want to kill him because he still had to convince Jisu's mother. Hyunsu smiled and asked again and said that the hero didn't quite understand what was going on. He began to evaporate. Sehen covered himself with his hand in fear. Hyunsu appeared in front of them and struck, but the hero blocked. Hyunsu's eyes widened, surprised that the hero had deflected the blow. He began to swing and thought that it was too obvious an attack and decided that he would hit properly. He jumped up. Sparks flew from the blow. Sehen blocked the blows of his scythe. Hyunsu screamed surrounded by magic and asked how he blocked his blow. Sehen struck again and said that because he destroyed the building, lime powder filled everything around, that's why he left traces when he moved. He made a wide slash and asked what the meaning of all these indicators was. He grabbed the guy by the neck and said that they had completely different experiences. Hyunsu spat out blood. He looked forward in shock and thought that this couldn't be. After all, he was the avatar of the Demon King. His hands were shaking. He thought about the fact that the deity itself chose him. Sehen looked at him tiredly. Hyunsu did not understand anything. He smiled and asked if this was true. He began to laugh. Sehen leaned forward and asked what was funny. The guy sweated, intercepted the hero's sword, said that everything was too bad. Hades told him that he could not resist the hero, so he would tell him how to finish him off. Sehen frowned and began to think about what the guy was planning. Hyunsu said that he refused. His eyes flashed red. He said that he had no doubt that he could finish off someone like him with his own strength, but it seemed that this little god was right. Sehen swung his hand sharply and hit Hyunsu on the head. He squeezed the hero's hand. Sehen gritted his teeth and asked if it was really worth it to let it go that way. He was addressing Hades. Hyunsu looked at him with a strange gaze. Hades asked if the hero was curious why he did that. He stood there, pierced by a sword, and said that to be honest, he himself did not know, but his mood was spoiled. He thought about the hero, said that he had a feeling that he was not the first time killing his avatar. Sehen tensed, thought that Hades did not remember everything, like Hydra, but the sensations remained in him. The hero did not think that he would inhabit the body of the dead Hyunsu. Hades swung his scythe, asked if the hero could now block death itself. Sehen tensed, thought that due to the difference in indicators he would not be able to escape and realized that he would have to cut off his hand. Sehen turned sharply. Hades opened his eyes wide. Jisu knocked the scythe out of his hands. She looked at him angrily. Sehen smiled, needing his undamaged hand. Hades began to grin and ask, what kind of rude creatures are these? Don't they even fear God? Sehen took out his sword from the window and asked why they should be afraid of some losers. Hades frowned. He grabbed his injured hand and thought that something had snapped in his hand from that attack, and thought that it would be hard to defeat two people in that little man's body. He said that he admitted it. The couple looked at the god questioningly, and he became covered in a red aura and said that he had lost this time. Sehen frowned, thinking that he was up to something again. Decided that once he struck, he would put an end to him. Hades smiled, blood flowing from his mouth, and said that even though he had lost, he struck and said that the hero would not be able to win either. Sehen bent over. A powerful attack swept forward. Sehen approached Hades. He chopped off his head. Hyunsu's head flew away with a frozen smile. Sehen looked at him tensely, trying to figure out if he was really smiling. He turned around, realizing that he was not the target. He screamed dangerously. Jisu's mother looked at the approaching attack. A shadow fell on her frightened face. Jisu's eyes widened. Her daughter blocked the attack with her body. There was a pop. Sehen screamed his friend's name. He grabbed the injured girl. His face was covered in sweat. He asked why she did this. Jisu smiled. Blood came out of her mouth. She reminded that the hero himself told her to protect. Sehen gritted his teeth, asked if she had come to her senses. The girl assumed that her mind returned because of the pain. She asked if her mother was okay. The woman sighed in relief and said yes. The hero thought she looked too calm. He glared at her, but Jisu smiled and said that there was no need to be angry. She said that she herself knew that her mother was afraid of her. She asked where she made a mistake. Sehen looked at her and said that she was not guilty of anything. Jisu closed her eyes. The girl said that the hero said so then, even though she did not remember anything. Sehen carefully put the girl on the ground. Jisu asked for forgiveness and said that she could not protect him anymore, but the hero asked not to think about it. Jisu said that the hero was strong and would probably be able to complete this game. She smiled. She said that he had always been like this. She remembered how he played the game on a laptop. He said that once he started, he needed to complete it. The girl said that if he started something, he would definitely finish it. She coughed up blood. The guy continued to hold her. Jisu said that she had a request, asked under no circumstances. She looked at him tiredly and asked him not to forget her. Sehen looked at her hard and said that he would never. He took her hand. A glow appeared. She said that's good. The girl evaporated. The system reported that the hero absorbed the sick girl's love ability. The hero just realized that this was always a feature. The system opened the description of the feature about loving and protecting only one man. The hero thought that it was impossible to know what effects this feature had. The woman twisted her mouth and asked the hero to listen. She came closer and asked if Jisu died. Sahan turned around abruptly and said yes. She breathed a sigh of relief. The hero thought that she was acting so calmly because she was alive. Sahan looked at her angrily. Her son was killed and her daughter died protecting her. He thought that such a woman was Jisu's mother. She looked at the hero confusedly and asked what he was going to tell her, remembered that they needed to go to another world, asked if it was safe there. Sahan walked back, said that it was not necessary and said that he was wrong. The woman asked again. Sahan angrily turned around and said that it seemed that Jisu did not need her that much. The woman began to get nervous and asked what he meant. The hero didn't know how she treated Jisu before. He decided that even if she had beaten her as a child, it was all in the past. He went back and said that he could see the present and evaluate it. The woman began to ask him to wait for her. Sahan thought that Jisu had her now. He thought it was poison. The woman fearfully reached out to the hero and asked if he needed her. Sahan briefly said that he didn't need her. He thought that if he took this woman to the second round, he would have nothing to say to Jisu, who was overcome with madness. He was lost. The woman fell to her knees and began to say no, no. The hero thought that judging by the fact that she hesitated, looking at her daughter, perhaps she still had maternal feelings, but she should have shown these feelings towards Jisu from the first round. Sahan ran forward. He thought that this is what is called being a mother. Yidra said that his time would soon be over. Sahan sat with her on the roof and looked at the ruins. The goddess said that in this case the hero will fail the task. Does he agree to it? Sahan said yes. She smiled, looking at him, said if he does not bring Jisu's mother, there will be no other way to bring her back. The hero said that there is a way. He looked forward and said that from the beginning he just tried to avoid it, but now he has decided everything and he is responsible for Jisu. Yidra sighed pompously. She looked at the ruins with sadness and said that she is lenient and will allow one more person to be added. She opened a portal. Sahan stepped forward. Surprised, he looked down and thought that this is not like him. The system reported that the hero failed the task. It was the first time he failed the task in the second round, but still, he can't say that this has spoiled his mood. An explosion was heard in front of the couple. Men looked at him and asked if he was really okay. The hero said that it was not that important and that he could free her at any time. Mina turned around abruptly and said that if he said that, then he would really take it off. She approached the portal and said that as soon as the barrier opened, she would escape. Sahan took a fighting stance and told them to run as far as possible, and if there were people nearby, he asked them to take them and run for cover. The girl asked if the hero would really fight. He leaned forward and said that he would save them. Mina tore a piece of stone out of the asphalt. She entered the portal and the hero thought that while she was locked up, her madness had intensified. The portal disappeared and Jisu appeared, screaming and holding her head. The hero noticed that it was obvious that she was having a hard time. He thought that she was probably enduring it to hide her true nature. After all, she had so many fears. He pursed his lips. He turned to his friend. The girl jerked and screamed. Sahan looked at her from under his brows and said there was no need to restrain herself. Jisu looked ahead questioningly. The hero said there was no need. He waved the knives and said that he would take everything, asked to attack. The girl's eyes began to burn brighter. She assumed a berserker pose, entered his mode. She took off. Sahan narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. She approached the hero with jumps and struck with a mace. He managed to block, threw her aside, started to strike with his foot, threw her back, landed and said that he felt like he was fighting a piece of steel. He looked at the hole in the wall, intercepted the knife. Something jumped out of the hole. Sahan tensed up. At the last moment, he blocked. He narrowed his eyes and realized that the right moment had come. He struck Jisu. Blood spurted. The mace with the severed arm fell to the side. The girl froze. Her arm began to regenerate. Muscles began to grow on the bone. Sahan smiled in shock, thinking that with such a regenerative power, one could consider that there was simply no punishment in the form of a decrease in strength. He understood why incredible experience points were needed without any skills. The fight continued throughout the city. Jisu continued to attack the hero. He looked at her tensely and thought that minor wounds only increased points due to the Death Star. He decided that in this case, he summoned a huge steel cube. He waved his hand. Jisu was crushed by the huge cube. The hero slammed it into the ground from a great height. He looked tensely at the consequences and thought that the girl must have passed under it. Jisu calmly got up. She stood up and looked ahead in surprise. The huge cube fell on her again. There was a crash. Sahan landed opposite the girl. She looked at him angrily. She began to open her eyes wider. The hero reached out his hand to her. He smiled and asked her to stop resisting. The iron bars trapped the girl. Sahan grabbed his friend's chin. He pressed his forehead to hers and said that this was the end. The system reported the start of synchronization of 2 players. In the past, they were sitting at the table. Jisu asked if he wasn't bored having fun alone. Sehen irritably began to shake his phone. Jisu reminded that the hero had always been an outsider. He said that it was more comfortable to be alone. The girl said that such people are usually called outsiders. Sehen remained silent. He started playing on the phone again and asked why Jisu was talking to him. Jisu fixed her hair and said that she herself did not know. The hero called her strange. Jisu was embarrassed and said that she was ordinary. The guy didn't turn around and said that it seemed to him that she was wearing a mask. Although he didn't really care, he asked her not to be offended. He wasn't reproaching her, because it was just a type of human behavior. Jisu looked away and asked if the hero would be mad if she said she was wearing a mask and lying to him. He said he didn't care who she was to him, to care that much. She said it was too much. Sehen looked up from his phone and said he was okay with it, so he asked him to stop sulking. Jisu looked at the hero in surprise. He said she had a face like he was scolding her for something. He said she had done nothing wrong, so she asked him to stop trying to adapt to him. Jisu grabbed her face and asked if it was that obvious. Sehen said it was. He looked at her with annoyance and said she had always been like this since they first met and he couldn't do that, so he said she deserved respect. He said it was more comfortable being who she was rather than pretending to be someone by looking at others, right? Jisu looked down and said that then she would be feared like her mother. She said that it was quite possible that she was a very bad person. Sehen wiped his mouth and asked if she really wanted to talk about family. Jisu smiled and said that there was no other subtext, she just didn't like herself. Sehen stood up and said that he didn't know what exactly she was hiding. He walked past her and said that she wasn't as bad as she thought, and if she was bad she wouldn't even talk to an outsider like him. He opened the door. The girl said that he didn't call himself an outsider, he just liked being alone. Sehen said confusedly that it was an expression, just words. He turned away and said that if it was hard to pretend, come to him, because no matter how she appeared, it wouldn't bother him much. Jisu sweated and asked, even if she was very scary. He said yes. Jisu blushed and smiled. In the present, she gritted her teeth, sweating. She fell to the ground. There was a crash. Sehen jumped back and asked Yidra if it was a failure. He looked at the observer's eye worriedly and asked if the synchronization was going on. Jisu went outside and moaned. She saw the hero lying on the ground, looking tiredly at the sky, how he held the sword above himself, how he smiled, tearing his clothes, and how he sat on the bench. She grabbed her head. She thought about Appa. Sehen looked at her tensely. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She remembered how she died in his arms and said that he did not forget and kept his promise. Her hand dropped. She thought that nothing bad would happen now. She could not hide her true appearance. The red light evaporated from her eyes. The hero told her that she did nothing wrong. Sehen shook his coat and said that it was his fault that he had failed to prevent this situation and had been too careless because there had been no particularly dangerous moments so far. Jisu swayed in fear and wanted to object, but the hero said that it was still difficult for him to respond to her feelings. He came closer. He threw his coat over her and said that he would never leave her. He smiled and asked her to stop shaking and being afraid. Jisu blushed and looked at him. She hugged him tightly and said good. Yidra watched from the side. She covered her face in embarrassment and said that she should be magnanimous because there was nothing wrong with that. She watched the couple hugging and thought that they looked good on the video. Yidra said that she was magnanimous and patient. The protagonist stood in the center of the square, with his defeated opponents lying around him. Ian clutched her wounded arm and was shocked that so many soldiers had not managed to hit him even once. Sehen frowned and noticed that she had finally calmed down and asked where their leader was. The woman reached for her sword. Jumping into the air and swinging her weapon, the deputy asked if the enemy was aiming for the guild leader as well. The boy parried the blow with a light movement and stated that he had come to help them instead, since if it was Mamajak in front of them, they would have been dead by now. Jumping back, the girl agreed with him and asked what he meant by wanting to help them. The boy put his sword behind his back and said that Constellation had most likely transformed into the guild leader, changed his appearance again and fled from here. Ian raised her eyebrows and said that this couldn't be true, since after one transformation, a chameleon cannot change for about half a day. Putting the weapon in the system window, the player asked where the source of this information was and whether the leader had checked it. The shocked woman's eyes turned white. The stunned Shinel was lying on the ground. The protagonist decided that the enemy must have left some kind of hint or lead that would help get to the next point, because he knew for sure that he could not stop him with so many people. Squeezing her eyes, the deputy said that the leader wanted the young man to go to the Pianwa Guild. Hearing this name, Sehen opened the system window and realized that his friend was still alive. Sitting on the couch, Ian remembered that her colleagues bragged that they were in the top 3 guilds. Imagining how the leaders of other guilds shook hands, she gritted her teeth and realized that they had conspired behind Pianwa's back. The woman decided to collect information on Mamajik. Someone approached her from behind and asked what she was interested in knowing. The guild leader shuddered, not understanding where this man came from. Fire appeared in her hand, but the man abruptly grabbed her wrist. Squeezing her hand, Constellation asked her not to be angry, because he did not come to provoke her, he was just tired of everything. The girl frowned and asked if it was really Mama Jack in front of her. Smiling, the chameleon asked her not to make unnecessary movements, because she would not be able to charm him, because for him there was only one woman. Looking around in fear, Ian asked if there was really no one outside and ordered her subordinates to capture the enemy. Summoning a blade in his hand, the man said that he put everyone outside to sleep and added that he was pleased to see the leader of Manhwa. The tip of the blade was directed towards her neck. A raven appeared in the window. The creature spread its wings. Constellation opened his eyes in shock. A powerful blow smashed the office window. Grabbing the chameleon by the throat, the winged protagonist said that he had arrived just in time. Smiling widely, Mamajik was surprised that the enemy had arrived here so quickly without killing anyone along the way. Frowning, Saiyan asked why he wanted to kill this woman. Imagining people gathered on the battlefield against the cavalry, the man said that he was bothered by the girl's ability to fly in the sky. Deciding to end this unpleasant conversation, the guy swung his hand, but his opponent disappeared. Seeing a dragonfly in the air, the young man realized that the enemy had transformed. The insect flapped its wings. Having turned into a human again, Constellation pinned his opponent to the floor with his foot. The player jumped to the side. Squinting, the protagonist realized that the enemy wanted to escape with the help of transformation because he had low points. The enemies rushed towards each other. Seeing a sharp movement in front of him, the chameleon lost sight of his opponent. Suddenly, he looked back, feeling something behind him. Saiyan hit him in the chest. Due to the strong blow, the villain's body flew out of the building and fell on the roof. The guy stood on the windowsill and noticed how his enemy rose into the air. He also got wings. Taking out a sword from the system window, the young man decided that he needed to make the enemy move slower. Many crows surrounded Mamajak. They huddled together. With wide eyes, the player realized that the man had transformed into a crow. Shannon appeared behind him and said that his friend was the most popular of those who had made a contract with the devil. Due to his blow, the main character fell to the ground, blood splashed in the air. Raising his hand, the enemy used the Cyclops skill. His hand increased in size several times. A giant fist forcefully hit the roof of the neighboring building. Using Shadow Run, Saiyan appeared behind his opponent. The blade of his sword pierced Shannon through and through. However, his body turned into smoke. The boy realized that it was just a double. Folding his wings, he realized that the villain was offering him a game of hide and seek to stall for time. Finding himself behind him, Constellation laughed and said that now it became clear to him why the game master was hunting his opponent. Smiling, the chameleon remembered that Acardos ordered him to kill the player. His orange eyes sparkled from under his hat. Seeing Taylor standing in the middle of the street, Mamajak thought that he needed to temporarily disable the enemy in order to get her. The heroes hung in the air opposite each other. The man said that his enemy would be the biggest variable in the game. The young man thanked him for the compliment. Raising his hands, Constellation wished to end the fight because the enemy still had a skill capable of hitting him. Looking down, the protagonist realized that he knew about the proof of superiority and asked if the chameleon had killed Sunhak and Tisun. Smiling, Mamajak replied that he would not allow himself to put the enemy at a disadvantage by killing the guild leaders. He felt sorry that he couldn't kill the leader of Manhwa. Ian watched them from the floor of the office. The man said that he should go because he had a lot of things to do, but a dagger immediately pierced his chest. His body crashed into the guild building. Seeing the enemy pinned to the wall by the dagger, Sehen realized that it was a doll and that was why his score was so low. Squinting, the guy began to think about where his real body could be. Hearing a strange sound, he looked down. The letter from Mina was a message that Constellation wanted to take Taylor. On the numerous windows in front of the chameleon, there were images of the player. Seeing the letter from Nibiru's in front of him, Mamajak understood why he needed information about the boy. The man's mouth opened in surprise. Seeing the image of Taylor in front of him, Constellation thought that such a vessel could accept anything, because she simply had a perfect body. The girl was lying on the altar. The chameleon said that he had studied a lot, increased his divinity, and suffered for a long time for this day. He brought the medallion to the girl, intending to free his beloved after so much time. The medallion lit up. Mamajak assumed that it must have been hard for her. Taylor grabbed the pendant and pressed it to her chest. The man, his mouth open in surprise, called out to his friend. Rising to her feet, Mina asked if the enemy was really going to feed her friend. The girl smirked, pointed to the medallion and asked if this was his weak spot. The Constellation trembled. Narrowing his eyes angrily, he asked what the girl had done to his friend. Seeing the waves of dark energy, Mina jumped to the floor. Raising her eyebrows, she wondered why she had to do this at all. A few hours ago, the friends were walking down the street. The girl asked how she could abandon such an urgent matter and leave. Frowning, Taylor was glad that their friend could fly again even after a hard fight. Closing her eyes, the girl said that it was nothing surprising because Sehen always does things his own way. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Looking around, Mina realized that something was approaching and asked her friend to remain calm. Seeing a glow in front of her, the girl used space separation. The chameleon turned into a monster. Turning into a squirrel, the girl grabbed the medallion and ran. A powerful explosion was heard in the street. Rock fragments fell to the ground, but the beast managed to go around them. A message appeared about the use of the starfish skill. Mina closed her eyes and thought that she would have died if not for this skill. A notification appeared from a worried Loki, who asked her avatar to run away, dodging falling debris. The squirrel decided that the transfer skill was not so stupid. The clown said that in the future, Mamajak will be able to adopt the skills of animals, so he has a high level. The beast asked with tears, does it matter if the villain can already change his appearance? Turning into a raven, the man shouted the name of his beloved. He looked down. Nina was running along the road right below him. The bird swooped down. From the impact, the squirrel dropped the medallion. The pendant fell to the ground. The constellation reached out to it with his hand. The girl hit the ground with a giant fist with force. Picking up the medallion, the chameleon said that he had very good reflexes. Gritting his teeth, the girl said that she would not let him take the pendant. Turning into an eagle, Mina flew into the air. Mamajak turned into a dragon and rushed after her. The reptile opened its mouth to devour the enemy. Its jaws slammed shut. The bird managed to dodge. In front of her appeared a letter from the main character, who asked his friend to lure the enemy into the building of their guild. Spreading her wings, the girl asked if her friend was offering to capture the enemy together. San explained that he would temporarily remove the safe zone settings and that the villain should be in the building itself. The protective barrier evaporated. The girl asked if her leader had a clear plan. The guy asked her to fulfill her request. Squinting, the dragon repeated the name of his beloved once again. He flew over the city after the bird. Standing surrounded by his allies, the young man asked everyone to get ready because soon Mina would lure the constellation here. Swiping the system window, the player added that the chameleon's goal was to save a girl. Grabbing her head, Taylor asked if everything would be okay with their friend. Snow White tried to calm her down. Imagining the medallion in the bird's paws, the protagonist said that this was a great chance because the girl had the enemy's weak spot. The building was covered with a green barrier. Neither monsters nor observers could enter the safe zone. The orcs were trying to break through to the outside, but the barrier was preventing them from leaving. Looking up, Sehen decided to remove the security settings on the guild building and turn them back on when the enemy was inside. The notification asked if the user wanted to increase the guild's defense level to the maximum. The boy frowned and confirmed it, despite the high price. A bright light illuminated the office. The men looked around, feeling the dragon approaching. Mina closed her eyes in fear. The monster broke through the wall of the building with its body. The girl hugged her friend, promising to never do it again. The boy praised her and said that he would thank her later. The dragon spread its wings. Luke grabbed its wing. Chanu trembled, feeling incredible strength. Mina ran to the side. The monster turned its attention to its enemy. The player said that he was very pleased to see this. Throwing gloves appeared on his hands. Fire burst out of Mamajak's mouth. Rushing forward, the protagonist used unity of conviction. Constellation's eyes widened in shock. Sehen leapt into the air and swung his arm. The blow caused the dragon to turn back into a human and fall to the ground. His body lay on a pile of rubble. The man asked if his opponent was really offering him a real fight. Smiling, the boy concluded that judging by how mad the enemy had become when the medallion was taken from him, it would not be interesting to fight him. Narrowing his eyes, the chameleon sarcastically praised his self-confidence. Rising to his feet, he said that he felt sorry for the boy when Akardos first gave him a task. Mamajak said that now his opinion had changed and that the enemy would regret getting involved in this. Dust rose around him. The man looked away. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Swinging his fist, the young man asked if his opponent still had time to look around. The player hit the ground with force, but Constellation managed to jump to the side. Chanu and Luke pounced on him from behind. The chameleon dodged their attacks, turning into a small imp. His hand grew in size. Soon it covered the blonde. His comrade was also trapped. Turning into a huge orc, Mamajak threw them in different directions. The green flesh began to disappear. Then the man took on human form. The opponent's swords crossed. Luke tried to attack with his fists, but Constellation pushed him away. The sworn heroes were alone. The chameleon promised a painless death if the protagonist returned the medallion to him. Grinning, San said that his enemy spoke as if he was confident in his victory. Raising his hand, Mamajak explained that his doubles had half the strength of his own, and the boy had difficulty coping with them. Flashing his fiery eyes, the boy said that he also did not fight at full strength. Thanks to the use of the proof of superiority skill, his body was covered in purple fire. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if his opponent hadn't finished yet. A sword blade appeared from a dark portal. The weapon appeared next to its owner. The young man beckoned to the enemy and called him to attack. Pragar flashed in the air. A notification said that it was the Fairy King's sword. Seeing it, Constellation asked where his opponent got an S-rank item from. Grinning and imagining the Emerald Cube, the player thought that he forgot about this item from the first round transmission set. At that moment he failed to receive the reward for the 4th task, so his reward for the 5th task became 1 level higher. Putting up his index finger, the protagonist remembered that this sword absorbs magical powers, so it has limitations in control. Deciding that this is not so important now, he pointed his finger at the enemy. Chameleon closed his eyes in confusion. The sword flew past him at great speed. Opening his mouth in amazement, Sehen realized that this was the effect of a simple movement and that disaster could happen if he made even one mistake. The sword fell into a dark portal. Frowning, Mamajak realized that the weapon was gone. Suddenly, many portals appeared around him. The sword began to rush from one rift to another, leaving cuts on the enemy's body, who was outraged by the use of cheap tricks. Pointing his hands at him, the guy said that he better not talk about cheap tricks, because he kidnapped a person. A notification about updating the defense level appeared. The young man realized that he only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. The man dodged the flying sword. Suddenly, Constellation puffed out his cheeks. Thick black smoke flew out of his mouth. Covering his mouth with his hand, the player thought that he was already tired of all these tricks. Luke appeared behind him. His gaze was determined. At the same moment, a sword flew past him. Looking at his hand, the villain in the form of a blonde asked how this happened. Turning around, the protagonist asked if the enemy really thought that a sword could catch up with the enemy with just one look. Turning into a dragon, the chameleon said that the enemy should not underestimate him. A wave of fire burst out of his mouth. The fireball exploded, feathers appeared from under it. Saiyan protected himself from the flames with his wings. A dragonfly flew towards him. Seeing it, the guy frowned tensely. Turning into a man, Mamajak kicked him hard. Looking down, he said that resisting was a waste of time since he couldn't win anyway. Raising his hand and smirking, the young man asked if this was a waste of time. The player touched the system window. The building was covered in a green haze. Notifications reported that the guild update was complete and that a reinforced safe zone had been activated on one of the floors. Seeing streams of red energy in front of him, the man asked what was going on. The constellation opened its mouth in shock. A notification reported that an intrusion with a danger level of S rank was detected. A message appeared to immediately eliminate the intruder of the safe zone. Many shotguns appeared in the air. Gritting his teeth, the chameleon held his hand out in front of him and shouted the enemy's name. The sounds of gunshots were heard, bright flashes appeared, ash rose into the air. The energy dissipated. The heroes looked at the villain lying on the floor. Lowering his eyebrows, Chanu was surprised by his incredible power and asked if they had any casualties. Looking at himself, Luke said that he had no wounds or scratches. Frowning sternly, the protagonist explained that the security system did not work on allies. Mina asked if their enemy was really dead. Her friend said that he would be under attack until he stopped moving. Namajak shuddered. Saiyan noticed it, squinting. With a sharp jerk, the man grabbed Mina and pulled out a knife. The guy fearfully put his hand in front of him. Taylor protected her friend with her body. A deep cut appeared on her back. The shotgun appeared in the air again. Several shots hit Constellation right. Opening his mouth in pain, he thought that he could not die so easily. His eyes lit up. The chameleon decided not to die for his beloved. Gritting his teeth, the young man wondered what kind of power this was. He had to cover his friends with his wings. A bright flash of light illuminated Mamajak's body. A powerful explosion of blue energy was heard in the guild building. A notification said that an error had been detected in the system and that temporary maintenance had begun. Putting a hand to his head, the player realized that this was exactly what the enemy wanted and wondered if he was really dead. Saying that something terrible had happened, Mina picked up the chain and said that the medallion was gone. Looking around, the protagonist realized that the man was hunting him and thought that if he had not managed to escape, then the system would kill him as soon as it was restored. Looking at his friends, San said that he would have to go look for the constellation and asked how Taylor was doing. The girl replied that she was slightly scratched, creating a bright green flash on her body. Snow White began to heal. Rushing into the corridor, the guy asked them not to disperse until the situation was cleared up. Looking forward with determination, the young man thought that he absolutely must not let the chameleon meet Jisu. Holding the medallion in his mouth, the lizard thought that he had not taken such a form for a long time. Squinting, Mamajak realized that he did not have much time, because the system was stopped for only a few minutes, so he needed to at least hide the pendant. His eyes were blinded by a bright light. Constellation fell to the floor. Rising up on trembling paws, he realized that this was the storage. Seeing a tall tank in front of him, the chameleon wondered where his enemy got such items. Extending his bloody hand up, Mamajak thought that his opponent was not an ordinary person. A notification appeared asking the user to enter the player's blood as a catalyst. Trembling in pain, the man realized that he could receive the influence of the catalyst. In his shaking hands was the medallion. Smiling, Constellation realized that he had the opportunity to give everything he had to resurrect his beloved. The medallion fell into the tank, turning the water crimson. Looking around, the protagonist asked if no one really came here. She replied that no one had appeared here and asked if the fight upstairs was over. Frowning, Sahan replied that he did not know if this could be called the end and wondered where the enemy could have gone. A notification appeared about the completion of the 6th task, for which a reward was assigned. Looking at it, the guy was surprised that Mamajak died so easily and realized that the defense system did not detect any more invaders. Looking at the system window, she reported that a notification about the end of the task appeared. Putting a hand to his forehead, the young man said that something did not add up and thought that the man could not just up and die, disappearing along with the medallion. There was a roar, the building shook, causing Shiu to fall to the floor. Pointing at the ceiling, he said that something strange was happening upstairs. The player said that it was obvious. Remembering the warehouse, the protagonist suddenly jumped up. Running towards the warehouse, Sahin wondered why the defense system had not worked when the explosion occurred. Standing at the door, Luke called out to his comrade. Looking into the room, the guy asked where Mamajak was. The man replied that he did not know and added that this appeared here. In the center of the room stood a girl with long red hair. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought about how a stranger appeared in the warehouse. Mina appeared in his memories, holding the chain from the medallion that Constellation stole. Then a memory appeared of how the chameleon cut Taylor. Her blood remained on the dagger. The player's eyes widened, realizing something. Eliza turned around. The heroes noticed a dark aura around her. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist realized that it was Taylor's aura and that because of this, the security system had taken the girl for an ally. The woman jumped out of the building's window. A notification appeared about receiving an additional task to kill or subdue the fugitive. Looking at it, Sahan was surprised that it was a difficulty level of remembering how Mamajak narrowed his eyes under the influence of the system's debuff. The guy wondered how dangerous Eliza could be if these restrictions did not affect her at all. Something to the side caught his attention. Landing on the road, he saw the bodies of people whom the girl had managed to attack. The woman put her hands in front of a city dweller using the skill Exhaustion, which sucks out the life energy of the victim. The chameleon did not have a skill, which means he is unique. A knife jumped out of the portal. The blade rushed forward and approached the enemy. At the same moment, the dagger bounced off her and crashed into the ground. Seeing that the enemy's skin had turned metallic before the knife had come close, the young man realized that he needed mithril or orichalcum. Eliza lowered her hand. She looked back. Seeing that the enemy had suddenly risen into the air, the player thought that her abilities were far superior to Mamajak's. Opening his mouth in shock, the protagonist realized that she had the divinity of the constellation and that if a little more time passed, it would be impossible to reverse. The girl ran along the road. Suddenly, a bomb appeared next to her. Stopping, the woman threw the bombs away from herself with waves of energy. The extinguished shells fell to the ground. Squinting, Sahan realized that the enemy changed physical properties depending on the type of attack. Random players jumped off the roof and rushed towards Eliza. She raised her leg to kick the ground. A long wide crack appeared on the asphalt. The shockwave caused people to fall to the ground. The girl yawned. The guy realized why she was called exceptional. Watching her from the roof, the young man saw that the enemy had sated himself with the exhaustion skill and fell asleep. Landing on the same roof, Mina decided that they would not have problems if they left her here. The woman was sleeping on a city flower bed. The player explained that she had too much divine energy of Mamajak, because of which she could explode at any moment. Summoning a system window next to him, he added that they had little time left before awakening. The girl asked what would happen when time runs out. Her friend answered that they would all die. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the enemy had very high point values and that Eliza reacted to most attacks in an exceptional way, and if you take into account Taylor's ability, then a direct attack would turn into extra points for her. Imagining the sparkling Excalibur in the man's hands, Sahan remembered that he wouldn't be able to summon English players here. Imagining the sparkling Pragara, he decided that the risk of failure was too great due to the lack of magical powers. Gritting his teeth, the boy wondered if there was no other way. Throwing up her hands, Mina said that she found it all strange, starting with the S rank, and suggested that they just run away. Looking at her, the boy asked what the S rank meant. The girl asked if he wasn't the same rank. The player's eyes widened, realizing that this quest couldn't be a rank, but he had the keys to complete it, so the rank inscription appeared on his system window. Frowning, Mina asked if he had really managed to come up with something, and the protagonist smiled and confirmed it. A wave of purple energy appeared in the starry sky. Yidra saw a letter in front of her. The avatar asked if it was possible to make the monster dream. The answer appeared before Sahan immediately. Reading that there were no creatures that the witch could not make see dreams, the guy grinned. Eliza was sitting in the center of the empty room. Someone called her. The girl looked up. Mamajak smiled. Touching the cheek of his beloved, the man said that she should be happy even when he was gone. At that moment, his body evaporated. The woman clenched her fist and thought that she was in great pain. Raising her hands, Eliza wondered who she really was. Hearing someone's voice, the girl raised her eyebrows. Spreading his arms, Constellation called her to follow him. The woman looked up. Her bare feet pushed off the ground. Eliza flew towards her beloved. She stretched out her hand. At that moment, the young man rushed past them. Grinning, the chameleon asked his friend to save him. There was a huge eye behind the girl. Awakening is the time until the divine essence of Mamajak completely absorbs her consciousness. Looking down, the player thought that the enemy would not be able to cope with this power due to the lack of a huge part of the memories. Then she would become a monster with a divine character of the middle rank. The woman pursued her goal. Nina, in the form of a man, asked why her friend could not fly faster, because they would soon be caught up. Looking back, the protagonist said that the speed had already reached 400 kilometers per hour. He looked ahead. The guys almost crashed into a power line. San asked if everything was okay with his friend. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that she was very scared. Frowning menacingly, Eliza called for them to stop. Looking back tensely, the guy realized that awakening was already close because the enemy had learned to speak. Looking at her friend, Mina asked how long they had to fly and if it would be over when they got there. The young man replied that they were almost there. This was the best way to complete the task. The rotunda was visible ahead. Seeing the avatar approaching, Yidra looked up. Gritting her teeth, the player asked how much time was left until the new gate opened. A black aura appeared around the columns. Realizing that it would not be possible to open them right away, the protagonist turned around. Eliza landed on the ground. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, San asked who she was. Without taking her eyes off him, the girl tried to say something. Feeling pain, the woman closed her eye. Clutching her head, she called herself a player. Squinting, the guy asked how the player could become the beloved of the constellation. Looking down, Eliza explained that she was not a beloved, but an avatar. The young man looked down in confusion and wondered what it meant. The girl tried to tell him something, but immediately grabbed her head, feeling hellish pain. Waves of purple energy appeared around her. The woman pounced on the player, stretching out her hand to him. The protagonist held out his swords in front of him. Eliza grabbed them and destroyed them. Seeing that the daggers had broken, Sehen jumped back. Iron bars pierced the girl's body. Traces of blood appeared on her dress. The guy approached her. The woman looked away tensely. She kicked the enemy's hand. A collar appeared in his hand. Eliza jumped back to a distance. Having stretched his hand, the young man realized that the enemy had Taylor's hypersensitivity. Rushing to attack, Eliza urged him to get out of the way. Snatching a club from the system window, the player thought that he could try using several types of attacks at once. The heroes approached each other, swinging their arms. After hitting his opponent's arm, the protagonist realized that she was turning her limbs into liquid to soften the blow. Summoning purple particles in his hand, he decided to cut off her legs before the enemy took on another form. A knife appeared from a portal near the ground. The girl noticed it. The blade left a cut on her ankle. Opening his mouth in shock, San was surprised that she managed to dodge it. The woman kicked him in the stomach. Eliza jumped into the air, the blow creating a cloud of dust on the ground. Lying on the destroyed ground, the guy thought that his opponent was too strong. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in fear and called out to her friend. The young man looked at his bloody hand. Dust was flying around. He saw something to the side. Clapping her palms, Yidra said that everything was almost ready. The gates in the rotunda opened. Seeing them, the woman standing in the middle of the field trembled. She spread her arms and screamed. The player realized that there was not much time left until she fully awakened. Looking back, the protagonist ordered his friend to go to the gate. Putting her hand to her mouth, Mina in the form of Mamajak asked if death was waiting for her there. Her comrade promised to cover her. The girl rushed to run. Eliza followed her. Summoning chains, San thought that she would not succeed. The chains wrapped around the girl's legs. When they tightened, the woman looked back. Her body fell to the ground. The guy pulled the chain towards himself with force. Eliza tried to crawl further, menacingly clenching his teeth. The young man was surprised by her incredible strength. The trembling girl stretched out her hand forward. The chains cracked. The gate opened. Waves of blue energy appeared around them. Opening his mouth wide, the player ordered his friend to run. The destroyed chains rose into the air. The woman reached for her lover. At the last moment, Mina looked back. Eliza's hand fell into the portal. The girl turned into a ferret and fell to the ground. The girl asked what was happening. Her eyes turned white. Her body entered the portal. The gate slammed shut. The heroes looked at the rotunda in surprise. Yidra opened her mouth in amazement. It became quiet around them. The energy completely disappeared. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tensely and confirmed the request to use the alien creature that had entered the Temple of Dreams. The notification wished the creature a pleasant sleep. The squirrel rose on its hind legs in surprise. Having turned back into a human, Mina asked if it was possible to go back if she completed the task in the Dungeon of Dreams. The witch scratched her chin. Saiyan explained that he asked her to make sure that this did not happen. Sighing with relief, the guy asked if this was really the end. A notification appeared about the successful completion of an additional task. The young man wished his opponent pleasant dreams. Eliza found herself in the middle of the desert. Purple energy was flying around her. Smiling, Mamajek called her. The girl looked up. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that he missed her very much. The woman opened her mouth in amazement. She burst into tears and threw herself into her beloved's arms. Sitting under the cherry blossoms, the heroes kissed. The notification wished them to be together for eternity. Putting his hand to his forehead, the player realized that Akardos had given the constellation a task to kill him. In his memories, the winged chameleon laughed and told him about it. He failed. Many shotguns appeared in the guild building. Imagining the constellation in space, the protagonist thought that even the constellation with the transfer skill was defeated. Now there was only one answer left. Closing his eyes, Sehen realized that the end was near. Imagining Taylor with glowing eyes, he decided to speed up her training process. The notification said that the sixth main task had been completed. Flashes had appeared in different parts of the world. The second large-scale changes would appear very soon. All players should wait for them. The game masters walked down the corridor. Akainen asked if his colleague really wanted to meet the publisher and suggested that it was a bad idea. Gritting his teeth, Akardos confirmed this and said that he would regret it even more if he left the enemy alive. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked if he really disliked that player that much. Looking away, the game master answered in the affirmative and noted that from the outside, it might look stupid. Trembling, he decided that his life would soon be in danger and that he had no choice but to call him. Imagining the grinning guy, Akardos thought that this time he would definitely not be able to find a way out. The earth was visible in the tall windows. Walking along the corridor, the man thought that he should look not at the enemy, but at his surroundings. In his thoughts appeared the faces of all who were dear to the young man. The master of the game decided to destroy everyone so that his sworn enemy would be left alone. A bright lightning flashed before the player's face. A loading bar appeared on the background of the chip. A notification announced the start of the second major update and the integration of guild ratings of all servers. Now the probability of server tasks was increased. Seeing the message, Mina pouted and said that they were only in 27th place. Looking at her, the protagonist explained that the guild rating is scaled from the sum of all the points received, so large guilds with a large number of members occupy high positions. Taking 27th place in the world ranking is something on the verge of impossible. All guild members looked at the notification in front of them. Saiyan opened the status window to see his status. Icons for new level skills, magic power enhancement, and telekinesis appeared. Remembering how the S-rank sword ended up in his hands, the guy thought that he would be able to use it thanks to the magic power enhancement. Turning to him, Chanwu said that other guilds took pretty good places. In the darkness, icons of various guilds appeared. Pianwa was ranked 7th, Agatram was ranked 14th, Genesis was ranked 17th, and Rising Star was following behind. Remembering how Sangwon hit the table, the young man realized that Agatram had started gathering people. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that the user can go anywhere in the world. Getting up from the table, the player told his friend that they needed to go somewhere. Taylor asked what they were talking about. Hearing that they needed to go to Beijing, the girl's mouth opened in shock. She asked who else was going. Looking at her, the protagonist said that no one else came to mind, but remembering something, he asked Snow White to prepare for the trip. Smiling, the happy girl agreed, saying that she was really bored. Sitting down at the table, Sehen announced that they would leave in 2 days. Jisu leaned over him and said that she would go too. The guy wondered how her friend had ended up here so suddenly. He remembered that she now had the stalker skill. Her eyes sparkling, the girl asked if she could go with them. Looking at his friends, the young man thought that it would be nice for the whole team to go with him, because it would be a good experience for Chanwu and Luke. Imagining Mina crossing her arms over her chest, the player thought that she probably wouldn't want to go anywhere, but Loki would not give her peace, and she would have to go. Turning around, Taylor asked why they needed to go to Beijing. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had business there. They needed to meet the heavenly dragon. An image of a Chinese dragon appeared against the dark haze. The heroes walked along a busy street. Snow White grabbed her friend's hand and said that there were too many people with a scary look here. San said that they had nothing to be afraid of. The little girl turned her head. Leaning over, Mina asked where they would be spending the night and if there were any hotels left that were open. The guy explained that he had added a lodging system. When the game was updated, a notification informed that when moving to other servers, users could use a place to sleep for points. Looking around, the young man asked his friend to go to the hotel and unpack his things because he needed to look somewhere. Smiling, Luke agreed and asked where his friend was heading. Crossing his arms over his chest, the player replied that he was looking for a market where he could sell his things. Jumping up to him, Mina asked if she could unpack her things and see the sights. Hearing the agreement, she raised her hands up and jumped with joy. Looking up, Jisu suggested going to the market together. The protagonist agreed and thought to herself that she would even like it. The stairs led to a balcony on which there was a screen with a flower pattern. There was a battle going on in the arena. Numerous spectators were trying to cheer on the fighters they had bet on. Frowning, Seihan explained that this was an underground arena run by the third heavenly guild in the world. Those who had been kidnapped or those who just wanted to make some money fought here. The man punched his opponent. Looking around, the guy said that this was normal here. The girl asked who her friend was looking for. He replied that there were some good characters here that they needed to meet. Leaning towards him, the girl asked what gender they were. Suddenly, a man in armor fell in front of the heroes. Raising the microphone to his mouth, the host asked where in the hope of the Heavenly Guild such strength came from. Yuan raised her hand. The man declared her the winner of the fight. Surprised, his eyes widened. The young man wondered who she was. Squinting, Jisu asked if her friend was really looking for her. The player said that he needed a man. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked who he was. Introducing the man in the white kimono, the main character said that in the Heavenly Guild there was only one player who was called a dragon. Standing in the ring, the host asked if there was anyone who wanted to try their hand, because otherwise the winner would take 20,000 points. Seihan entered the battlefield. Seeing him in the system window that appeared in front of him, the man said that they had a new daredevil and introduced him to the audience. The guy looked menacingly forward. He narrowed his eyes. The host announced that all eyes were fixed only on him and that this was a unique chance to see the abilities of players from other servers. Yuan smiled contentedly and asked how strong her opponent was. Standing in front of her, the young man said that he did not know. The girl asked him to retreat now if he doubted his strength. Extending her hand to him, the woman decided to give him time to pull out his weapon. The player raised his eyebrows and decided to come up with something to do during the battle and declared that he would not use weapons since his opponent had entered the ring with his bare hands. The sleeping dragon looked down and called him quite impudent. Standing outside the battlefield, the man shouted that the situation was getting heated and called on the spectators to place their bets before the battle began. Notifications of bets appeared in front of the people. They jumped up from their seats, cheering. Numbers appeared above the battlefield. The advantage was on Yuan's side. Everything was ready. Taking a fighting stance, the girl promised to do everything to make her opponent regret his decision to fight with his bare hands. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him. The host announced that the competition would begin as soon as the gong rang. A loud ringing sound rang out across the crowded arena. The woman swung her hand. Seihan dodged her blow. The sleeping dragon frowned. The guy blocked her blow with his elbow. He noticed something below. Yuan raised her leg high. She made a sharp lunge and swung her arm again. The young man parried all her attacks. Waiting for the right moment, the player grabbed the opponent by the arm. The protagonist punched the opponent in the jaw. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her body rose into the air. The woman landed a few meters away from her opponent. Seeing her frowning brows, Seihan realized that she was not making any unnecessary movements and was only waiting for a pause to strike. Sighing heavily, he realized that her skills were several levels higher than his own. The sleeping dragon put her fist to her palm. Bowing, she admitted her defeat. The guy looked at her in surprise and said that they could continue the fight. Looking up, Yuan said that it would be pointless. Looking at them through the bars, the host announced that one of the participants refused to continue the fight. Hearing that a Korean player had defeated a rising star from China, the crowd cheered. The boy tilted his head and remembered something. The girl smiled. The Death Sword Daneslave, one of the 5 SS ranked weapons from the first round, appeared against the black smoke. Upon receiving it, the woman was covered in dark energy. Raising his hand, the player asked if the loser could spare him some time. Looking up, the sleeping dragon blushed and asked why. The protagonist said that he had some questions for her. Sitting at the tea table, he introduced himself and his girlfriend. Closing his eyes, Yuan said her name and asked if they were in a relationship. Seihan spat the tea back into his cup in shock. Jisu pressed herself against him and asked if they really looked like they were in love from the outside. The woman realized that they were not dating. The girl asked why she needed to know. A spark ran between them. The guy looked away in embarrassment, saying that they were not here for such conversations. Raising her hands, the sleeping dragon apologized. Looking at her, the young man asked if there was anyone else with the title of dragon. Yuan frowned and said there was someone else and said they had studied under the same teacher. Introducing Longhua against the backdrop of a yellow Chinese dragon, she asked if the guests wanted to know more about her. Looking at her askance, the player said he was interested in something else and asked if there were any strange items that had been brought to this area recently, such as strange swords. Hearing this, the woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Removing his hands, the man asked if his subordinates had delivered his sword. The men answered in the affirmative. In their hands was a box. The size of the sword was larger than one might think. The box fell to the ground. Approaching it, Longhua noticed that they had not found another way to get rid of the ominous aura emanating from the weapon, which made it difficult to even breathe. The box opened. Thick black smoke burst out of it. Inside lay a glittering Daneslave. Seeing it, the yellow dragon smiled and asked if the subordinates wanted to possess it. The blonde man tensely raised his eyebrows and answered negatively. Closing his eyes, the man asked them to try holding the weapon in their hands. The subordinates frowned in displeasure. The blonde man grabbed his comrade by the throat. Flashing his crazy eyes, he declared that the sword would be his. Someone threw it aside, blood spurted. The brunette found himself holding the sword of death. The subordinates began to fight for the right to use this weapon. Wang Hua watched the carnage from the side. The man smirked and called it amazing. Picking up Daneslave, the man declared that he could do anything with such power in his hands. He turned to his boss. The man narrowed his eyes as his colleague shouted that he was going to kill him. The youth delivered a crushing blow. The yellow dragon appeared behind him. Wang Hua pierced his subordinate's body through. The black sword fell to the ground. The man realized that this weapon was dangerous even for him. He smirked and declared that now there will be only one dragon left in the world. Yun silently looked ahead. Standing in front of the table, Luke asked if there was an arena in the basement of the Heavenly Guild. The protagonist answered in the affirmative and assumed that the auction was also there. Looking up, the man clarified if their goal was definitely the arena and the auction. Looking at him, San said that he did not intend to destroy them. Remembering the people at the fire, Chanu covered his eyes with his hand and asked if they weren't going to deal with these horrible places. Raising his hand, the guy explained that he didn't plan to leave them like this, but he couldn't change them either, because the one who controls them would deal with this issue. The blonde asked if they were talking about the Heavenly Guild. The answer was affirmative. Squinting, the young man said that the arena could be gotten rid of, but the auction was needed here because it could be used to the fullest, making small adjustments. The hammer hit the sword if it became possible to move between servers and if at the same time to set up trade turnover around the world. A place for buying and selling goods would be needed. The auction window appeared. Smiling, Luke asked if his friend was really going to take over the auction. Looking up, the player said that this was not quite the right expression because he just needed to get authority. Imagining people in armor, the protagonist thought that there was no better way to quickly level up than good equipment. Introducing Longhua, San thought that he wanted to get close to him to get into the auction, but his motives were completely unclear. Through Yuan, this issue would be much easier to resolve. The girl smiled. Daneslave was in a glass cube. In a week it would be put up for auction. Spreading his arms, the guy invited his friends to go to the arena with him. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the man asked if they would really go there as a whole team. Chanu sighed heavily. The young man said that everyone would go, including Taylor and Snow White. In the darkness, an image of a mithril spear appeared, a window with its description and the inscription sold. Seeing the sails flying through the air one after another, the player was glad that people fell for his trick because they probably saw such an alloy for the first time. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that this spear was made specially, so it attracted a lot of attention, so it was only a matter of time to establish trade turnover. Sehan explained that their plan for today was simple. The guys had to fight in the arena and earn points. There were a lot of people gathered in the stands. Luke asked with a worried frown if it was really necessary. The guy replied that if the man didn't want to, there was no need to fight, and said that he would take Taylor and Snow White with him. Grabbing him by the collar, a sobbing Mina asked why she would do something like that here in China. The young man explained that there weren't many places like this where you could fight other players, especially since you could earn money from it. Touching his shoulder, Jisu asked what about her. The player looked back and asked her to make sure the girl didn't do anything wrong. The girl said that she could earn points too. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the protagonist said that he knew this, that's why he was asking her for a favor, and thought to himself that many would die if his friend entered the fight. Blushing with embarrassment, Jisu agreed to watch Mina. Snow White grabbed her friend's hand and told him that everyone was licking their lips when they looked at her and said that her horn must be delicious. San put his hand to his forehead and asked her not to worry because no one would look at her when they saw her strength, and she promised to try. Standing in the middle of the ring, the host announced that the day had come and asked who would be able to defeat the champion. Aoyang stood over his bloodied opponent and the man declared him the winner. Seeing yesterday's winner in the stands, the man asked if a raven had come to hunt the bloodthirsty champion. The guy asked his friend to raise her hand and Taylor looked at him in surprise. She raised her hand and the crowd began to roar. Her face appeared on the screen and the host asked if the child really wanted to enter the ring. Smiling, the young man explained that when a person raises his hand, it means that he is ready to fight. Pointing his finger at himself, the girl asked if she was really chosen as a participant. The answer was affirmative. Squinting tensely, the man decided to give her a chance due to her age and asked if she really wanted to fight. Hearing that she was asked to make a decision, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Frowning, the player assumed that the last drop of morality remained in the Heavenly Guild. Looking at him, Snow White was indignant that her friend had no morality at all. Leaning over, the protagonist said that he simply believed in his friend. The girl said that she also believed in her, but did not act so meanly. Waving his hand, Sehen said that his friend could refuse if she did not want to fight, because Snow White could also take part in the fight. The child opened her mouth in shock. Looking down, Taylor said that if she was brought here, there must be some reason for it. Looking forward with determination, she declared that she would fight. The host raised his eyebrows in surprise. Seeing the girl enter the arena, the man shouted that she had better refuse the fight or hope for the mercy of her opponent. The man asked the audience to place bets. People were shocked that a child would fight a champion. Numbers appeared above the arena indicating the odds of the bet. The host said that this was the last chance to escape from here. The girl raised her fists and replied that she would not run away. Squinting, Aoyang said that fighting a child was too much and decided to use only one hand. Clenching his fist, Taylor replied that she would also fight with her bare hands because she did not have a weapon. The guy asked what this meant and said that this man had gone crazy. The girl looked back and realized that he was talking about her friend. Jumping into the air, the host invited the audience to watch the battle of two warriors. As soon as the beginning of the battle was announced, the young man rushed forward. Dark energy was concentrated in his hand. The girl's blue eyes widened. Jumping to the side, she dodged the blow. The Chinese player raised his eyebrows in shock. The spectators' mouths dropped open, not understanding how the child could dodge such an attack. Swinging his fist again, Aoyang declared that luck was not on her side and that it would have been better if it had ended with one blow. Missing again, he punched the ground. Looking away, the guy realized that it was not a matter of luck. Smiling widely, the host said that the child was showing amazing abilities in dodging attacks and assumed that she was familiar with ancient martial arts or had special skills. The main character crossed his arms over his chest with satisfaction, thinking that his girlfriend had that very look that no amount of training could develop. Taylor narrowed her eyes. It was the look of a real predator. The man's eyes widened, saying that this fighter was simply incomparable. The host assumed that she trained in martial arts. The girl dodged another attack. The man said that she probably had special skills. Aoyang concentrated red energy in his hands. The girl jumped back to a distance. The host called her an unusual child. The guy swung and threw a projectile at her. The blonde bent down. A cloud of red energy flew past her. The young man, his mouth open in shock, said that this couldn't be. Taylor's eyes lit up. Notifications about acquiring a new skill appeared around her one after another, and the icon of Mary Sue's trait appeared, which caused prejudice against her. Looking at her, the Chinese player wondered why the opponent was so inept at using his skills, because she had many opportunities to use them. Red energy appeared in the girl's hands. A wave jumped out from them and moved forward. Aoyang's eyes widened in surprise. A huge wave of energy rolled over the arena. The guy asked how this happened. The ground next to him was completely destroyed. Smoke and dust enveloped the girl's body. The young man asked who she was. Gritting his teeth, he wondered how the opponent was able to use the blood circle at such a level. Looking at her hands, the blonde replied that this attack seemed a little strange to her, so she had to change it a little. Closing her eyes, Taylor said that she hit a little harder than she expected. Raising his hands, the Chinese player admitted his defeat. The ground cracked. Aoyang said that he would have died if the attack had hit him. The host, with his mouth wide open, asked who would have thought that a child could defeat the champion. Looking at the main character, the man asked her name. Sehen said her name, added that she would become the predator of this arena, and asked everyone to remember her face. The girl blushed with embarrassment. A news feed about the furor that the girl made appeared on the system window. Everything went quite smoothly. The team was able to earn points. Sitting in the stands, the guy asked his friend to heal the blonde. Snow White brought her hands to her back and began to heal her. Looking back, Taylor asked how long they would have to fight. Because defeating 2 opponents a day is hard, the young man replied that today is only the 4th day and that she will soon get used to it. Walking along the corridor, the girl asked if they had really been fighting for 4 days already. Putting her hands on her waist, Yuan asked what her comrade was thinking. Raising her hand, she suggested that he was deliberately provoking the other people in the arena to fight him. Turning to her, the player confirmed this and stated that they were all far from perfect. Looking around, the woman noticed the displeased looks and said that her comrade was the only one here who could say so openly. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist stated that he did not disdain those who fought in the arena, but was simply thinking about what could be improved. People were fighting in a fierce battle. The arena was a very good system, thanks to which one could quickly develop skills. Sehen, sitting on the side of the ring, thought that it was a little annoying that the spectators were betting on human lives, but if you use it wisely, there were some very good specimens. Smiling, the guy asked what his ally thought of him. Embarrassedly pressing her hand to her chest, the sleeping dragon asked why he was asking her such a thing. Hearing that it was because he liked her, the children's mouths dropped open in surprise. Yuan blushed and said that it was very unexpected. The girl jumped back when the boy stood up and said that he already understood what she wanted. The player approached her. The woman thought that it was all too sudden. Smiling, she thought that she definitely did not dislike this man. Hearing that she would be helped to take over the Changchen Guild, Sleeping Dragon raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what it meant. Seeing the puzzled face of her comrade, Yuan raised her hands and said that everything was fine. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl said that she misunderstood him and did not know where he got such information from, because in fact, she wanted a lot. Only she would not be able to become the guild leader because the current leader is excellent in everything. An explosion was heard in the ring. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would not forcefully persuade her and expressed his desire to simply help. The woman crossed her arms and asked why he did this. San smiled and replied that the Changchen Guild would be his partner. A system window appeared in front of the sleeping dragon. The boy asked what happened. Looking back, Yuan said that she had received a message from the leader. The heroes stood opposite each other. Someone reported this conversation to the leader. The boy asked if it was a problem. The girl said that the leader wanted to meet him. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek. Grinning, the player replied that he did not mind meeting the leader. Imagining Daneslave engulfed in a dark haze, he realized that he would finally be able to find him. On the screen was an image of the protagonist walking through the arena. Seeing the presence of god slayers in China, Longhua put his hand to his chin in interest. The heroes walked down the corridor. San noticed how shiny everything was and guessed that it took a lot of money to maintain the safe zone. The woman explained that this was how they showed that the Heavenly Guild was the best in all of China. In front of them was a door, around which everything was strewn with blue flowers. Raising his hands, the man greeted the precious guest and asked him to sit down. In front of him was a dining table with luxurious dishes. The yellow dragon explained that this was a greeting from a tyrant from another country. After sitting down at the table, the guy thanked him. The guild leader was surprised that he was addressed as you. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked why he bothered to talk politely to him if he was also addressed as you. Narrowing his eyes menacingly, Longhua asked what he had just said. The dark aura dissipated when he was called out. Smiling, the man stated that his guest was saying the right thing. Leaning towards her companion, Yuan explained that he had better be careful with his words, because if her master got angry, it would not lead to anything good. Pouring a drink into a cup, the yellow dragon offered to drink as an apology. The subordinates stared at him in surprise. The guild leader threw the cup up and used Void Grasp. The cup flew across the entire table. The people were surprised at how skillfully their master moved chakra. Looking at the cup that landed on the table, the player thought that the person in front of him was deceiving everyone, using normal telekinesis. Taking the cup in his hands, the protagonist offered to skip all the formalities and asked if there would be good goods at the auction in 3 days. Longhua spread his hands and replied that he did not know. Squinting, Sehen remembered that in the first round, all the goods at the auction go through him, therefore, he definitely knew about Daneslave. Raising his hand, the man announced that Yuan would be attending the auction and hoped that their guest would be there too. Frowning, the boy realized that he knew everything and that the enemy hoped to deal with both of them at once. Raising his cup with the help of energy waves, the yellow dragon offered to drink to their meeting. Getting up from the table, the young man thought that this irritated him and refused the offer. Rubbing his hands nervously, the guild leader asked if he really didn't like something. The player replied that he should also respond with something to such a greeting. Waving his hand, he asked if his interlocutor knew about the Kai sword. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist used increased magic power and telekinesis. Pragara flew out of the dark portal. The subordinates raised their eyebrows in surprise. Yuan's mouth opened in amazement. Longhua gritted his teeth in fear. Pointing at the weapon, he laughed and asked if this was the Kai sword. San smirked and said that he would not joke about it. Only fools would use skills under the guise of martial arts. Hearing this, the man lowered his gaze. His eyes were bloodshot. Slamming his hand on the table, the yellow dragon said that his heart began to beat faster just by looking at the master and asked him to show him at least one technique. Frowning, the boy said that he did not care. Raising a clenched fist, the guild leader called him a true hero. The subordinates immediately cleared the dishes from the table. The squire handed his master the scabbard. The youth and Yuan watched him carefully. Standing on the table and swinging the sword, Longhua asked him what he did not like. He raised the sword. Taking a fighting stance, the man explained that the heavenly sword was everywhere and pointed in all directions, and asked his opponent to start the fight first. A huge fire bird appeared behind him. Pointing Pragara forward, the player said that he would not refuse such an offer. The protagonist abruptly lowered his hand. The blade of the sword flew across the entire room, engulfed in flames. The tip pierced the body of the yellow dragon. His mouth opened wide in pain, his eyes turned white. His body fell to the floor of the room. The subordinates were shocked by such speed. Raising their eyebrows in concern, Yuan asked if the guild leader had really died. Wiping away the wave of energy, San doubted this and assumed that the enemy had managed to defend himself. The sword only hit him with the hilt. The girl promised to sort everything out. Returning the sword to himself, the guy noted that he was constantly in her debt. The woman closed her eyes and said that her master himself was unwise to start a fight before he knew his opponent's abilities. Putting his sword into the portal, the young man asked if she knew that Longhua would lose. The sleeping dragon smiled sheepishly and said that she was quite sensitive to such things. The man opened his mouth, his eyes were white, it was time for him to know what defeat was. Putting her palms together, Yuan asked if her friend would be at the auction in 3 days. The answer was affirmative. Frowning, the player wondered why she had such a reaction, as if she wanted to take over the Heavenly Guild. Turning away from her and heading towards the exit, the protagonist thought that he could expect a positive answer. Standing in front of the system window, Yidra crossed her arms and said that the reaction to the previous video was very good. Looking at her, Sehen asked what about his request. Pouting, the witch replied that she had not forgotten about it and that Icardos was now with the publisher, and the result of their conversation would be known very soon. Leaning towards the avatar, the goddess noticed his worried expression. Touching his cheek, the woman said that her friend had tried hard and the beginning of the counterattack he so desired would soon be visible. Grinning, the guy removed her hand and said that Yidra could have told him the same words in his past life. Taking an hourglass from the system window, he decided to hand it over. The witch looked at it. A smile appeared on her face. She said that her avatar, apparently, was very much loved. The servant bowed, recognizing the master. He began to escort the hero forward. He smiled. The man led him to the VIP place. The hero thought that his goods were selling well. Taylor glanced at the hero and asked if she was the only one with him today. San raised his hand slightly. He thought that it was worth learning to recognize good products from childhood. Taylor looked ahead thoughtfully. The hero said that he wanted to show her something. He opened the interface window. As he thought, he did not see a single product named Daneslave. They entered a huge 2-story hall. Sahan thought that there was not much information, but one thing was for sure, Daneslave would kill everyone here. He turned to the guy who said that today he could expect an unusual auction. The hero said that he did not expect to meet him here today. The guy nodded and said that he should be here as he was responsible for the auction. Sehen and the girl sat down, while the Asian said that especially since the VIP seats are only in this place. He looked slyly at the girl and said that he was glad to meet her, asked if she was the one called the Arena Predator. He introduced himself as Y Longhua from the Heavenly Guild. Taylor put her hand on her chest in a mannered manner and introduced herself shyly. Longhua grimaced and wished the girl a good time. The system showed notifications about the end of the sale. The host spread her arms out to the sides and said that today the auction was really heated. She suggested continuing the auction and warming up the buyer's feelings even more. She began to introduce the main product of the day. Sahan bit his lip. Finally, he thought. They opened a box with a black sword inside. The host said that this sword was an S-rank weapon. Black smoke was coming out of the box. The crowd was scared by its ominous aura. The host brought the microphone to her mouth and began to ask who would get this. She continued her sentence languidly. She reached for the sword, but the hero grabbed it. The girl looked at the hero in fear. He took it. The host began to ask what he was doing. She reached out her hand to him, telling him to put it back immediately, because a person can't withstand something like that. Sahan calmly held the sword in his hands. The host didn't understand how that was possible. The hero said that the reason was simple. He smiled and said that it was a fake. He thought about his passive skill of resistance to mental weakness. The hero walked to the edge of the stage and said that he would like to ask the audience if this sword looked like an S-rank item. People thought that it couldn't be used as a sword. They looked at each other. The guy said that at first it emitted a strong aura and it seemed like a strong weapon, but the other guy finished by saying that it might be limited to that. Longhua shouted no. He jumped up and said that this was a real magic sword. He asked how the hero could hold it and remain conscious. Sahan pointed the sword at him and offered to check for himself whether it was real or not. Longhua glanced sideways in fear. Sahan picked up the sword. An aura began to emanate from it. He said that the guy had no intention of picking it up because it was a real magic sword. Longhua gritted his teeth. The sword emitted a purple aura. The hero said that it was the Daneslave Death Sword, the same S-rank sword that kills everyone and even the user. The host spread her hands and asked what this meant, because they didn't say that such a product had arrived. If he hadn't interfered, she would have. Longhua screamed and said that this was a misunderstanding, because he himself had no idea that such a sword could be put up for auction. Sahan sighed and asked what nonsense this was, because he himself said that it was a real magic sword. Longhua pointed his hand to the side and said that he couldn't have arranged such a thing. Why would he need it? After all, he was a heavenly dragon. Sahan looked at him with a smile and said that the reason was that he was jealous of Yuan's abilities, or maybe he wanted the hero to take the sword and die with her. Longhua screamed that it was not him. He pointed his finger at the hero and said that he could not take the magic sword in his hands and remain intact, which means he stole Daneslave. He jumped up, calling the sword a fake. He landed on the stage and ordered to give him the sword. He said that he would prove to everyone that he was innocent. He snatched the sword from the hero's hands. He raised it above his head, laughed and asked them to look. He smiled and said that this was not a real sword of death, but only. Suddenly his face twisted. A black whirlwind burst out of the sword. Black ribbons began to envelop him. Yun began to scream for him to let go of the sword, but Longhua asked her to shut up, because if it were not for her, everything would be fine. The ribbons climbed into his mouth. Sahan covered the presenter, said that he would figure it out and asked to save people. Sahan looked at the black clot in front of him. Yun asked if he was serious. He smiled and asked to entrust this matter to him. Yun disappeared. A huge monster appeared in front of the hero. While he was thinking that the effect of revealing all the skills of the one who took this sword in his hands, forcing them to go beyond the possible. A bright light hit the guy. He thought that in front of him was undoubtedly an amazing item. The monster looked at the hero. He thought that this is what this item should be. The monster continued to form a body, while the hero thought that there are not many monsters that can simultaneously use the power of magical items and warriors. Sahan warmed up and asked the girl to watch carefully. Taylor clenched her fist in excitement. Sahan said that it was time to learn. He pulled out knives, called her to him. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. He broke away. He used the technique of 8 peaks. Sahan put out a knife as a block. An explosion and the hero was thrown back. He looked at the debris flying at him. Longhua clenched his fist. The rocks accelerated. The hero took out his mace. He swung. He began to block the flying rocks. Longhua summoned fire. He struck forward. Using the 8 peaks technique, the flames turned into a heavenly dragon. The dragon swirled and flew at the hero. There was an explosion. A large hole appeared in the ceiling. Sahan threw the mace aside. Longhua screamed, trying to understand how the hero did it. He swung to attack, calling himself the heavenly dragon himself. Sahan parried, blocked all the attacks. His eyes widened. He began to block the barrage of attacks. Longhua's mouth dropped open, not understanding how the hero could block his blow. He asked how someone like the hero could do this. Sahan blocked the blow, got into a fighting stance, said analysis and strategy. He looked at him and said that he had been through a lot. Longhua sweated, wondering if his technique was still flawed. The hero called Taylor. Her eye began to glow. Sahan threw away his weapon, asked if the girl could handle it, and she said yes. He smiled and said that it was enough. 2 portals opened above the monster, but he began to ask what else it was. Sahan summoned a sword. He did not tell him something. He said that it was not the Kai sword he was talking about, because he did not know how to use it. He clarified that it was just a good item, because he was not lying. Longhua began to attack and raged. Suddenly, a beam pierced his body. Sahan squinted and told the girl to watch carefully. Taylor squinted tensely. There was a body on the ground. The hero said that these were the words of a person who was overcome by power. Yun approached the hero and asked if this was enough. She said that if you think about what happened, you can give the hero an entire auction. Sahan threw the bag over his shoulder and said that he did not have the strength to deal with the auction as well. He said that they would supply the goods and she would sell them. Yun waved, told him to call if he needed help. She would always be on the side of the god killers. Sahan said thank you. He thought about the portrait publisher John. The giant Ymir sat on the throne and said that even the publisher John was not able to control the 12 constellations, said that if there was a problem, all responsibility would fall on him. Akardos sat on his knees and said not to worry. He looked to the side and said that now there was no one on earth who could defeat Aldebaran, but the one they were talking about. Ymir thought about it and asked if his name was Sahan. Akardos said that this player had captured the constellation of Corvus. He sweated and said that he was going to deal with him. Ymir put his hand to his chin and chuckled. He pointed at the master with his hand and said that he needed to earn more points. Akardos asked to entrust this matter to him, said that he would deal with Sahan and collect the points. The huge doors slammed shut. Akardos walked forward angrily and thought that this time no one would protect him. He was addressing the hero. He thought about Yidra. Minsuo was tensely silent. Suho approached her and asked what she was sighing about. The girl said that lately she had not seen the future. Sujun threw a towel over himself, said that if the future was not visible, then he should stop thinking about it. She said that she wanted to stop thinking about it, but she saw one thing. She was asked what exactly. Minsuo imagined the descent of a star and spoke about it. Sujun looked at her in surprise and asked, will another star appear here? Azazel asked, what star will appear here this time? Minsuo looked ahead and guessed that one of the 12 constellations. She imagined the silhouette of a creature and called it a calf. Treadmills. Sahan smiled and asked Taylor how her training was going. Taylor jumped off the treadmill and greeted her uncle. There were flashes of energy around her. She said that she could use all 8 poles. The hero was simply speechless. She looked at him calmly and asked why he came. He asked if she had lost what he gave her last time. Taylor took out her watch and asked if he was talking about that. She shook it, reminded him that her uncle said that he could call the future for 30 minutes. Sahan began waving his hands and asked if she communicated with Astria. Taylor said that they sometimes sent each other messages. She looked at the hero questioningly. He said that he had one request. She asked what it was. Nina looked at the labyrinth. She put her hand to the glass. Sahin called it labyrinthos. He approached her and said that it was a building structure from Greek mythology. He looked at the labyrinth and asked to tell everyone that the battle would begin soon. The monster angrily looked ahead. The lost player opened the interface window. The system showed the description of the 9th task of the game. People had to stay alive while staying in the labyrinth. The player wondered in his mind, where did the S-rank task come from? A bunch of monsters were running around the labyrinth. The player asked, how do they propose to stay alive here? His hand was shaking. He thought that they had already been through too much. He looked at the 2 huge bulls and said that he would fight them. A shadow hung over the frightened guy. He thought that he could not move. Something crashed into the bull at great speed and it fell to the ground. The guy looked at the crows that appeared in surprise. The hero flapped his wings and told the guy to follow the crows until the monster woke up. Sahin flew up and told the guy that the birds would show him the way to a safe zone. The guy asked if this was true. Sahin disappeared and said that he would have to decide whether to believe him or not. The crows flew forward. Sahin opened his eyes wide. He looked at the labyrinth and thought that the evacuation was going smoothly. He looked at the girl and thought that Yuwa was already in Seoul. With her help it would be possible to avoid major losses. He realized that they had gained some time. He flew forward, thought about Jeonin, landed, touched the wall, purple energy formed. Doors appeared in front of the guy. Sahin examined them and began to think how to open these doors. A guy landed behind him, leaving yellow stripes behind him, and asked who the hero was. Junsik looked angrily at the hero. He said that he wanted to meet the head of the Agatrum Guild. The guy repeated the question. Sahin smiled nervously. Junsik said that the hero had a face like a dead fish. What was he up to? Sahin covered himself in a purple aura and said that the guy needed to be beaten a little. Yellow energy flared up. Junsik got into a fighting stance, still trying to understand where such a hero came from. He saw how his fire was sucked into the portals near the hero. Sahin disappeared. He appeared behind the guy and started to hit him in the head. He grabbed him by the collar and started to hit him lightly over and over. A bunch of bumps appeared on the guy's head. He tried to understand why the flicks were like that. He swung a fiery arc and screamed loudly. Sahin jumped back with a smile, asked if the guy was really crying because of some flicks, said that if he stopped crying, he would get a good item. Junsik clenched his teeth. Tears were pouring out of his eyes. The hero asked if he was really crying. A girl appeared behind Sahin. She said that she came because the barrier was destroyed. Surin looked at Sahin irritably, asked him to come in if he had any business with them. The leader's eyes were glowing blue. He said that his gift as a seer tells him that the hero is capable of anything. Sahin was covered in blue fire. The leader asked why he came here. Sahin looked at Sang Hwan and said that he needed strength. Sang Hwan winked at him and asked if he was asking for help with the 9th task that started in Seoul. He put his fingers to his chin and asked why they should help him when it wasn't even their task. Sahin looked at him seriously and said that a star would fall soon, and if they didn't stop the takeover, Korea would suffer greatly. He said that he wasn't asking for nothing. Sang Hwan thought about it. Sahin smiled and said that in a year he would make Agatrum the best guild in the world. He said that it was time for them to go outside too. Sang Hwan looked at the hero seriously. The monsters were walking through the labyrinth. The radio reported that there were 5 minotaurs near the Changho station. They had received a call asking for reinforcements. Another channel reported that the same thing was happening at Yeongdumpo. Tisung knocked down the monster and began to ask where these creatures were coming from. A monster was approaching him from behind. Tisung turned around abruptly and blocked the blow. The minotaur raised its muzzle. Blood spurted. Tisung gritted his teeth, began to complain about the wall. He looked at the walls of the labyrinth and hoped to do something about this wall. In the chat, they asked if the hero had responded. Mina replied that she wrote to him, but he wrote that he was very busy. Falcon flew forward and read messages from Chanwoo. He wrote that only ravens are not enough. Falcon flew over the passage, wondering where Appa went. A large explosion was heard in the labyrinth. A bunch of monsters crawled out of a cloud of smoke. Nina looked at them in fear and thought that this was the end. She flew by, blocking the sun. There was a blow. Among the rubble lay a wounded guy. The minotaur raised his leg to crush him, and struck. He looked forward in surprise. Sunghyuk blocked his blow and assumed that the player's strength was already at the limit. The minotaur screamed in surprise. A bunch of monsters with long spears were standing near the bank of the Han River. Seonghyuk looked ahead heavily and said that he knew. But fighting face to face in the labyrinth was tantamount to suicide. He thought that the help of the crows would not help anymore. The minotaur turned to the humans. He pointed his finger at them and said that they could run as much as they wanted, but they would still die. He ordered them to surrender without a fight. Goen looked at the guy and said that it was too dangerous to go across the river with the wounded. Seonghyuk assumed that this was the end. He opened his mouth, said, since it turned out like this. Everyone took out their swords. The guy said that they would fight until the very end. The minotaur moaned. The monsters were approaching, but stopped. Seong-hyuk turned around abruptly and said that these creatures were not looking at them. He said that there are so many monsters in mythology and this is something new. The girl began to cast a spell. Huge magic circles appeared in the sky. Wafei smiled and introduced herself. The hero came out of the portal. Sun-hyuk opened his mouth wide. San smiled and ordered all the gates to be opened. Sun-hyuk turned around again. Players started coming out of the magic circles. The Pendragon Guild, the largest on the UK server, appeared. Changchun, the largest on the Chinese server. Wafei smiled and said that she promised to give a gift if the hero helped her, but she didn't think he would want such a gift. Saiyan smiled and said that it was enough. The Minotaur looked ahead in fear and asked what was going on. Saiyan smiled. Bayonets started coming out of the portals. He said that the monsters should now prepare to die. Arthur raised his sword and ordered everyone to attack. A bunch of players ran to attack the monsters. The Minotaur laughed and said that it was even better this way because the offerings to Aldebaran only increased. The monsters intercepted the spears. The order to go forward sounded. Arthur swung his sword and cut the monsters across. The monster's eyes bulged, asking what kind of unprecedented power was this. He ordered to attack the unarmed first. The spears rose above the group of Chinese. Yuchen put her stick forward, and they began to repel the blows with Kai energy. Yuchen pierced the head of one of the monsters. The monster screamed that it was useless because inside the labyrinth they were invincible. He screamed that people themselves would soon understand that there was no point in fighting. San opened the interface window, repeated the monster's last words. An interface window opened in front of Jisu. The hero asked her to completely destroy the entire labyrinth. The girl's eyes lit up red. The monster turned around at the powerful burst of aura, asked who else was she. He screamed for everyone to maintain their positions. Jisu pierced his head with her hand. After a while, people examined the remains. They treated the wounded and strengthened themselves. Jisu sighed in relief. She walked across the road, strewn with monster corpses. Mina flew over one of them, wondering if Jisu had really won, wondering when she had become so strong. Snow White was fighting with Taylor, thinking that it would be over soon. Mina looked at the moon and assumed that it would be over by dawn. The moon turned purple. All the monsters raised their heads. The shine of the star was reflected in their eyes. People looked at the monsters and asked what was happening to them. Sehen looked up and said that it was approaching. Mina landed nearby and asked if everything was okay. Hadn't they won? Sehen looked at the sky gloomily and said that the ninth task was not just a fight with some cows. He did not look away and said that the main figure of this task was Aldebaran, who would appear here in 5 minutes. The star began to shine even brighter and fell from the sky. A huge hoof hung over the sphere with people. People looked forward in shock. Lafay held the barrier. Huge eyes flashed in the darkness. A voice asked, "Is it really here?" A huge monster looked at people and introduced itself as Aldebaran, the ninth test of people. The system showed a message that the hero was being transferred to the game master at his request. Sehen began to fall into the void and ask where he was. Akardos said that he was glad to see him. He was sitting at a table in the void, said that he wanted to see the hero. He looked at him in surprise, said that although he did not know him, he did not finish. Sehen smiled and the game master asked why. He sighed, waved his hand and said that he understood because he did not know what the situation was now. The hero turned to the game master. He looked at him madly and said that he wanted to meet him, called him names. Akardos smiled in confusion and said that the hero had not yet understood what was going on. He opened the system window and asked if he could see it. The screen showed Aldebaran's fall. The game master said that all of this was due to one hero. He smiled and said that there was no need to interfere because of him the balance of the game was broken. He said that all of this was the hero's fault. Sehen was silent. Aldebaran looked at the tiny players that the hero wanted to protect so much. Akardos smiled madly and said that he would kill everyone. Sehen calmly asked if the game master had said everything. He looked at him in surprise. The guy sat down at the table and said that he really was saying that he did not understand what was going on. He smiled because he wanted to say the same thing. Akardos shuddered. He smiled and said that watching all his dreams and hopes crumble was also quite a funny sight. Taylor looked tensely at the huge monster, called him the ruler of the calf. Aldebaran silently looked at the people. Taylor took out the watch. She remembered how the hero told her not to worry and that she could do it. He handed her the watch, told her to be confident in her abilities because she could do anything. They were standing in the middle of the labyrinth. Taylor asked, "Is it really anything?" Sehen said everything. The girl squeezed the watch, mentally addressed her opponent. Blue light began to beat from her eyes. She asked, "Is it really possible?" Aldebaran clenched his fist. He waved his hand. Lafay put up a protective magic circle. The people screamed. Lafay, casting a spell, pressure was exerted on the magic circle. Aldebaran said that she was an unusual creature. The circle broke. He said that she was a fairy who lived since the time of myths. He looked at her and asked, "Is it really that he will fight her?" Said that their battle promises to be fun. Laffey smiled and said that her mission was over because she had lived as long as she needed to. Arthur looked at the monster questioningly. The fairy said that she would be interested to see how the owner of the sword would deal with him. The monster's hand began to glow. He asked to use all his strength to defeat him, and he in turn would respond to her attack. He suddenly shrank and said that he would act at the same level. He looked at her and said to attack. Everyone grabbed their weapons. They took out their bows. Arthur lit his sword and said that they would not lose under any circumstances. He ran forward shouting. He approached the monster, who moaned approvingly. He clenched his fist and struck the first blow. Arthur flew to the side. People were hit by a wave. Blood splashed. An explosion was heard in front of the fairy. She looked at him in shock and thought that the monster was too strong. Aldebaran threw down the corpses and asked why the fairy was standing. His fist began to flare up. He ordered her to show what she was capable of. An energy splash occurred behind the monster. Laffey looked at the explosion in confusion and did not understand what was happening. Aldebaran reached out his hand to her. The explosion was approaching the girl. She covered herself with her hand and looked forward. Azazel was hanging in the air in front of her and blocking the attack. Aldebaran looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing here. Azazel smiled and put the umbrella on her shoulder, said that there was no need to make such a scary face. She came because she was asked to. Aldebaran hovered in front of the demon and asked how it was possible that the demon of idleness came at someone's request, to which she said that there are different cases. She said that it all depends on who asks. People looked up. The demon said that she would stand here for only 10 minutes, and then he can do whatever he wants. Aldebaran shook his head and said he didn't know if it made sense since she wasn't stopping him. He rose into the sky and said he could since it was only 10 minutes. Taylor looked at the monster and thought about 10 minutes. Sweat was pouring down her face. She wondered if she could really do this. She picked up the watch and thought about 10 minutes. She looked ahead. She thought about Astra. The sand started to spill out. Taylor thought about making a decision. Aldebaran looked ahead. He felt a strange sensation. A light flashed below. Taylor lifted the spinning watch into the air. Aldebaran's eyes widened. A huge flash began to approach him, and a powerful beam shot at him. Azazel put up a block. She deflected the monster's beam and it pierced the ground to the side. The monster looked at the demon with annoyance and asked her to leave. Was she really going to watch this like this? The demon smiled and said that she had to be here for 10 minutes. Taylor continued to work on the glowing sphere around the clock. Azazel said that she was very curious about what would appear there. Many spheres appeared around the monster. He asked what kind of nonsense, said that this creature should not be in this world. He screamed, said that it went beyond the system and did not obey the rules of this world, said that it was a bug. A bunch of magic projectiles hit a huge barrier. Aldebaran looked forward in shock, recognizing Astra. He said that she was one of the 12 constellations, and she was trying to protect this system error. Astra appeared in front of the monster and said that she would protect him. After all, it was not time for humanity to die out yet. She took off the bandage and said that the world would change, and people would regain their values and morality. She was going to return what she had kept until now. The ribbon began to fall down. Astra said that this was human justice. Taylor and Astra looked forward angrily. The constellation said that from now on the girl is human justice. The sand fell on the ground with a powerful beam. Aldebaran looked at the ground, began to speak. The system said that all accounts linked to this game will be disabled. The notification closed. Observers began to disappear, and players began to panic. An explosion was heard. People began to ask what was happening. Mina looked ahead tensely. Astra folded her hands together. She made Taylor her representative. The goddess looked at the hero and said that Taylor was still small. It was unknown whether she could withstand the divine powers of the representative. The hero said that she probably knew that he was worried not about the girl, but about the goddess. Astra remained silent. Sahan looked at her and said that he was going to awaken all of Taylor's abilities and if she became a representative in this state. He looked at the girl and said that in the worst case, she would be able to absorb her. Astra rose into the air, suggested that maybe so, then she would have abilities, said that means the hero wants her to die because he asks her for such a risky thing. She could not understand what the hero was trying to achieve. Sahan reached into his pocket and said that he liked her. He said that she was a kind goddess who believed in people and who remained on the ground until the last moment. Astra put her hand on her chest. The hero said that he respected her for treating them not as pawns in the game, but as people. Sayan bowed and asked her for a favor. Astra looked at him in surprise. Akardos screamed, asking what was happening to the screen. He said that this fool was normal until she started glowing. Sahan looked at him with a grin and said that the server was not working. Akardos asked in shock, how could this happen? Sahan pointed to the screen that appeared. Akardos shuddered. He saw Astra and asked how the hero managed to turn on the image since the server was down. Sahan smiled and said that the problem was only with the god connected to his server. If you use another one, everything is fine. The girl looked at the screen with a smile. Akardos twisted his mouth and asked how the player could do such a thing. Saiyan bit his finger, asked to watch carefully. Since he did it all himself, the game master asked again in shock. Saiyan smiled maliciously and said that he touched him. The monster looked at the yellow portal and laughed. He assumed that there would be such an ending, but he looked ahead in surprise and asked if this was really a person, asked where she got such power from. He said that just appearing at the level of a deity. Taylor hovered in the air. Blue light began to beat from her eyes. Aldebaran smiled and said that this was not bad, and the blood boiled in the weapon. He began to fly up and said that it was just a bug that had gone beyond common sense, a creature that had surpassed the boundaries of human capabilities. He clenched his fists and said that he was challenging the girl. He took off and flew at Taylor. His fist began to glow. He used the Taurus destroying fist. In 0.0001 seconds, he was approaching the girl's face. 0.00015 seconds left. Taylor looked at the blow. She dodged and swung back. 0.0002 seconds left. The fist was approaching Taurus's face. 0.00025 seconds left. And a powerful beam threw the monster back, piercing the buildings with his body. Aldebaran lay in ruins. He closed his eyes, laughed and said that he would have to act differently. He flew up and said that for the first time he met a worthy opponent. His eyes flashed. He called himself Aldebaran, who thirsts for perfection in battle. He flew at the girl and screamed that he would destroy her right here. Akardos grabbed his head, said that something was wrong here and it was strange. Saiyan smiled and asked him not to go crazy because he still had something left. The system reflected the system permission request. The user change began. Akardos began to ask in madness what this was. What system change? He asked not to talk nonsense. He stood up and said that Saiyan was part of the system. What can he do? The hero said that he can't do anything, but someone who does not obey the system can. Akardos froze in shock. The hero said that he seemed to have forgotten. He thought about the Dream Witch. The game master fell off his chair. Saiyan said that if there is an ability to insert a straw, as well as enough points to make a new server, then such a situation is quite possible. Akardos fell to the floor, began to beg the hero to stop, said that he was wrong, said that it was all his fault, once again asked him to stop. Saiyan looked at him darkly. Akardos was shouting furiously, asking the hero to think carefully, asking if he didn't know what aliens could be like. He said that they were much better than them. He shouted that aliens would smash the earth to smithereens. He said that the hero was making the wrong choice. Akardos froze. The hero said avatar. He asked again. Saiyan smiled, took out a feather, said that a being with divine qualities could have an avatar if the subject himself agreed to it. He said that gods raised avatars and enjoyed it, as it was with heroes in the era of myths. He imagined a puppet. He said that getting consent and making an avatar for yourself. He held out his hand with threads, said that this could be done not only from a player. He imagined Yidra, said that he was going to make him his avatar. Taylor looked at the sky. Taurus was reflected in her eyes. He was flying towards her at high speed. His fist was approaching her face. She grabbed his hand and ran forward with him, threw him aside. Taurus crashed into a building. He looked ahead in surprise and thought that it was still not enough. He thought that her strength was still not enough to resist him. He flew into the sky again, clenched his fist, used the crushing fist. He looked ahead questioningly. He doubted. Taylor was approaching him, copying his punch. He found it funny. He swung. Taylor glared at him. The two fists touched. An explosion was heard in the sky. Aldebaran looked at his opponent cheerfully and asked if she really wanted to go all the way. Taylor looked at him calmly. Taurus's eyes began to glow. His constellation appeared in the air. Beams flew at Taylor. Her fist caught fire. She used the copy technique. An explosion was heard in the sky again. The enemies began to exchange blows. Taylor constantly used the copy technique. She punched back, copying again. Taurus laughed, looked ahead and thought, is it possible for a human being to master such a technique? Taylor threw another punch. Aldebaran thought that it was still not enough. He threw the girl back. He swung his arms and demanded to show him more. He punched with great force and demanded to show the limit of what she is capable of. Taylor landed. Taurus landed. The girl broke the distance. He chased her. Taurus was approaching. He slammed the girl into the wall. His fist began to burn. He began to throw punches. Taylor took the punches. She grabbed Taurus by the horns. He looked at her in surprise, laughed to himself and thought that it was true. He realized that he saw her true form. The girl's eyes began to glow. She began to punch him. She hit him with her knee in the face. The monster was thrown back. Taylor began to cast his punch and threw him back with a punch. Taurus crashed into a building. His eyes went out. The fire began to fade. Darkness fell. A glimmer of light appeared. The sphere glowed in the darkness. The darkness began to crack. Among the ruins, Aldebaran woke up in fear, said what he saw in her attack. He extended his hand to the girl, said that he saw something with which he can go beyond his capabilities. Taylor looked at him silently. The monster said that thanks to her, his fog cleared. He thanked her. The girl asked if this was his last technique. Aldebaran clenched his fist and said that this was the last technique of his crushing fist. Taylor glared at him and said that this fight would be the last. She closed her eyes. A yellow aura began to emanate from the girl. The monster's constellation appeared on his hand, but he thought of his last technique. A sphere appeared behind him. He called the technique Chanson. Taylor raised her hand and said to summon the seventh of the zodiac signs. A beam struck the earth from space. She called on the scales. Taurus raised his head and said that even he saw this for the first time. A huge scale hit the ground. Taylor pointed her hand forward, said that according to human standards. She looked at the wounded, frightened people, said that the weights of the scales of justice determining sinfulness. Everyone looked at the huge scales. The girl said that they recognized him as evil. The scales began to turn into smoke. They contracted and turned into a sword in the hands of the girl. She swung and said that the scales would judge Taurus. The monster continued to cast the last technique and said that he was not going to obediently tolerate this. The sphere behind him grew. A constellation appeared. He promised to show all his power with this fist. He took off. Taylor looked ahead sullenly. Aldebaran was approaching the girl. She swung her golden sword. She stood at the ready. Her eyes opened wide. She swung. Aldebaran looked ahead with a frown. Taylor thought he was a simpleton, maybe not very smart, but he had no shortage of speed. A yellow slash appeared on the monster's face. The girl decided that he was strong. Aldebaran began to disintegrate. The girl found it excellent. A huge sphere with black lightning hung over the city. The system reported that the ninth task was completed. Idra folded her arms over her chest and looked ahead questioningly. The system said that a large number of points were required to change the system. It asked if the goddess wanted to continue. The voice said that everything here was just as unusual. Idra shuddered and turned to the black smoke, said that she was pleased that he personally visited the abandoned server, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man looked at her. She called him Nyarlathotep. He smiled and said that he could not understand her, said that people, of course, are funny creatures, but is it really worth going so far? Idra laughed and asked if he really wanted to get into her soul. Nyarlathotep. He smiled and said that if her stupid father found out, he might get angry. Idra looked ahead, said that now she was worried about the one with whom she made a contract. The man asked again. He said that she did not have an avatar. She said that she was the avatar. The messenger of chaos looked at the goddess in surprise. Idra said that she was the first avatar of the raven. And the fallen goddess, that is she, Idra. The man bowed his head and asked what she was saying. Idra flew up, laughed and said that he had no business with her, so she asked him to go back because she had to fulfill the request of her god. She passed through the wall and flew forward. The man looked after her and asked what her goal was. Idra stopped and asked, "Isn't it funny?" She said there was something else. She opened the image of the hero and said that she turned out to be quite jealous. She reached her hand to his face. She said that after all, he was hers. The system reported that the game Earth belonged to Idra, the Witch of Dreams. The system reported that Akardos would soon lose his rights as a game master. He looked at the notification in horror, asking if Idra had really gone crazy to become an avatar of a person. He turned the table over and jumped on the hero, began to ask if he knew what he had done. He said that he had challenged the publisher himself to a fight. He choked him and asked what would change if he got rid of one game. He said it wouldn't end, it would continue as it should. Sehen said he knew, but they were terrible at managing it. He smiled and said it was the worst game he'd ever played. Akardos looked at the blackening emptiness around him, asked what the hero said. Sehen smiled and turned to the game master. The white color began to be sucked into the darkness. Akardos began to scream and ask why he didn't return after losing his rights as a game master to another world. Sehen stood up and said he couldn't return there anymore. He looked at the notice in front of him. The hero said he hadn't shown him everything yet. Sehen reached out to him with a smile and said it was the end. Portals opened above the former game master. Sehen reached out and said they were seeing each other for the first time, but it wasn't. He said they had met before. Akardos clenched his fist and asked what nonsense, asked when they had last met. Sehen had said many times. He had summoned a weapon from the portal, said that each time he had promised to kill him, and he had groveled on the ground so many times, but he had managed to survive. Akardos touched the cut on his cheek in fear, wondering if the hero had really pierced the Titan's skin so easily. He clenched his fist and said that it was even for the best, said that this time he would personally tear the hero to shreds. The blade pierced his hand. He said that such wounds could heal indefinitely. The shots made cuts. They cut his neck. Akardos did not understand what was going on. Sehen struck him from the portal. The Titan began to understand that the speed and strength of his blows greatly exceeded his blows. Sehen asked why the Titan only did what he did, receive blows from a human. Sehen pointed his hand at him. He used a skill, said that they would find out when he died from his blows. The skill allowed the hero to deal fatal damage to the constellation for 30 minutes. Akardos was cut by swords flying out of the portal. He thought it was a nightmare, a real nightmare. He screamed and spat blood, begged to spare him and not kill him. Sehen smiled and said that it was better for the Titan to die here and now, because at least he would not see the destruction of the publisher. Akardos was covered in wounds and cuts. He thought that someone like the hero was capable of this. Sehen summoned a metal bayonet, smiled and said that all this was thanks to Akardos because it was he who created him. A moment, the hero pierced Akardos' chest. He said goodbye to him. Dawn came. Mina looked around in disbelief and asked, "Is it really over?" Taylor was hanging in the air. She said that Aldebaran had completely lost its divinity. People looked at the girl in surprise, asking who she was. Another guy asked if she was really a player. Yunshin sighed and said that she didn't know what happened. But if everything went according to the hero's plan, then it was necessary. Arthur said that he thought so too. Lafay watched the bustle of people, sighed and asked why she was in all this pain at her age. Azazel asked if Lafay was called the Lake Witch. She smiled slyly and flew up and asked how about acquiring divinity, said that simple longevity has its limits. The witch thanked her for the advice. Azazel flew up to Sejun and asked why he was upset. Sujun looked ahead sadly and said that he wanted to fight once too. Azazel laughed and said that he was just a loser, asked if he hadn't seen others lose. Minsua stood behind sadly while the demoness said that Sujun was just a pathetic worm because he was doing something he couldn't do. The girl thought that the murder was prevented, but the end was still the same. She pursed her lips and thought that there was no change after that day. She thought of the Mad Demon King. She remembered his appearance. Minsua remembered that Jisu was among those demons in whom she saw. Jisu was looking at Taylor. She looked at her hand, said to herself that if she knew, that she could do it. She looked down and thought how much pain she was in. She flinched. She was greeted. Taylor flew to her. She smiled and said that she hadn't seen her like this in a long time. Jisu looked up and asked again. Taylor landed and said that the end of this world wasn't that good. The real end was a crazy demon king. The whole world had gone down a crooked path. She said that most likely the end of this world would be bad. She looked at the girl and thought that everything was repeating itself countless times. She smiled, thought that with the help of the watch, she managed to gain half an hour. She understood that this was a turning point. She looked forward seriously. Jisu tensed. Taylor said that there were 2 keys, asked to tell her uncle that, and also. Jisu shuddered. Taylor said that sometimes she had to be bad. She held out the watch and said that it was time for her to go, because she knew that she had this. She held the watch up and told her to make her own decisions. Jisu leaned forward and said that she only had one question: was she able to stop him? Taylor smiled and said that she lost to her uncle, and she too. Jisu opened her mouth. The girl said that she was stronger than she thought, and much stronger. Taylor began to take the form of a child. Sehen and Yidra stood on the cliff. The hero asked if it was really over. Yidra happily waved her hands and said that the land now belonged to her, said that the game would continue, but small details could be changed as much as they wanted. She looked at the hero with a smile and asked what he would do now. She called him her god. Sehen looked at her embarrassedly and asked not to call her that. Yidra resentfully waved her hands and said that she was now his avatar. Did he really not want her to not call a god a god? She said that he was asking too much. Sehen thought that it was enough for him that she became his avatar. He sighed and said that they would decide on this later, but for now. He looked at the city and said that they would try to create a normal game. God Slayers, the voice said that it was very pleasant for him. Yidra stretched and said that she is an outer god, who is called a dream witch and her name is Yidra. The team looked at the hero. The goddess said that there are familiar faces here that she has not seen for a long time. Nina looked at her tensely and asked if she is really the hero's avatar. Sehen waved. Yidra bowed and said yes. The hero said that it is true and she will not harm them. Jisu looked at the goddess, called her Miss, but Yidra said to call her by her name, because now she is an avatar. The hero's friend asked if she is now acting as a publisher. Sehen shook his head and said that when the server was on the decline, Yidra left the game, with great delays. The system handled itself, but they were able to intervene in the control. Chanu looked at the hero, realized that the publisher's rights were taken away, asked if this caused any problems. Sehen adjusted his jacket, said that Emir had noticed them, but there was nothing he could do about it now. He looked at the team and started talking about cooperation. Cooperation. He thought about the universe. Cooperation was the main task, which involved not only the Earth, but also other planets. He knew that even a publisher would find it difficult to interfere with other games unless cooperation was activated. He said that for the Titans, the system was a law that they could not resist. Sehen looked ahead and said that for him, too, it was a risk, so he would not rush, adding that they would naturally prepare their own measures. Nina looked at the hero and asked why she still couldn't contact the clown. The hero said that the server was still being restored, because they had delayed its launch for a while. Shu looked at the hero and asked if he had ever managed the game. The hero said no. Shu raised his hands and asked if it would be hard for him when the game became available. because if the gods left the game, the server would close. He imagined a black portal and said that the stars would be thrown and absorbed by space. Sehen looked at Yidra and said that there was definitely a problem. He opened the interface window and said that game management methods and useful knowledge about users were needed. He said that for this case. He smiled, raised his finger and said that he had a good way. There were many people sitting in the Hall of the God Slayers. Someone asked if they had also seen the vacancy for the game manager. They said that they were accepting ordinary people, so they could not pass by. Jiangsu sat sweating and thinking about how many people came for the interview. He thought that he also came because of the ad, but would they accept an ordinary person like him? Mina went out into the hallway and called numbers 45 to 50 into the office. Everyone started taking out their numbers. There was an empty table in the office. The red-haired guy looked angrily at Jiangsu and asked what a civilian was doing here. Jiangsu immediately recognized Chonglok, remembered that he worked as a manager at Dan-C Soft and was also a player. He had the misfortune to meet this guy. Sehen clapped his hands, demanding silence. He introduced himself and said that he studied their applications and saw that they all used to work for large companies. Jiangsu's face blushed. He thought that he was so young and already a member of one of the best guilds in Seoul and was also conducting an interview alone. He thought that the hero occupied a high position. Sehen leaned on the table, pointed at everyone with his hand and said that they can find out the suitability right away during the interview, so he proposed to get down to business, asked how to train the users of the game. Chonglok raised his hand in satisfaction. He jumped up and said that usually the imbalance in the game creates demand and there are also power-ups and random achievements. It is very important to create situations in which the users will have no other choice, because for those who control the game, the users are just pawns. Sehen pointed to the door with a smile, asked how Chonglok will act in this case if the users are VIP persons or an overwhelming force. Sehen looked at him ominously and asked if he will do the same if all the users are responsible for sales and he can't do anything to them. Chonglok was tensely silent. The guy thought that if all the users are VIP clients, then who could it be? He thought that all the users are an overwhelming force in VIP. Jiangsu shuddered. The hero asked what he thinks. Jiangsu looked at the hero with fear and said that he would treat users like gods. Sehen looked at him in surprise. The guy thought that he answered incorrectly. Sehen smiled and said that he would like to hear a more detailed answer. There was a stack of papers on the table. Sehen was standing in the elevator and talking on the phone. He was told that the auction and arena were being installed. They asked if there was anything else needed. The hero said no. He hoped that Yuan would close everything on time. He went to Yidra. She said that they needed to launch a satellite, restore communication, adjust the frequency of monsters appearing, asked what else. Sehen said that they needed to activate a dungeon sample, asked if she could increase the frequency of their appearances. Yidra looked at the screen and said that it was already related to the system and said that she was unlikely to be able to handle a large intervention. She opened the map, waving her hand, said that currently closed dungeon samples were activated. She thought sadly that if she added even one, the points would flow away like water, said that after opening they would need god points. The hero said that was enough, said that he had entrusted the rest to Yuan. He opened the screen, thought that Yidra looked busy and decided that he would need to do advertising. Meanwhile, Mia leaned towards the screen and asked if the server was still closed. Freaky Friday put her hands behind her head and said that it was all because of Astrea. Anonymous 7 reminded about the ban on mentioning divine names. Friday asked what was wrong, because she sold her divinity and became a representative. In the chat, Clown asked if this was related to his daughter. Did the uncle really have nothing to say? The Greek captain wrote that he did not want to talk about it. Clown stood in front of the screen, said that before he walked around all the servers, but now it was as if he had taken water in his mouth. She felt disgusted. She remembered Taylor. She leaned on the keyboard and thought that the person who had become one with Astra was not a representative. She thought that she was literally a combination, and also, everyone was looking at Taylor's photo. Clown called her a bug. She thought about Raven, seeing that someone had left the game. She saw messages from Anonymous, who advertised the imminent opening of the server. She laughed and assumed that they were hired to write advertisements. She rolled over and thought that this was probably the hero's doing. She wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, publisher, people in white robes bowed before Ymir. He looked at them boredly. Nyarlathotep asked if he was really going to watch like this. The giant smiled, asked if he really wanted him to intervene right now, demanded to say what the messenger of chaos needed. Nyarlathotep smiled and said that he was just curious that one star was taken from him. Why didn't he call his army to get it back? Ymir said that he wasn't going to touch the system because of one star. Ymir leaned on his palm and said that he wouldn't just leave it like that, asked what the hero's name was, said that he probably knew that he would try to interfere and was preparing to fight back. Thought that the most important thing, thought about the system and that the hero most likely knew the rule of space. He smiled slyly and thought about himself. He looked at the messenger and asked if he wasn't interested in this because he, like Ydra, could get to Earth right now, especially since he liked the game and he still had an avatar. The creeping Chaos smiled, said that he just wanted the others to understand how much he loved people, and even if he did nothing, what was at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean would soon surface on its own. Ymir thought about love for people. Watching the recordings, he thought that there was too much attention to the hero. 3 days before the opening of the game Earth, Yangchen was working on the screens. Sehen looked at the interface and thought that they had prepared everything they could and there should soon be good news from Yangchen about the readiness of the arena. He thought that all that was left was. He pressed the screen and said that this would do. The system showed a description of the bone-breaking training skill. The system said that the hero had adopted the skill. Sehen smiled, decided that as for martial arts skills, all techniques are used, so they have no equal. He turned to the screen. He saw Mina fall and asked what was wrong. The girl looked at the Cyclops with tentacles and asked what was it. Sehen shuddered. The girl hid behind him. He said that it was Shogar, one of the servants of the outer god. Mina looked at him in fear. Shogar handed her a cup of tea. The couple drank tea. Mina blushed and said it was very tasty. Sehen leaned over to the monster and said that he was doing a good job with the housework, thought that Ydra had summoned him. He thought that in the first round he was also connected to Nyarlathotep, then he saw him and decided that he was still as disgusting to look at. Shogar looked at the hero. The girl assumed that he wanted him to follow him. Sehen looked at his friend with disgust and assumed that Ydra was summoning him. Sehen hugged himself and asked if there could be any special reason for her to summon him. He introduced Taylor. He walked forward and asked the monster to show him the way. Ydra closed her eyes and said that she had received a message from Olympus. Sehen watched her take tea from a servant. The goddess said that there was talk and everything was very pious and said that she had received a message from Olympus. Sehen watched her take tea from the servant and say that there was talk, said that it was very simple. They wanted him and Taylor to appear in a parallel world on Olympus. Sehen looked away boredly and said that he had foreseen this. He thought about the gods of Olympus. He looked down. Taylor looked away. She was connected to Astrea. The woman with blonde hair had her eyes covered with a bandage. Among the 12 constellations, she is Virgo. The protagonist carried Taylor on his back, thinking that he could also use the lyre, and that it was no wonder that he was called to Olympus. Sehen turned around and asked if only he and Taylor should appear there, and the blonde woman replied that she also wanted to go with them, but she could not leave Earth. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had not even been to the parallel world on Olympus in the first round, and at that time there was only a little information about the keys from those who had superpowers. The two girls stood opposite each other, and Sehen thought that in 10 years, Taylor would tell Jisu that there were 2 keys, and the first one was in the parallel world, and the second one was unknown. Jisu looked at the protagonist, asking if he would go alone again, and Sehen replied that he would take Taylor with him. Then he asked when Jisu had time to come here. Ydra crossed her arms and said that Jisu had been here all along, but she was hiding, and the protagonist thought that she was a stalker. The protagonist imagined Jisu standing in the middle of the fog and thought that if he took her with him, her extraordinary power would arouse great interest among the gods. Sehen said that Jisu had better not go there, but train the Helchensurrigan technique because she would need it soon. Jisu raised her eyebrows and said that she already had 10 stars, and the protagonist thought that only a year had passed since the beginning of the game. The girl looked in surprise at the pink creature that handed her a cup of tea. Jisu smiled and stroked the creature, thanking it. Ydra leaned towards Jisu, saying that their lily was quite cute. Sehen smiled slightly and told Jisu to train to the level that she can. The girls turned around, saying goodbye to the protagonist. Sehen found himself in the middle of the forest. The protagonist raised his head and asked if he needed to go up there. It was easy for him to do so with Gunga's wings. However, if he did, an army of gods might appear and attack him. The man with sunglasses smiled. He jumped onto the ground in front of Sehen. The protagonist stood in the dust that had risen, thinking that this man looked like an ordinary man, but he was at least a top god level. Sehen asked who he was. The stranger smiled widely and said that they were the ones who called the protagonist up here. Hermes touched the small snake and said that he was the first to receive news about Sehen. The man hugged the protagonist and started talking non-stop, and Sehen thought that Hermes was quite simple, and he had a very ordinary personality. Hermes grabbed the protagonist's hand, who thought, but the man's skills were worthy of being among the 12 gods, and this was not even moving in space because he transported them to Olympus at the speed of sound. Hermes walked up the stairs, saying that usually everyone was in different places, but today they were all gathered here to meet Sehen, and it was quite an unusual sight. The man had small wings on his feet. They came to a huge shining door, and Hermes told the protagonist to go inside because the meeting was probably already in full swing. There were many gods floating in the air. They all turned their attention to the one who entered. The protagonist looked up and thought that these were the 12 gods of Olympus. Sehen sweated in fear when he heard someone's voice and assumed that it was Hades. The girl with yellow eyes frowned and raised one finger, demanding that the collar be removed from her avatar. She began to punch Sehen in the stomach, screaming that she was just waiting to say this, and the protagonist thought that it must be the goddess of lies and deceit, Apatha. Hermes smiled, saying that they would talk about personal matters later because first they had to deal with the girl on their back. Zeus raised his hands and greeted Sehen. The god looked down, saying that it must be hard for the protagonist to hold Taylor, and that he should put her somewhere else. Sehen picked up Taylor and thanked Zeus. The girl's eyes were closed, and the god said that they would get down to business right away and talk about her. The god of war Ares raised his hand and shouted loudly that Taylor had a power that was too great for a human. He suggested separating her from Astrea again. Artemis frowned and said that it would not be easy, because Taylor's skills were too strong, and with one wrong move Astrea could die. The woman said that she was impressed by Taylor's skills, and that she should be treated like a goddess. Apollo clenched his hand into a fist and shouted indignantly that this was nonsense, because Taylor was a human. Artemis looked away and replied that although Taylor was human, she was quite strong, so she had such an opportunity, because she had fought with Aldebaran himself, but Apollo would hardly be able to defeat her. The man gritted his teeth and frowned in anger. Zeus closed his eyes, telling them to stop, and asked if Sehen knew the reason why the gods had been discussing what to do with this girl all this time. The protagonist looked up and replied that the goddess of justice could not leave, and Aldebaran was no more, so it was necessary to fill the 2 vacant places among the 12 constellations. And Zeus said that this was right, but on Olympus it was decided to treat Taylor as a goddess. The gods sat on their thrones, and Zeus added that there were some who were against the idea, but it couldn't be helped. Sehen thought that he had seen Apollo somewhere else, or rather, he was Apollo, but at the same time he was not. Zeus raised one hand and said that now they had to find out if the protagonist would accept their offer, but first they should talk about the price he showed them. Sehen's eyes widened in surprise when Zeus said that the game on Earth had gotten rid of an external god, and one game master had gone missing, and the protagonist had something to do with it, and Sehen asked what just a human could do. Hermes placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he had taken away the constellation of the Raven, and had also received mid-level godhood, so he was not just an ordinary human. Hermes extended his hand, asking if Sehen noticed how the others were jealous of him because some player who was nothing more than a toy to the gods had entered their territory. The protagonist thought that they were already watching him with their eyes, and now Hermes was making it worse. Hermes smiled when Sehen asked if he meant that Taylor needed a guardian that everyone knew, and the god replied that this was their proposal. Hermes closed his eyes and said that he would become the girl's teacher because they also wanted a good relationship between them so that she would not point her sword at the gods in the future. Sehen furrowed his brows and thought that Hermes was not that bad as a teacher because he had a neutral stance and a good status. The protagonist turned around and said that if Taylor had Astrea's personality left, she would not need a teacher, and Hermes replied that Astrea was a mid-level goddess, so there was a lot to learn. Sehen looked down and asked for some time to think. The long-haired man crossed his arms, indignant at the protagonist's words. He punched the wall, cursing loudly and thinking that such an offer could be accepted right away. Apollo looked down and thought that Olympus was overdoing it with its attitude towards him now. The man looked at his trembling hands and thought that no matter how strong Taylor was, she was sleeping now and she was not fully matured yet and he could kill her, and now was the perfect time to do it. The man laughed, tilting his head, and said that it was simply unthinkable that the gods would try so hard to please a human. Apollo's eyes widened and he screamed that this was just a human. The man looked at his reflection and said that if things were left like this, Olympus would be poisoned because humans were ungrateful creatures. Sehen looked at the sleeping Taylor, thinking that he could leave her like this, but if he wanted her to wake up, he would need the help of a god, and perhaps the best solution would be to agree with Hermes. The protagonist looked up and thought that it was impossible to agree to this right away, plus, he had a feeling that he could gain more from this situation. Suddenly, Sehen frowned tensely. He raised his hand, taking out his sword. The stranger with sharp fangs smiled slyly. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in annoyance and told Nibiros to come out. The demon stepped out of the shadows, greeting Sehen. Nibiros licked his lips and said that he had a duty to the protagonist, and since this was an order, he needed to deal with it quickly. The demon added that he had business with the scoundrel that Sehen was protecting. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if he should thank Nibiros for giving him a reason to act. The demon smiled widely and laughed and said that he would kill Sehen painlessly if he was a good boy because he was merciful. The protagonist smirked and said that Nibiros shouldn't show off like that. The demon suddenly flew into the air. He turned around and shouted indignantly, asking what Sehen was doing. Nibiros emitted a red mist as he floated in the air. Sehen spread his wings and flew up. The protagonist held Taylor in his arms, thinking that thanks to the demon's attacks, he was able to easily set up the bomb. Nibiros extended his hand forward and asked how Sehen dared to mock him. Sharp projectiles flew towards the protagonist. The demon looked straight ahead in surprise. Many clones of Sehen were flying in the sky, and Nibiru's concluded that this was a hallucination and that the protagonist was connected to the Dream Witch. The demon smiled and said that it was just an illusion that could not harm him. Sehen smiled slightly and said that he could. The raven's eye shone brightly, and the protagonist added that he could do anything he imagined in his head. Nibiru's chuckled, saying that Sehen had done well to create a new hallucination. The demon decided that he should end it with one blow. Nibiru's raised his hand, creating a cloud of dark energy. A purple line surrounded the demon as he said that Sehen was just an idiot who needed to die. Nibiru's opened his mouth in shock as blood spurted out of his body. A look of fear appeared on the demon's face and he thought that the protagonist's attacks couldn't work on him. A huge raven attacked Nibiru's. The demon threw his head back as a sharp beak pierced his chest and screamed loudly in pain. Nibiru's eyes shone with a blinding light. The raven grabbed the demon with its paw. The demon opened his mouth in fear, thinking that this was a hallucination. The raven swung its paw and Nibiru screamed in horror, realizing that it was not a mirage. The demon opened his mouth as the bird clamped its paw onto him. Red blood gushed out of Nibiru's body. He did not understand what was happening. The man with long dark hair said that he did not want to interfere personally. His hair fell down his back. The demon, whose face was stained with blood, lowered his head and addressed the avatar, thanking him for saving him. Nibiru stood up, but before he could finish speaking, the avatar attacked him. The man raised his hand and said that he simply did not want to cause any more trouble. He looked at Sehen and said that he had better deal with the player who had 2 SS rank items. The avatar grabbed the protagonist's neck, saying that he was being stupid because Sehen should have run away if he already recognized him. The protagonist smiled and said that he simply had something to hope for. Sehen held Taylor in his arms, and Hermes appeared in the air in front of him. The god touched the snake in his hair and asked if the protagonist knew what he was watching, and Sehen reminded him that Hermes himself said that he knew about it all first. Hermes looked up and screamed in shock when he saw the avatar running away. Hermes raised his hands and shrugged, and Sehen said that he heard from the demon of sloth that the man was not real from the beginning. The protagonist imagined Abaddon's face and said that it was one of the 7 sins of the devil's world, which was responsible for envy. The yellow sky was visible. Zeus sat on the throne, apologizing to Sehen for what happened yesterday, and the protagonist thanked the god for saving him from the 2 demons. Sehen looked up at Zeus, saying that Abaddon had gone missing several thousand years ago and was not originally from the devil's world. Hermes opened his mouth in shock, asking where Abaddon came from then. Sehen replied with a calm expression that the man was from Olympus. The god pointed his finger at the protagonist, shouting that he was talking nonsense, because it was inconceivable that Abaddon was from Olympus. Hermes turned to Sehen asking if he had proof, and the protagonist replied that he could provide it if he used the scale. Hermes touched his chin and asked if Sehen was asking for help waking Taylor. The god said that stabilizing the god's power was not that easy and this was his backup plan. Apollo crossed his arms and the protagonist asked if it was because the god did not know what he should. The man turned away and said that he did not trust humans. Black hair hid Sehen's eyes, who said that it was sad, but he did not trust the gods either. The protagonist imagined the silhouette of a girl with long hair and explained that his views had changed now. Sehen turned away from the god, wishing him to look in the right direction. Abaddon looked at the ceiling and thought that it was time for him to get out of here. Ymir listened to him, resting his chin on his hand. Abaddon looked out the window and muttered that it seemed like the raven was becoming suspicious. Ymir waved his hand and said that he was curious if he had any reason to think so, to which Abaddon replied that there was no reason, it was just obvious that he had been doubting him since their first meeting. He looked at the communication window and heard Ymir mutter that it was impossible to understand what the raven was thinking, but he wouldn't be surprised if Abaddon said that he understood him, since he just needed to get half of the key, and then this one could be connected to his, and the man asked what Ymir was going to do with the remaining player, to which he replied that he thought it was worth watching the situation, but with only the keys, he could really do a lot. Ymir looked at his subordinate and asked if he thought he could handle it, since the gods of Olympus weren't that weak. Abaddon replied indifferently that tomorrow was just the chance and he didn't know about a fight, but it would be easy to dodge them. He thought about Taylor and how all of Olympus' attention was focused on her, and said out loud that it seemed like Zeus had personally intervened to curb her power. He imagined Zeus and explained that it would take a huge amount of power to make a man a demigod, and that would be the right moment to act. Ymir smiled and decided to trust his subordinate. He waved his hand and thought about what Raven would do this time. The purple moon illuminated the mountain range. Zeus looked at Taylor, who was lying on the table in front of him. Sehen leaned against the wall and looked at the gods doubtfully, because he didn't think Zeus would personally intervene. Apollo folded his arms over his chest and looked at the girl thoughtfully, despite the fact that such a thing was not expected of him either. Sehen remembered the first round and still didn't understand what his other side was thinking. Zeus put his hand out, calling for power as he decided to start. The other gods also put their hands out in front of them and sent power to Taylor. A golden flash lit up Olympus. Taylor flew into the air and San covered his hand from the bright light, thinking that her divine powers were returning to normal. As the girl was enveloped in power, Zeus said that a new goddess of justice was born. Taylor opened her eyes. She looked around in surprise and asked where she was. She perked up, wondering what happened to Aldebaran and if she defeated him. Zeus immediately smiled, calling her a sweet child, then suggested calling him daddy or grandpa since she became one with Astra, so now she is like a daughter to him. Artemis addressed her as a child who became the new goddess of justice, and then said that she only had one question, which was whether Astrea had died inside. Taylor was silent for a moment, after which her lips stretched into a slight smile. The girl looked at Artemis and in Astra's voice said that she was whole, so the woman should not worry, to which Artemis was interested in whether she and this girl were one or not. Astra inside Taylor replied that it was possible to consider that two personalities live inside one body, and now Taylor allowed her to speak, but from now on he was going to do it as rarely as possible. Zeus interrupted them and said that his promise was fulfilled, and then asked Saiyan if he could now find Abaddon. The guy looked at Taylor and asked the goddess Astra if she could call the scales, to which she replied that if they were on Olympus, then there was no problem. As Astra was about to summon the scales, Apollo said that there was no need for that. Artemis angrily asked what he was talking about, as the man immediately grabbed her hand, and his eyes flashed purple. Zeus angrily shouted the name Abaddon. Abaddon appeared and hit Zeus in the chest with his hand. Many of his copies grabbed all the gods in this room when he said that Zeus probably lost a lot of strength to revive the goddess of justice, so such a chance does not come every day. One of his copies grabbed Saiyan and demanded not to move and keep his head low, as worms should. Saiyan smirked and bowed his head, to which Abaddon praised him quite a bit, since he understood everything correctly. Astra angrily addressed Abaddon, but he demanded that the girl stand still, since he already wants to kill her, but he controls himself only because she is connected to Azazel. Abaddon suddenly pulled a glowing sphere from Zeus's body. He disappeared into the portal with the sphere, shouting goodbye that they would see each other again if they were lucky. Artemis called Apollo, who looked like Abaddon at that moment. The portal closed, and Hermes missed it by only a moment. He jumped onto the window, shouting that they needed to catch up with them before they went beyond Olympus, but Astra asked him to wait. She looked at Saiyan carefully, and at that moment, a realization came to her. She touched the guy, saying that he was not here from the very beginning. Saiyan's illusion turned into raven feathers. At that moment, Abaddon was quickly approaching the barely. He looked at the sphere with interest and thought that now all that was left was to watch what Ymir would do, because if it fell into the hands of the strongest, they would be able to control even space, because who knows, what if the keys to the demon world were in danger? Suddenly, something caught his attention, causing him to frown with anger. He caught the arrow on the fly and asked Raven where it came from. The entire space around was covered in darkness, and Abaddon thought that only he had a double, so he could not understand where the enemy was. Besides, he was too annoying, and Yidra became his avatar. Saiyan's voice was heard, speaking about what Abaddon had known from the beginning, to which he asked if Azazel had told him this information, and the boy replied that it seemed so. Abaddon's name in Greek is Apollo, and after the end of the mythical era, Apollo felt disappointed in humans, and that was when Abaddon appeared in the form of a demon. But he was an imperfect being and only a shadow of Apollo. Then the demon of sloth Azazel had a fleeting interest in him, and she offered to help. However, he continued to remain an illusion and could not surpass a real god. Abaddon told Saiyan to shut up, but he continued to talk about how Ymir made him a tempting offer, promising to create a real body. Abaddon's eye flashed purple, and the man angrily asked how Saiyan knew everything. He angrily clenched his teeth and thought about how Azazel could not tell him, since she was not particularly interested in him, and he was just a toy for her entertainment. He began to look around fussily and ask from whom Saiyan heard this. Saiyan offered to tell him if Abaddon agreed to give half of the key, but he only cursed in response. Saiyan grinned, saying that it meant their deal did not take place. The space was distorted, and Abaddon realized that this was a hallucination, after which he asked himself if the enemy had really divided the worlds. The ground under his feet cracked. The entire space around him began to resemble colored stains. Abaddon realized that Saiyan had distracted him with his words, and he did not notice this moment. The space continued to crumble, and the man thought that this was a skill that absorbed divine power and was close to absolute power, so it was surprising that he could use the power of an external god. Abaddon screamed in anger. He began to fall and say that he did not know what Saiyan's characteristics were, but in his internal state he had long surpassed human abilities. He divided into several copies of himself and shouted that that was all. Abaddon rushed towards the cracked ground. He landed on one of the floating stones, under which lava was bubbling. Abaddon grinned and said that the difference in their strength could not be leveled by any illusions. He deflected the stone flying at him and said that Saiyan could not be stopped alone, and hiding was also useless since he would destroy this space. Sehen grinned and lazily asked if the enemy was familiar with the expression natural enemy. Abaddon nodded and asked him again in surprise. Abaddon grabbed the thread of the electric discharge and heard that Sehen was his natural enemy. Suddenly he began to shake, and the man realized that Apollo was trying to come to his senses, after which he asked the enemy what he had done. Sehen appeared from the portal and heard that he was just a raven of average divine level. However, the guy lazily repeated what he had already said, that he was his natural enemy. Sehen extended his hand to Abaddon, saying that the demon was clearly stronger than him. Not even that, if they started fighting, Sehen would die from one snap of his fingers. But the problem was that Abaddon was just an illusion born from Apollo's desire, or a distorted dream, because a dream is the essence of desire. Sehen swung and said that it did not matter what kind of power the demon had, since this world was borrowed from the game for a while, and he could increase his power as many times as he wanted. Abaddon, torn apart by lightning, screamed about that even if Sehen made an external god his avatar, did he really think he was capable of such a thing, since how could he control power, since he was only a human? Sehen thought that the demon was right, because even if Ydra was friendly to people, it did not mean that her power would be disposed towards them. But he had already done this in the first round, although then he left a moment before going completely mad. Sehen attacked Abaddon, who finally realized that his opponent was also hunting for the keys. The demon clenched his teeth in pain and anger. Abaddon suddenly gathered all his strength and shouted that one should not underestimate the demon of jealousy. Chains immediately rushed out of many portals and tied the demon. He became even more angry, saying that these were some pathetic techniques. Abaddon broke the chains, saying that he would kill Sehen with one blow. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. He hit Abaddon in the face with all his might. The demon looked at his opponent's fist. Sehen said that as Abaddon knew, his attacks had no effect on the demon, and lightning immediately struck the man, causing him to cough. Sehen looked at his hand with satisfaction and explained that the demon's opponent was Apollo. Sehen grabbed Abaddon by the hair, causing him to cough again. Now Sehen had to finish what he started, and he reached out to his opponent's body. He took out a blue sphere. The guy thought about Taylor and how, thanks to Abaddon, everything would be resolved much easier. Sehen looked at the sphere with interest. The exhausted Abaddon asked him to stop, since he must achieve perfection. Sehen thought about one of the 7 demons, and he looked so pitiful, and perhaps Azazel lent him her powers just to see this sight. Sehen looked at the defeated enemy, asking him if he really needed a body like that. He reached out to the demon and promised to do as he wanted. Abaddon was covered in lightning again and asked him to stop with pain in his voice. Apollo and Abaddon separated. Darkness covered the Olympus garden, and Sehen and the separated Apollo and Abaddon came out of the portal. Taylor grabbed Sehen's illusion by the hand, looking at the god and the demon in fear. The guy leaned towards Abaddon, grabbed him by the shoulder and said with a smile that he had prepared a suitable body for him. He hit the demon and it entered his own illusion. Abaddon looked in surprise at his new arms, cuffed in bracelets. He was immediately pressed to the floor. Abaddon coughed up blood and asked Sehen, who had come up, what he had done to him. The guy looked down at the demon and explained that he had simply given him a new body, but only one that he could control, and now he could not even use his divine status. Abaddon tried to get up, cursing and asking how the guy dared to make him his toy. Sehen grinned and explained that this was the real body he had been yearning to get, and he couldn't even say thank you. The boy slammed Abaddon's head on the floor, saying that he was now a bug, so he should act accordingly. The beaten Apollo bowed to Sehen and asked him to accept his gratitude. Zeus sat on the throne surrounded by other gods, when Apollo said that he was wrong, because if it weren't for Sehen, he wouldn't be able to raise his face. The boy replied with a smile that he simply did what he had to. He looked at the god thoughtfully, thinking that Abaddon's body was Apollo himself, and maybe he had overdone it since his face was not visible. He asked what happened to Abaddon, to which Apollo replied that he had sealed it for now, and even if it was weakened, it was still one of the 7 great demons. Zeus asked Sehen what he was going to do with the half of the key. He smiled and said that of course he was going to return it, but in exchange he would ask him to choose the one who would keep it. Zeus was surprised that the guy wanted to choose the keeper of the key himself. One of the gods said with a smile that it seemed like the guy already had someone in mind. He turned on his toes. Sehen said with a smile that he would like to entrust the key to the future goddess of justice, Taylor. The girl asked again in surprise. Sehen turned to Zeus again and asked him what he thought about it, but Zeus didn't care. The gods began to be indignant that he would entrust access to the system to some people. Zeus angrily asked again about some people, and to be more precise, this is a half-god who will one day become a full-fledged goddess. He projected an illusion of a goddess, saying that she will be stronger than all of them. Zeus yawned and said that it was quite possible that he would have to vacate the position of the main god. He He turned to Sehen and said that he wanted to state his conditions, but the boy did not understand what exactly. Zeus wanted this child to train on Olympus, meaning she would spend 1 month on Earth and 1 month on Olympus. Sehen heard about her needing to train to control the force, and he thought it was a good condition, to which Sehen thought that he assumed the god would offer that since Olympus was a safe place to keep the key. Sehen put his hands in his pockets and said that the gods could help them too. The guy explained that he meant humans and Earth. Zeus said sadly that they were not the first to abandon humans, it was humans who forgot the gods. Sehen asked with surprise that they weren't planning on continuing the game on Earth. Zeus thought about it when the guy said that his request was not excessive, but he could refuse. Finally, he agreed. Sehen thanked him and said that he would then give the key to Taylor. He pulled out a blue sphere. Taylor clenched her fists and said that she was ready. The boy thought that this could be a great burden for little Taylor. However, when she had all the keys, the way would surely open. Zeus rose from his throne and commanded the gods of Olympus to listen to him. He said that the new keeper of the key was the future goddess of justice Taylor, and they must protect her and treat her equally. The gods bowed their heads, saying that they obeyed. Then Zeus turned to Sehen, who was standing in front of him, saying that from now on he would be a friend of Olympus for defeating Abaddon and saving Olympus. Sehen bowed and thanked the god. Later, he stood leaning on the railing and, exhaling heavily, muttered that it seemed to be over. Medusa came up to him from behind and said that Raven was not simple, since in the end everyone danced to his tune. He imagined how this weak child could easily become a target, but as long as she had the keys, Olympus would have to be protected and helped. Ahin calmly replied that now that Olympus itself was behind him, there was nothing to worry about. Medusa patted the guy on the shoulder and said with a smile that of course they would ensure safety since their reputation depended on it. He looked at Sehen and asked him what he was going to do now, really fight the king of giants, to which he nervously replied that he was not crazy and thought to himself about what kind of nonsense his interlocutor was talking. Medusa looked at the back of the guy leaving and said that he was a good guy, but he probably had some ideas, so let him at least give a hint, to which Sehen indifferently replied that it was a secret. He thought about the fact that the publisher probably guessed that he was hunting for the second part of the key. He thought that in addition to the one Ymir had, there was another key, but he did not know it in the first round. Sehen stood alone in the corridor and thought that most likely the second key was there. In the demon world, purple darkness was thickening above the tower. Ydra tensely heard that there were 10 days left until the opening. Sehen sat next to her on the table and asked about the advertising, to which the girl leaned closer to the screen and answered that she was currently advertising on her channel, and was also planning to hang a banner in the community, but the problem was with the points. Sehen opened the system window in front of him and reminded that Ydra said that she would put up an ad, but she doubted whether everything would be okay. The guy did not understand what exactly, then the girl explained that she meant a random box. Sehen lazily put his hands in his pockets and asked her not to worry about it, since there would be an item for the character's appearance, but that's why Ydra said it, because who needs an item if the player doesn't get stronger from it? However, Sehen was confident that it would sell well, since it was traditionally an item that was suitable for all games. The advertisement said that this had never happened before, since there was a game that recreated a mythical world with endless competition, amazing costumes that expressed individuality, and anonymous commenters immediately began to write that they were seeing a game for the first time that was not managed by a publisher, and recently everyone wanted to play this game, since it was a new generation game, so they needed to play it together. Plus it was the same game that everyone was talking about, so as soon as it came out, they wanted to try it too, because that mythical theme was so tempting. Sehen looked at the comments and did not understand what kind of nonsense was going on, although the reaction in the comments was not bad, to which Luke said with a smile that he did not understand what the problem was, and this despite the fact that he had a daughter. Sehen turned to Ydra and asked what was going on with the PV, to which the girl replied that she planned to upload it in 30 minutes, and then the guy said that the reaction was not bad, but it was not possible to attract much attention, so they should wait for the duels between the players. Nina put her hands behind her back and asked if he would be the main character, to which the guy replied that she, Jisu and Taylor also have weight, to which Jisu replied that she did not do much. Sehen smiled at the embarrassed Jisu and reminded that she destroyed the labyrinth and defeated Aldebaran. Ydra thought that this would catch on, since it was everything that the gods liked so much, and Sehen replied that it would not be bad. Ydra pressed her finger on the button and said that she was loading then. The system windows began to report that the channel was loading, and finally the loading was complete when Sehen thought about going forward. He silently looked at the system window when Mina nervously covered her face with her hands and asked what was wrong. However, Sehen continued to look at the system window in surprise. A comment appeared under the frame from the video asking who was watching the video. One of the commentators answered that he watched it and saw the fusion with a god for the first time, and there was talk that they introduced a system that is not in other games. Under another frame, people were chatting about what they should try when they open access since it is pre-recorded. Sehen said that the opening is in 5 minutes, and Yidra looked at the countdown screen. Chanu thoughtfully asked if the gods would return, to which he was told that usually 15% of the total number of those who had submitted a preliminary application were god users. Yidra shouted that the time had come and she would unlock the server. The system windows reported the opening of the server, the completion of the server unlock, the start of the countdown of the main quest, after which a window flashed about the opening of the north and the number of participants, currently 50 people, and 8,652 were waiting. Participants. Chanu heard the words about the queue and immediately asked about the fact that there were few people there. The man muttered in surprise that there were too many participants, and in this state the server was about to explode since the system window showed that the server did not have enough mana since there was 2% left. Sehen asked Yidra to keep the server running as long as possible, to which the angry girl asked Sehen, who was leaving, where he was going. He smiled and replied that he was going to look for the server. Kai looked at the screen in the queue of 9,930 participants and muttered about what if the server and rights explode. She started typing something, not understanding what the raven was doing, but while she waited, she wanted to look at the community. She looked at the topic about what would be left if everything was given away, and the answer was participants, to which Loki asked about a free observer. Since she did not understand how to earn points then, and anonymous commenters wrote that their eyes were blinded, they saw nothing but light, after which they realized that it was just an external god. Loki flipped to another topic about whether it was good if a human skin dropped out, and the girl thought it was a prank. The girl smiled, since it turned out that this was so, and luck was on her side, since she thought it dropped after 2 or 3 tries, so she decided to buy a special box. Sehen returned to the office, and he was immediately informed that sales were off the charts. Onto asked how the users reacted, to which he heard the answer that when it came to proud gods, there were no open protests, especially since the presence of skills did not mean the number of points. The man promised that there would be no problems. Yidra turned to Sehen and said that the server was almost at the limit, after which she asked where the guy got another server. He explained that he came to Olympus and Zeus promised to lend it to him. He looked at his subordinates and said that everything seemed to be back to normal, so let them take care of the rest themselves, but he was immediately asked what he would do. Sehen hesitated. He looked at the city and said that he was just a player. He was thinking that it was no wonder that Yidra was so surprised by the sales when Mina came up from behind and said that Loki had also connected. He looked at the guy and said that it looked like she wanted to warn him, and Sehen immediately wondered why. Sehen immediately received a powerful blow to the back, and Mina jumped back in fear. The girl covered her mouth with her hands in surprise when a voice said that it was the same clown with whom he made a contract. Loki looked like a small plush doll. She screamed that San spilled her and began to call him names. Suddenly, she turned into a snake, and the system window reported that the observer's time in the form of a person was over, so a conversation with the player was possible using messages. Sehen thought in surprise that Nade, what a clown turned out to be, and if she got angry even at other users, it means that the points can be quickly restored. He turned to Loki, who was sitting on Mina's head, and asked if she had Tartan, with whom he would like to try to play, to which Mina said that Tartan was their enemy. A message came from the snake, who asked if Sehen knew that she actually came from giants. She had one in mind, and if she introduced Sehen to him, what would she get for it? Sehen promised to give her a branch, to which Loki asked him again. Sehen promised to find her a branch, and the message she received asked how he knew where it was, since even she herself had not been able to find it. Sehen thought of Yidra and replied that there was one deity who knew about it. Loki sent another message with the text that this was great, then they would set a day and she would tell him. Sehen looked at the system window, muttering that he had resolved the urgent problems, so he needed to see how things were going with the new raid ratings. At this time, on the Chinese server on the Sky Guild Arena, Yuan was standing on the balcony and talking about how they seemed to have good reviews since there were more and more users. She looked at the system window and said that the famous arena was developing especially well since the players from the arena era were still at the top. Yuan looked at the players and said that there would be many changes in the future. Ymir sat on the throne in his residence and watched the game through the system window. He lazily rested his head on his hand and did not understand why it was necessary to arrange this at all. He heard that maybe he should help a little, to which Ymir asked the interlocutor about whether he was not just going to watch. The man agreed with this, but in the memories of the forgotten world, he found something interesting. Ymir heard that if he was curious, then he should entrust the collaboration event to him, and he agreed. The man called it a wise decision of his king. Emir realized that he seemed to be interested in these strange creatures. A few days later, S1 looked at the ranking in real time and thought that Taylor should be excluded from the ranking. Jisu asked with interest where Taylor was now, because he said that she had to go down from Olympus. The guy explained that the girl was with Luke in the arena. Sahan looked at the girl and asked why he still hadn't come, and to himself he thought about a strong person who managed the server in different games, who was probably from the publisher's team. Sahan looked out the window and thought that Clown would not introduce him to someone who was subordinate to him. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind him, greeting him and saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sahan asked in surprise what he was doing here. He was tensely thinking about the fact that this person was from the publisher's team. Akainen stood in front of him and smiled. Akainen smiled and said that he quit, to which Sahan thought about what happened to him and what would happen if he did not hire him. Jisu calmly asked how they could trust him. Akainen said that Akardos used the weak to live comfortably himself, and he always knew that this would happen someday, because usually among such suicide bombers, a hero like Sahan would inevitably appear. He remembered the bloody guy. Akainen said that he was Sahan's fan because he achieved what an ordinary player could not. Jisu hugged Sahan's hand and looked at the guest with hatred, and Sahan did not understand what was wrong with the girl. But Akainen hastened to ask them not to worry, since Titans are usually taciturn, but they are not the kind of people who will have such feelings for them. Sahan heard that Akainen wanted to see how long they could hold out. The man looked at Sahan and Jisu. Loki wrapped her arm around the guy's and sent him a text message saying that she thought he could be trusted and that she was giving him her word as a god, to which the guy thought that if Loki himself was vouching for him, then he could trust him. Sahan asked the man if he could call him Akainen, and then said that he was glad to meet him, to which he replied that he could call him whatever the guy was comfortable with, and they shook hands. 2 months after the game opened, thanks to Akainen's help, they quickly achieved stability. Sahan looked at the system window and said that now it was impossible to quickly raise the indicators with the help of points, but he thought that everything would be fine soon. He turned to Jisu and asked if the Helchin skill had calmed down, to which the girl replied that it would soon reach its peak. Sahan thought about TM, even for the Blood Demon. This process took quite a long time, and did Jisu surpass him with the Death Star, and said out loud that even if the Blood Demon appeared here, she had nothing to learn from him, to which Jisu asked in surprise. Sahan smiled, because he thought that the joint mission would start soon. The joint mission that appeared in Korea during the first round was with Youngwon. Its essence was to gain the recognition of the strongest warrior Youngwon, the Blood Demon. Sahan said that this time she would fight with the Blood Demon, but seeing the surprised girl, he asked her if she was confident in her strength. Jisu smiled and replied that she thought it would be interesting. However, the mission was postponed. Sahan did not understand why the joint mission was postponed, since it was the main mission. Ydra yawned and said that she didn't know anything, because the system was showing that it would be difficult to complete it right now, which meant that the next main task would begin. Sahan wondered if that was even possible. Even if it was a joint task, it was still the main task. He frowned and thought about what he could. It was all about changes on Earth. No, then they would have started it earlier, because the player's level had become higher compared to the first round. Sahan said that he thought that they weren't involved that time. Ydra smiled, because she thought so too, because it was not beneficial for them, because divine power was limited, so it was impossible to foresee everything. She wanted to put her hand on Sahan's shoulder, but Jisu immediately pushed her hand away. Ydra smiled. Jisu looked irritated. The girls glared at each other until Sahan said that someone was calling him, so they needed to go out for a while. He answered the phone, introducing himself, and was immediately asked to help Minsua. The other person said that Minsua had been kidnapped. Sahan heard that Chawun had chased after them, but the other person was very worried, because he thought that they were deliberately waiting for a moment when Juwon and Ozil were not around. Sahan asked about how she couldn't foresee it. Hayami spoke excitedly into the phone, saying that she didn't seem to know either, because after she saw them, he said that she could see now, and then asked her to tell Sahan and obediently left with them. Sahan repeated to himself the words about now seeing and realized that it seemed that she couldn't see the future for a while. So in any case, she asked me to tell him this. He flew over the city and thought about what it meant. All of this was connected to what was happening now, and maybe they were waiting for the right moment to cancel the joint mission. Meanwhile, in Incheon, Azazel sensed the boy's approach without turning around and immediately greeted him. Sahan asked the demon if she knew who the attacker was. Azazel said she didn't know, and they said their clothes were similar to the guys from China. Sahan immediately thought of the Heavenly Guild. He thought that he had information about Manhwa under control, and among the players who came to Cray, there were no people from China, so they were not the Heavenly Guild or the Chinese players. They were the ones who were dressed in Chinese costumes. Sehen thought angrily of Chungwon. Azazel said that she wouldn't be able to fight in this state and then asked if the boy could go there alone, to which he agreed, and Azazel asked him to take care of it, as he would definitely thank him. The space between the combatants exploded into stone chips. Chungwon fell to one knee and coughed. A weapon was pressed to his chest. The enemy was smiling contentedly. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Sehen attacked him from above, forcing him to cover himself with his weapon. The man coughed. A black arrow pierced the space. Shannon held his chest, asking the boy how he got there, and Sehen replied that several people had approached him asking for help. Sehen saw Manhwa being held by several boys. The man smirked, saying that his new opponent was indeed strong. He said that His Majesty had warned him to be wary of him. Sehen thought that he was not easy to stand after such a blow, and rumors said that the opponent seemed to be from Yongwon. The man introduced himself as Chunjeong of the Ten Lords, and His Majesty wanted this child, so let him consider it an honor to die for him. Chunjeong, with a mad expression on his face, decided to use the attack of 1,000 changes. Sehen thought that this was the first time he had heard this name in his life, since a blood demon was supposed to appear in Yongwon. He pulled out his sword and thought that he did not know where he got it from. Sehen repelled all the attacks and apologized for Chunjeong's character not quite matching his. The man did not understand how the opponent did this, and Sehen thought that no spells that cause hallucinations worked on him. Chongyang gritted his teeth in anger and said irritably that since it had happened, he would use the last spell. Sehen shouted with all his might. Cho Chang'an ran. Chang'an threw herself at Manhwa, while Sehen himself was preparing for another attack. Chongyang decided to overtake Chon. At that moment, a portal opened right in front of Chongyang, from which a sword flew out. The man blocked it at the last moment and cursed about his opponent having 2 divine artifacts, to which Sehen calmly noted that the more the better. Chongyang cursed again and said that this time he would retreat, but that it would not happen again. The recently fighting company sat and rested near a large stone, when Sehen said that Yongwon was destroyed and those who did this would soon appear here. The guy thoughtfully asked Manhwa if she had seen the blood demon in that future. He has red hair and red eyes, looks like a monster, and has a long sword scar on his right eye. Manhwa hasn't seen the man the guy was talking about, but there is one who looks a bit like him. The girl said that his name is Jin Yoongbik, and he is the leader of the 10th Army. Sehen was scared to think that Jin Yoongbik is the older brother of the blood demon. The blood demon Jin Yingwoon appeared in the joint mission as an enemy. He was like a teacher for the Yans. Only the leader of the blood clan could master the Heljing Suragan technique, and a technique that can counter martial arts. Sehen learned a lot from him, and if there was one thing he regretted, it was killing his own brother. Then the brothers stood opposite each other when it was announced that they would now fight, and the winner would take the place of the leader. The brothers began to fight to the death. As a result, the relationship between the brothers deteriorated, and in the end, the elder one won the last battle. Then he closed the younger's eyes, asking him to sleep peacefully. Sehen thought about the fact that Yoongbik was alive. Yidra thoughtfully said that maybe he was the one, and Sehen asked her about it again. The girl said that she noticed that Nyarlathotep showed interest in the guy. Yidra and Nyarlathotep were outer gods who were very interested in people, but the problem was that their interest was completely different, since Yidra was just curious, and for Nyarlathotep, people were like toys, and if he was involved, then it was just terrible. Sehen said that he needed to go to Yongwon, to which Jisu immediately replied that she would go with him, and Yidra was surprised that they were going right now. The guy turned around and explained that he was just going to gather the necessary information, so he was asking Yidra for help. Meanwhile, in Kwiju, the place where the blood clan is located, Jisu felt like everyone was staring at them since they were probably not dressed right, but it wasn't the clothes, it was the looks. Anyway, they needed to get some information first, so they went into a stall. The man behind the counter asked what they would like to order, to which Sehen asked for the most popular dishes and wine, to which the man asked if they would be okay with Chingahong wine and roast pork, to which Sehen thought that he was right and it was all about their looks. People were talking about how Jisu was the most beautiful they had ever seen and how the Blood Clan sect had captured all the beauties. Sehen thought intensely about how the Blood Clan sect was an organization founded by Chongbi. People came into the stall. The guy blushed and looked at Jisu and asked if he could join their table if they didn't mind, but Jisu was against it. The boy said that they looked a little shabby, but they were the sons of the clan Namgyung, to which the girl replied that she was not sitting there alone, so why was he asking only him, and Sehen was surprised by the name of the clan. There were 5 strongest clans of Yongwon: Namgyung, Jegal, Sashin, Mon, Habuk. The strongest of them was Namgyung. The brothers turned to him and apologized, and Sehen thought that if they really were from this clan, then this was an opportunity that he could not miss. He said that if the boys wanted to sit down, then they did not mind. The brothers immediately introduced themselves as Chono and Soyeon. Sehen immediately said that as far as he knew, the Namgun clan was in Anhui, and then asked what brought them to Gwiju. Chono apologized, but he could not answer this question, and Sehen thought that something was definitely happening in Gwiju. Most likely, it is related to the leader of the 10 Lords, Jongbik, who was from the Blood clan, which means that the Namgun clan began to take some actions related to the Blood clan. Sehen asked Chono if he by any chance knew about the 10 Lords, to which the guy was excitedly surprised that the guy did not know them. Sehen smiled awkwardly at Jisu and said that he had been in the mountains for a long time, and the girl immediately confirmed that they were very, very deep in the mountains. Chono drawled that if they did not know who the 10 Lords were, then it would not be easy for them to live in Miram, since very seriously, they are the fault of the Blood clan. Chono turned to the people who entered and exclaimed that the warriors of the Blood clan had already reached these places, and Sehen thought that they were chasing them. The guy thought that these people were cleaners who were cleaning up the dirty traces that the Blood clan sect left behind, and at that moment one of the men turned to Chono and said that he didn't think the guy would sit there and drink wine. Chono immediately apologized for the fact that because of them the guests would have to see this, and then asked that when he started attacking, they shouldn't run to the right, and that he and Soyeon would try to hold them back. Jisu turned to Sehen and said that she was hungry. The guy smiled and allowed her to do whatever she wanted. An ominous aura spread throughout the tent, and the people didn't understand what was going on. The masked man ordered everyone to be killed right now. Red lines pierced the space without hitting Jisu. Suddenly, the girl attacked the man. She swung and slammed the man to the floor. Jisu smiled. Jisu grabbed the ninja's hand and smashed his head on the floor. She smiled, her eyes glowed red. The squad leader looked at this and said that these idiots can't even dodge this. She quickly ran towards him. The ninja swung his sword. Jisu opened her eyes wide. She broke through his protective field, slammed him into the wall. The squad members looked at the commander's corpse and said that this was the Death Star, urgently ordered to report this to headquarters. Jisu ran away. Chono looked ahead in bewilderment and said that the Death Star had reached such a level. Sehen smiled and said that the situation seemed to have resolved a little, so he asked to sit down, because he had a lot to tell him. Chono sat on a chair and said that one day people from the bloody clan of the Heavenly God appeared in Miram. He said that among them was the one who began to resurrect the strongest warriors in Miram. He said that among the resurrected, there was a man known as Jongbik who led 10 warriors. He can rightfully be called the strongest warrior of the Miram. Chono lowered his gaze and said that they wanted to subjugate the Miram, and for this they attacked those who had strength, so they came here to ask for help from the bloody clan. He said that the head of the Ingwun sect was dead. Sehen stood up. The guy asked where he was going. He said that they would see each other later. Jisu looked at Appa and asked if he was okay. He said to go follow him because there was something they needed to check. Jisu bowed her head and asked where he was going. Jongbik slammed the table and called everyone stupid because they could not kill a pathetic worm from the Namgun clan. He looked at the speaker and said to go. Black smoke appeared. Jongbik smiled. Nyarlathotep offered to check what was the matter. He asked if there was a person in Miram who could fight Jongbik. The envoy laughed and said that it was funny how the man who trembled in fear before the bloody demon had changed. He asked him to shut up. The creeping chaos began to clap and said that it was a compliment, because he achieved such a result with his power and he was worthy of the title of his apostle. Jongbik gritted his teeth. The envoy said that he was waiting for the next results. Meanwhile, the palace of the bloody clan. Sehen and Jisu walked forward. The girl said that there was no one here. The hero said that they would find out when they went inside. A guy jumped on the hero, aiming his fingers at his face. He asked what kind of freak dared to open the gate of the blood clan. Jisu grabbed his hand. Sehen looked at the stranger's face with a smile and said that as far as he knew, a real person of the blood clan would have pulled out a sword a long time ago. He asked if his blade was hanging on his belt for decoration. The clan members looked at Ugwin and asked him to stop, because in front of them was a heavenly blood technique. He asked who they were. Sehen looked at them and said that he was a disciple of the blood demon Ingwun. Jisu walked forward proudly. Sehen hugged a slightly embarrassed Jisu and said that they were disciples of the blood demon. Ugwin looked at them in confusion. The hero asked if they would take them to him. Ugwin led them forward and said that the leader was there. Yunwan was lying with a wound on his body. Sehen froze, thought it was true. He clenched his fist and thought that he should not have died here. Yunwan suddenly appeared in front of him and said that he was lucky and took advantage of the chance. He put his hand on the hero's shoulder, said that a chance comes in every person's life. This chance will be given to him too. He smiled. The light was shining from behind him. The bloody demon asked to always remember that this is not the end. Sehen looked down in surprise. In his head, Yunwan told him not to miss his chance. He turned to Ugwing and asked if the leader said anything before he died. Ugwing said that he only laughed loudly. Sehen looked at the body and tried to understand why he laughed at such a moment. He smiled and realized that he saw the future when he fought with Yungbik. He looked at the seals on his hands, realized that the teacher knew him and his hieroglyphs meant a crow, which was a message for him. He realized that on the other side, the hieroglyph meant a lonely creature. Saiyan frowned and thought about the creeping chaos. The system opened the description of the additional task. Saiyan looked at him thoughtfully and thought that he had won almost half. Jisu summoned a mace. She began to destroy the wall. Yonhak smiled. He looked at the hero and asked how he knew that he was here. Saiyan looked at Ugwin and asked if he knew this guy. Ugwin said that he was the 8th lord among the 10, the thief Yonhak. Yonhak said with offense that he was exposed. He jumped out of the hole in the roof and said to stay safe. Jisu watched him go and asked if she should catch him, but the hero said that he would do it himself. He jumped out into the street, asked his girlfriend to make sure nothing happened. Saiyan smiled, showed his wings, said that no matter how fast the thief was, he used his legs. A bunch of crows flew across the sky. The hero said that whoever did not hide was not to blame. Saiyan flew forward. The crow's eyes were shining. One flew right above the thief. Saiyan instantly found himself in front of Inhak's face and smiled. A shot rang out. Inhak dodged in fear and ran on. He hid in the forest and called the hero a psycho, began to think how he found him. He looked at the bunch of crows on the branches. He had not heard that there were such warriors in the Bloody Clan. He stood up and decided that he had to get out of here. Skyscrapers grew in front of him. The hero said that he could not let him go. The guy began to ask what was this. He dodged a car thrown at him. He looked around, asking what was happening and where did the forest go. Saiyan hovered in the air and said that this was also a forest, but made of buildings, but said that he did not understand. He suggested that he try to run away or strike if possible. Saiyan frowned at the thief, saw that he had the highest agility indicator and other indicators were also higher than his, and Hack said that the hero was very annoying. Saiyan crouched and the space in front of him turned black. He decided to cut off his legs with a fragarach and gain the upper hand over the enemy. Inhak ran from the black crow. A black sword began to fly out of the portals, flying right in front of the thief. Saiyan looked at it and said that it was weaker than Changyon, one of the 10 lords. The guy asked if the hero had really met him and survived. The sword cut his side. He broke the distance between them and asked why he could not get rid of someone who did not even know martial arts. The hero said that he should master martial arts too. He smiled, opened the portals and said that too much time was spent on him alone. The sword pierced Inhak's chest. The hero's hand began to glow pink. He put it to the thief's head. He was going to put the boy to sleep and get information through his sleep. An explosion thundered. Saiyan looked away in fear. He saw that the mountain split in two in front of him. He managed to put up a block at the last moment. Someone attacked the hero very quickly. He thought that it really was a magic sword and a person with such abilities. Inhak happily looked at the first of the 10 lords. The lord smiled good-naturedly and asked the thief to go back, because he did not want to fight, protecting him. The lord looked at the hero with a smile and said that he was weaker than he thought. Saiyan looked at him tensely. The lord said that they would meet him again, asked him to wait impatiently. The hero thought to himself that it was just the lord who was too strong, and not he who was weak. The lord disappeared. Saiyan was left alone. The hero said that they would have to change the plan. Upon returning, the people shouted welcome to the hero, leader. Saiyan looked dumbfounded at how the people bowed to him and asked what was wrong. The embarrassed Jisu said that she had trained them a little. Saiyan stretched his arms and walked forward. He said that he was not the leader, but the leader of the clan, his companion. Jisu looked at him in shock. The hero said that she was the one who mastered the technique of heavenly blood, which symbolizes the clan. He turned to Ugwin and asked how many of the clan were able to fight now. Ugwin said that more than half were wounded. The hero smiled and snapped his fingers. Snow White fell out of the portal with a cake. Ugwin looked at the creature in shock, asked, "Does she really have a horn?" Snow White looked at the people in surprise. The hero said that she is not a human, but a Kirin. Ugwin asked, "Is this really the same Kirin he thinks about?" Saiyan smiled and said that it was hard to explain with words and it would be faster to show. Snow White sat down and said that she was starting. Blue circles began to emanate from her horn. She was using the wind of healing. Whirlwinds began to appear around the wounded. People in the city were whispering that a real fairy had appeared. Such rumors were circulating throughout Yangwon about a divine being who could heal any disease. Jongbeek slammed his chair. He looked forward angrily and asked where this fairy came from. Nyarlathotep smiled and said that only 2 players had come to this world, Saiyan and Jisu, and both of them did not have the gift of healing. Jongbeek narrowed his eyes and said that they were almost there. He thought to himself that if they did not find this damn fairy, all their efforts would go down the drain. He knew that he had to find her. Jisu looked at the hero with embarrassment and asked if he was really asking to teach him the Haljing Saragan technique. The hero suddenly realized that he needed to improve his close combat technique. He smiled and said that he already had the Death Star and with his general skills he would be able to master Haljing Saragan. He needed to adjust it to himself, and if she and Snow White helped, he should be able to do it. Jisu looked at him with excitement and said that it was not that easy. Saiyan smiled, because that was why he used it. He showed the description of the hard tempering skill. He said that there was only one way to master Hellchensuragin in a short time. Initially, he planned to return to Earth and master it there. But one day there is almost a week here, and while he is gone, anything can happen. Jisu looked at the hero. He said that a week on Earth is almost 3 months here. She said that this is not like him at all. Sehen smiled and said that Nyarlathotep would think that he would do exactly that. Because it was quite rational, he would conquer Chuan and then appear on Earth and cause chaos there. In that case, the joint mission would turn into a real disaster. A game for Nyarlathotep's fun, in which all sorts of tricks and deceptions are used, and in which it is impossible to lose. Sehen pressed the screen, said that he wanted to show him. The system reported the activation of hard tempering. Sehen smiled contentedly and said that he wanted to show him what it meant to lose in a no-lose game. 3 months later, the system showed the description of the additional mission. The hero thought that he had 40% of the territories left. He looked at the screen and thought that the Hellchensuragin research. Snow White was training. Taylor was calling on the screen. Kieran was thinking that she should invest more, while Taylor said that the extra energy would lead to a not very natural connection with the next technique. She looked at the screen and said that it would be much more effective to minimize the use of internal energy. Snow White looked ahead and said that the best thing is Hellchensuragin with maximum use of internal energy. Taylor looked at her with annoyance and asked her to come to Olympus so they could have a fight. Snow White shook her head and suggested that the girl come down here. Sehen awkwardly looked around and thought that he should have asked only one. Jisu suddenly appeared next to him and said that she didn't like both options. She looked at the hero and said that she would have used Hellchensuragin on the contrary, which has relatively less sinister energy. The hero imagined an ominous Jisu with flowers above her head. He smiled nervously and thought that his friend was also not simple. Taylor pursed her lips while Snow White turned away and said that it would be easier to hit the target. Kieran agreed. Jisu hugged the hero's hand and said that she knew much less about martial arts than both of them. She looked slyly at the hero and said that she knew him well. Sehen laughed tensely. An old man stood in front of Jisu. Ugwin ran towards her. He handed over a scroll and said that news of a merger had been sent from Muram. Jisu began to read the scroll while Ugwin tried to understand what level she had reached at such a young age, thinking that this is what they called demons. Jisu calmly read the scroll. Ugwin noticed her gaze. He and the old man shuddered when they realized that Ugwin said out loud that for Jisu, everyone around her was like useless stones. The old man immediately said that the leader had been having a very hard time lately. He narrowed his eyes guiltily, expecting punishment. Jisu looked down and said that even stones have a soul. The couple asked again. Ugwin stared at the leader. She said that it did not matter so much what she was, because the soul she puts into her actions is much more important. Ugwin widened his eyes, repeated the leader's phrase. He abruptly sat down in the lotus position. The old man looked at him and assumed that the guy had reached an epiphany after the leader's word. Jisu looked sadly at the young man and thought that she still could not understand the man from Muram. 3 days before the merger of the Muram Brotherhood with the Blood Clan, Jisu was climbing the stairs. Behind her was her retinue. Chono and Chono stood opposite. The old man said welcome, said that the unification would take place in 3 days, and now they could rest. Jisu looked to the side and said okay. Chono bowed and noticed that the head's comrade had not yet arrived, but it seemed to him that she obeyed him in everything. Jisu looked to the side. Chono thought that the head of the Blood Demon clan obeyed someone who did not belong to this clan. Who was he? Unknown people were watching the temple. One said that the Muram Brotherhood and the Blood Clan were really going to merge. The second observer suggested telling the other lords about this. The seventh Lord Tesu smiled and said that the two of them were not enough. The fifth Lord in the hat looked forward. He said that if they tried hard, the Great Lord would have to acknowledge their merits. Tisu jumped forward, said that he would go, and let Guanhu attack the building on the opposite side. Guanhu adjusted his hat, thought that although he was the fifth, he was quite strong in battle. He jumped down and decided that it was time for them to act. He looked at the forest and asked, why were they silent? A hero appeared in front of him. He said that he could call, but no one would answer him. Guanhu looked at the hero and asked who he was. Sehen threw his sword over his shoulder and said that he was the one who killed all his comrades. Guanhu's eyes bulged. The hero called him an evil madman. He asked how he knew. Sehen smiled and said that 2 months had passed since he began studying martial arts and he lacked experience in real combat. Guanhu looked at the hero in fear and said that this could not be, said that this was Sura, a technique that Jiangwen knew. He saw Yingwun's silhouette behind the hero. Sehen glared at him and told him to attack and be prepared to die because that's what he was going to do to him now. The hall was filled with tables with food and people. Jisu walked between the people. The girls looked at her and envied her beauty. The girl pouted and said that she probably didn't fight well. The subordinate looked at her and said that she thought the boss was a good master. Jisu approached her from behind while the girl pouted and said that it was unfair. She jerked in fear when she saw the boss. They began to ask what the boss was doing here. Jisu looked at the girl reproachfully. An ominous aura began to emanate from her. She said hello. She sat down next to her. The girl asked why she was there. Jisu said that she just felt it. The employee sheepishly said that she wanted to take Feng's sister for a while. Jisu turned around threateningly. She blocked an object flying at her. She looked at the hole in the ceiling. The employee asked what was happening to her sister. Something fell to the floor. A bloody corpse lay in front of them. The subordinate screamed that it was an attack. Jisu told everyone not to move. She calmly looked ahead and said that she would go and sort it out. Tesu looked at the estate, said that intelligence sent data that Peng's squad had disappeared from sight. He sat with the squad on the branches and said that they could not continue to wait for the fifth lord, who went there first, even if he was discovered. Most likely no measures were taken. He said that they were enough to strike the Muram Brotherhood, who was not ready for battle. The ninja jumped down. The lord ordered to move forward. Tesu looked ahead in surprise. Jisu appeared in front of him. Tesu thought that she should not have guessed about the upcoming attack. Was she really going to stop their squad alone? Behind Tesu, a body fell down. A scream was heard, while he thought that there was nothing to worry about, because she would simply be trampled by dozens of feet of their warriors. He landed in front of the girl, assumed that he was too inattentive. Jisu calmly looked at him. The lord addressed her by status. He ran to attack and said that he himself would cut her throat. He struck. Jisu's head was thrown back. She said that he was strong. Tesu looked at her in fear, asked himself how so. He cut off her head. Jisu grabbed his leg when he was about to leave here. She swung the guy, said that he was faster than her and it would be dangerous to fight just like that. She took him by both legs. She smiled, holding him like a toy and asking where he ranks in strength. Tesu began to kick and swear. Jisu looked up at the sky with a smile while the lord asked if she really thought she would survive after this. The boy started to dry up and screamed. There was a slurping sound. Blood spilled onto the ground. Jisu cleaned her hands while standing next to the body and said that it was time to clean up after herself. San, covered in blood, looked ahead and assumed that Jisu was done. He was standing next to the bodies. Just in the battle, her Helchensuregen skill had reached 9 stars. He thought it was amazing speed, but it was still not enough. He thought that there were 8 left. 2 of the 10 lords were dead. The United Brotherhoods of Muram and the Blood Clan would be a real sensation in all of Muram. San looked ahead and thought that they could do it. Jongbik looked at the people bowing to him, said that he would lead and deal with the head of the Blood Clan himself. He imagined Jisu, thought that everything had been going smoothly so far and they had suppressed the Muram without much loss, but because of this chapter, everything had gone downhill. He thought about the always hiding crow. He looked to the side, thought that according to the first leader, his fighting ability was nothing special. He turned to him and asked him to take on the elder of the Brotherhood. The Lord bowed and said that 1 hour would be enough for him. Jongbik looked at him and said that he believed him, ordered to kill the head of the Muram Brotherhood in 1 hour. Jongbik chuckled and thought that it would be better to deal with everyone one by one. The creeping chaos stood aside and smiled while Jongbik thought that they could not lose this battle. The messenger's eyes turned black. He wondered what kind of face Hydra would have when Crow died. The day came. Jisu gathered people around her. Chino looked ahead and said that there was a divine maiden here and she would help them. Black Lotus and Sky Demon looked at Jisu, who said that the divine maiden was here, she just didn't show up. Chino turned around and said that this made things easier. He looked at the sunny meadow. A squad of soldiers in red were walking forward. Chino looked forward seriously and said that he would take on Jongbik. Sky Demon and walked forward. The demon said that he would take on the First Lord and Lotus would fight the others. The hero said that it was impossible. Chino turned around abruptly. Chino flinched and said that it wasn't him who said that. Sahan stood behind and said that it was him. He walked up to the crowd and said that everyone present was fighting the 10 lords and the clan of Heavenly Blood. Chino walked up to the hero and asked who would fight Jongbik and the First Lord. Sahan said that his sister would fight the First Lord. The Heavenly Demon pointed his finger at him and asked if he would really fight with Jongbik. The hero said that he would take him on, said that only he could do it. He looked forward seriously and said that he was going to avenge his teacher. Everyone went forward, saying that this time it would be fun. Jongbik walked with the lords and said that today would be the end of Muram. He looked at Muram's army and was surprised. He smiled while the hero was already behind him. The leader asked if Muram was running away. He said that was stupid. He easily dodged the blow and slammed the hero into the ground, asking if Raven really thought he could handle him alone. He looked at the hero in surprise. He was smiling. One of his eyes was glowing red. Jongbik asked if he had mastered Helchensuregen. San said that he had been training for 3 months. He broke free, dodging the blow. Jongbik shouted that this couldn't be because he didn't have the Death Star skill. Sahan landed opposite him and asked if he really had Nyarlathotep's memories from the first round. Sahan looked at the enemy seriously. He guessed because he is very good at getting information. He asked if he killed the Blood Demon. Jongbik gritted his teeth. The hero realized that he did it so that the Blood Demon would not kill him first. He flew into the air. A whirlwind arose. Jongbik addressed the hero. Lightning began to shoot from his eyes. He said that he was a blood god. San quickly approached while the enemy was talking. He smiled while Jongbik said that he would put an end to everything and kill him. Jisu looked at the Lord. He said that she was like him. She frowned while the Lord said that she perceived others as useless creatures. She got into a fighting stance, said that the man spoke as if he understood her. He said that she had the same eyes as him. Jisu ran to attack while the man said that she had a look that knew no fear. He cut off her arms, said that she couldn't even touch him. Jisu jumped. The Lord turned his head in surprise. Jisu swung the axe again, while the man screamed that he cut off her arm. She hit him in the chest with the axe. She jumped back. She frowned. The Lord said that it was a good hit. Dust rose into the air. The Lord said that as a token of gratitude, he would show her his sword. He swung. A golden sphere appeared in the air and the inscription "First round." The Lord rose from the ground. Jisu watched him in surprise. Sehen smiled. Blood flowed from his mouth. He thought about Yingwun, that martial arts were not created for those with abilities. Now he understood what those words meant. He used brain tempering to the bone. There was one more step left. Yungbik looked at the lying hero and said that he could not defeat him because he only used martial arts. He decided that something was holding him back. Sehen gripped the sword with a bloody hand. He waved it and told him to shut up. Jongbik easily dodged, laughed, said that it was not bad, but still weak. Sehen gritted his teeth. He saw that Jongbik was not fighting with all his strength, but the difference was already too great. The enemy's eyes flashed. He parried the blow and asked, "Is this really all that the blood demon will leave behind?" He threw out a lot of red energy, asked, "Did the hero really train so much to fight him?" He looked at the hero menacingly, asking, "Did he really think he could defeat him?" Sehen gritted his teeth, thought the enemy was crazy and mistook him for the blood demon. He began to attack. Jongbik shouted that he was disappointed and asked, "Is this really all he can do?" The swords entered a clinch. Sehen smiled. He could say the same about him, because they both just imitate the blood demon style, nothing more. Jongbik glared and shouted that he was his younger brother. Naturally they were similar to him, but the hero said that he couldn't even reach his shadow. They pressed each other. The hero said that Jongbik only wanted to kill him and get out of his shadow. It's clear that his fighting style resembled his. Jongbik glared at the hero, who said that his older brother always followed him around. Jongbik got into a fighting stance. A snake appeared above him. The hero asked him to show his fighting power. A red whirlwind flared up. Jongbik used the first technique of Sura. Blood clots flew across the field. The second technique. The clots tore the ground. He used the third technique. After a while, Sehen, wounded, leaned on his sword. Jongbik said that he would finish everything with the last technique. A blood dragon appeared above his head. It was Helchin Naluo. Thin stripes rushed towards the hero. He understood that he could not dodge this technique. Ryo squeezed the hilt of the sword, thought that the blood demon handed him Helchin. Although he did not have the Death Star skill, thought that he probably had his own reason. So, he opened his eyes wide, told himself that he saw with comprehension. A golden sphere flashed among the walls of dust. Excalibur was used, the light of the sun. Shono looked at the battle and said that this was a battle of gods. Ruins appeared in front of him. Everything was hidden by dust. The old man said that even for the leader of the clan this is. The First Lord looked forward in shock. Jisu stood covered in wounds and blood. She screamed. Her eyes began to glow red. She stood in berserker mode. The Lord looked at her with disdain and called her an animal with reason, said that this is no longer martial arts, but a hunt. He swung his sword. Jisu crouched. She found herself right in front of him. She slammed him into the wall. He started to break with his foot, saying that she had incredible power. He kicked her. A fountain of blood rose. Jisu was thrown back. The Lord extended his hand towards her. It began to glow. Jisu screamed. The beam pierced her. She stood in front of the Lord. Bones were sticking out of her hand. He asked, "Is it really impossible to cut her?" Jisu looked down tiredly. The more wounds she received, the less damage she received became. The Lord looked forward boredly, said that he would set her on fire. Red hot blades flew at the girl. They began to pierce her. She screamed. Her furious eyes looked forward. In an instant, she grabbed the Lord. He looked at her angrily. Blood was flowing from her nose, called her a pathetic beast. He burned the girl's legs with a powerful beam. Jisu was left holding on to him. Her legs burned and swords in her body, the Lord asking why she was fighting so desperately. Jisu gritted her teeth, the man asking if it didn't hurt. She threw him into the wall. She looked ahead silently. The First Lord stood up and his sword cut Jisu in half. The wind blew away the dust. The Lord looked ahead in shock. He screamed and asked to stop. He looked at the silhouette in the dust and asked if she didn't think it was enough. Naked Jisu took the axe and asked why he was the one determining this. The Lord got into a fighting stance. He swung, blood spurted. He looked questioningly at the approaching blade. Jisu sighed heavily. She plunged the axe into his head and said that he was talking too much. Nyarlathotep watched the battle. He frowned and thought it was strange. He thought of the sand he knew. He would never take a risk without weighing the pros and cons. He put his hand to his chin. He didn't think the hero would choose to master martial arts. He felt uneasy. He looked at the screen again. Sweat was pouring down his face, asking if a human could do such a thing. Yoongbik screamed and asked what it was. The hero covered himself in a yellow aura, said it was Hyulchin Saragan. The man screamed that he was not really like that. Sehen looked at the enemy with a burning eye. The enemy said that he mixed two powers. The hero said that his condition was unstable. He used the growing skill of proof of transcendence. He thought that once it ended, the balance of power would be disrupted. He needed to end it before that. He remembered Yingwun laughing and saying that Hunim had not changed at all. Jongbik sweated, mentally asked his brother if he had seen this before. Portals opened near the hero, said that it was not yet known whether he had changed or not. Handles began to stick out of the portals. The hero said that Jongbik was not the only one who had the succession skill. Sehen looked ahead gloomily and snapped his fingers. Jongbik was locked in a purple sphere. The hero looked ahead in fear and realized that Nyarlathotep had given this to Jongbik. He knew that this key was called an item, but in fact, it was able to change the law of space. Black polyhedron, the law that exists in space, the law of chaos, which crystallized in this item was formed from it. Sehen looked at the enemy inside the sphere and said that the man would not be able to use it, and if he made a mistake, then Yunwon risked disappearing completely. Jongbik said that there was no other way. Sehen tensed up, realized that if Jongbik took out this item, it meant he intended to kill him. He thought that the creeping chaos did not intend to lose. Jongbik was covered in red, a purple crystal in front of his chest. He called Raven to attack. Red lightning emanated from the man. He told the hero to use all the blood demons and attack. Sehen covered himself from the wind. Portals opened in the air. Sehen smiled nervously. He thought that this item was too cheating. Jongbik appeared in front of the hero. He threw the hero aside. Sehen was lying on the ground. A shadow loomed over him. He dodged. An imprint from a foot strike remained on the ground. Jongbik flew up, asked how long the hero was going to play cat and mouse. Sehen thought that now he should hold out as long as possible. Jongbik looked at the train falling on him. It crashed into the ground. Sehen looked ahead. Jongbik came out of the wreckage and asked, "Is this all?" In an instant, he was above the hero. Many blows and he landed in front of him. Jongbik screamed, asking how long he intended to block the attacks. Sehen smiled, covered in blood, because he had one last option. The system reported that he had 5 minutes left. Jongbik's eyes began to glow. He reached out his hand to the hero and again asked him to show everything he could do. Sehen broke the distance. His eyes began to glow. He understood that now. Sehen clenched his fist. He thought that the only style he knew was the first. He punched Jongbik in the chest. A black stream stretched across the entire battlefield. The energy tore half of Jongbik's body apart. Sehen looked ahead tiredly. Jongbik froze. He fell to his knees and thought that he couldn't overcome it. He looked ahead gloomily, thought that it was over, mentally asked if he was watching. The creeping chaos smiled. Jongbik called him his god, who lent him his power only for his own pleasure and curiosity. He thought that surely the messenger must be watching him from somewhere right now. Sehen walked up to Jongbik, who was surprised that he used an imperfect strike at the end. He grabbed the crystal. The hero caught it. He looked at it. Jongbik said that this bastard would have taken it anyway after his death. That's why he told the hero to take it. Sehen looked at him tiredly and asked why. Jongbik said because he wouldn't like it, that's all. He fell on his back and said if the hero had it, he could really kill the god. He smiled and said that he was not talking about a monster in human form. Sehen looked at him silently. Jongbik said that he was talking about a real god. Sehen did not move, thought that the god he was talking about was not the god who was participating in the game. He thought that the man meant the system. Sehen presented the dice. Nyarlathotep looked ahead and did not think why he took out the shining trapezohedron. He looked down and said that it would be problematic if his father found out about this. He put his hand to his chin. He asked himself if they should move Arlaye. Ugwin looked at the heroes happily, said that they came from another world. Jisu looked at him. The guy said that Soyeon will miss her. She said that she did not remember being close to her, but she will miss her too. Sehen and Jisu stood in front of the portal. The hero said that they can visit again. Sehen was left alone. He said that Ugwin should lead the blood cult as the acting head of the cult. Ydra looked at the returning couple. The hero asked if something had happened. Ydra waved her hand and said that nothing special had happened. 2 main quests had been completed. Sehen smiled and said that nothing could be done about it. He looked at the goddess, thought that judging by her face, something was brewing. He held out the crystal. Ydra jerked back and asked where he had dug this up. She put her hands on her hips and said that it was clear that this whole thing had been planned by this idiot. Taylor was drinking coffee. The hero looked at her and thought that there was another reason for this. He handed the crystal to the goddess and asked if he could use it. Ydra folded her arms thoughtfully. The hero offered to use it as a key. Ydra laughed and held out her hand, said that she, as her avatar, cannot refuse his request. The crystal began to emit red light. Ydra was typing. She asked why she had to suffer like that. The crystal began to shine. The system reported an error. She demanded to turn off the game process to fix it. Sehen looked at the goddess and asked if everything was okay. but she said that she was seeing this for the first time. Sehen looked away. Yidra said that it was over. She looked ahead and said that they had received the right to control the system. Sehen looked at her in surprise and asked if she could determine what the time difference was between the center and the outskirts. Yidra said that she needed to try, because she was encountering this for the first time, so she could not guarantee anything. Sehen stroked her head and said that if it were not for her, he would not have achieved anything. Jisu grabbed the hero's hand and asked how long he was going to stroke her, because this was blasphemy against the god. The hero began to ask since when she worshipped the gods. Sehen was confused. Yidra said he could continue. Jisu said she shouldn't let people pat her head or anything. She said it was lewd, but Yidra said she wasn't a god right now, she was Sehen's avatar. He took a cup of tea from Lily and noted that he was comforted by the tentacle monster. Jiangsu stood in front of the chart and said that the game was currently running smoothly and sales were growing steadily, said that according to Mrs. Yidra, their game was ranked 3rd, which was quite a high number, but the newly introduced gods had a big gap with the existing numbers, so the entry barrier was blocking them. Sehen was wearing a jacket and said that they needed to close the gap, thought that it was hard for new players to join since it was overcrowded with old users. Jiangsu adjusted his glasses and said that the most suitable way was. Sehen leaned forward and asked, how about a jumping quest? Jiangsu said that he thought about it, but decided that it was impossible because, as he knows, now they can't change much, so it's difficult to implement. Sehen smiled and said that there would be no problem with it, because thanks to one slow-witted god they can do it. He thought that they urgently needed a jumping competition. Jiangsu looked at the hero cheerfully and asked if he was sure in this case, thought that it was not only about attracting new users. While they had a shining trapezohedron in their hands, there was a high probability that Nyarlathotep would make another move. Sehen thought that it was definitely related to that place. He imagined an ancient city sunken in the Pacific Ocean and not connected to the continent in any way. There, a civilization developed and its own tribes were formed. Sehen looked at the screen, thinking about the last echo of myths preserved on the earth, the land of the gods who existed during the time of the Great Elder. Sehen thought that the problem was that they were hostile to humans, especially someone like the Great Elder. He was a disaster for humanity. He imagined Dagon, the Lord of the Seas. He thought that because of one guy who went on a rampage in Asia, countless players died. Nina approached the hero and asked what he was thinking so intensely. Sehen asked what happened. Nina folded her arms across her chest and said that she received a message from Himi. She wanted to discuss something with him. The hero asked again. After some time in Incheon, Sehen flew there on wings. Azazel looked at the hero and said that he was early. Minhwa looked at the hero happily and greeted him. Azazel began to laugh, said that the witch does all the work and he has nothing else to do. Sehen recoiled in fear. Minhwa began to bow. He asked why, to which the girl asked, hasn't he become equal to the gods? He is on the same level as Azazel. Sehen looked away in embarrassment and said that they wanted to discuss something with him. He looked at the girl. She knew that he was preparing for something. She smiled and said that perhaps there would be no problems now, but when the competition begins, they will certainly appear, because the gods are not the only ones who can penetrate the game code. The hero said that the devils too. Minhwa looked away and said that the strongest devils are quite annoying creatures. Sehen looked and began to ask, are these really the 7 great devils? He was taken aback. Minhwa tensely said that anger, greed and perhaps even lust can appear. He remembered the girl and asked himself, didn't he kill her? He thought that lust was Chris, whom he killed during the quest. Azazel approached the hero and suggested that they not be allowed to participate in the competition for which they were preparing so much. She said that now they had conspired with some annoying guys from America. The hero tried to guess. He asked if they were Zoroastrians. Azazel smiled and asked how he guessed. There seemed to be no connection here. The hero had seen this in the past. He thought about it and said that they needed to hurry. The demoness asked if he could leave them and go with him. Azazel pointed at Sujin and asked the hero not to worry, said that this time she would help him for free. The hero thought that he could set John on the devil mercenary in America. He looked at him and thought that there was nothing wrong with making friends with a strong demon like Azazel. He said fine as long as he didn't bother him. Thought that he needed to prepare carefully to avoid problems in the competition. He knew that only one demon could make a contract with the 7 great devils. Chris Bright, who contracted with Fabian and became a lust demon, but he definitely killed her. Sehen looked down. According to Minhwa, lust was definitely involved. He looked at Shu, who smiled when the hero asked if he had fulfilled his request. He showed the items and told him that he was told that they would auction off S-class items. Sehen looked at the armor and said that S-class items would be used as arena ranking rewards. Shu said that the current first place in the arena is. He introduced Sangwon. Now he understood why he was asked to focus on heat resistance. The hero thought that this equipment was specially made specifically for Sangwon. Simply put, this device has a narrow specialization. He knew that if they announced this, the interest in the arena ranking would increase. After all, there is nothing better than PvP. Sahan looked at the armor, said that the competition would count the points earned, and if the guy had time, he could participate and earn points. Shiu said that he would take part in the jumping competition. Sahan thought that the preparation for the competition was almost complete. He opened a huge chat where a lot of users were asking questions about the upcoming competition. Sahan silently read all the messages in the chat from new users. He smiled and said that they just needed to go to America. He turned to the embarrassed Jisu and said that they were going to America, asked her to get ready. She asked if the hero would take her with him. She blushed. The hero said that he thought about it. He smiled and said that there was a high probability that they would have to fight demons. Chris Bright was sitting on the trash can and asking how. She looked at the girl's body. She was told that she had passed out from anger. Was she really okay? The girl asked what to do now. The guy turned around and said that someone was definitely following them. The girl hid behind the wall. She lowered her hand, thought that if she had to save this brat, she would do it her own way. She asked if Azazel should come in. The guy in the hood looked at the girl's body, said that there would be a jerk, whom everyone called Raven. He ordered the black guy to find him and kill him. Chris looked ahead in fear. The guy said that the hero interested their devils and they wanted to see his true capabilities. She thought that they wanted to use Cirrus as a lab rat. She thought that first they needed to get out of here, and if she and Cirrus did not die, they would somehow get out of this. She imagined Raven. Chris ran. She looked ahead in fear and thought that the hero was his only hope. Chicago Airport. The hero and Jisu entered the building. Azazel said that Raven was late. She smiled and asked if this girl had really come too. Sahan looked at the demon and asked what the situation was. Azazel waved her hand and said that a suspicious group was spotted in San Francisco. It seemed to be Zoroastrians. Sahan curled his lips, said that she should have invited him to San Francisco. The demon said that he wanted to ride the train. He thought about the train and asked if it was transporting something. Azazel waved her hand with a smile and said that it was better to check in person, because the train would be filled with Zoroastrian children anyway. Sahan looked away, thought that he wanted to see San Francisco, but decided that Chicago was also worth seeing. The demoness took out an umbrella. The hero mentally asked why she could not explain anything to him. Azazel looked at the hero with a smile and asked why he was like this. Sahan noted her eccentric character, but her strength is 10 times greater than Abaddon's. She is a monster that stands out among the 7 great devils. Azazel started to descend and said that they needed to find out which of the two was the mercenary. She smiled and said that she wanted to know why someone was talking about killing her mercenary. Jisu looked around and drew the hero's attention to some things. She looked at the people and asked if these people were Zoroastrians. The hero knew that they were also called fire worshippers, a religion based on Zarathustra in the east. He knew that they worshipped fire and worshipped one god named Ahura Mazda. Sahan looked up. He didn't know why they settled in America. He looked at the girl and said that most likely it was related to the seed. He said that's what they call the egg of God. He said that it was a creature in human form that did both good and evil. He said that it would be sacrificed at the germination ceremony. Jisu looked down, said that it was the first time germination. Sahan ended by saying that it was unsuccessful. He introduced the demons and said that unlike the first time, there would be 2 of the 7 main demons, so the result could change. Azazel turned to the couple. A voice said that the train would leave in 10 minutes. He asked to take their seats. The demoness hurried them. After a while, the train was moving through the vastness. The stranger asked if everything would be okay. The guy sat by the window and said that the help of the demon, it was, of course, good. After all, without her, he would not have known about the germination. Raven watched what was happening. Sahan looked at him with his eyes. The guy said that she did not control him. Azazel assumed that the seed was hidden in Chicago. She smiled and said that they needed to find out how to use the seed from the devil mercenaries and deliver it to San Francisco for cultivation. Wasn't she right? Sahan smiled and asked, did she hear it too? The demoness said she had good hearing. Jisu turned around abruptly and said the train. She saw people's auras and said it was full of evil. Sahan looked at the demoness and asked if there were only 2 mercenaries of the 7 devils. Azazel said they could be their leaders. She didn't know what the devil mercenary was up to. Sahan frowned, thinking it would be difficult to send a raven inside the train. A station appeared outside the window. A voice said the train was heading to San Francisco. The hero said to let him know if they saw any movement. Mateen looked at the screen with a smile and asked if they were really looking for the seed. The man sat in front of the screen and assumed they were in the last compartment. Mateen wrote great, and since they were busy looking for Azazel and Raven, he asked to figure it out. James tensed up and asked if they hadn't determined their location yet. Mateen wrote that they were here a week ago, but now they were nowhere to be seen. James bowed. They wrote to him that they were looking for them and that they needed to steal the seed without making too much noise. He leaned back tiredly on his seat and asked if everyone had heard. He looked at the aisle with people and said that if the seed was stolen, the Zoroastrians would die. The lights went out in the carriage. James said that he would turn off the lights and ordered them to move. He smiled and thought that if they got the seed this time, they would be able to seize the initiative. Jisu opened the window and looked at him. She broke the glass with her hand and reached for it. James screamed. There was a crash. The people stopped in an empty carriage. Sehen stood in front of them and thought that while Jisu would take on the devil's mercenaries, the men in jackets approached him and said that the hero would not pass here. Another guy suggested just killing the hero. The main one decided that this was the best idea. He screamed that only his stupidity would be to blame for everything. He began to strike the hero. Sehen grabbed his hand sharply and asked why they wanted to take away from the Zoroastrians what was so dear to them. The hero's eye began to glow red. He assumed that the man was not going to answer. He threw it aside. He began to walk along the empty reserved seat carriage and think why there were no Zoroastrians anywhere. He saw people ahead and realized that it was them. He came closer. A portal opened above one of the men. He asked the hero if he wanted to step aside. Sehen immediately hit him in the face. The people began to scream and demand to contact their master. Sehen looked at them angrily and asked for forgiveness. A portal opened above each man. The hero said that he could not waste time on them. He pierced each of them in the head with his sword. Sehen stretched out his hand forward. In front of him lay a pile of corpses. The unknown man said that the hero was an unusual player. The man in the robe stood in front of him and asked, was it not for nothing that the hero saved him? Sehen slowly approached and said that it was all because of the seed that was in this train. He said that this man did not want the seed to fall into the hands of the devils they were associated with. The man with the monocle looked at him and asked, is this man a god or a devil? Sehen calmly looked at him and said a devil, one of the 7, but he had no intention of taking the seed from them. He asked to tell him more about it. The man turned away and said that someone like the hero would get an answer to any question with his power anyway. He offered to go through. He pointed to the chain coffin and said that the seed was here. The man froze in front of the coffin and asked the anchorite to come to them. Sehen looked at the coffin in surprise. The man said that this was the seed. The hero remembered that the seed was a person with incredible abilities. A skeleton appeared in front of him. Sehen tried to understand that it was really a person. Meanwhile, Azazel looked out the window with a smile, said that the seed was just remains. Surprising. Sehen sat opposite. Jisu asked if they really wanted to steal the remains. The hero said that he would leave him alone. The demoness said that this was unexpected. Sehen looked out the window and said that he planned to resurrect him. Because the stronger the weapon, the more important it is to skillfully use it. Zoroastrians cannot refuse. He said that if they left him alone, he would just explode. Azazel looked at him and laughed, said that she understood him. Jisu looked at the hero and asked what he meant by explode. He said that a corpse that would be a disaster for everyone if left alone. He said that it was finally time to resurrect him. He thought about the skeleton, said that although he was a corpse, he was not dead. Said he was just sleeping, a creature capable of transforming into human malice and good intentions. A relic of Zoroastrianism created in the mythical era, an artificial god created by transplanting a part of Ahura-Mazda. Sehen looked away and said that Zoroastrians do not seek to revive the seed, they are just trying to find a way to avoid it. Sehen thought that in the past, Zoroastrians tried to control him with their secret methods, but were defeated. Sehen remembered standing in the ruins. In the past, he came to America to clean up the aftermath. Jisu looked at the floor sadly, said that Azazel can do it, but the demoness said that only the devil of greed is capable of this. Sehen thoughtfully looked out the window and thought that he was a little unclear about the devil's motives. He decided that they most likely wanted to steal a corpse. The couple looked out the window in silence. Sehen thought that he should meet Lafay. Mateen looked at the ceiling cheerfully. Putting his feet up on the table, he asked if Raven and Azazel were on the train. He said it was annoying. He knew their devil would be angry. The subordinate approached him and suggested that the Zoroastrians did not realize that they were the ones who attacked the train. Mateen said that they were the only ones who could solve this problem. He rocked on his chair and said that together with the 7 devils they would rule the world, and maybe he would rule this game, becoming the god of separation. San Francisco, Union Square. The heroes were standing on the street. Azazel said that the place of trade, apparently, would be the San Francisco Bay. She said that there was only a mercenary who signed a contract with Fury. Sehen looked ahead. There were ravens flying around. He said if there was only one, then their lair was somewhere else. His eye turned purple. He said that they needed to move, but then he said to stop. His raven saw a huge crowd. Among them, he saw Chris Bright with the charm status. Sehen looked ahead with annoyance and asked how she survived. Because he was sure that she died, he said that she was a mercenary of lust. Pai flew up and asked Jisu to follow these people. He was going to deal with the main culprit of this incident. Sehen flew forward and thought that something did not add up. He opened a portal above Chris and a beam shot right in front of her. She looked up and recognized the hero. Sehen frowned, seeing that they were happy to see him. He landed. Chris ordered to quickly catch the raven. The hero's legs began to smoke. He hit the ground, using the skill Helchen Saragan. All the people fell from their feet from a small earthquake. Chris fell to the ground and cried, while the hero tried to understand how she survived, because he definitely killed her. She looked ahead in fear and said that she needed to bring the seed or they should kill the mercenary Azazel. Saiyan asked if she was on the side of the mercenary of greed. Chris stood up trembling. The hero's shadow loomed over her. He said that she did not plan to sign the contract. She asked if she had nothing to say. Saiyan swung his sword and said that he had no choice but to kill her. He pierced the girl's heart. Saiyan looked at Chris. She said the name Cirrus. He looked at her ring, thought that her behavior seemed strange to him. He assumed that someone was following her. He crouched down, thought that if he left things as they were, she would die, decided that for now he needed to save her. He called Snow White from the portal. The girl fell to the ground with a donut in her mouth. Saiyan looked at her happily and asked if she could help him. Meanwhile in the bay, Madden looked at the screen with a smile and said that she died. He leaned forward and said that there was no point in fighting Raven one-on-one. He walked forward and said that Sister Chris was already useless, so they could do whatever they wanted with her. Cirrus was lying on the cold floor. They asked her if she was asleep. A bunch of men clung to the cage, one said before she came to, but suddenly one looked away. They saw a guy in the distance. They asked him who he was and the guy said that they didn't need to know. Sujun walked forward and said that they were all already corpses anyway. Snow White looked sadly at the broken donut and asked to warn in advance when she was going to call her. Everyone looked at Kieran standing next to the injured girl in confusion. She said that in that case she would have time to put the donuts in the refrigerator. Saiyan apologized to her and said that next time he would buy her donuts. Azazel looked at the hero and asked if this child could really resurrect the dead. Saiyan said that the girl was not dead, but simply in a state of suspended animation because of the poison on this sword. He thought that Mina had achieved high results in alchemy since she was able to make it. The system opened the description of the suspended animation potion. Nina from the future also knows how to make various elixirs, but to do them, they need Lulu. This is the last place on Earth where there are mountains left in which rare alchemical materials can be found. Snow White began to examine the bodies. Saiyan politely asked her. She closed her eyes. The girl's body began to describe circles. Chris did not move. Snow White concentrated silently. She looked at the hero embarrassedly and said that he was done. Then he hit Chris on the nose and asked if she was going to get up. Chris awkwardly sat down, pretending not to understand why she was alive. Chris remembered that before she died, she looked at the ring, which showed her that something was fishy here. She looked away in confusion and said that this ring was created to spy on her and it was made by Matin. Azazel asked if she was also in the service of the demon of greed. Azazel approached her and said that her servant told her about it. Chris asked if it was really the demon of sloth in front of her and received an affirmative answer. Chris looked at the ring again and said that this ring cannot be removed as long as she is alive. Since she was being watched, she could not explain everything to them. Saiyan asked to be allowed to ask a question. He looked at her incredulously and asked how she survived, since he definitely killed her. Chris said that if she or her sister died, they would still come back to life. She imagined her sister in the dungeon and said that she was currently being held hostage. Saiyan ominously approached her. Chris began to beg him to save her sister. She said that she would tell him where their base was. Saiyan looked at her and asked if she could resurrect anyway. Chris said it was true. Saiyan smiled and thought it would be nice if he could repay his debt this way. He said he would help her. Azazel said it was too much. He looked at her questioningly and asked what happened. The demoness said that her servant did something reckless. She closed her eyes and asked him to hurry, said that another servant of the devil would arrive soon. At the base, people were asking where Cirrus had gone, ordering them to find her quickly. Sujun and Cirrus were hiding. The girl asked why he helped her, since he was in the service of the demon. The guy said he just wanted to. Cirrus looked at him in surprise. The guy said that those idiots were nearby. He frowned, mentally asking himself to be strong. No one knew if he could win. Anger was clearly felt in his voice. He looked up sharply and thought that he felt something. The collapse began. Sujin turned around sharply. The ceiling was collapsing. Sujin jumped out of the building with the girl in his arms. Eden walked among the dust. He did not know that the rats were hiding here. He was a servant of the demon of anger. He looked ahead and said that if he was not mistaken, then the guy was the same servant of the demon of sloth. He said that his master would tell him that he killed him. Cirrus hugged the guy and asked him to be careful, said that although he behaved like an idiot, he had outstanding abilities. Eden looked at her angrily and asked if she really wanted to die. He smiled and said that he would fulfill her wish. Sujin was covered in sweat. He saw the skill that the man had received from the demon of anger. He knew that with its help, magical power can be temporarily increased several times. Eden gritted his teeth, covered in green stripes. The stronger his anger, the more magical power is generated. His eyes turned glassy. He wished death on the couple and sent a pile of debris their way. Sujin began to dodge. The girl asked him to leave her and fight, said that his target was the servant. Eden smiled, forming a small whirlwind, and called the couple fools. Sujin dodged the beam at the last moment. The wall in front of him was covered with cracks. Sujin thought that he was flying not very high. His flight speed was several times higher than usual. He noted his powerful skills and bad character. Eden slowly approached. Green streaks of magic stretched behind him. He said that the guy could not even dodge properly, asked how the demon of laziness could make a contract with such a scumbag like him. Sujin angrily looked at the enemy. He laughed that the third demon of the 7 great demons made a contract with such a weakling. A screen with the demon of anger opened behind Eden. The demon screamed, ordered them to stop playing and kill them quickly. Eden looked at the couple, said that as they themselves can see, his demon is very angry. Sujin put Cirrus down and told him to be here. She asked if he would be okay. Eden attacked with magic. He smiled, something was approaching him. He dodged Sujin's blow at the last moment. He returned to his stance and began to cast a punch. He began to hit, aiming for the face. Sujin gritted his teeth in the fight. Eden smiled, thinking that the enemy was damn fast. He told himself that he needed to hit him so that he could not dodge. But a blow flew into his face. Eden was thrown to the side. He slammed into the container, trying to understand, did he really get hit now? Splashed out of his mouth. Sujin approached him, angrily looked. Eden retreated. Sujin hit him in the face. Again. He grabbed him by the collar, thought that as expected, the demon's servant is not so easy to defeat. Eden hung unconscious on his arm while Sujin thought that he could only be knocked out with one powerful blow to the head. Eden tried to hit him. He laughed, his eyes glowing yellow and red. He called the guy an idiot. Sujin looked at him in surprise, and then he returned to Cirrus. She asked in confusion why he came back. Sujin looked back. The girl asked why he did not finish him off, because there might not be another chance. Eden went forward, said that he was incompetent, but he still had common sense. Eden came out of the cloud of dust, said that if he was an outsider, naturally he had to think with his head. Sujin shielded the girl with himself, told her not to get caught by him, because he had seen something like this before. He remembered the guy in the mask. He said that now in front of them was not a servant of the demon of wrath. Eden's eyes glowed red. The guy said that in front of them was Asmodeus himself. Cirrus shuddered. The boy was trying to figure out if they could leave alive. The voice in their head said that they would definitely die. Asmodeus froze in front of the couple. Azazel appeared and said that it was very funny. She landed in front of her servant. She smiled and asked if this was the fight between servants that they talked about. Asmodeus gritted his teeth. The demoness said that she was disappointed. He looked at her calm face. Jisu followed Sehen and asked if it would be okay if they sent the demoness there alone. The hero said that the power that Azazel currently had was at the level of an ordinary player, but her abilities were not a big problem. Sehen saw Matin ahead and said that they would look and understand. He put his finger to his lips. Matin looked at the man and asked to show the seed. Sehen knew that judging by what happened in the past, even the 7 great demons would have a hard time dealing with it. The seed was so strong that the earth itself felt it. The man looked at Matin with concern and asked if he could handle him. The servant said that his demon had told him that it was possible. The man with the monocle ordered that it be brought. The men brought the coffin. Matin smiled contentedly. He looked at the man and said that they wanted to know how to seal him or how to deal with him, asked what he would get in return. The man said that if God existed, the Zoroastrians would rule the world. With their support they could do whatever they wanted. Matin looked at him seriously and said that he saw that they had nothing to offer. He asked if he resurrected him, would he be able to control him? The man looked down and said that in the Zoroastrian scriptures there was a method to move a created god. Only the method of sealing the shackles had been lost. Sehen watched angrily. Jisu asked if he could seal him. The hero said no, because he was already dead, and the dead do not even dream. He imagined the skeleton inside the coffin and thought that Matin's goal was to place the demon in the seed and bring a being with divine status into this world, and that the shackled remains could only be controlled by Zoroastrian magic. Sehen decided that they would try to seal it. He pursed his lips, thinking that if they could not possess something, it would be best to bury it. Matin smiled, spoke clearly and acceptably. Sweat was running down the hero's face. He was trying to understand if the demon of greed could steal the remains. Despite the fact that they were shackled, the man asked how much time they needed, said that they were in a hurry. Matin smiled slyly and offered to seal their agreement with a handshake and extended his hand. The man looked at him puzzledly and agreed. Matin said that he could seal him now. Sehen was silent, thinking that this was impossible, because no matter how strong the demon of greed was, it was not so easy to do. He was trying to understand what his goal was. A portal opened above Matin. The sword pierced him. The man with the monocle flinched. Matin fell to his knees. The hero said that they were very ambitious. The man stared at him and asked how he got here. Sehen asked if he had forgotten that he was the one who asked him to deal with Matin. The man looked at the hero. The hero looked at the servant on his knees. The man said that if he killed him, they would not be able to stop the seed, but the hero said that this guy would not seal it. He frowned and said that no matter how strong the 7 great demons were, it would take incredible power to seal the shackles, said that there was no point in shackle him right here. He imagined the ruins from the past and said that this guy was trying to wake up a god. The man nodded and asked what they could do. The hero said he would find a way. The Zoroastrian trembled and said that it was impossible. Sehen looked at him sharply and asked why. The man smiled slyly and said that it was about to explode. Sehen looked at the monk in fear and asked, was it really Madden? He thought that he had inherited this skill from the demon of greed. He remembered the handshake. He shuddered and asked, was it really then? Madden said that when they shook hands, his soul was transferred. The bishop smiled and said that since then he had been playing the archbishop, and his body was like a puppet, simply repeating everything that was said to it. Sehen leaned towards him and asked if he understood that when the god woke up, he would also be in danger. Madden said that he knew, that was why he was doing it. Sehen frowned and looked at the man's eyes. The archbishop smiled menacingly. The hero realized that Mammon himself was in front of him. He said, bingo, Raven. Sehen looked at him tensely. Mammon said how good it was that he had not guessed anything. He said that while Asmodeus and Azazel were fighting, magical energy was leaking from the remains. Sehen frowned and said that his servant would also be in danger. The bishop smiled and said that Matten was a pretty good servant, so he was a little sad, although he could subjugate as many people as he wanted, but now he would not be able to. Sehen silently looked at him and thought that although there were certain risks, the seed could also be useful. He said that Mammon wanted to control those above him. He imagined the hierarchy of demons. The man smiled and said that the hero had almost guessed. He placed his hand on the coffin and said that he did not have time to talk, so he asked to keep his questions to himself. He touched the skull, energy flared up. Something began to pour out of the black sphere above the coffin into the coffin. Jisu ran forward, but the hero grabbed her. A huge whirlwind appeared in the air. Asmodeus angrily ran forward and shouted the name of the demon of sloth. He gritted his teeth and asked if she was looking down on him. Azazel smiled and said that it was quite fascinating. It was hard to imagine that a demon would be so faithful to his desires. Wasn't that why he was a demon of anger? Sujeon looked at the demoness with excitement and understood that now she was about 3 times weaker than him, although she was stronger than an ordinary person, but she could not cope with Asmodeus. Azazel calmly looked forward. He tried to understand why she was so angry. Asmodeus covered himself in green flames and said that he would kill them. He took off. The fire was approaching the demoness. She rose on crystals to Asmodeus and hit him on the head. She began to strike blow after blow. Asmodeus gave way. He looked at the demoness in shock. She asked, does he really want to get more? The demon screamed. Sujeon covered Sirius's ears. Asmodeus screamed very loudly, they will not be free for long. Azazel smiled. Asmodeus said that when Mammon took the seed, the demoness asked what he was going to do with it. Asmodeus said to eat it. He imagined the lump above his palm. He said that what I called the seed was just a huge lump of emotions. For him it was a wonderful delicacy. He said that he only needed to transfer his soul into the seed with his magic and Mammon's spell, and then he would become much stronger. Azazel smiled and asked how much stronger he would become. Asmodeus smiled back and said that arrogance would suit her, not laziness. He swayed, said that he needed to meet Mammon, so he would leave them. Boulders flew into the air. The man looked at them in surprise. Azazel waved her hand and ordered him to follow her, and she ran away. Meanwhile, the sphere only grew. It destroyed everything around it. A huge black beam was hitting the sky. Sehen looked at it and said that it was a divine level creature. A silhouette appeared in the sky. Jisu hugged the hero and asked if this was the seed. Sehen said that it had sprouted so well that it was hard to call it a seed now. The seed's eyes were glowing. Mammon said that the children of Ahura Mazda, the absolute good, Spentamaniu, and the absolute evil, Angramaniu, the Zoroastrians tried to recreate them. He said that now it had become a monster that could be called infinite evil and its name was Ahriman. Sehen looked at it tensely and said that the body they saw was just a container for it. He said that now it had finally shown its true essence. A huge creature stood in the sea. It grabbed Asmodeus. He smiled and asked if Mammon had already sprouted the seed. The huge monster looked away. Asmodeus told the monster that he had lost his mind to become his food. The demon was clenched in a fist. The hero tried to understand, did Ahriman really want to absorb him? Jisu asked if this demon wanted to do something to Ahriman, should they not intervene? Sehen said that it was too late and they could not do anything. He looked ahead, thought that having done such a stupid thing. Asmodeus laughed and said that this was excellent food. Ahriman suddenly raised him over his mouth. Asmodeus looked at him in confusion. He realized that his level of divinity was lower than his. He clenched his teeth, realized that he would have to rip out Eden's heart. He froze, realized that he could not rip out his heart. He smiled with realization, realized that it was not he who absorbed him, but him. He began to fall into the huge mouth, asked, was this really what Mammon wanted? Ahriman froze. He raised his leg. He took off. He turned into a huge clot in the clouds. Sehen looked at the arrivals. The girl asked why it was so quiet. The hero said that he was eating. Asmodeus became food for him. Azazel asked if everything had become more complicated. Sehen looked at the demoness and asked when he would wake up. The demoness calmly said that in 3 or 4 hours. He looked at the clot in the clouds, thought that they needed to hold out as long as possible to prevent them from leaving. The demoness asked if there was a way to completely destroy it. She calmly looked up. The hero said that it was impossible. He smiled and said that everything was very simple. He looked at the clot and said that since it was a being with a higher level of divinity, fighting face to face like in a normal battle would not work. He said that it was impossible to kill it physically because, in fact, it was a mental shell. He turned to Jisu and said that he called Chris, asked to evacuate people. Saham looked at her and said that they should not let this spread further. Azazel said that she would help too. She smiled and asked if Boron had anything to do now, but he said that he was busy. He looked ahead and said that they needed to organize a meeting. After a while, Yidra looked at him and asked if they really need to declare Ahriman an event monster. Sahan asked to announce it on his channel, because if they announce a reward, there is a chance to gather a lot of players. Chris smiled and said that they will post an announcement on the US server. He thinks it can be called a guerrilla competition. Yidra nervously said that if they give out rewards, then don't they need to define achievement levels? She said that God is God and it will be difficult for ordinary players to damage him. The man looked at them and suggested a defense quest. This way they can limit the area in which the players will be. Sehen smiled and said that this was a high-level deity, but players would probably be better off dealing with him than with the same Aldebaran. At least Ahriman had no thinking. He smiled and remembered that they had insurance. Yidra looked at the screen with displeasure and said that they would announce a quest competition. She exhaled, thought that it was reckless, but this way they had a chance, thought that a god would never do such a thing. She looked at the recording of the monster and thought that each time she was further and further from the title of god. Eric's apartment, he shouted that this was their chance. He looked at the description of the quest with satisfaction, thought that there was no time limit, and the enemy was a god. He understood that he needed to solve this problem to restore his reputation. He turned around. The voice said that they were dealing with Ahriman, so they needed to be careful, because judging by what he had just heard, even the 7 great demons had been absorbed. He thought about that voice. Apollo said that the raven was in his debt. He told him to fight with all his might. He would lend him his strength. Eric looked at the sparrow on his shoulder. It chirped and wrote, moving to San Francisco. The players looked at the huge sphere in the sky, asking if this was Ahriman. They asked if there were any signs of movement. Black streams of energy flew from the sphere. Sehen said that it was better to stay away from Ahriman. A hand appeared from the sphere. Sehen shuddered, thinking that he should move slowly. The huge hand fell to the ground. A blue eye flashed on the red body. Ahriman screamed. Sehen covered himself from the wind and said wow, thought about how amazing his skills were, smiled, thought that the level was almost impossible for an ordinary player to cope with. He said that he needed insurance. The system reported that the blessing of the gods is given to warriors who bravely fight against formidable enemies. Eric looked at his hands in surprise. All the players were getting stronger, their skills were increasing. San thought that Yidra had personally cast this buff, although it costs a huge amount of points. Sahan looked at the yellow light and assumed that this would be enough, said that now it was time to begin. He looked at the falling star and said that it would be here soon anyway. The guy's eyes began to glow red and yellow. He said that he should get to work. A portal opened in front of him. He thought that at all times the main goal of any fight was victory. Ahriman crawled along the sea and screamed. His body was pierced by magical attacks. A huge hole formed in his torso. The players were shocked. Eric screamed, clenched his fist. He did not know what it was, but for them it was a great chance. He called on everyone to grind the monster into dust. Ahriman looked around and screamed. The players began to cover themselves. He hit the ground. His wounds began to heal. The monster opened its mouth, began to cast a projectile. Eric was blown away by the wind. He ordered everyone to advance. Azazel exhaled. She found herself in front of the players. Eric looked at her in bewilderment and thought that she was crazy, trying to understand what she was going to do alone. Ahriman released a beam from his mouth. A huge purple beam flew at the players, demolishing everything in its path. Azazel adjusted her cap, asked if the players would really stand like statues, said that it would be better to help her. She calmly smiled and said that she would stop him. The players looked at her. Sujin could not understand how it was possible to use techniques close to divine, having a human body, which is not even her true one. He silently looked at his mistress, understood that she was a real demon and Asmodeus was right. How could someone like her make a contract with him? Ahriman screamed, started to destroy everything around. Players flew into the air. The fat man screamed and begged to save him. Another player looked at him and said that thanks to the buff he would not be harmed. Yidra smiled. She waved her hand, said that she cast a buff, said that this is their chance, ordered to kill this guy. The players ran to attack. The monster began to destroy everything around. Walls of dust rose. The players watched the monster from afar. The man screamed that he was falling. Suddenly, he found himself sitting on the ground near the portal and asked how he survived. Sahan watched the battle from above, thought that it was not enough to just make a hole in it. He ran and jumped, flew up to his head, cut off his arm and asked, "How about this?" The stump began to bubble. A new arm instantly grew back. Sehen looked at him and understood that he should not attack so carelessly, thought that with time Armin would become stronger and his body would become whole. He looked away tensely. He knew it was going to happen soon. He thought that if they took a little more time, they wouldn't be able to hurt him even if they attacked with all their might. He looked at the constellation. He smiled and said that she had finally arrived. Jisu attacked fiercely. She hit the monster's skin, but there was no trace left. She looked at him with annoyance. No matter how much she attacked, she couldn't do any damage. San smiled, said that when the fight began, he asked him to protect the players from serious injuries. She looked at him and asked if she really wouldn't fight. San said that her job was to minimize the damage. She thought that the fact that he didn't ask her to fight probably meant that she was useless in this battle. She looked ahead gloomily, thinking that the stronger Appa becomes, the stronger she is. The players looked ahead in fear. They saw a shooting star. Suddenly, they realized that it was a sword. Jisu stared thoughtfully into space. She turned around abruptly. Armin screamed. Libra's sword plunged into the ground. A silhouette appeared in the beam. Taylor landed near the sword. She took the sword. Jisu tried to understand how she ended up here. She clenched her fists, understanding that since Appa called her, but she didn't understand why, because she had become stronger. Taylor took the sword in her hands. Jisu thought that if this continued, she would no longer be able to be near the hero. She understood that something needed to be done. She looked gloomily to the side. She wanted to become so strong that she could surpass all the gods. She decided to become a demon. She hit herself on the head and asked to come to her senses. Frightened, she looked into the void. Realizing that the hero would not like this, she thought that she needed to find another way. She remembered that Taylor from the future said that she could not defeat her. She imagined the hero from the future, thought that there were too many thoughts. She needed to get it out of her head. She turned to the hero and thought that she needed to become a good child. She silently looked at the hero and thought that all this was necessary for the sake of the hero. She thought that sometimes you need to be a bad child. She looked ahead in shock. Taylor swung her sword. She jumped at the monster and cut off his arm. She looked ahead in concentration. The arm grew back. Sehen smiled and thought that Taylor had become much stronger. She now had much more experience not only in wielding a sword, but also in using divine power. Taylor ran up to the hero and said that she came. Sehen said that he should call him Appa. The girl asked if the monster was still regenerating. She looked at the hero with sadness and said that she would hardly be able to defeat him. San said that he did not call her to deal with him. He smiled and said that only she could find his core. He said that Armin was just an image created by a deity. He said that when his body was healed, the divinity disappeared. At that moment one could notice a flow of energy filling the lost deity. San said that they needed to find the core that was responsible for this flow. He looked at the girl and asked if she had gained the ability to distinguish good. Taylor said that she did, but everything here was so filled with evil that it was difficult to find its center. She looked questioningly at the hero. He said that he was not asking to find evil. He said that good was needed, although he seemed to be the embodiment of evil. In fact, he was a recreation of two gods. Taylor looked at the monster and said that she understood. They needed to find the good inside him. San said correctly. She frowned and said that finding it. She went forward, said that it was easier said than done. San said that it was because his body continues to develop, the level of divinity and magical power is growing. Ahriman began to speak. He screamed and said that he would kill everyone. Everyone was shocked. Ahriman raised his head and screamed that he would kill them all. San's eyes widened. He began to remember, was it like that in the first game? He did not take his eyes off and said that it could not be. Azazel came up and said that she thought so. She frowned at the hero and said that it was because he absorbed the demon of anger, because the more intense the emotions, the stronger he becomes. The monster's skin began to crust over. He acquired a purple tint, screamed that he would kill. San clenched his teeth, thought that his voice was similar to Asmodeus. Taylor asked what was wrong with him. He said that it was necessary to release the energy that passes through the mouth into the body. He thought that if a little more time passes, he will become stronger and then nothing can be done about it. The sphere flashed. Beams hit the monster's body. Everything began to collapse. Debris flew in different directions. Sehen waved his hand, asking what other creatures live here. The player got hit by the beam and died, screaming, his hand sticking out of the beam. The player called for help. Sehen covered the girl with his wings. Ahriman became a giant in armor and straightened up. The hero looked at the enemy in horror and asked if the girl had found it. She said that she needed a little more time. Sehen clenched his teeth, thought a little more time and Ahriman would gain consciousness. An ominous smile appeared on the giant's head. The hero understood that if his consciousness became complete, it would be a complete disaster. He knew that when a created god with developed divinity learned to fully control his power, there would be nothing left on earth that could stop him. He thought that he could become even more powerful than Aldebaran. Taylor screamed that she found it. San began to ask where. The girl squinted and said that right under the neck. But the problem is, she saw the core and said that the core was protected by a powerful magic field, said that a huge amount of magic power was concentrated in the core. Sahan smiled nervously and assumed that he was using Asmodeus' skill, increasing magic power as his anger increased, asked if this magic field needed to be broken through. Taylor assumed yes. She looked at the hero and said that it was impossible for her now because they needed to break through the magic field and destroy the core. Otherwise the magic field would be restored again. The hero thought that even if Surin helped him, he would not have enough strength to penetrate the core. He knew that in order to destroy the core, a power capable of breaking through the magic field was needed. He knew that a player with such firepower at the moment. The giant walked through the ruins, such a player did not exist. He looked at Azazel and knew that there was no way. He thought about asking her. She turned and asked what he wanted. Sahan shuddered. The demoness assumed that he understood something or was even sure of it. He said that what was more important was what she felt. Azazel looked ahead and repeated the question. She pressed her lips together. The hero thought, was she really worried? After all, if you think about it, it's surprising that Azazel came all the way to America just to catch a demon. He looked at Sujin and thought, was he really that important to her? Ahriman growled. He arched his back, new arms grew. The demoness narrowed her eyes and said that if they left everything like this, the planet would be in danger. Sahan said that they could connect the system, but America would be destroyed along with them. She sighed heavily and said okay. She looked at the giant, said that she would take care of the field, and told the hero to take on the core. Sahan looked at her in surprise. The demoness asked if he had enough strength. He said that he would hold out while she destroyed the magic field. He turned to Taylor and told them to go. He said that she was the goddess of justice, the greatest enemy of those with evil intentions. Taylor looked at the hero tensely and asked if they really wanted her to be bait. Sahan hugged her. She told him to protect her well. Sahan smiled, spread his wings and asked her to trust him. They took off. They flew towards Ahriman. He extended his hand towards them. Sahan said that they were gaining speed and asked them to hold on tight. Taylor gritted her teeth. The wind ruffled their hair. She began to chop with her sword, the tentacles reaching for them. Sahan looked at the girl and thought that at such a speed they need to watch the tentacles. They found themselves in front of the screaming face of the giant. He began to cast a magic projectile. The hero realized that due to the emergence of intelligence in him, it became easier to attract his attention, but the accuracy of the tentacles increased. The beam hit them. The hero began to fall. Taylor looked at the hero with excitement. He said that the monster was overflowing with divine and magical powers. He thought that it was a huge anger. Combining negative emotions with divine and magical powers, an ordinary person would be torn apart by just a light touch. He smiled and said that for someone this is a real gift. Ahriman began to cast a shot again. Taylor pressed herself against the hero. He began to look around in fear and look for Azazel. He looked at the bridge and saw that she was there. He flapped his wings and shouted that he would catch her. Azazel turned around boredly. The hero flew over her and threw Taylor off. He smiled nervously and thought that the only one who could stop Ahriman now was him. Sujin looked at the hero in shock. Gritting her teeth, Gyeon apologized for her inappropriate behavior. Chamu picked up his sword and said that nothing serious had happened. Smiling, the man asked his ally to join her. He saw many monsters around despite the darkness, but he would not be able to deal with them alone. Therefore, he needed help. The woman smiled and agreed. The swordsman pushed off the ground. With a sharp lunge, the guy cut through the enemy's body. His sword cut through the air. The monster attacked him from behind. Vice Chief Genesis immediately dealt with it. The wind has no blind spots. Gritting her teeth, Gyan called on her comrade to be her guide in the darkness and leave the rest of the enemies to her. Monsters surrounded them from all sides. Seeing a bright lightning in the sky, the protagonist realized that something was approaching. Putting her sword to the monster's shoulder, Yidra praised him for coming this far. A smile appeared on her face, blood splashed in the air. Looking at the dead monster, the witch declared that this was her debut. San asked why she had such a triumphant tone. Rising into the air with her, the guy asked his friend to prepare to use magic. Looking at the dark portal, the woman said that she only does annoying things anyway. A purple glow appeared above the water. A storm arose. Grabbing the railing, Hyunjin called on his comrades to hold on to something so that they would not be carried away by the wave. Dongwon said that something was wrong with the enemies. The monsters knelt down and bowed. Seeing the shadow looming above him, the man opened his mouth in shock. A huge monster towered over the ship. The monster bared its giant fangs. A snake wrapped around its body, from under which many eyes were visible. Looking at the rest of the people, Hyunjin urged them to immediately close their eyes and not open them. The monster narrowed his eyes and made a sound like laughter. The girl opened her mouth in fear, covering her eyes with her hands. The man asked what was going on. Floating in the air with the help of wings, the player called the monster disgusting. Yidra said that quite a long time had passed since their last meeting and that he even looked cute, like a puppy. Seeing a huge red eye, the deep sea raised their hands up. They worshipped the ancient ruler who passed through a powerful body and did not need divinity. The protagonist realized that in order to hurt him, you need to own the power of Aldebaran. Bringing the flute to his mouth, the witch said that he must be expelled in any case. She blew into the flute and held the valve. The monster closed his eyes. At the same moment, Dagon plunged into the water. Closing her eyes, the goddess said that they needed to hurry because the monster would wake up in 2 days. San said that this was enough and suggested taking a nap. Seeing them land on board, Hengyan asked if it was over. The boy explained that the monster had fallen asleep and would wake up in a couple of days. Looking up, he said that it was time to set foot on the lands of Lulu. The man descended onto the sand. Looking ahead, the man said that fortunately, the beach was not much different from the usual. Turning to him, the young man asked what their losses were. His comrade reported that 12 people were injured and 8 were unconscious. Raising his eyebrows, the player asked if there were any fatalities and remembered that 30 out of 100 people died in the first round. Looking at the injured man, Hengyan said that they had just arrived and had already suffered so much damage, and asked if they would be able to recover and achieve success. The protagonist said that they just needed to rest. Looking back, he asked if his friend could be a nurse. Yidra quickly agreed, saying that it would be easy. Raising his hand, the man offered to find someone to help the injured and asked if it would be better if the witch went with the boy. San replied that it would be better for her to stay here. The goddess placed her hands on the injured woman's body. If they lost consciousness after meeting the Great Ancient, there was a high probability that they would have mental trauma, and the witch would be able to restore their minds by replacing the memories of meeting Dagon. Raising his eyebrows, Hyunjun said that they needed to meet with players from other countries and asked if his leader was sure that everyone would come to the beach. The boy replied that this was one of the entrances to Lulu, but it would be difficult for foreign players to get here. Hearing that his companion was going to explore the island, the man smiled, remarked that he always remained in his debt to him, and asked if he was sure he was going to go alone. Smiling widely, the boy said that he knew who to take with him. Crossing her arms, Surin asked what happened that made her remembered. Following her friend, she asked if they could go in search of the magic book. The player replied that they needed to study everything first because she needed the Book of the Nine Saints, which was located near the starry backgrounds. 2 books with patterned covers appeared in the air. The deep seas cannot fully control the Necronomicon. Because of this, they cannot defeat the starry backgrounds, who have the Book of the Nine Saints. The heroes need to make sure if this is really so. Looking back, the protagonist said that he needed his friend's help to determine the location of the magic book. First, they need to check if this place is similar to what it was in the first round. Entering the thicket, the girl said that she saw such plants for the first time. San asked if she felt magic, but the answer was negative. Frowning, the guy wondered if he was too cautious because his actions changed the course of events, but Lulu did not change at all. Raising her eyebrows, the sorceress suggested going back because it would soon get dark. Her friend agreed. Hearing a strange sound, the young man looked away. Looking into the depths of the forest, he said that he felt someone's presence. Surin asked if they were monsters. Squinting, the player replied that there was a person there. Hearing sounds coming from the thorny thickets, the protagonist realized that they were not the first to arrive in Lulu. A group of people ran along the slope. Someone shouted that they could move to the beach. Thorny vines grew around. The guy offered to kill those chasing them. Gritting his teeth, the man in the hat said that there were too many of them. Suddenly stopping, the man said that players from other countries were supposed to arrive, so they needed to run to the beach quickly. A deep sea monster appeared in front of them. It had a white mask on its face. Frowning, the player thought that today would be their last day and hoped that the guys from other countries would save them, despite the fact that they were competitors. A few days ago, a ship of the European Union sailed on the sea. According to the gods, incredible resources were hidden on this island, which should be taken by the members of the European Union. The man with a beard raised his fist and declared that they would monopolize the treasure and the world would be under their control, but this dream was destroyed. They thought that a look in the darkness was just that. But those who lost the battle and survived became servants of the deep sea. The man grabbed his head. Next to him stood a monster. The monster swung an axe. The guy with purple hair trembled. The next moment, he rushed to attack, swung his sword. However, his opponent was not an ordinary monster, but a soldier of the army of the deep sea. The monster raised an axe above his head. Squinting, the man in the hat thought that he did not want his comrades to die. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Seeing that the enemy was decapitated, the player realized that they were saved. Seeing the main character in front of him, the stranger was surprised that he managed to kill the soldier so quickly. The heroes stood opposite each other. The man suggested getting to a safe place because the rescue team would arrive soon. San said that there was no need. Many portals appeared around him. The monsters pounced on the group of people from the forest. Traces of blows appeared in the air. The players watched in shock as the severed limbs of the enemies fell to the ground. Smiling, the guy called them lucky. Approaching the representatives of the European Union, he asked if their ship had been captured by the deep sea. The answer was affirmative. Imagining how the waves crashed onto the ship, the man said that about 150 people were stuck at the base and half of their comrades died. Surin raised her eyebrows, surprised that they arrived in Lulu without the skill of looking in the dark and did not even meet the Great Ancient, and called it a miracle that at least 150 people survived. The young man said that the prisoners were in the northwest. Looking at him, the European player explained that there was a village with a population of about 1,000 inhabitants. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist realized that the enemy learned of their arrival on the island and immediately sent an army. The girl asked if it happened too quickly. Saiyan decided not to think about it and suggested that the Europeans unite, asking them to take him to the village. The man's mouth opened in shock. Smiling, the guy said that they should take advantage of the opportunity and save the people while the soldiers are away. The heroes came out into a field of tall grass because it was the shortest route to the village. Looking at his new ally, the young man remembered his name and thought that he was a good player. Anderson spread his arms and asked if they really wanted to become representatives of the people on the island. The player thought that this man knew how to take care of his colleagues and was even able to escape from the deep sea ones without having the necessary skill. Squatting down, the man said that they had arrived and pointed to the guards guarding the entrance. In front of them was a settlement surrounded by a crystal wall. The European player explained that the people would not be able to use magic power if they approached this wall. The protagonist, with his mouth open in surprise, said that it was a barrier made of ester. Surin asked if this ore really responded well to magic power. Her comrade explained that it absorbed it. Mountains were visible in the distance. Perhaps there was an ester deposit somewhere nearby. Anderson crouched down and asked what they needed to do. Saiyan smiled and said that they would go inside after cleaning up a bit. He jumped off the cliff and walked towards the guards. The deep ones saw the enemy land next to them. The guy cut off one of their heads with his foot. The monsters looked at their dead comrade in fear. The young man thought that they must be embarrassed because they had never experienced this before. Because in the first round, the player repeatedly found himself on the verge of death while fighting them. But now he had become stronger. His body was filled with magical energy and divine power, which could help in the confrontation. The protagonist swung his fist. Having hit the monster in the stomach, Saiyan thought that he did not know how much his strength had increased compared to the first round. The girl, widening her eyes in fear, asked what that sound was. The man assumed that the escaped players had brought reinforcements with them. The blonde man sitting on the floor said that it couldn't be because the enemies were too strong and their leader had strange abilities, so no one could defeat them. Clenching her fists, the child called her comrades to look at the player. The man said that it was impossible. The leader of the monsters loomed over the boy. Looking up at him, the young man thought that it was just the head of the village, but everything was not that simple. Grinning, the monster hissed. Putting his hands in his pockets, the player realized that he could not determine its strength. He thought that nothing would work, even if he used magical and divine powers at the same time. The leader appeared behind him. The protagonist knew why this was happening. A dagger blade flashed in the air. Sehen jumped into the air. He jumped to the side, increasing the distance. The monster held his sword in front of him. Imagining how the cosmos spilled out of the bottle next to the book, the guy frowned and realized that this was the effect of one of the spells recorded in the Necronomicon, Gunpowder of Ibn Ghazi. Summoning a portal next to him, he thought that the enemy had managed to cross the border between the material and the immaterial. Swinging his sword, the monster let out a battle cry. A sword flew out of the portal. The young man wondered if he would be able to attack right away or overcome the effect of the spell if the opportunity arose to strike. The leader raised his sword above his head. At the moment of impact, the player jumped back and realized that he could not cause any harm even at the moment of materialization. The monster grinned widely. When it comes to the Necronomicon, you cannot think about common sense. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, the protagonist thought that his last attack did not reach the enemy hiding on the border. The monster's eyes widened in fear. Saiyan said that it was good that he had Ahriman's malice left. Dark energy burst out of the portal. The monster immediately fell to the ground. In a pool of blood lay a vial. The guy was surprised that he needed Ahriman's malice, which only blocks what the user wants to block. Anderson opened his mouth in surprise. There were a bunch of corpses in front of them. Someone said that this was better than fighting on the ship. The girl agreed with him and added that it was much more convenient on the ground. The man asked if the level of the Korean players was really that high. Looking ahead, the young man explained that the difference in levels was not that big, but they had more experience and the skill of looking in the dark. Raising his hand, the European player expressed a desire to ask a question. The man in the cloak said that they had a hard time and that they could ask anything. Anderson asked how they managed to destroy those monsters. Scratching his cheek, the man replied that their leader did it before they came here. Pointing his finger at Chanu, he added that all the monsters were killed by this man. Coming out of hiding, the man was surprised that he had managed to destroy all the monsters on his own when he suddenly noticed that he was blind. Turning around, Chanu asked what happened. Scratching the back of his head, the European player asked if there was a way to destroy the deep-sea monsters. The guy replied that you just need to use a sword and they will die. Anderson, with his mouth open in surprise, asked how it was possible to so easily defeat a monster with thick skin and physical strength that surpassed even the strength of a top player. The young man thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that they just need to fight. The heroes found themselves in a tent. The protagonist asked what it was. Looking at the bottle in his hands, Yidra replied that it was Ibn Ghazi's gunpowder. Sehen asked why he couldn't use it, twirling the bottle in her hands. The witch replied that only those who did not come from this world could handle it. Raising her eyebrows, she explained that gunpowder itself was a product that could help overcome boundaries. It could be used in the same way as Barzai's blade or Iga's egg, so it was necessary to use the shining trapezohedron to make it fit this system. Smiling, the guy thought that it would be enough for them to be able to use even a part of the deep sea leader's power to gain an advantage. Closing her eyes, the goddess promised to deal with it, because she had nothing to do anyway. In her hands was a bundle. The young man said that he found it in the deep sea leader's lair. Throwing a stern look at him, the woman asked if her avatar knew what it was. The player replied that it was human skin. Looking down, Yidra realized that she had to decipher what was written there. Leaning towards her, the protagonist asked if she was uncomfortable. Closing her eyes, the witch asked if it was normal for people to give a dog's skin with letters on it to the owner of a dog. The avatar asked if the gods considered people dogs. The woman said it was just a metaphor. Smiling, San said it was just a joke. Blushing and grinning, Yidra realized that her friend could now play a joke on her. Raising his eyebrows, the guy thought that he would never have behaved like that in the first round, and asked why he didn't joke about his friend. Throwing the bottle into the portal, the witch promised to fix the gunpowder and remove the toxins from it and asked him to tell her if her friend needed anything else. Feeling the young man put his hand on her head, she asked what was going on. Smiling sheepishly, the player noticed the innocent smile on her face and wondered if girls didn't hate it when someone touched their hair. Deciding that it was a good experience, the protagonist sincerely stroked his friend. The woman lowered her eyelids peacefully. San thought that he was the first person to stroke the head of an external god. He sighed in relief, realizing that her mood had improved. A few days later, Lulu Beach was filled with players from all over the world. There were about 800 of them in total. Running up to her old friend, Yun said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked where Jisu was. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that his friend could become a target for starry backgrounds and promised to tell other players about everything. The girl happily said that she could help. The young man thanked her. The woman shyly lowered her eyes. Mina wondered what would happen if Jisu saw this. Looking at the girl, the player asked not to tell her about it. The girls looked at each other tensely. The map showed an island. Since Lulu had a very large territory, it would be better to split up and look around first. Looking up, Ivan asked how best to divide the forces and whether it would be better to just move together. Standing at the head of the table, Hengyun said that the more they moved, the higher the risk of being attacked. Dividing the forces was beneficial to them since it would help prevent raids. And in order to avoid misunderstandings, it was necessary to divide the territory into zones. The leader of each country would choose the territory, and all the items found there would go to the representatives of that country. There were pushpins stuck into the map. There was still something important left. The man looked at the girl. Surin introduced herself as a member of the Agatram Guild. Frowning, she said that the magic books Necronomicon and Lulu Yvonne were on this island, so those who found them would have to hand over the information to her personally, as these artifacts were very dangerous. There were papers with a spell on the table. The sorceress asked everyone who finished the research or found themselves in a dangerous situation to break this magic circle to teleport to the camp. Smiling, Hyunjian asked everyone to remember the precautions and said that today's meeting was over. Looking back, he asked if his friend would go separately, and said that he was worried every time he was not around. The protagonist asked him not to worry, because the Korean players are very strong, especially since they have Chanu. Coming out of the tent, Surin asked where they were going. Sehen answered that first they needed to get to the north of the island in 2 days. The girl asked if Lulu Yvonne was really there. Raising his hand, the boy said that the Necronomicon was there. The sorceress asked if her friend still wanted to get hold of this book after all the warnings. Grinning, the young man said that he wanted to seal it. Entering the tent, he said that they would begin their research tomorrow. Mina asked if the 4 of them would go. The player explained that his friend would go separately from everyone. Jumping out of bed, the girl asked why she had to go alone. The girl frowned tensely, asking if this was really what she thought. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered that this was it. Night fell. Someone wished everyone good luck. Gritting her teeth in fear, Mina asked if she really had to go alone, and suggested that something bad could happen to her. San replied that his friend had already been in such situations. Raising her hands, the girl said that the deep ones were simply disgusting. The boy explained that what Loki needed would be there. Smiling, the clown asked if they were talking about Misteltane. Putting his hands in his pockets, the young man said that there was a place where the Deep Ones stored various resources, so there was a high probability that Misteltane would also be there. The goddess asked him to make sure that the enemies did not summon Azathoth. Looking away, the player said that the ritual would be carried out in the same place where the Necronomicon was located in any case, so she needed to track the moment when Barzai's blade began to move and inform Mina about it. Looking back, the protagonist said that Lulu was already under the control of Nyarlathotep. Yidra said that this becomes clear just by looking at the sky. Shantaki were flying high in the sky. The witch crossed her arms over her chest and said that they were monsters who worshipped Azathoth and Nyarlathotep, and if they were nearby, then the Lord was somewhere nearby. Turning to Mina, San said that the god of chaos would be focused on him, so it would be better for the girl to move separately from him, then Nyarlathotep would not know anything. Closing her eyes, Loki asked if he was going to go looking for the Necronomicon while they watched the frozen moon island. Looking down, the girl said that she did not want to do this, but she had no choice. Rising from her shoulder, the goddess asked her not to worry, because she would be nearby. The guy thought that the clown was very different from what he had seen in the first round. Looking at his friends, he decided that they had become attached to each other as expected, so Loki would help if Mina needed help. Looking at him, the goddess asked what would happen if the Necronomicon was not there. The player explained that this was why people from different countries would explore the entire island. Raising her hand, the clown called him naive if he thought that foreigners would report the book. Smiling, the protagonist said that they did not have to report anything because he had his own way. System windows with correspondence from different gods appeared above his head. San was surprised that they immediately ignored everything. Frowning, he thought that this could somehow be related to the Necronomicon. Hugging her knees, Yidra said that players and gods do not know their language, but people will still understand the map if they have at least a drop of intelligence. Sitting down next to her, the guy said that 3 days had passed and they still did not know what to expect from the enemy. The witch asked if the avatar was trying to summon Yog-Sothoth. Her comrade replied that even if it was not necessary, there were several things that could spoil the course of events. With her mouth wide open, the goddess asked if everything was okay with that child. The young man replied that there had never been any problems with Mina, especially since the deep sea ones were not particularly smart. Having said that there were not many races in the world that could boast of such intelligence as humans, the woman covered her mouth with her hands and sneezed. Looking at her, the player asked if she was sick. Scratching her nose, Yidra said that she was simply not used to the cold in the human body. The protagonist carefully wrapped her in his cloak. The witch gave him a scared look and asked if the avatar wouldn't freeze. Saiyan replied that his powers affected the cold, so he didn't need a cloak. Surin noticed how much fun they were having as she was behind them. Flying up to her comrade, Morian asked why they didn't set up a honeymoon room and explained that she thought he was romantically involved with that crazy girl. The confused guy stated that there was a misunderstanding between them. The goddess thanked her friend for the cloak. Looking away, the young man said that it would be problematic if she got sick. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that it was good that Jisu wasn't around. A few days later, Surin noticed something and her eyes widened in surprise. In front of her was a huge dragon skeleton. The girl wondered if this was the work of the deep sea ones. Approaching her, the player noticed that these structures were built from the bones of a giant monster and asked if this was the result of magic. The girl drew a magic circle on the ground. Waves of energy slid down the stones. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that his friend was not the best magician, so she cast spells with caution. The sorceress said that there was something there. Closing her eyes, she said that she felt the magic of the Necronomicon and the presence of ordinary people. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Saiyan asked if someone else had arrived here. Because there was no word about it in the chat, Surin said that the presence of people was gradually disappearing. Opening his mouth in shock, the guy remembered the human skin that the deep sea used to write letters, and realized that the monsters had transported victims here in advance. The girl asked if this was something foreign. Putting his hands on his belt, the young man replied that he did not feel such a great power and that a god cannot be summoned with a reasonable number of sacrifices. Ahead was a bloody palace. This is the place where the Necronomicon is located and the sacrifices take place. And although Barzai's blade has not yet begun to move, the people who are to be sacrificed began to gradually disappear, which means the ritual has begun. Frowning, the player concluded that the enemies are aware of their presence. Hearing a strange sound, he looked up and asked what was happening. Yidra replied that this was not a pleasant situation. Gritting her teeth, she said that she did not think that she would have to open the door to the land of dreams. A dark rift appeared in the sky. Monsters poured onto the ground. Morian said that this was disgusting. Looking up at the rift, the protagonist noticed that these monsters were scarier than one could think. A giant monster descended from the sky. The heroes realized that they must hide so as not to be noticed. Surin asked if they were forced to come here to be doomed to certain death. Grabbing his friends, Saiyan rose into the air and answered that there were several reasons for this, because these monsters are both hunters and victims. They kill players and themselves so that enough victims are brought. The monster with many tentacles opened its mouth. Looking at him from the sky, the girl asked if each death really counted as one sacrifice. Frowning, the sorceress suggested that there was real chaos below. Ydra decided that perhaps the ritual would take place elsewhere. Looking down, the witch said that the power of the ruler began to spread from the depths of Lulu. On the other side of the island, a huge magic circle was drawn. Grinning, the guy asked if Nyarlathotep really wanted to kill him so badly. Narrowing her eyes, the goddess suggested that the ruler was very upset about the defeat and the loss of the shining trapezohedron. Morian frowned sternly and said that an angry god was something new. A dark haze was flying around the man. Unlike humans, gods do not seek perfection when they despair, so they are not used to such anger and cannot control it. Frowning, the young man said that they needed to take the Necronomicon anyway and asked where the book was. Looking at the rift from which the monsters continued to crawl, the girl replied that she felt the magic of the book. Squinting menacingly, the player decided to close this gate. Seeing another alien creature fall to the ground, the protagonist thought that the momentum would weaken if the passage was closed. Pressing herself to his chest, Ydra asked him to hurry before the ancient god came out. San asked his friends to hold on tighter. Traces appeared in the air above the thorny thickets. Shantak pursued the flying heroes. Seeing that his friend's eyes lit up, Surin asked what kind of expression that was. Suddenly, they disappeared from the monster's field of vision. Finding himself behind him, the guy hit the winged horse on the back of the head. The monster immediately fell behind the thickets. Two monsters flew up to the heroes. The young man flew even higher and dealt a strong blow to the enemy. Looking at the bone structures, the player asked if they could just demolish them. The witch explained that if they killed the monsters, everything would not end, because they were here to become victims. Her avatar understood that they cannot kill enemies and let allies die. Looking to the side, Surin said that there was something there. The Shantaki gathered in front of the palace. An altar appeared between the black holes. The protagonist resolutely looked forward and sighed. Making a sharp jerk, he broke through the monsters and rushed into the rift. A powerful explosion was heard from the impact. Falling on the stone floor, the girl said that she had never screamed so loudly in her life. Shaking herself off, San asked what about the magic book. Putting her hands forward, the sorceress asked to wait a little. A bright aura appeared around her. A purple grid appeared in front. Seeing a crowd of monsters, Surin said that she found the Necronomicon. Pointing forward, she said that she was sure that the book was there. A blade jumped out of the portal behind the guy. The knives immediately pierced the body of the chthonic creature. Raising her hand, Ydra pointed to the book. In the monster's torn hand lay the Necronomicon. All this time it was with the priest of the deep. The knife pierced the hand. Calling him to himself, the guy took the paper. Looking at it, the girl said that it was not the Necronomicon. The young man realized that the enemy knew about their search, so he left several pages here. Closing his eyes, he said that everything was fine and that the situation had only escalated a little. But this was the calculation. The sorceress realized that her friend controlled more than just the ancient book. Imagining the eye of the ancient god, the player said that he wanted to stop Yog-Sothoth and that Nyarlathotep probably decided that his sworn enemy was wasting his time. Looking at the ruins, the protagonist realized that the enemies thought that he would not be able to stop the summoning, but it would be very humiliating for him and for all of humanity. Looking at the system window, San said that the enemy was wrong and that many could stop it. A notification announced that the message was successfully sent. The monsters were moving forward. Mina thought that she was just doing what she was told. Looking up, the girl in the form of a deep sea wondered if they were on the right path. The message said that the monsters were going to the Blade of Barzai, where the Necronomicon was. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that she was very scared, but she could not run away. A message appeared in front of her face asking her not to worry, because everything would end soon. Learning that Sahan would return as soon as he found Lulu Yvonne and that Nyarlathotep was not near the Necronomicon, Loki opened her mouth in surprise and wondered if stopping the Blade of Barzai did not mean the end of the game. Clown put her hand to her chin and wondered if her avatar was in danger, since the blade was a thing from another world, but their comrade had no contact with any god. The observer froze in midair. He noticed that a huge amount of divine energy was beginning to erupt from the ground, but even Nyarlathotep would have a hard time absorbing such a large amount of divinity. The power flowing through the ground was gathering in one place, in a magic circle under the island. A ball of energy appeared above the pile of corpses. The sacrifice was complete along with the resurrection of energy. Nyarlathotep held a cloud of energy in his hands. The concentration of life force lost in Lulu increased. This was Yog-Sothoth. Throwing himself in the air, the observer realized that at first it would be enough to obtain Misteltane, but now the situation was complicated and they could not allow the destruction of the earth. The monsters gathered in a crowd and screamed. They raised their spears in the air. Mina wondered if she should run. Hyunjun raised his eyebrows. Seeing him ahead, the girl thought that her friend had sent him. A system window appeared in front of the man. The girl saw a message in front of her asking her to confuse the deep sea monsters. She thought that she was a little scared. The spear fell to the ground. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. The monster pierced the body of its fellow. Mana immediately disappeared. The monster frowned nervously. It defended itself from the attack, holding the spear in front of itself. Smiling, Hyunjun realized that the enemies had begun to attack each other to find the traitor. Dongwon grinned. His hood fell to his shoulders. Suddenly, his mouth opened in surprise. Putting his hand to his mouth, the boy shouted that there was an outsider among the monsters, so they should take up weapons and point them at each other. The monsters shuddered in horror. The young man scowled and urged them not to trust their comrades because there were only enemies around. The deep ones began to kill each other. Hyunjun raised his hand and gave his comrades a sign. The fighters rushed at the monsters to take all the valuables from them. The man dealt a crushing blow. The girl pierced the monster's body with her sword. The man asked if they only needed to deal with these monsters. Dongwon pointed forward and said that there was something there. The monster's foot stepped on the ground. Seeing the huge monster, the player said that it was the first time he saw something like this. Raising his weapon, the great king of Kurga realized that the humans really used their brains. Opening his mouth in fear, Hyunjun remembered that his comrade had warned them about him. Swinging his spear, the monster screamed that he would kill them all and sacrifice them to chaos. Barzai's blade can cut through time and space, and when it strikes, the monster urged the humans to consider it a blessing. Someone jumped up. He managed to stop the blade from sending out sparks. Covering his eyes with his hand, the man wondered who that person was. Smiling, Chanwu said that it was very close. He held his sword in front of him and was able to stop King Kurg. Frowning, the monster called for him to stop. The monster immediately disappeared. The guy realized that the enemy was in the air above him. Frowning, the young man asked everyone to duck. King Kurg's eyes widened. A trail of powerful sword swing appeared in the air. Looking back, Hyunjun thought that it was incredible power. Looking ahead, Gian asked what was going on. Turning to her, Chanwu asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that she came to help as a leader. Smiling, the guy said that if there were two of them, it would be much easier to handle. They must not let the monster demonstrate the power of the blade. A cloud of dust rose around it. The young man asked if his ally could control the enemy so that he did not increase the distance. With a stern frown, the woman asked if that was all. Raising his eyebrows, the player stated that this would be more than enough. Looking at the monster, he said that he would block the blade until his ally gave him a chance to escape. Looking around worriedly, Hangyun called on his comrades to not let other monsters interfere with their fight. The king of Kurga grinned maliciously. A cloud of energy appeared on the tip of his blade. The monster stated that weak creatures were still powerless against him. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. Chanwu hit the enemy on the arm. The yellow eyes widened madly. The monster called him weak. Putting his hand in front of him, the boy realized that the enemy was only worried about Sehen and that the deep sea did not even perceive them as a threat. Looking up, King Kurga asked what they were talking about. Lowering his head, the youth explained that monsters looked down on humans but knew nothing about them, while humans knew all of their weaknesses, so there was no one who would lose to a monster without skill and intelligence. Frowning in displeasure, the monster called him too arrogant. At that moment, he rushed to attack. Looking back, King Kurga thought that humans were a race with a weak body, so the enemy could not be sure that his sword would even touch him. The player held his sword in front of him. Looking at it, the monster was surprised that he could not use Barzai's blade correctly against ordinary people, although he had been a king since birth. The monster took a step forward. Gian jumped on him from behind. Blood spurted. His pupils contracted in pain. Grasping his wound, King Kurga asked how a human could hit him. A cut appeared on his body. The severed arm with the blade rose into the air and fell to the ground. Looking forward, the monster declared that he would not give up on his goal even without the arm and blade. Chanwu approached the weapon. The Necronomicon appeared against the background of the blade. If an ordinary person takes it, his mind will be destroyed and he will die. The guy took the blade in his hands. The monster opened its mouth wide and asked how people dared to touch the blade with their hands, knowing nothing about it. Seeing the boy pick up the blade, King Kurga wondered how he did it. The player replied that he didn't know either. Raising his eyebrows, Chanwu understood how to use it. His foot slid along the ground. The monster trembled, seeing the blade glow. The boy raised it above his head. The blade was in his hands. The reason why this was possible was incredibly simple, because his god was Yidra. The protagonist looked at the sky. Behind him was a girl. An image of two people connected with chains appeared. Sehen and Chanwu had a special connection since they were in the same guild. The power of the connection was able to suppress the influence of Barzai's blade. The boy walked forward with it. He pushed off the ground. The boy ran up to the monster and swung the blade. A powerful blow cut the monster's body in half. Before dying, King Kurga assumed that this had nothing to do with the enemy's essence. Blood gushed from the two halves of his body. The monster fell to the ground. The man took a step forward. Running away from the monsters, Ivan shouted that they were catching up with them and asked the players in the rear to use magic. The man running after him said that it was necessary to immediately use magic stones to return to the beach, The man replied that then they would simply give up the territory they decided to capture. His comrade said that this was better than losing their lives. The chthonic monsters continued to pursue them. The young man looked back. A strange creature rose on the island. Stopping, Ivan asked what it was. His eyes became round with horror. Dagon jumped out from under the water. The monsters trembled. A huge centipede froze in front of the heroes. Seeing a creature with many eyes above him, the boy wondered if the Korean players had met this creature and reached the island alive, and he realized that he could hardly survive after meeting such a monster. Gritting his teeth, the boy decided that they needed to leave immediately. Dagon fell to the ground. Looking at it, the man shouted that they should not go that way. Seeing the snake ball roll through the forest, Ivan wondered if the monster was helping them. The protagonist asked what was going on with the magic. Surin opened the book and said that it was more difficult, but something was emerging. She was surprised that they dealt with Lulu Yvonne so quickly, and said that thanks to Morian and Yidra, she had the opportunity to move Dagon. The monster was approaching them. Looking up, San said that it would be enough if the monster prevented the monsters from reaching the players. The boy explained that he was lucky enough to get Lulu Yvonne, but after a while people from other regions would arrive here. The girl asked where they were going next. There was a dead octopus behind them. The heroes took Barzai's blade. Dagon blocked the monster from the dreamland to divide the continent. In fact, they destroyed most of Nyarlathotep's plans. Imagining the thoughtful face of the enemy, the boy wondered when he would appear in person. Opening her mouth wide, the witch said that the ancient god would definitely be furious. Looking away, she added that the lord would be so angry that he would try to summon Yog-Sothoth at any cost. The woman added that the enemy would never admit that his plans were destroyed by an ordinary person. The player looked at her, frowning. Surin asked if everything they did was really pointless. Smiling, Yidra said that it was not. Nyarlathotep's body was pierced by red lightning. Anger clouded his mind. For an ancient god vulnerable to human emotions, this is fatal, and this is his weak point. The protagonist asked if they could stop the summoning while they held the Barzai blade in their hands. Closing her eyes, the witch confirmed this and added that the Lord would put his life on the line to attack her. Suddenly, she trembled. The heroes turned around. Sahan asked if the ritual had really begun. Looking ahead worriedly, the goddess answered in the affirmative. Then her friend asked why the enemies were in such a hurry if they did not have the Barzai blade. The woman suggested that they thought they could take the blade at any time. Looking away, the guy said that this was why he did not like to fight immortals. Looking back, the young man asked what happened. Confusedly raising her eyebrows, Yidra said that Nyarlathotep was approaching. A colonnade was visible ahead. The witch assumed that the enemy was trying to take the blade. Looking at his friend, the young man suggested telling the others to use the magic stones and use them himself to go to the beach. Looking down, the goddess asked if her friend trusted her. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise and answered in the affirmative, which could not have happened in the first round. Remembering how the joyful woman laughed, the protagonist thought that he was still wary of the presence of alien creatures. Imagining his hand on her head, he realized that Yidra had always been sincere with him. The witch turned away and asked her friend not to interfere with Nyarlathotep taking the Barzai blade. Saiyan looked at her in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked what this meant. An alien god appeared in space, born with absolute immortality in a place where there is no concept of death. There were snakes around him. The Lord closed his eyes and thought about what all this was for. The man was walking around the palace. Aliens can stop bleeding, but most gods can be easily defeated. The pillar was covered in blood. Nyarlathotep thought that they were trying to summon Azathoth by sacrificing the Deep Ones, but their plans were ruined by ordinary people. Taking a step forward, he felt a strange nervousness. Anger made his body pound and burn. There were players in front of him. Thinking that his essence was not adapted to this, the ancient god rose into the air. Looking at him, the boy asked who he was. Throwing an angry look at him, the Lord demanded that he give him the Barzai blade if the people did not want to fight him. Towering over the players, the man asked if they really wanted a fight. Frowning, Chanu asked if the enemy would disappear if he received the blade. Nyarlathotep leaned over and asked if this thing had any value to him. The boy looked at him. Gion stood next to him. The ancient god thought that he was irritated by the fact that Barzai's blade was in the hands of a man. Looking down, the boy agreed to give up the weapon. The girl tried to stop him. The ruler descended to the ground and said that this was quite unexpected. Putting his hands on his belt, he asked if people should not protect the blade at all costs if they knew his intentions. The player replied that he would die anyway if he tried to enter the battle. Having handed the blade to the enemy, Chanu added that in this case it would be more correct to choose survival. Having looked at him, the man agreed. His body dissolved in the portal. The heroes silently looked at the place where the enemy had just stood. Their comrades grabbed their chests. Grabbing her friend by the collar, the woman asked why he gave the blade to the villain. Hearing the name of the main character, she let her friend go. Looking up, the boy reported that San said to hand over the blade. Gion suggested taking a break and heading to the altar. The boy looked at the message and thought that everything would be fine. Standing on the cliff in front of the village, The protagonist asked if everything would be okay. Frowning, Surin reported that it had been a day since Nyarlathotep received the blade and asked if they didn't need to do something. Looking ahead, Sehen said that if they went there, they would not be able to avoid the battle with the ancient god and stop the ritual. Angrily, the girl asked if that was not what they should do and suggested that Ydra might be in cahoots with the Lord. Looking down, the witch explained that she did not want to say that. The sorceress asked what she wanted. The boy looked at his friend in amazement. Stroking her head, he said that everything was fine because if the avatar asked for something, the god should listen to it. Sadly looking ahead, the goddess said that it was so. The hall with columns was flooded with blood. The woman said that the gates would soon open, and she had some business left, so she needed protection. Looking at her questioningly, the young man asked what kind of business. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, Ydra expressed a desire to talk. Seeing the raven landing in front of him, Nyarlathotep noted that they had arrived later than expected. Looking up at him, the player said that they were meeting in person for the first time. Smiling, the ancient god was surprised that he was not attacked immediately after he managed to take Barzai's blade. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that he was simply acting cautiously and thought to himself that if the enemy had discovered the witch, the reaction would have followed immediately. The Lord said that he was not in a hurry either. Waves of energy were rushing around him. Seeing a nervous smile on the enemy's face, he said that he had never been able to understand human emotions, but now everything was different. The man smiled widely and said that this was joy. Enormous bone ridges rose into the sky. Sehen rose into the air to repel their attack. Wiping his chin, the boy thought that he could stand against them and wondered if Ydra was trying to hide. Putting his hands in his pockets, Nyarlathotep asked why his opponent was looking away. The ridges surrounded the young man from all sides. Putting his blades in front of him, he thought that he should attack head-on, that his comrades were not harmed. Rushing forward, the player easily destroyed all the bones in his path. The ancient god clenched his teeth in displeasure. Egyptian rods appeared in his hands. The Lord thought that he treated people too frivolously. The protagonist's eyes widened, realizing what was happening. In front of him was a black pharaoh. The ridges rose above the man. Nyarlathotep spread his arms, launching a cloud of dark energy forward. It flew right over the head of the shocked Sehen. A huge black portal appeared in the sky. A wave of energy jumped out of it. Looking up, the ancient god realized that the enemy had increased the force of gravity. Landing on the ground, the boy said that he would have been caught if he had stayed in place. The Lord spread his arms. Clots of dark energy appeared above him. The projectiles immediately went forward. The young man asked if this was all that his enemy could do. The man's eyes blackened with anger. The sword cut his forehead. The player jumped on him, piercing his head through and through. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise when Nyarlathotep said that he was wrong about something. Covered in waves of dark energy, the ancient god explained that he thought he could easily kill a man, despite the fact that he had divinity. Smiling madly, he decided to finish him off in another way, because for him the concept of death did not exist. Sehen narrowed his eyes and realized that this was the immortal's hunting method, and the enemy asked how long the boy could hold out. The Lord closed his eyes and laughed, saying that it would take many tries if his opponent was to survive. The boy saw a rift in the sky. He flapped his wings, wondering what Ydra was doing. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the man smiled and explained that Yog-Sothoth was a god who lurked beyond the edge and existed outside of time and space. Looking up, the boy realized that there was no way to prevent Yog-Sothoth from being summoned. A witch stepped onto the battlefield. Raising her hand, Nyarlathotep said that if she used the shining trapezohedron, she might be able to close the gap. However, this would put her in a dangerous position, and the goddess silently looked ahead. Raising his eyebrows, the ancient god thought that the enemy would have to give everything to use the trapezohedron, and if that happened, the succession skill would be sealed, then the crow would be much easier to kill. Frowning, the woman said that she was not going to close the gap. Smirking, the Lord asked if they were really going to fight the summoned Yog-Sothoth, since his power was different from theirs. The rift in the sky was getting bigger. Ydra said that the monster would easily get through this gap. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the man asked if someone else was summoned. Looking at the rift, Nyarlathotep thought that it couldn't be, since if another being came close to the gap in time and space, they would be mercilessly eliminated. Turning to her friend, the witch said that this was why she didn't say anything about her plans. The protagonist looked at her in confusion. Taking a step forward, the goddess called out to the enemy. Raising her hand, she said that she had become even more insane. The woman clenched her fist. The sky above their heads opened up. Covering his face with his hand, Sehen asked where Yog-Sothoth was. His eyes widened. A huge eye appeared in front of him. Looking at it, the guy wondered if this was really Yog-Sothoth, and realized that the monster was all wounded. Opening his mouth in shock, the ancient god asked how this happened. The monster lowered its tentacles down. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the young man called out to his friend. The eye narrowed. In the first round, Ydra went through with him until the end and left only when the world collapsed. The city plunged into ruins. His god was right in front of him right now. A disfigured corpse lay on the ground. Sitting in a computer chair in front of the monitor, the witch thought about what happened to her in the first round. Looking at her avatar's face, she wondered if she really had to leave Sand because he couldn't save humanity. The answer came to her a few days later. The goddess looked back. The Milky Way was visible in space. Yog-Sothoth had hidden another of her memories. In the room, there was an overturned sofa. If this continued, the avatar could die. Sitting on the floor in front of the system window with his image, the woman realized that Yog-Sothoth would be able to turn back time and wondered if her being would listen. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Looking up, Yidra realized that her avatar's time had turned back. The ability to get into the second round is his specialty. The system window showed a dead protagonist. Looking at him sadly, the witch wondered if she could change the future. With wide eyes, she declared that she would kill the outer god if possible. A huge hourglass appeared in the air. The time limit was erased. Although so much time passed that many cannot even imagine, the goddess spent it on finding a way to kill the outer god. As the epochs passed, time tempered the weapon created by her avatar. Saiyan looked at it in shock. Touching the weapon, the boy said that he thought it had disappeared. In the next round, he managed to get to a new turning point. The monster's eye was enveloped in tentacles. Yidra smiled. Approaching her friend, she said that she crossed this turning point and arrived in this time and space, eventually defeating Yog-Sothoth. Grinning, Nyarlathotep said that this could not be and asked how she managed to kill the Sonic god. A huge tentacle pressed him to the ground. Looking up, the young man called out to his friend. The giant eye narrowed. Looking at the weapon, the witch explained that it was not just a piece of metal, but a stake that could grant death. A creature like an ancient god could not be killed in the usual way, because as long as it had strength, it could come back to life as much as it wanted. His hand trembled. Lowering her eyebrows, the woman said that this thing was the death of a god and asked to show her how her comrade killed the lord. The tentacle was torn apart. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted the witch's name. Summoning bone ridges around him, he asked what his enemy had done. The bones rushed forward. Yidra jumped back into the forest. The monstrous limbs went after her. Watching this from the sky, the player thought that other people in Lulu could suffer. A huge eye flashed behind him. Looking at the world in front of him, the protagonist realized that this was just an illusion and that not only the witch's abilities were involved, but his own as well. Smirking, Saiyan thought that he should use the skills he had accumulated. The icon of the skill Proof of Transcendence appeared. Nyarlathotep looked back when he was called out and saw a weapon in front of him. Taking the stake in his hands, the boy asked how many emotions the enemy could recognize. The ancient god asked what it meant. Smiling maliciously, the young man said that he wanted to introduce him to the feeling of fear. Smiling back, the Lord asked what kind of fear could we be talking about. Looking at the enemy, he called him the most arrogant of all. The player explained that he had to do something proportionate since he had received an incredible gift. Pointing his ridges forward, the man said that he tried not to do anything that went beyond the rules of the system. Throwing his head back, he added that he might not be able to return to this game anymore. Opening his mouth in amazement, the protagonist thought that this could not be. The Sonic creature that appeared before him called him to be proud of the fact that he was lucky enough to see his true essence. Saiyan realized that the enemy was trying to regain his true power. A giant tentacle approached him. The guy managed to dodge. Dust from the blow rose into the air. Grinning, the young man realized that the enemy was not completely freed. Seeing that the tentacle pierced an entire mountain, he realized that this was the highest level of the deity. Opening his purple eye, Nyarlathotep asked the enemy not to delay this. Seeing waves of dark energy, the player flew to the side, not understanding what was being discussed. The energy destroyed the earth and immediately changed its trajectory. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear. Several black waves of energy were heading towards him. Feeling the blow, Saiyan gritted his teeth. His body fell to the ground, losing one wing. The tentacle went after him. The guy opened his mouth wide and summoned his sword. The blade cut through the tentacle and returned to its owner. The young man took it in his free hand. Rising above the ground, the monster praised him for his audacity and said that humans have no right to challenge the creeping horror, the messenger from space and confidant of Azathoth. The player raised the sword above his head. Smiling, he said that it would be more annoying if the enemy was a man. Blades appeared from many portals. The protagonist said that his scheme was too simple. Tentacles rushed to the portals from where dark energy appeared. Saiyan explained that it was easy to defeat an enemy who was simply trying to suppress him with force. Daggers fell on the monster. Nyarlathotep's eyes widened, realizing that he was in an illusion. Many copies of his sworn enemy appeared around him. Summoning a giant snake that rushed into the air, the ancient god decided to destroy all illusions and called on the enemy not to hide. The guy swung his sword. The tentacle tore him into pieces. Blood gushed from his mouth. The young man fell to the ground. Looking down at him, the Lord realized that this was all that ordinary people could do, regardless of their skills. Smiling, the player said that this was why it was easy. The protagonist rose to his feet in front of one of the monster's eyes. Turning its gaze to him, the monster asked if the enemy had intentionally exposed himself to the blow. Bleeding, San explained that he was only testing some skills. Their icons appeared in the air. The tip of the stake was right at the monster's eye. The creeping horror realized that it could not move from the spot, but it needed to act right now. Swinging the weapon, the guy realized that this was horror. The stake pierced Nyarlathotep's body. This was death. The ancient god began to crumble. His eyes turned red. The man's body fell out of its shell. Falling to the ground, the Lord thought that he could not die so easily. Grinning, he decided to borrow his father's strength after returning to space. Looming over him, the young man asked where the enemy was going. The villain opened his mouth in fear. The player said that people live from day to day and endure such pain. Punching the enemy, the protagonist said that the fact that they cannot be weak does not mean that they are strong. Spitting out a clot of blood, Nyarlathotep realized that he lost. Sehun lowered his head. Golden tentacles appeared in front of him. One of them crawled up to his knees. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked why his girlfriend did this, because she spent hundreds of millions of years and she had no reason to go to such lengths. He remembered lying on the ground in the first round, thinking that Ydra had abandoned him. Finding herself behind him, the witch said that she was just worried. Standing in front of the huge eye, she said that she hoped that her avatar would be happy with the opportunity that he received even after hundreds of millions of years. Smiling and blushing, the goddess concluded that her only avatar was her precious child. Taking the tentacle in his hands, the young man asked what to do with it. The woman asked to stroke it. The player obeyed her. Looking at him, Ydra said that they could finally rest. Stroking the tentacle, the protagonist realized that his friend would fall asleep, not knowing when it was time to wake up. It was somewhat reminiscent of death. The giant monster closed its only eye. Looking at it, Sehun apologized for not trusting him. Ymir sat on the throne. Hearing that Nyarlathotep was dead, the Titan King raised his eyebrows in shock. The subordinate confirmed that this was verified information. He was informed that the summoned creature was not Yog-Sothoth, but a dream witch, and placing his hand to his chin, the giant realized that even the alien god had been killed. The man bowed his head when he was ordered to visit Petroia. The coast of Lulu, people were gathering things to load onto the ship, as they would soon be heading home. Vina crossed her arms over her chest and asked why they needed to share the territory if the entire island belonged to them. Raising her hand, the boy asked her not to be greedy, as she had already been given Nesteltane, and with her mouth wide open, the girl declared that the sword did not belong to her, but to Snow White. Seeing Surin looking pleased with the books in her hands, she added that even she had managed to get a reward. Remembering how Leffe had disowned the Necronomicon, the boy thought that he was a little worried about him, but knowing the witch's character, she could be trusted with such a thing. Scratching the back of his head, Chanu doubted that he deserved to carry Barzai's blade. Looking around, the player said that this was not true at all, as there was no one in the world who could handle him, especially since his comrade was very good at protecting the borders with his Eye of the Heart. The man took hold of the blade's handle. The protagonist concluded that no one but him could handle it and master it 100%. Ydra ran up to the heroes. Putting her hand to her chest, she asked her friends to look at her carefully and notice what had changed. Frowning in confusion, Chanu, Loki and Mina put forward their guesses, but they were wrong. Looking at his friend, San said that he had not noticed anything new, but he felt that her level of divinity had increased. Looking at the blushing witch, the guy thought that an ordinary player could not have obtained divinity. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in shock. The goddess said that she had completely absorbed herself. There was a ship in the sea. The monster did not return to the original world, and because one creature cannot exist in one space and time, the woman absorbed it. Squinting, the young man asked if this meant that she no longer existed in that universe. Imagining the cosmos, Ydra raised her eyebrows and said that the death of a god meant nothing. Moreover, in a parallel universe there was no life that needed to be controlled, but the memories that were transferred to her remained and brought her many benefits. Raising his head and imagining a grinning Ymir, the player realized that thanks to his friend, it became possible to create an object capable of killing alien creatures. Now there was one less reason to fear the King of the Titans. Putting a hand to her cheek, the witch noted that this could be a little annoying, because the giant probably already knows about the death of Nyarlathotep. The protagonist called it not very good news. Lowering the corners of his lips, he thought that now the enemy would be able to get here only during a joint quest. Looking at the sky, Sehun wondered what Ymir would do now. Sitting on the throne, the King of the Titans asked what happened. Hearing that the ancient god was dead, he clenched his fist. The giant frowned and said that the dream witch was near the raven and could not be summoned again, which meant that something else had happened. The giant eye closed its eyelids, falling to its knees and bowing. The subordinate said that some unknown force had helped the enemy, thanks to which Nyarlathotep was killed. The man said that it was impossible for an ordinary person to do something that even Azathoth could not do. Without raising his head, the cloaked man said that his divinity had reached the highest level. Ymir was surprised that the enemy had surpassed the level of the highest deity and asked what happened to the woman who was on Olympus. The servant said that in a couple of months she too would become a deity of the highest level. Taylor raised the glowing sword up, the light illuminating everything around her. Squinting, the Titan King thought that if the one who had half of the key was growing so quickly, it was becoming a serious problem. Bungo folded his hands behind his back when he was called out. The giant asked how his battle with Nyarlathotep would end. Looking up, the primordial giant replied that he would defeat him because the ancient god was a messenger, and his fighting skills were rather mediocre. Sitting on the throne, Ymir suggested trying to invade the system, even despite the threat of losing administrator rights. The deputy creator said that this was impossible because the raven has Azazel. Imagining a girl with an umbrella against the background of a fire, he expressed uncertainty that he would be able to defeat her. Cupping his fingers, the Titan King ordered his comrade to go to Patroia and meet the enemy because this man was the best player among those in existence. The sword master lowered his weapon. 4 months later, the man was scrolling through the news about how the Earth was not originally a game that anyone could play. Looking at his phone, the protagonist thought that the gods were no different from people. Squinting, he saw a call from an unknown number. The caller introduced himself as Gian, and while sitting on the bed, San asked what she needed. The woman asked him to help her arrange a meeting with Chanwu. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered when the two had become close. The man smiled and agreed. Raising his hand, the young man repeated that he was a member of the Genesis Guild and asked if everything would be okay. Chanwu asked if his friend had gotten into trouble because of him. The answer was negative. Looking down, the man explained that for him, Gian's unseen darkness was incredibly charming and that through sharing experiences and training together, they could help each other grow. The player thought that these two had slightly different motives. Smiling, the protagonist decided that such a woman could not please his friend. Looking back, Chanwu said that in such a situation, it was better to take the initiative, because avoidance is not the best option unless you know the date of your own death. Open-mouthed, Saiyan wondered if his friend was trying to tell him something. After the heroes returned with Lulu, Jisu noticed that her friend's relationship with Yidra had changed. She was standing behind them. The boy looked back. Because of her good girl complex, his friend could only watch and did nothing. Peeking out from around the corner, the girl said that her friend used to belong only to her. Jisu immediately ran away. The boy asked where she went. Putting her hand to her chin, the witch explained that she had the body of a god, so human morals did not matter to her, but if her friend continued to play on two fronts, then those around her would consider it inappropriate. On the screen, the girls hugged their friend from both sides. The goddess said that she would find it funny to watch him endure such looks. Looking down tensely, the player realized that he was destined to behave inappropriately. An image of Jisu and Yidra hugging him appeared in his mind. In another thought, they were standing at a distance from him. The protagonist realized that he would look stupid in any case, even if he chose one of them or rejected both. Putting his hand to his forehead, San thought that this was too much for a person who had never even tried to enter into a relationship. Imagining a girl with an axe in her hands, the guy realized that he did not know if she would dismember him. Her hair flashed around the corner. He thought that his friend was constantly disappearing somewhere, because of which they could not even talk normally. Squinting, the young man decided that Jisu would not hurt him. Scratching the back of his head, the player called this situation a little annoying. The girl was trembling and sweating. Her red eyes were burning. Azazel appeared in front of her, saying that she definitely had talent. Smiling, the goddess said that she felt happy as a teacher. Jisu put her hand on her heart and said that it wasn't enough and that she needed to become even stronger. The girl twirled the umbrella in her hands. 3 months ago, the girl had fallen to her knees and asked for her help. Putting the ice cream aside, Azazel asked what happened. Jisu explained that she couldn't gain godly power and that she would be left behind if this continued. Imagining the winged protagonist in her hands, she explained that she only killed weak enemies and when strong ones appeared, Sehen would deal with them. Mina wove a magical web. There were those in the guild who could provide support without using special resources. Shu held a sword in his hands. Among the guild members were masters of creating the best weapons in existence at the moment. Chanwu held the Barzai blade in his hands. He had the potential to become even stronger. Taylor held a fire sword in her hands. She was too talented. The girl frowned pitifully and said that she would become useless if this continued. Looking down at her, the goddess thought that the raven had been protecting her from dangerous situations all this time, but in the end, it all ended up like this. Imagining Taylor walking far ahead of her rival, the girl realized that the envy directed at her was too great. The blonde stood next to the protagonist. It was not surprising that her rival was becoming increasingly anxious, believing that Taylor would soon become the supreme deity. Descending to the floor, Azazel said that her friend would gain divine power over time and that she probably wanted to become stronger as quickly as possible. Grinning maliciously, the goddess asked what she would be offered in return. Looking up at her, Jisu promised to entertain her. The heroes stood opposite each other in a bright room. The girl said that her training would be very interesting. Smiling, the girl agreed, thinking that her friend could take Shannon's place. Azazel promised to make her the strongest demon. A dark crown lay on the throne. From that day on, Jisu began training in demonic skills, presenting her words in the form of a diagram. The goddess said that the basis of demonic magic consists of human emotions and divine power. In other words, demons were creatures that used divine power to transform emotions. The stronger the emotions, the more power. The girl put her hand to her chest. A dark cloud of energy appeared. Even with weak divine power, powerful magic can be used if emotions are used correctly. Rising into the air, the girl said that her student will soon have her own awakening skills, although this does not usually happen to ordinary people. Raising her eyebrows, Azazel thought that the student had reached a completely impossible level for the owner of ordinary spiritual power, and explained that the vessel in her body is growing daily. Answering the question of what emotion she turns into magic, Jisu hugged herself and said that these emotions are always with her. The goddess scratched her cheek questioningly. At the same time, Olympus, the sun's rays illuminated the palace. Apollo frowned. Taylor looked at him in fear. Hearing a voice in her head, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Astra said that her avatar had become strong enough and asked her not to be nervous. The heroes stood opposite each other next to Zeus's throne. The old man raised his eyebrows and thought that everything was really going according to Sahun's plan. The sunlight poured onto the girl's body. In a year she had not only mastered all of Astra's divine power, but also acquired a divine power of a higher level. The girl held a sword in her hands. At any time she had the opportunity to reach the highest level. With her mouth wide open, the blonde shouted that she was starting. Smiling, Apollo urged her to action, thinking that her incredible strength had become a cause for concern. Looking down, Taylor thought that after 30 minutes of using Laplace's hourglass, her memories had been erased, except for one. Aldebaran crossed his arms over his chest. Swinging her sword, the girl rushed forward. With his mouth open in surprise, the guy realized that her art was very different from Jian Wufa's style. The girl held the sword in front of her and her eyes widened. This was a more advanced form of martial art. A constellation appeared in the sky. The blonde cut the air in front of her, using the technique of a flourishing star. Crossing her arms, Yidra informed that Taylor had successfully passed the test. Dropping the bun, the protagonist was surprised, thinking that his friend had passed the test of Olympus, which basically meant that she had been promised a real place as a deity. Closing her eyes and nodding, the witch understood why Jisu was so excited about this. Sahun was glad that Taylor would soon return to Earth, because they did not know when Ymir would act. Imagining the blonde standing behind Astra, the guy thought that her growth rate was not unusual and that in 10 years she would be even stronger. Standing in front of the system window, he remembered that Manhwa was constantly repeating that the ending does not change. In the future, the young man will gain horns and become the king of madness. Lowering his head, the player thought about what he needs to do to change the ending. The goddess said that the creator offered them a joint quest. The protagonist looked up and asked where it will take place. Raising her eyebrows, the woman said that the quest was in Petroia. Sahun clasped his hands together, remembering that the sword master Barandark was there, and thought that on this level, this was the only place where he could have a collaboration with Earth. The guy asked when the quest began. Yidra scratched her head and replied that the quest started today. The young man opened his mouth in shock and raised his hand. The witch explained that they used the shining trapezohedron to prevent them from being controlled. Jumping up from the table, the player asked how this could happen so suddenly if they needed to open the dimension and synchronize. The goddess said that this was only possible for one reason. Raising her index finger up, she said that Ymir had only sent one person there. Soul Station, Taylor waved. Rushing to hug Snow White, the girl asked how they were doing, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The heroes walked along the station. Mina asked if her friend had really passed the test of Olympus. The girl said that she had failed to win, but the test was counted. The girl looked at Loki on her shoulder. The clown called this news impressive, because someone had not even managed to touch Apollo. Frowning in disappointment, Mina said that after her trip to Lulu, people began to recognize her on the street. Someone came up to them and asked for forgiveness. Looking up, the girl said that even strangers try to talk to her and explained that she could not give an autograph right now. Smiling, the man asked permission to ask one question. Nervously raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if the human Ymir was already here. The sword master narrowed his eyes and asked where the place called the God Slayers was. The girl smiled awkwardly, saying that she was not sure. She scratched the back of her head, claiming that she could not help. However, the man smiles back, believing that he is hearing a lie because the young people have it all written on their faces. The boys tense up after this. The dark-haired girl puts her hands forward, claiming that her uncle has mixed something up. He takes out his sword and says that he is in a bit of a hurry. The blonde looks on in amazement, realizing that she did not even notice this action. The girl in the school uniform is scared when the tip is pointed at her, but it turns out that they are not going to kill her. Suddenly, she looks away when a question is heard about what is happening here. The blonde stops the man with a hand gesture. She trembles from the weight of the weapon. The fair-haired man smiles, and it turns out that this girl is the youngest god in the entire universe, a monster with infinite possibilities. The thought sounds that in the future, she will probably be able to defeat even him. The man smirks, realizing that this will not happen now. The blonde tenses up, and it is said that she does not have enough experience yet. She is thrown back. Her friend is worried about her. The girl in the school uniform looks at the man with displeasure, surprised that he killed Lin in an instant, and he remembers that the blonde can make everything she sees her own. Smiling, the man decides that he must kill her with one blow, and the thought is heard that he is very strong. The man with purple hair says worriedly that this is the sword master, Kyle. A man is shown standing on a mountain of skulls, and he is called a swordsman from Petroia, the best of all existing players. He has a confident expression. The dark-haired girl asks in surprise what deity he is an avatar of, and it turns out that no deity was able to make him their avatar. The girl is scared when she learns about the highest level of the opponent. Suddenly, she is addressed. She grits her teeth when Kyle asks her to show where their base is, or to give up, and she understands that they must stop him. The ladies sit on the ground, and the thought is heard that they need to hold out for a little while until help arrives. A black raven appears. The dark-haired girl frowns, thinking that they need to hold out for at least 10 more minutes. Kyle only notices with satisfaction that she is waiting for someone. He swings his sword, reminding them that he is in a hurry. The weapon cuts through the ground. The man smiles, surprised. He puts the sword away, claiming that he did not think the girl had such good sense. She is focused and is told to be careful. It sounds like Kyle was told that he only needs to be careful with the blonde, but it turns out that everyone on this star is high level. A question is heard about where Lin went. Suddenly, she appears behind the man. The girl decisively strikes. However, Kyle holds back the weapon, noticing that the girl with the horn uses restoration magic. She is undetectable. The blonde calls out to Lin worriedly. She directs a stream of magic towards the warring parties. The blonde jumps to the side, clouds of dust surround her. She slides on the ground. Suddenly, the girl starts rushing forward with a sword in her hands. She approaches Kyle from behind. Lin suddenly looks surprised at something. She looks at her sword in bewilderment. The man seriously states that it would be better for them if they started talking. The girl only clenches her teeth in anger. She hits the enemy in the face. Smiling determinedly, the blonde states that she will not be caught a second time and notes that the sword will be destroyed immediately after contact. Kyle raises his eyebrows, saying that his opponent has impressive abilities. He clenches his hand into a fist, stating that it won't help them fight him anyway. The man punches the girl in the school uniform. She asks in displeasure how he found her in her small bug form. Multiple swords appear in the sky as Kyle figures he'll have to destroy them all to get his way. The girl with the horn watches in shock. Lin clenches her jaw and frowns. Nina stares ahead in absolute horror, wondering how she's going to dodge this. She covers her face in fear. Suddenly, an orichalcum appears in front of her, causing confusion. The boy looks down, suggesting that Kyle tell him his goals first to perhaps avoid a fight. Sahan seriously states that he knows why he's here. The man smiles, noticing that the boy speaks as if he knows him very well. The idea is voiced that even Ymir will have a hard time dealing with the Sword Master, a man without materialistic desires or greed. The Sword Master's only weakness is mentioned. Sahan calmly says the word family. Kyle suddenly tenses up, admitting that he is surprised. The boy has wings on his back, and he says that Petroia is under the control of the creator, probably secretly got close to his family, and it turns out that this is exactly how it is. The man has a terrifying look when he says that he was ordered to kill the boy and capture the god who became a man. The phrase is voiced that Sahan must die. Kyle is ready to attempt an attack. Debris and smoke are visible. The boy looks around, wondering where the Sword Master is. Turning around, he tells Saul to take Mina and leave. Suddenly, everything begins to collapse. Sahan has magic circles appearing, and the thought sounds that even if he dodges this, Kyle will continue to strike one after another. With flashing eyes, he decides to block all the attacks. It is reported that this person is much faster than Jongbeek. Sahan covers himself with his hand, realizing that he cannot properly see the trajectory of the sword. Suddenly, he looks away in shock. The youth defends himself from the blow with a magic circle. The sword master watches him, surprised that Saiyan blocked all the attacks. Smiling, he thinks that perhaps all the players in this place are monsters. A sword flies at him from behind when the thought sounds that there is a reason for this. The man looks back, realizing that he was careless. It turns out that he has no blind spots. He easily blocks the blow. A bright weapon is visible in someone's hands. It is Lin preparing to attack the enemy from behind. She decisively strikes. The girl jumps back, noticing that the attacks are not working. Saiyan confidently tells her not to worry, because, in principle, there is not much difference in skill between her and Kyle. Lin is confused when it comes to the fact that it is all about controlling the divine power. The boy takes a step, and it is said that by controlling the divine power, Kyle created his own area of influence. Saiyan has 2 swords in his hands, and it is said about the third eye. The boy jumps up, noting that the radius of the area in which he can win is about 10 meters. It is said that Kyle will be able to cover about 100 meters in the air. The man continues to try to strike. It is said that although the area of his attacks is larger, this does not mean that he is invincible. The boy lands, and it is said that if he does not cross the 10-meter area, he and his opponent will be in the same conditions. It is said about what will happen if the sword master is limited to 10 meters. It turns out that in this case, even one-on-one, Saiyan will be able to put up enough resistance to him. Kyle watches with interest, noticing that the young man is strange. Frowning, Saiyan states that the sword master is not such a genius, but still fights him on equal terms, so he believes that Kyle is not fighting at full strength. Clutching the weapon in his hands, the man believes that the boy is acting the same way. The thought sounds that when comparing their strengths, it is noticeable that Saiyan is excessively strong for a 20-year-old. His image is depicted, and it is said that this is clearly not the result of a couple of battles. This man is a demon. The man pushes off the floor with his foot, claiming that he is giving it his all. He rushes forward, saying that he does not know if he can win. The young man defends himself with his sword. He seems unperturbed. Suddenly, Saiyan strikes his opponent, after which Kyle realizes that they want to damage his sword. The sword master jumps aside, deciding that this is not the time for him to admire. He also turns his attention to Lin because she is also bothering him. The thought is that there is nothing he can do. Kyle decides to use all his strength. Magic rages around him. Saiyan frowns, thinking that there is no point in fighting anymore, and Kyle probably understands what level of power they have. A destroyed area is depicted, and the thought is voiced that if they fight normally, not only Seoul Station, but the entire city will fall apart. The young man seriously asks if he has something to offer his opponent. The man is all ablaze, and they offer to help him find his family. But it turns out that in order for the activated joint quest to be completed, one of them must die. Saiyan looks confident and asks what Kyle will do if he has the opportunity to find his family. The man thinks, realizing that the young man is determined, and says that he will do everything possible if this is true. Saiyan calmly states that he promises. Smiling, he says that they need to die. The dark capital of the empire is depicted, and it is said that the oldest star of all the stars where the game takes place is the only country that is not under the influence of the gods. The long-haired man reports the failure with displeasure. He sits on the throne and thinks that he could not imagine that the enemy would manage to kill even the sword master. The man stands up, deciding to immediately inform Lord Ymir because they need to find a way to kill them, and they no longer need to leave Kyle's family alive. The dark-haired man is shocked when a notification comes about the start of a new joint quest. The system window makes it clear that they cannot kill the sword master's family, and the man realizes that Saiyan has tricked the system. He understands that if the Petroi gods find out about his capture of Kyle, the situation will become more complicated. Realizing that he can't do anything, the man turns into the sword master. Smiling, he decides to become Kyle for a while. The girl falls onto the couch, saying that Bungo is hiding in Petroia, posing as a player, but won't be able to get out because of the activated quest. Saiyan only asks about Kyle with interest, and it turns out that the sword master is currently hidden in the next room. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl wonders if it wouldn't be easier for them not to fight, but it turns out that without that, the man wouldn't believe them. Smiling, the young man tells his friend to keep a good eye on Kyle so that nothing happens to him, and warns that he will go to Petroia alone. The question is heard about whether Lin took everything. She happily gives a positive answer. Saiyan turns around, remembering that Jisu always asked to take her with them. The question is heard about what she is so busy with since she refuses so abruptly. The girl awkwardly looks away, saying that she has things to do. It is said that she really may have her own things to do. The girl with white hair, smiling, tells Jisu to pass. Slightly closing her eyes, she decides to start right away. Azazel asked a frustrated Jisu if Raven left today, then told her that her children won't be back for 2 weeks either, as they seem to be lagging behind, so she kicked them out. Jisu was a little nervous, so she asked about how if she did that, she wouldn't be under Azazel's control, to which Azazel asked in response that if she said no, the girl would believe. Jisu smiled and said that she would believe, because the demon doesn't lie, as it's tiring for her to force herself to think about such things, and Azazel confirmed that she was right. The demon cut the skin on her wrist and said that the girl would become a dependent being on her. Blood flowed down the demon's hand into the glass as she offered to drink it, but warned that if Jisu drank it and made it a part of her, she could become a demon. Jisu imagined her head as a ram's skull with a crown of human skulls. As the last drop fell into the glass, she thought about how a demon is a clot of mental power, containing an unwavering will and a being that will not die until its mind is broken. She listened to Azazel explain that Jisu is a player, and therefore it is unclear what changes will happen to her, like Abaddon. She will most likely become a demon different from the previous ones, and then the girl asked about why she did not feed her blood to John then. She thought about Arn and said that then Azazel could have made him an ideal part of herself, to which the demon replied that the boy does not want this, since he wants to become strong as a human and not as a demon. However, this was not the case with Jisu, because she did not care whether she was a human or a demon. She thought about how she was always standing behind Sehen, and she wanted to be the one who protects, not the one who is protected. Jisu brought the glass to her lips, ready to take a sip. She drank Azazel's blood. Meanwhile, in Petroia, not only humans live here, but also elves and dwarves. It is a fantasy world dominated by swords and magic. Taylor looked around in admiration, saying that the divine power overflows her, to which Sehen replied that it is because this place is under the strong influence of the gods, since there are gods who control many followers, calling it a religion, and there are also players who are called avatars. Taylor looked at the elf who peeked out from behind the trees, and it seemed to her as if she was in a fairy tale. Sehen, looking at her, clearly saw that she was still a child, and said out loud that fortunately, the city is not far away. When they were able to see the castle from the hill, Taylor exclaimed in admiration again. It turned out that there was a line at the entrance. This girl was curious about what happened. However, Sehen was not sure, but in general it seemed to him that he guessed when a man shouted that he was really a merchant, not a refugee, and had nothing to do with the war in the neighboring city, to which the guard answered him that if he was a merchant supplying goods to the city, then he should show a permit for work. Taylor was surprised that the guards were so strict about the border, so she doubted whether they would be able to enter. While the merchant nervously said that his pass seemed to have been lost along the way, and the guard replied that they could not enter without a pass. Sehen heard a man standing nearby say that he had heard about it, but lately the situation was really tense. He arrogantly said that he could not stand this swearing, and his interlocutor echoed him that if you listen to the gossip in Barandark, there is nothing surprising in it. Taylor whispered to Sehen about Barandark being a country ruled by a sword master. Suddenly, they were asked if they were players by any chance, since he was dressed as travelers, and recently it was dangerous for players who did not belong to any faction to travel, and a cute elf approached them. Sehen told her that it seemed like the city was in a lot of turmoil right now, and then asked if something happened here, to which the elf replied that it was obvious that Barandark was changing, and it was affecting the other cities ruled by the 7 heroes, but there was something surprising. Sehen heard that Mr. Dylan was known as a close friend of Mr. Kyle, and the boy began to remember Dylan. He remembered that this was the same Lion King. The elf grabbed her head and nervously asked about what they didn't know. Sehen replied that he wanted to know them before entering the city, and thought to himself that if the Barandark Empire was in a state of war, it definitely had something to do with Bungo, and he thought that they knew he was here. The guard at the gate suddenly shouted that he found it suspicious and the merchant could not enter, to which he loudly begged him to let them in, because if they returned, they would be finished, and the elf suggested that Sehen first enter the city, and then worry because they might not be able to enter. Taylor looked in surprise at how they actually obediently left, as she was just watching such a thing, and then said that she thought the people would attack the guards, to which the man laughed, because he found her phrase about attacking the guards funny. The wounded man said that they were really ordinary people, so he asked to let them in, otherwise they would die. Taylor looked at the refugee again and asked about the 7 heroes that ruled the cities. She was told that the central city and several big and small cities were connected to each other, and usually these refugees were people fleeing from the small cities. Sehen thought about what he had read about this, but it was still unexpected, since they usually let everyone in, but it seemed like the situation had gotten more complicated. The guard pushed the refugees away and said that he couldn't just let them into the capital this time, since they would only let them in if they showed something to prove their identity, and the refugee said that there should definitely be information about them in the dream. The refugee hugged the child when he heard that it wasn't enough, since who knows, maybe they were scammers disguised as them, to which the child replied that they weren't players, but normal people, and they had no way to confirm it themselves. Sehen looked at Taylor and smiled, asking her if she wanted to help, to which the girl replied that she would be lying if she said no. But she couldn't do it out of the blue, and the guy thought to himself that she really was the goddess of justice, since she couldn't get angry when she saw such injustice. Taylor was surprised to hear that if she wanted to, then let her do it, since she wanted to help the refugees. She didn't like the guard. He said that in order to meet the Lion King faster, they should make a little mess. The man next to them, surprised, angrily asked what they were talking about. He looked around, not understanding what just happened. He was surprised at how quickly Taylor was able to appear in another place. The girl was already standing in front of the guard. The guard rudely asked her who she was, to which Taylor introduced herself and said that she could tell if a person was lying or not, after which she confirmed that the guard really was ordinary refugees. The girl heard him ask how he could believe her words, to which she replied that if he didn't believe, then she would have to use force. Taylor swung her sword. The guard held out his halberd in front of him, angrily asking if this girl was really a player with divine power. He ordered them to surround her and rush to attack. Taylor easily parried the blow. The guard coughed in pain, and Sehen thought about the fact that she parried with one blow, and the guard still did not lose consciousness, so now he understood why they said that you should not attack the guards, since they are the divine warriors guarding the central city. A system window popped up above the guards guarding the Lion King city, saying that their abilities were increased by 20% within the protected city, which as a result corresponds to the lowest level of divine power. Taylor looked around, assessing the situation. She attacked several guards at once with one blow. One of them attacked her from behind. The girl thought hard about what the abilities of the 7 heroes were if the guards were of such a level. Since the Sword Master uncle was very strong, she could try to suppress them with force, but it was pointless. She tried to remember what the Sword Master had done then. Taylor took a step forward, thinking about spreading divine power. The next moment, she created her own control zone. The girl's eyes flashed with divine power. Taylor attacked, sending a shockwave of enemies flying. She finally understood how it worked. The guards fell from the powerful force of the blow. Taylor continued to attack, not giving them time to recover. She quickly noticed attacks from the side. The girl counterattacked in response, using more powerful techniques. Finally, she swung her sword for the last time. She thought happily that she had now completely mastered it. The guard looked at the girl in fear, saying that she was a monster because she could block all attacks so easily. The man standing next to Sehen couldn't believe the abilities of such a young girl, to which the guy thought contentedly that everything really happened quickly since he showed her only once and she had already brought her technique to perfection. Sehen looked at the horse and thought that it was time to start moving forward slowly. The warrior angrily asked why the gods, having descended to Earth, did not obey the system restrictions, to which Taylor replied that it was because she was still a player. Taylor had one big advantage. Although she inherited the title of the Goddess of Justice and a place in the Virgo constellation, she remained a player. Being a system bug, the girl did not obey the system restrictions. She could use both divine powers and divine authority. Taylor swung her sword again, shouting that it was time to finish. Suddenly, something caught her attention. A wave of power swept over the entire space. Sehen noted with satisfaction that he had finally arrived. The man stepped onto the ground. The Lion King Dylan appeared. Sehen thought with satisfaction that a monster was a monster, and his level was close to that of a half-god, and there were 7 of them, because even the guy himself would lose if he fought at least 2 of them, and he specialized in hunting gods more than humans. Sehen looked at his ward and thought that he wanted to have as many allies as possible among the 7 heroes, when Dylan said that he felt a huge power and immediately came here. Taylor heard the question about who she was, after which the king called her a god disguised as a child. Suddenly Sehen appeared in front of him, explaining that this was her real appearance. He looked up at the Lion King and said that they did not come to fight him, because as he knows, the master of the Virgo constellation had recently changed. Dylan immediately guessed that she was the Goddess of Justice, because this was indeed a familiar divine entity. Dylan threw his sword over his back and said that he would like to know the details, so they can enter the fortress, but Taylor was immediately indignant because they were leaving the refugees here. The Lion King said that if she was the Goddess of Justice, she would definitely be able to recognize the villains, so let her tell the guards to let them in. He turned around and said goodbye that he wanted to talk about the master of the sword, so when he was done with all his business, let him come to his mansion. Dylan disappeared into the portal. Sehen asked the girl with a smirk if she could win, but Taylor didn't know that. However, if she had a chance, she would like to try to fight. Taylor can copy the opponent's skills after seeing them just once, so for Taylor, fighting is like eating, and the Lion King is a dish served to her. Sehen thought contentedly that, unlike the Sword Master, Taylor can handle this level since she has a monstrous talent. In the mansion, there was a suggestion that they were probably players from Earth. Dylan looked at Sehen and said that he was the same crow, and if the players from Earth were here, then Kyle failed, so how could the Sword Masters be killed on such a young star? He clasped his hands because he wanted to ask about how they both survived, even though the quest was completed as it should have been. Sehen also heard the question of why they came to Petroia, and moreover, the requirements of the new quest were now to protect Kyle's family, to which the guy confirmed that Kyle was still alive. For Dylan, this was something incredible, because in order for the quest to end, Kyle had to die. Sehen looked at the items on the table and said that Kyle did not die. He was in a state of apparent death thanks to this poison, since if you drink this poison, the system will consider you dead. And he thought to himself that this is the D that was used in the dream dungeon, and it's good that Mina skillfully prepares it. Although he has already used it several times, it is still his main trump card. Dylan did not understand that this was possible, and Taylor confirmed that this was true. The Lion King realized that then they probably caused this quest, to which Saiyan replied that if Kyle died, Bungo would not have left his family alive. Dylan heard that there was a rebel who had taken over the game, but he was surprised to meet him, which meant that he was the truth, that he had made the foreign god his avatar and was now controlling the game. Saiyan confirmed this with indifference. Dylan was surprised, but he was curious about what kind of place this Earth was, and then asked the guy with interest that they had come here to kill Bungo, and Saiyan confirmed this, since Bungo was now the only one who could restrain him. Dylan was very impressed by this news, especially when he heard that after killing the foreign god, only Bungo remained on the side of the game's creator and only he could resist Saiyan. The Lion King perked up and asked what the guy meant, that they had killed an immortal being. He immediately leaned over to Taylor and asked if Saiyan was telling the truth, to which the girl confirmed the teacher's words. Dylan put his hand to his face and let out a tired sigh, then said that then shouldn't they immediately head to the center of the empire and destroy Bungo. Saiyan looked at the man arrogantly and asked how he could do that when there were heroes cooperating with Bungo. He leaned back in his chair and explained that there were currently many conflicts between the hero cities, where those who sided with Bungo attracted the attention of the other heroes. Dylan lowered his head and explained that some were jealous of Kyle's position. There were only 4 of them. He continued to say that their strength was comparable to his, so he shouldn't act rashly. But if Saiyan defeated a foreign god, he could easily defeat them, to which Saiyan immediately said that he was weak against humans, since he specialized in destroying gods. He nodded at Taylor and said that this was why he brought this girl here. Dylan didn't understand how the goddess of justice would help here, and Saiyan asked in response how many strong beings were here. He was going to get everything he could from visiting Patroya. Taylor heard that it would be stupid to go to a good restaurant and not order a single dish. Saiyan explained with a crazy smile that now all the enemies that appeared in front of them would fight Taylor. The girl exclaimed in surprise because she would now be alone. They were already in the forest when Saiyan suggested that the girl consider all this as experience, then asked if she put on the pendant that the Lion King gave her. Taylor put it on, and the system window reported that if there was someone with divine power above a certain level nearby, the stone would turn red, but now it was purple. Taylor repeated the words from the system window, to which Saiyan replied that such people are not so easy to meet because they hold high positions and will not lift their heavy buttocks. And Taylor said that it means that even if someone like Heroes attacks, she will fight alone. This thought greatly depressed Taylor, and Saiyan thought that of course, if they came, she would fight alone, since it was necessary to develop Taylor's abilities to the required level as quickly as possible, and although she had already grown significantly, it was not enough. He thought that suitable prey was approaching here, and out loud suggested to the girl to rest here while he left for a while. He promised to return soon and soared into the sky, and to herself she thought that if her father found out about this, he would try to kill her. Taylor waved her hand and wished him to return quickly. The girl sat on the ground, hugging herself. She thought intensely about the fact that now she really would have to fight alone. But for now it scared her, since she could not even defeat the Uncle Sword Master, so would she be able to cope with all the enemies with such skills? She exclaimed that she didn't know, but she was still told to rest here for now, and at that moment, a weapon rushed towards her from the forest, causing her to jump back from where she was sitting. Taylor looked at the sword stuck in the ground and asked in surprise what it was. The girl tensed up. Suddenly, several swords rushed towards Taylor at once. The man in the tree was surprised that she dodged all the attacks of the elite squad Storm King Shred, and they are middle and low level divine power players. The falling man thought that it would be easy to deal with such a child, and then ordered her to be eliminated, and the rest of the squad rushed into battle. They approached Taylor, surrounding her. The girl peered at them, thinking that this was really the land of the Age of Gods. Even though the blow was mean, these are lower and mid-level divine powers. She remembered Saiyan saying that in Patroya, gods were not as respected as in other stars because Patroya players did not pay attention to gods whose strength was lower than the highest level. Then the guy said that without the highest rank, even an avatar would be difficult to create, and it was very difficult to defeat the high-level players here with a new avatar. And besides, nothing could be done to them unless you were at the level of at least one of the 12 zodiac signs. Taylor narrowed her eyes. She smiled contentedly since she was Ms. Astra. The girl grabbed the sword more comfortably. She hit several opponents at once with one blow. She was enveloped in a divine glow as she looked at the result of her labors. The man, recoiling from her, recognized the technique of the Lion King. One of them ordered the others to dodge. A white glow pierced one of the elite squad with a beam. A moment later, the opponents were lying on the ground in their blood and coughing in pain. The remaining man stood in front of Taylor and thought hard about what he heard, that she spent only a day in the Lion King fortress, so did she really master the Lion King skills in a day? One of the defeated men coughed up blood. Taylor squeezed her sword and thought about why she was so scared, because this was a fight to the death. She took a step forward and thought about how this was not like fighting in the arena, but if she did not kill her opponent, it would be worse. She shook her head and squeezed her eyes tightly, thinking that this would not work because there were many battles ahead, and she could not tremble from such things since she did not want to be protected anymore. A man from the elite squad shouted that she must be killed at all costs because she must not get to Mr. Shred. The enemies dissolved into space like shadows, shouting that if they couldn't stop them, their hero would be in danger. Taylor looked back as the sense of presence disappeared, and then she sensed a certain direction of the wind. At that moment, daggers rushed towards her from above. The elite fighters attacked after the weapons were released, thinking about 10 people throwing knives, 5 attacking head-on. Taylor dodged each blow. It was as if she split into 2, trying to keep up with each attack, and then went on the offensive. She hit one of the fighters, seriously wounding him. Daggers hit the opponent's heads one after another. Finally, the last enemy of the first wave fell to a dagger and Taylor was able to exhale. She frantically tried to count how many were left, 8 or 9, and if you add the 4 who died from the Lion King technique, then there were 19 in total. This number made her think of something, and she soared up under the surprised looks of the enemy. Taylor shouted to Chansung. The next moment, she used the Jumaface Way, hitting the frozen enemies. Some of them managed to jump back, but they were still injured, surprised that such a thing could happen. They looked at the girl, thinking that she was a real monster. The warriors of the elite squad realized that Taylor was aiming right at vulnerable spots when one of them noticed that the girl had disappeared. The men began to look around, asking each other where she had gone. Suddenly, an epiphany came to him, and at that moment, blood gushed out like a fountain. Taylor used their techniques. San looked at the corpses with disappointment and said that it was just a sea of blood. Taylor sat tiredly on her knees next to him, barely breathing, saying that she defeated everyone, but 4 were alive. San immediately asked if she had mastered their techniques, and when Taylor confirmed this, he thought that now she would be good at killing too. Suddenly, one of the opponents raised his hand and asked to be killed. San crouched down next to him and pointed his finger at him, asking if assassins usually committed suicide instead of asking to be killed, since he would need to tell them the location of their master in secret, to which he replied that it would be better to bite off his own tongue. Sahan touched him again, saying that he didn't need the assassin's mouth to get information anyway, so he could keep quiet, but the man immediately asked what they were doing to him. The guy wished him a good night's sleep with a smile and used his technique. He placed his palm on the assassin's head, muttering that even though he looked like this, he had made an alien god an avatar, so it was time to see. Meanwhile, in Taeon Fortress, the man looked out the window, saying that they had met in Raven a long time ago, but there was no news. He walked further into the room, wondering if everyone was dead, but then he stopped himself, as it was unbelievable, so it was good that he had only sent the assassins first, since they would only have to wait anyway. Suddenly, there was a noise around the quiet fortress. An explosion rang out, breaking through the wall and forcing the owner of the fortress to dodge. The man covered himself with his hands, thinking that this could not be happening, and then asked himself how they got here. San, spreading his wings over Taylor for protection, said that he had a great conversation with the assassins. He smiled and called the man Storm King Shred. Shred smirked, saying that he saw that they were rude, since it was not right to barge into someone else's bedroom without asking. Sahan responded indifferently that he did not expect to hear such words from the one who sent the assassins after him, and then asked why Shred was cooperating with Bungo, since he was already enjoying wealth. The boy was talking about how creating discord and Petroi leading to the final would not do him any good, to which Shred replied that it was none of his business, and he thought to himself how they knew where he was, were the bad people who had turned him in. He shifted his weight to his feet and thought that the main thing now was to escape anyway, and he did not know what his fighting abilities were, but no one could compare to him in speed. Suddenly, he heard a question about whether he was going to escape. Sahan waved his hand and said that the Lion King had told them that Shred never fought alone, and advised them to be careful since he would immediately try to escape. The Storm King thought that the Lion King was a bad person and always talked too much. He smirked and shouted that San should have listened to him carefully then. The Storm King decided to use this opportunity to go outside. He flew across the room like a white arrow. Shred was rushing to the door when he thought that even if San could fly, he wouldn't be able to immediately determine his location. He entered the room and realized that he had returned back. Shred immediately cursed and asked what Raven did, to which he replied that he had received a warning from the Lion King himself, so he couldn't just come. Sehen raised a finger and said that he had prepared traps in advance so that Shred couldn't escape, since he could create spaces from illusions. And the place where the Storm King was now looked like a building, but it was a space created by his illusion. Shred asked about this skill that the Dream Witch had passed on, to which Sehen replied that he knew about it, so why didn't he prepare? The Storm King heard about how no matter how fast he moved, he wouldn't be able to escape, after which the man asked what Raven wanted from him. However, Sehen didn't want anything in particular. Taylor was surprised to hear that her teacher was just hunting. There were two men sitting in a tavern when the first asked the second if he had heard the latest rumors about the recent attacks on heroes. He put his mug on the table and said that this time it was the Battle King who was attacked, to which the second man leaned back in his chair and drawled that first the Storm King, now the Battle King, so it was complete chaos. The man leaned closer to the other man and said that the attackers were taking away the hero's abilities, to which he was told what he was talking about. Is there an ability that could do that? To which the man said that he thought so too, but it seemed to be true since they said that the Storm King and the Battle King were both struck by their own techniques. The man imagined a snake wrapped around the body of a rat and said that that's why they are called hero eaters. And by the way, they say that recently strange people have been looking for strong opponents. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, saying that a young girl had challenged them to a fight on her own. Taylor heard him ask if they were the same people. She chewed her food tensely, muttering that there were too many rumors. Sehen chuckled good-naturedly, saying that rumors were inevitable with so many observers coming from all sides. However, there was still something strange, for Taylor wasn't the master swordsman on Earth, to which Sehen explained that it was Bungo who transformed into him. Taylor heard that he had many skills, so he must have a transformation skill as well. And apparently he continued to act as a master swordsman and stayed in the Empire ever since he went to Earth, to which she replied that it meant that they urgently needed to go to the Empire. Sehen rested his head on his palms, saying that it was not necessary since they would take action themselves, so they should work hard for now. Taylor asked about defeating the remaining two, to which Sehen replied that it would be hard to find them now, so they would have to fight others, and they had been facing relatively weak opponents for the past few days. The boy looked at the system window, where the list of Petroy's top 100 greatest masters was compiled, and said that if they wanted to do everything, they would not have time to rest. She looked at the dish on the table and suggested that they go straight away, since there seemed to be a man known as the King of Mercenaries nearby, and then complained about why there were so many kings in this world. Sehen smirked and said that this was the fantasy world. He rested his cheek on his fist and looked at Taylor with pleasure, thinking that helping others develop was also interesting. The system window reported about the experience of meeting the Hero Eater and how he had been lucky with items recently and luck was on his side. It was also worry. But today the Hero Eater suddenly appeared and the blonde girl who fought was the one who came after Astra. He is a newbie who did not even exit the player status, so he thought that his avatar would win, but he was defeated and now his avatar is half a demigod and must rest for half a year. The comments under this post laughed and rejoiced that there are survivors among the heroes, and at this moment, Bungo was approached and asked about what he was studying so carefully. Bungo looked at his subordinate and asked if he had done everything he was asked, to which the man replied that Raven was currently creating discord in Petroya and he must have some kind of plan because if they leave it like this, big troubles could arise. Bungo got angry and asked if he should look for them himself, hunting for someone who uses the skills of a dream witch that are too much for him, to which the subordinate replied that it was too irresponsible since they didn't join him to be treated like that. Bungo idly thought that this man was annoying and the situation was really getting weird, but should he look for them himself since if it was a star with little influence from the gods, then the entire country could just be destroyed. He thought about Sehen raising a small goddess, and they definitely needed to prepare for that too. Bungo smirked since he was the one who fought for the position of the primordial giant with Ymir, and there was no one in space who had more skills than him. Taylor gave the mercenary king who ruled the continent a C since it was tasty but not enough. Also awarded a Toiki was the genius of swordsmanship. The Dark Lord who had isolated himself a century ago received a 2, creating a kingdom of crime. And 2 of the 7 heroes who did not join Bungo were the Altar King and the Light King, whom Taylor fought. She defeated both. The sword pierced the ground when a voice said that he thought it was impressive even then. The Lion King said that Taylor was truly incredible. The girl heard that Dylan did not expect that such heights could be achieved in such a short time, but she herself muttered that she was really tired now. Sehen looked at her with a smile when Taylor thought about how she eventually absorbed even the Lion King technique. But there were 4 days left until the end of the quest, and as much as she did not want to fight with the remaining 50, she had enough. Ekhen thought that it was now important to restore and maintain Taylor's condition, and said out loud that they would rest before leaving for the Empire, which made the girl happy. The guy said that they would rest for 2 days and immediately set off, so as soon as they arrived at the Empire, they would immediately go to Bungo. So let her prepare mentally, and thought to himself that she must be very tired, so after completing this matter he would not let her have a good rest. He thought with disappointment that he wanted to take her to the demon world. Taylor asked the guy about those 2 heroes who betrayed the Empire being there. She realized that she would fight those 2 while he fought Bungo, but this was not the case. Taylor thought that the man named Bungo was in charge, so Eken would fight him, and then asked if she would do it, but this was also not true. She did not understand how everything would happen then. Eken smiled and said that all 3 would fight her. This made Taylor very nervous. A surprised cry was heard above the castle. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.